The next day, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingxian arrived. Using the coming demonic tribulation as a pretext, Su Chuan ordered them to secretly construct an underground project. Not a simple cellar, but a survival base buried 100 meters below the ground. Mingwei opened an underground passage beneath Dongxi, extending it all the way to Duanya Peak. Inside the peak and the surrounding depths excavate enough space to form a large underground chamber. Mingxuan at the Guangling branch range opened an underground route connecting our branch's depth to the tunnel of the Yueling Alliance. In both locations, construct enough subterranean space for survival. There must be multiple entrances, and one of them should ideally connect to a reliable water source. The three men were stunned by his demands. Su Mingyuan frowned. Father Moyue has already recovered to the early stage of Tier 3. Before the demonic tribulation arrives, he may even reach the mid or late stage. Would that still be insufficient to overcome the tribulation? Was that not enough for the Chao clan, the Sima clan, and the Lu clan, 3 golden core families, to survive the tribulation in the past? Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian shared the same doubt. The demonic tribulation varies in scale. Every 500 years is only a minor tribulation, every 1,000 years is a great one, and golden core demonic cultivators may even act personally. If a great war breaks out, its aftermath alone would be far beyond what ordinary members of the Su clan could withstand. Do you wish to see our ancestral land turned to scorched earth with only a handful of kit training and foundation establishment clansmen left alive? Your son did not think it through. Su Mingyuan apologized at once. Do as I have said. No matter what comes when the Great Tribulation arrives decades from now, the Su clan must at least preserve most of its people. In this way, by the time the next Great Tribulation arrives, we will have accumulated enough strength to confront it head-on and avoid a tragic end. In his heart, Su Chuan silently vowed, by the next millennium, as long as the Su clan becomes a top nascent soul family, we will be able to lead all of our people away from this prison-like land. Afterwards, the group left behind pool. Su Mingyuan's expression remained tense. After a short silence, he said, "Eldest brother, third brother, I feel father must be hiding something from us. Perhaps a disaster even more terrifying than the demonic tribulation." "My instincts tell me the same," Su Mingxian said. Su Mingwei thought for a moment. If father remains silent, he has his reasons. I believe he will tell us when the time is right. The other two exchanged a glance, and both nodded slightly. Then Su Mingyuan added, "In truth, I have always had a doubt. Since there exists a place like Tianan region where cultivation flourishes, why have golden core families, such as the Chao clan, the Sima clan, and the Lu clan, not relocated there? Even if the journey is long, under the protection of golden core experts, they should at least be able to move most of their clansmen there. In such a prosperous land, golden core families might not be supreme powers, but they would certainly not be weak." Su Mingyuan's words struck to the heart of the matter. Su Mingxian and Su Mingwei fell silent. They were all intelligent men. Vaguely, they had already guessed one possibility. It was not that they did not wish to leave, but that they could not. The 3 lands of Great Wei, Great Liang, and Great Jin, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, might well be one vast prison. Do not think too much about it. For now, we need only fulfill father's instructions. Mingxuan, there are no problems on your side, are there? Su Mingwei asked. Su Mingxian nodded. No problem. At most, it is a matter of time. Excavating and building at least 100 meters underground, while keeping everything hidden, will probably take 10 to 20 years. For the sake of safety, it is all worth it, Su Mingwei said, then reminded them, and do not neglect your own cultivation. Strength is what matters most. I was wondering why father did not mention that just now. Turns out he left it for you to add, eldest brother Su Mingxian said with a laugh. Su Mingyuan smiled as well. Su Mingwei only shook his head, smiling. The earlier heaviness lifted with their laughter. Su Mingxian went back to the main residence to see Bai Jing-yi. After chatting for a while, he left Dongxi and returned to Guangling. 5 years passed. Cultivation progressed rapidly for the Su clan. Among the 6 members of the second generation, the first 4 had all reached around the early to middle stages of foundation establishment level 4, while Su Mingxian had reached the late stage of level 4. Su Mingxian was the only one to break through to foundation establishment level 5. Her cultivation speed was in no way inferior to that of someone with earth spiritual aptitude. The others who advanced around the same time, Su Daizhao and Su Deheng, were similar. After all, they all possessed true spirit roots and cultivated comparable techniques. Yet there were exceptions, such as Su Diyue. Her life path talent and her cultivation method complemented each other so well that her speed nearly matched earth spiritual aptitude. Like Su Mingxing, she had reached late stage foundation establishment level 4. Moreover, her bloodline, shaped by both, had risen to 8th grade, the Cold Moon bloodline, with hope of someday evolving into a 7th grade bloodline. As for Su Mingxing, her life path talent Tai Qingling did not change her physical constitution or bloodline. The two of them shared one more trait: they were both still single. Among those who first reached foundation establishment, Su Delying had now advanced to late stage level 6, while Ren Xiaoyao 2 months ago relied on a middle grade Chongshu pill to step into level 7. Freed from worrying about Huchi pills, Su Chuan fully embraced medicinal support. By now he had reached the peak of foundation establishment level 8. 3 Chongshu pills are enough. This final one will be used to break through the bottleneck to level 9. Without hesitation, Su Chuan swallowed it at once. For him, there was no shortage of pills. While he went into seclusion in Guangling Commandery, the Su clan's affairs continued to unfold. At the Su clan's trading firm, their second auction was held. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the destruction of the Wei and Feng clans. The Su clan offered many valuable items: monster cores, materials from late second-tier beasts, refined beast essences, second-tier spirit, iron top-grade artifacts, high-quality artifacts, top-tier talismans, and upper-grade first-tier formation flags. Jade Ji pills, Jade Sprout pills, Chongshu pills, Jinyuan pills, Huchi pills, Dingyan pills, Shisui pills, Baoyuan pills, and others. The scale of this auction was 2 to 3 times larger than the previous one. Several other families also added items before the auction began. The event's liveliness nearly matched major auctions held in the imperial capital. The only notable lack was items of the treasure talisman type. Last time the Su auction was held, it was under pressure from the Wei and Feng families. An elder from a Foundation establishment clan remarked. Indeed. At the time, I thought the Su clan was leveraging the power of many families. That was why they offered so many precious pills for auction. Who could have imagined that the Su clan sought to establish their authority, slaughtering a target to warn others before all the families? In scarcely a quarter of an hour, they wiped out the Feng clan entirely. Then during the auction itself, they destroyed the Wei clan and other voices of resistance, decisive and ruthless. Someone else approached and said in these 10 years the Su clan's strength seems to have multiplied several times. Truly, they are extraordinarily favored by fortune. A white-haired elder gave a mocking smile. Favored by fortune. If your family were developing in a rural backwater, even with dozens or hundreds of years, becoming a mere martial family would already be your limit. How could the Su clan's journey to this point be summed up in just those 4 words? Many found on reflection that he was right. This was not a case of simply stepping into their place and achieving the same. In 5 years, a wave of young Su clan cultivators had grown strong enough to travel widely. They had also discovered another group of talents among the common folk, while the Su clan's vassal families steadily increased their own ranks of promising cultivators. Beyond that, they recruited dozens, then hundreds of itinerant cultivators to work for the Su clan. With their operations so large, they needed many hands, and most of them had to be cultivators, so recruiting wanderers was inevitable. As long as the Su clan maintained its recruitment standards, those itinerant cultivators would be unlikely to cause trouble. Friends, do not linger at the entrance. Please go inside, the auction is about to start. People smiled and complied, streaming into the Su trading firm. The auction lasted a full day and night before concluding. Most participants returned home satisfied, though many regretted not bringing enough resources and spirit stones. From this single auction, the Su clan earned an enormous profit. Whether monster materials, pills, top-tier talismans, or artifacts, nearly everything auctioned had been produced by the Su clan themselves. Their true cost was likely less than 1/10 of their earnings. 7 or 8 days later, in Dongshi, Su Duan failed his attempt to advance in Foundation establishment and was injured, needing time to recover. Helpless, he had no choice but to stop for now. 2 months later, the Chao Academy brought its students to Yuexia Academy. The contest between the two institutions drew many Foundation establishment families to watch. The Chao Academy won, but was heavily ridiculed. The reason was that all those who competed for the Chao Academy were members of the Chao clan. One cutting remark: did the Chao family establish an academy to train its own children or the children of other families? Sparked much ridicule. Some even said the Chao family seeks trouble with the Su clan, yet not a single member of the Su clan took the field. It is a disgrace to the face of a Golden Core family. By contrast, the students chosen by Yuexia Academy, though defeated, all showed admirable qualities. At the very least, they were far stronger than those low-aptitude youths casually raised within their own families. Among the students admitted to the academies from various clans, several had, through sheer determination, managed over these years to gain entry into the path of immortal arts. Some had become alchemists, others artifact refiners or talisman makers. Unfortunately, not a single student had become a formation master. There was no help for it. Formation masters required an extremely high level of insight into a race. Some members of noble families were even considering sending their own geniuses to Yuexia Academy for next year's entrance examinations. After all, students of low aptitude had shown clear growth after several years. If those with outstanding talent and insight were sent instead, the results might go even further. As for the Chao Academy, if it continued to fail at fairness and did not place educating its students at the core, it would remain a laughingstock. After all, Chao clan children were backed by a Golden Core family. Other families of kid training and Foundation establishment level would hardly send their children to be compared with Chao clan heirs. Even if those heirs were well trained, it had little to do with them. If they saw no growth in their own children and still had to pay extra tuition, they would be better off not going. Within the Chao family, Chao Daji was furious and punished many instructors at Chao Academy, all of them members of the Chao clan. After 1,000 years of growth, the Chao clan's numbers had become enormous. Some peripheral members were scarcely supervised at all, leading to a mixture of good and bad. "Father, I wish to attend the academy," Chao Zhini said respectfully as soon as his father Chao Yulong emerged from seclusion. Chao Yulong's gaze swept over him coldly. "Attend the academy. Stay at home and cultivate quietly. But my younger brothers, they are themselves, and you are you. You need only do what I command. Enough. Do not stand in my way." With a flick of his sleeve, Chao Yulong sent out a sharp gust of force that drove his son back several steps. He did not glance back as he strode away. Chao Yulong had already taken 2 wives, and in recent years 4 children had been born. The eldest was only slightly younger than Chao Zhini. Chao Zhini's food, clothing, and shelter were all provided for, yet he had never received genuine affection. Neither Chao Yulong nor Chao Xingming treated him as they did their direct descendants. Chao Zhini was subjected to countless cold looks. He was even mocked and beaten by other children of the clan who insulted his mother Yi Shuahua as a wicked woman who ruined the Chao family's grand plans. 2 years ago, he finally learned the truth. He was an ancient centuries heaven-spirited child of the Chao clan, but his own mother had used a secret technique that ruined his foundation. In this life, he could only remain a first-layer training cultivator. Chao Zhini trained tirelessly, drawing immense amounts of spiritual energy, yet once it entered his body, it was entirely absorbed by the seed of withered wood. Otherwise, at 8 years old under the Chao clan's cultivation, he would already be around kid training level 5, with an easy path to foundation establishment before age 8. Zhini returned to his room in a daze. Mother, why did you treat your child this way? Do you not love me at all? He took out Yi Shuahua's memorial tablet and gently stroked it, tears the size of beans falling onto the wood. If so, why did you bring me into the world? Mother was a disciple of the Zhou family's patriarch. The Zhou family is a vassal of the Su clan. Was all of this truly the Su clan scheme? You knew. At his call, a young woman of 15 or 16 entered from outside. You knew a mid-stage kid-training cultivator. I wish to go out for a walk, Zhini said. Zhini, young master Lord Yulong does not wish you to go out. My father cares nothing for my life or death, Zhini said, looking at Yu. You need only remember that you are my servant and obey my orders. Yes, young master Zhini. Where shall we go? To the southern district. Yu piloted a small flying vessel carrying Zhini to the southern district. At the gate of Dan Hall, a green-robed youth walked out, glanced back once side softly, and turned away. In the end, things turned out just as he said. If I stay in Dan Hall any longer, I would be better off as an itinerant cultivator. The man leaving was Wei Dao. After 10 years, he finally abandoned his unrealistic dream of becoming chief of Dan Hall, gave up completely, and withdrew. Dan Hall, once the holy land that every alchemist in Great Wei dreamed of entering, had seen its reputation decline in recent years. Wei Dao walked through the market. By chance, he saw a small child arguing with a middle-aged itinerant cultivator who seemed ready to strike. With a sweep of his sleeve, Wei Dao sent out a gust of qi that knocked the man down. Is it necessary to quarrel with a child? None of your business, kid training perfections. The itinerant cultivator shuddered, then forced a smile. You are right, senior. I will leave now. He turned away. Young one, what is your name? Judging from your fine clothes, you are not from a common family. Why are you outside without a single attendant? The child was Zhini. He had deliberately slipped away from Yu, wanting to ask someone about the Su clan. I am surnamed Yi, named Yi Fan, he replied. Yi Fan. From the imperial capital's Yi family. Zhini did not answer, but instead said, Senior, I am a bit hungry. Could you treat me to some food? When my attendant arrives, I will pay you back. Wei Dao laughed. You are a bold young one. Let us go to this place. He pointed at the Yunxiao in ahead. They chose a private room. Zhini ordered a few dishes, but before the food arrived, he asked, how should I address you, Senior? My surname is Wei, he replied. Senior Wei, I have something I wish to ask your advice about. Wei Dao looked at Chao Zhini and gave a faint smile. Young friend, your claim of being hungry is merely an excuse. What you truly want is to ask about certain matters, isn't it? You have seen through me, Senior. Ask then, Wei Dao replied. Though I am no all-knowing sage and cannot claim to understand everything in this world. He felt a natural affinity with this youth, and so did not refuse him. Senior Wei Dao, do you know of the Su family? What kind of clan are they? You wish to inquire about the Su family. I do not recall any particular grudge between your Yi family and the Su clan. Wei Dao pondered for a moment, then a glint flashed in his eyes. You are not actually a member of the Yi clan, are you? This junior never claimed to be of the Yi family. Clever child, Wei Dao said, amused. But answering you will do no harm. Wei Dao began to speak slowly. The Su family within just a few decades has risen to become one of the foremost noble clans of Great Wei. There are faint signs that they might one day stand in opposition to the imperial Chao lineage. What do you think of that? Wei Dao asked. Remarkable, Chao Zhini replied, then continued. Yet to achieve such a position, the Su clan must have relied on seizure and annexation, swallowing other families. Schemes and plots must have been constant. Wei Dao shook his head slightly. Annexation, yes. Schemes and strange plots, perhaps. But as for plundering, as far as I know, the Su clan has never taken the initiative to plunder other noble houses. Is that so? Chao Zhini murmured. Then, Senior, have you heard that some time ago the Su clan's vassal, the Zhou family, sent a young woman in marriage into the Chao household? Yi Shuahua, was it? Of course I heard. The Chao clan held a grand wedding feast on that occasion. To show such honor to a mere fourth-rank noble family astonished quite a number of other clans. Of course that fairy Shuahua was worthy of such honor. She had already achieved foundation establishment by then, and in the Wuhua trial, she led the fourth-rank Zhou family to win a place among the top 5. I have heard that several years ago fairy Shuahua died. Yet what baffled people was that this news came not from the Chao clan, but from the region of Yuehu County. Stranger still after her death, she was not buried in the Chao family's ancestral tombs, but returned to the Zhou clan instead. The Chao clan actually agreed to this. At the time people discussed it for a long while. And you do not know what truly happened, Senior. Wei Dao shook his head with a faint helpless smile. Such private matters can only be fully understood by those directly involved. I hearing only rumors can know, but a fragment. Could it be that the Su clan was behind Fairy Shuahua's death, eh? Wei Dao was taken aback, his eyes fixing on Xiao Zhini. Why would you think such a thing? That version of events has never circulated. Isn't the Zhou clan a vassal of the Su family? And Fairy Shuahua was a disciple of Zhou clan's patriarch. Wei Dao shook his head again, smiling helplessly. True, you are still young, it is natural that you do not know. Before she married, the Zhou family was not yet a vassal of the Su clan. The two houses had long been allies. As for why the Zhou clan later became a vassal, it was likely related to the attack they suffered not long after supposedly carried out by demonic cultivators. Supposedly demonic cultivators? What do you mean by that? There are two versions, Wei Dao replied. One says they were true demonic cultivators. The other claims it was done by the Chao lineage who attacked the Zhou clan, then a vassal of the Su family, to force the Su clan to rush to their aid, and thus heavily wound them. Yet the Su clan's prestige in Yuehu County was extremely high. Once they spoke, all the kid-training families in the county sent their clansmen to rush to the rescue. Why would the Chao clan act in such a way? Xiao Zhini asked. That I do not know, Wei Dao said. He looked at Xiao Zhini again, then added, just now, when I examined you, I sensed something amiss within your body. Would you permit me to take a closer look? Xiao Zhini nodded and extended his hand. Wei Dao placed his fingers on the boy's wrist, sending a thin stream of magical power into his body. Within the child's dantian, he discovered something strange. This is the seed of withered wood. Wei Dao's expression changed dramatically. Who would cast such a cruel secret art upon you? Xiao Zhini's gaze dimmed, and he feigned ignorance, gently shaking his head. Since you recognize it, Senior Wei Dao, do you know how it might be undone? You overestimate me, Wei Dao replied. Wei Dao gave a wry smile. Only because my main cultivation is in wood-based arts have I seen records of this secret technique. This technique is extremely vicious. Once the seed is planted, all the refined essence of one's magical power will be absorbed by the seed of withered wood. As long as the caster kills the victim, he can extract that seed and use it as nourishment to greatly enhance his own strength. And if the caster dies, then the seed of withered wood with no one to control, it will simply continue to drain the spiritual energy and magical power cultivated by its host. You will be, as you are now, forever confined to the first level of Qi training. Wei Dao looked at him and gave a faint smile once more. Yet if one day you manage to break this seed, it will become a great opportunity for you. It would cleanse and refine your body, remolding your very being. And since your constitution is of fire and would nourish as fire, it might even cause your bloodline to transform. After all the power you have painstakingly accumulated has not vanished, it is contained within the seed of withered wood. Xiao Zhini let out a quiet sigh and clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for your explanation, Senior Wei Dao. If it could be broken, my family would have done so long ago. He was after all the Chao clan's ancient centuries having great spiritual root. If it had been possible, the Chao clan would have gladly paid a tremendous price for him. Instead, he had been left to drift, largely ignored by kin, scorned and beaten or mocked by his peers, no one truly taking him to heart. As it happens, I know of someone. If anyone in great way has a chance of breaking this seed of withered, it would likely be him. Who? Xiao Zhini asked. Xiao Zhini's eyes widened, filled with joy. Wei Dao's lips curled slightly. He is from the very Su clan you asked about. The Su clan's grand elder, Su Chuan. Him. Xiao Zhini could scarcely believe it. The one who might break his seed of withered wood was none other than the Chao clan's mortal rival, the Su clan's grand elder. At that moment, the door of the private room opened, and a figure stepped in. It was Xiao Zhini's attendant you knew. Young master, if you act so recklessly, and something happens you knew, would never be able to forgive herself. I understand. We will return now, Xiao Zhini said, looking toward Yu Nu. Settle the payment for this private room. Then he turned to Wei Dao, and clasped his hands in salute. Speaking with you, Senior, has opened my eyes. Earlier you were deliberately misled. Let this meal be my treat. If fate allows us to meet again, I will thank you properly. We shall leave it to fate. I intend to depart the Imperial City today, Wei Dao replied. Where will you go, Senior? The world is vast. I shall walk and see. Xiao Zhini gave a slight nod, then departed with Yu Nu. Soon after, the dishes and wine were brought in. Wei Dao did not decline them. He ate and drank at ease, raising his cup and taking a long sip of wine, murmuring to himself, what an interesting youth. So young, yet his thoughts are deeper than those of most grown men. He paused, thoughts racing. Wait, could this child be of the Chao lineage? The surname, Yi Fairy Shuahua. Could he be Yi Shuahua's son? Half a month later, in Yuehu County, at Dongshi, Wei Dao arrived. Fellow Taoist, I am Wei Dao, here to visit your Grand Elder. Visit the Grand Elder. The patrolling disciple examined Wei Dao in surprise. What is your relationship with our Grand Elder? He rarely sees guests these days. Your Grand Elder has personally acknowledged me as his junior brother, Wei Dao replied with a faint smile. With that said, would you be willing to pass on word of my visit? Junior brother of the Grand Elder. Several patrolling disciples around them began discussing in low voices. We never heard that the Grand Elder took a master. Very well, I shall go pass the word. But if you are lying, you will suffer for it. One disciple released his flying sword, stepped onto it, and rode it toward the clan's main hall. As patrolling disciples, they were not qualified to disturb the Grand Elder, so he first went to inform the clan head Su Chonghui. Clan head, a cultivator at the peak of Qi training, has come to visit the Grand Elder, claiming to be his junior brother. Since when has the Grand Elder taken a master? Su Chonghui asked, frowning at the patrolling disciple. He looked at the patrolling disciple with a puzzled expression, his brows tightening. What is his name? Wei Dao. Him. Su Chonghui's fingers tapped lightly on the desk a few times. After a short moment of thought, he said, invite him to the audience hall. Yes, clan head, the patrolling disciple said, clasping his hands before departing. Though Su Chonghui had not met Wei Dao, he knew of him, a member of the Wei family of Guangling County, taken as a disciple in childhood by Yun Zhongzi of the Pill Hall, with deep attainments in the art of alchemy. 10 years earlier, he had assisted the Wei and Feng families with alchemy, suppressing the Su clan's pill trade in Guangling County. After the Su clan destroyed both the Wei and Feng families, Su Chuan, out of respect for Yun Zhongzi, spared Wei Dao's life, and was said to have invited him to join the Su clan. Has he finally come around? Su Chonghui murmured. He made his way to Bihan Pool, where Su Chuan had already reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. During this period, he was not in close seclusion, but in quiet cultivation. Forefather Wei Dao has come to visit. Your grandson has already invited him to the audience hall. Will you see him? Wei Dao. Su Chuan was surprised. I see. Let him wait in the hall for a short while. Then your grandson will go greet him. In the audience hall, Su Chonghui chatted idly with Wei Dao for about the time of a cup of tea. Su Chuan then entered the hall, sat at the main seat, and smiled faintly. For my junior brother Wei Dao to come here. Does this mean you have left the Pill Hall? The Pill Hall as it stands today is no longer the Pill Hall I once revered. That is only natural. Not everyone can be like Senior Yun Zhongzi, Su Chuan replied. Then he asked, why have you come this time? I presume it is not to join my Su clan. Mainly for 2 matters, Wei Dao said. First, on the day I left the Imperial City, I happened upon a boy of 8 or 9 years. He bore the seed of withered wood within his body, and asked me about Fairy Shuahua and the Su clan. Was he perhaps Fairy Shuahua's own child? Su Chuan paused in mild surprise. The seed of withered wood. Then he should indeed be her child. After the Zhou clan became a vassal of the Su family, their Dao treasury and ancestral texts were naturally copied into the Su clan's Dao repository. Among them was Zhou Qingfang's primary cultivation art, the greenwood sword formula. This ancient wood element sword art was far more profound than the Su clan's own Yaiwood azure spirit art. Su Chuan had conveniently cultivated some of the sword techniques and secret arts recorded within it. So it truly was him, Su Chuan said. That seed of withered wood must have been placed by Fairy Shuahua herself. No wonder his mind runs so deep at such a young age. Wei Dao, startled, remembered something. By the way, before I guessed his identity, I told him you might be able to break his seed of withered wood. Will this cause trouble for you? Su Chuan waved a dismissive hand with a soft chuckle. It is of no consequence. If the Chao clan comes to ask me, I can simply claim I cannot break it. You truly do not intend to help. I have heard that Fairy Shuahua and your Su clan shared a close bond, and now his master is one of your clan's elders, Wei Dao said. Do not involve yourself further in this matter, Su Chuan replied. Its complexities are beyond your imagination. When the time is right, I will act of my own accord. Wei Dao let the matter drop and continued, the first issue was to confirm and inform you, so that you will not be troubled by the Chao clan. It is not as if my Su clan has suffered few troubles from the Chao lineage, Su Chuan replied. Wei Dao laughed softly. Indeed. Then he continued, the second matter, I wish to follow my teacher's example and create a new pill hall. Previously I stayed for several days near the Moonling Alliance's headquarters in Guangling County. A marketplace has already formed around it, growing ever larger. I intend to establish the new pill hall there, and call it the Pill Pavilion. You at merely the peak of Qi training wish to create a force akin to the pill hall? Su Chuan asked. That is why I say I only wish to follow my teacher's example, Wei Dao replied. If the Su clan supports me, the Pill Pavilion will count as an extension of your clan. I can refine pills for the Su clan, but you must not interfere in the management or recruitment of the Pill Pavilion. You may set alchemy requirements akin to those of the Chao lineage, and the Pill Pavilion will fulfill them for you. Su Chuan chuckled softly. It is a fine idea, but regrettably my Su clan must decline. Why? Wei Dao asked. Su Chuan smiled without answering, and Su Chonghui spoke instead. Our Su clan is not like the Chao lineage. The Chao family has a 1,000-year foundation. Their clan members alone far outnumber all of ours, not to mention allied families and vassals. Moreover, our Su clan currently has more than enough pill masters and over a dozen alchemists. Even if another pill hall style force were to appear, it would not benefit us greatly. It would instead disturb our current state of stability. Hearing this, Wei Dao lowered his head in silence. He had come with eagerness, believing the Su clan would gladly agree, only to have his hopes worn down by reality. Su Chuan said, in truth, you could simply join my Moonling Alliance's Pill Pavilion. With your alchemical attainment, you would be more than qualified to serve as Deputy Pavilion Master. The Moonling Alliance is not private property of the Su clan. Its Pill Pavilion and Forging Pavilion are akin to the Pill Hall recruiting skilled alchemists and artificers. They are not limited to Yuehu and Guangling County. Their aim is all of Great Wei, both noble clans and lone cultivators. Each pavilion is largely independent, only needing to supply pills and artifacts for Moonling Alliance disciples and submit a portion of the spirit stones from sales. Alliance disciples in turn take on tasks from the pavilions to seek materials and provide ingredients. Su Chuan glanced briefly at Wei Dao, then continued, "You could stay for a time, say half a year. If after half a year you feel it is not what you seek, you may leave. Others who join cannot depart so easily, but as Alliance Grand Elder, I can make an exception for you. Also, I have said that anyone who contributes greatly to the Moonling Alliance will receive from me personally an opportunity for foundation establishment. With your alchemical skill, if you conserve Alliance materials and refine more pills, 7 or 8 years should be enough to meet that standard." Within a few exchanges of words, Wei Dao found himself seriously considering the proposal. He all but forgot that his original purpose in coming had been to ask the Su clan to help him establish the Pill Pavilion. "If you agree," Su Chuan added, "I will copy for you the alchemical heritage Senior Yun Zhongzi passed down to me. For your current level, it should be of great benefit." A sharp glint flashed from Wei Dao's eyes, and he set aside his hesitation. "Very well. I shall go to your Moonling Alliance's Pill Pavilion and serve for half a year as Deputy Pavilion Master in training." Su Chuan's lips curved in a 3-part smile, and he handed Wei Dao a handwritten letter. "Take this letter with you." Wei Dao nodded, accepted the letter, and departed. As for the copy of Yun Zhongzi's alchemical inheritance, Su Chuan told him to go to the Pill Pavilion and ask its master for it. "Forefather, are you not being too courteous to Wei Dao?" Su Chongwei asked, perplexed. Su Chuan smiled faintly. "In this world, talent is most valuable. Remember that our Su clan rose largely because of my own skill in alchemy. With Wei Dao's talent in alchemy, it will not be difficult for him to one day succeed the Pill Pavilion Master. And though we do not currently lack alchemists, as our Su clan and the Moonling Alliance continue to grow, alchemists and artificers will inevitably be in short supply. Talented people are always welcome. Your grandson has learned," Su Chonghui said, clasping his hands in salute. Wei Dao headed to Guangling County. With the handwritten letter from Su Chuan, he was formally invited in, and then went to the Alchemy Pavilion, where he encountered an unexpected old acquaintance. "Yunding, is that really you?" Wei Dao looked at the real person from Yunding in surprise. The real person from Yunding was equally astonished and smiled. "I was wondering who could bring the Grand Elder's handwritten letter into the Alchemy Pavilion and become the Deputy Pavilion Master. So it's you, my young friend Wei Dao? Your alchemy skills are indeed impeccable. Now I should call you the Master of Yunding. You clearly should have reached the end of your lifespan, so how could you?" Wei Dao probed Yunding's cultivation level, only perceiving that he had reached the peak of qi refinement. "You know my situation, so there's no need for me to hide anything. I am an elder of the Su family from the Guangling branch in charge of the alchemy matters here. With the Grand Elder's assistance, I have entered the foundation establishment stage." Wei Dao's eyes brightened, and he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations. I heard that you left some time ago and had not been in touch, or I thought you had perished long ago. Indeed, it is truly a case of fortune following misfortune." Yunding said, "It is my luck to have formed a friendship with the Grand Elder. Your arrival today has indeed helped me greatly. By the way, the Grand Elder mentioned that my master Yun Zhongzi left behind alchemical legacies. Do you have a copy for me to review?" "Haha, indeed. The Grand Elder is not one to hoard knowledge. In the Su family, as long as one's alchemical skills reach the master level, one can obtain a copy for study and research." The real person from Yunding's side. "Yun Zhongzi was indeed selfless. This inheritance has greatly aided my alchemical progress." Saying this, he took out a copy from his storage bag and handed it to Wei Dao. "Come, I will help you settle in first. You can study for a few days before starting your alchemy work." From then on, Wei Dao was considered part of the Alchemy Pavilion. After half a year, he had not mentioned leaving. Though the Su family had cultivated numerous alchemists, becoming a master alchemist was not so easy. Currently, only 3 or 4 people, including Zhou Zongdan, had hopes of reaching the master alchemist level. Among them, the one closest to that was Zhou Zongdan, who estimated that with another 2 or 3 years of accumulation, he could steadily produce high-quality pills. Months passed in the blink of an eye. In a forest between the Great Wei and Great Liang, a recent earthquake had prompted the Great Wei to send a small team to investigate. They had entered the forest for 3 days. The trees were tall and the grass lush, but there were no significant discoveries. Suddenly a startled cry came from the front team. "What happened?" The team leader went over to check and saw several soldiers fall into an underground pit in a western hollow. "Captain Wu, this must be caused by the previous earthquake, right?" a middle-aged soldier said. "Perhaps old Qian, you go call the others over too." Captain Wu nodded slightly and instructed the middle-aged soldier. "Understood." Old Qian immediately left. Subsequently, Captain Wu shouted into the pit, "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine, Captain Wu. There's a massive underground cavern down here, and the walls have some exposed glowing stones. Could it be an underground mine?" Captain Wu's expression brightened. If it were a spirit mine, they would have made a significant discovery. "I'm going down to take a look." He immediately leaped into the pit. When he saw the various crystals embedded in the rock walls, his eyes widened in disbelief. Spiritual energy. This is a spirit stone. There is actually a spirit stone mine underground here. He was astonished, but also knew the importance of this matter, saying, "Since everyone is fine, let's all go up first. I will report this matter in writing. Once a celestial master comes to confirm what this mine is, we will all receive substantial rewards." The other soldiers all showed smiles. Captain Wu had the pit covered with foliage, and then led everyone back to the military camp. However, he was unaware that someone had secretly taken a piece of stone out. As dusk fell, the soldier who had stolen the spirit stone used the excuse of going to the woods outside the camp to send a message with a carrier pigeon. Watching the dove fly away, he revealed a smug expression, thinking, "Do they really think I am just a naive country?" A spirit stone mine. That is a spirit stone mine capable of triggering a battle among celestial masters. Both the Great Wei and Great Liang received the information and treated it with great importance, reporting it layer by layer. 2 days later, a Foundation Establishment cultivator arrived, with several Qi refinement stage practitioners in the forest. The Foundation Establishment cultivator scanned the area with divine sense and burst into laughter. It truly is a spirit stone mine, and it's at least a small-sized spirit stone mine. Everyone guard this place well, and no one is allowed to approach, the Foundation Establishment cultivator commanded. The rest of the Qi refinement practitioners cupped their hands and replied, "Yes, master." They were all members of the Chow family. "You Great Wei have discovered a good thing. Do you want to monopolize it?" Suddenly, a dozen flashes of light flew over, led by another Foundation Establishment cultivator. "What are you doing here? Could it be?" The Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Chow family turned pale. He naturally guessed that there were spies from the Great Liang among the Great Wei troops, and the information had been relayed to the Great Liang. These troops are utterly useless, not even able to discover the spies hidden among them. After cursing inwardly, the Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Chow family cast a cold glance at the Great Liang cultivators, saying, "This place was discovered by us from the Great Wei. But this is not within your Great Wei territory. Naturally, everyone can compete for it. You are courting death." The two sides immediately erupted into battle. However, during the fight, there were casualties on both sides. The Great Liang Foundation Establishment cultivator led the remaining troops to retreat, as there were still Great Wei troops stationed nearby. The Chow family's Foundation Establishment cultivator did not stop them. He left the troops to guard the site and returned to the Imperial City to report the matter. The Chow family immediately mobilized a large army to garrison the area, and spread the news to all counties, urging the Foundation Establishment families from various counties to send personnel to compete for this mine. The struggle for the Spirit Stone mine had always been fierce. If the Chow family only sent their own clansmen, they would suffer heavy losses. To motivate the other families, the Chow family promised that whoever snatched the Spirit Stone mine from the Great Liang would receive 30% of the Spirit Stones, while the remaining 40% would be shared among the other families. The remaining 30% would naturally belong to the Chow family. As the first discoverer and nominal master of the Great Wei, they had the right to claim 30%, and the other families had no grounds for complaint. On the Great Liang side, they also dispatched a large number of troops and mobilized various clan cultivators. Not long after, the Chow family sent out the message through the Celestial Official Order. The Celestial Official Order is a special artifact. The Chow family had a mother artifact that could uniformly send out messages, but it could not relay information. If messages could be sent over thousands of miles, only high-level communication talismans could accomplish that. Such talismans were usually owned by Golden Core cultivators or bestowed by certain major sects. The Moon Ridge Alliance held an elder meeting to discuss this matter. Elder Su Mingxuan, what does your Su family think about this matter? An elder from another family asked Su Mingxian. In the struggle for the Spirit Stone mine, Qi refinement families generally had no qualifications to participate. Moreover, this time it also involved war with the Great Liang. If the Su family did not take the lead, even if they united, they would still be mere soft persimmons for the other Foundation Establishment families to squeeze. Su Mingxian surveyed the others, smiling faintly. Spirit Stones are indeed good things, and the more the better. However, right now the Moon Ridge Alliance needs stable development and gradual accumulation of strength. You each have worked hard to elevate your foundations and cultivate talents over the years, but do you want to sacrifice them for just a few Spirit Stones? Many families from both the Great Wei and Great Liang will participate. Even if our Moon Ridge Alliance manages to seize some, how much can it be divided among your families? Therefore, my stance is that the Moon Ridge Alliance will not compete. Many elders of the Moon Ridge Alliance whispered among themselves, but they also felt that Su Mingxuan's words made sense. The others competing represented their families, but they were an alliance. Even if they won a portion, it would be shared among all the families. Through the elder meeting's resolution, the number of those unwilling to compete ultimately surpassed those who wanted to. Thus, the Moon Ridge Alliance did not intend to participate. Of course, whether my Su family competes or not will still depend on the final decision of my Grand Elder. Everyone fell silent. The Su family was not inferior to any first-class family now, and naturally had the confidence to compete. In Yuehu County, in Dongxi, Su Chuan gathered the heads of the family and the other Foundation Establishment members to discuss this matter. What are your thoughts on the struggle for the spirit stone mine? Su Dezhao said, I heard that this spirit stone mine is at least a small-sized mine, which generally holds a spirit stone reserve of several 100,000. If it's medium-sized, it would at least reach 2 to 3 million or more. Spirit stones are essential resources for cultivation, and the more the better. I think it's unnecessary. Su Mingshu smiled slightly. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Su Mingshu said, rather than competing with so many families, why not secretly mine it ourselves, eh? Secretly mining. Su Mingyuan raised his brow. Fourth sister, isn't that unrealistic? Actually, I returned this time to bring good news to the family. I didn't expect to run into the matter of the spirit stone mine struggle. In the Qinghai forest, I also discovered a spirit stone mine. After investigating, Uncle Moyue said it was a small-sized mine. Moreover, the location of that mine is within Uncle Moyue's territory, so our Su family can mine it safely. Everyone's eyes lit up, but Su Chuan remained calm, clearly having known this beforehand. Su Mingwei smiled wryly. It seems my father already has a decision in mind. The family is not a one-man show, we must discuss it. So what do you all think now, eh? Su Chuan's lips curled up slightly. Naturally, everyone agreed to mine the spirit stone mine in the Qinghai forest. In recent years, many foundation establishment cultivators had gone to the Qinghai forest for training. A third of that area already counted as the Su family's territory, and with Moyu's protection, at least there would be no casualties. Moreover, Su Mingshu had spent a lot of time there training spirit pets. The one benefiting the most was undoubtedly Su Bai. Now he was already a latest-stage Tier 2 spirit beast, and he had swallowed a spirit pill refined from a latest-stage peak gold-type monster entering closed-door cultivation in the area with the richest spiritual energy in the Yunjin mountain range. The Yunjin mountain range was filled with sharp golden energy, making it the best training ground for gold-type spirit beasts like him. Su Bai followed Moyu's advice, continually suppressing himself to explore his bloodline potential. He was considered the lucky one of the Su family, with another opportunity for Tier 3 awaiting him. Su Ying was now a peak mid-stage Tier 2 spirit beast, frequently battling the local monsters, and he would likely soon break into the latest stage Tier 2. Even if he got injured, there were the pills in Su Mingshu's possession to quickly heal him. Additionally, the black-scaled snake obtained from the Zhao family, which had a trace of dragon bloodline, had also become Su Mingshu's spirit beast. Now it had also reached the early stage of a Tier 2 spirit beast. After consuming the spirit pill, it underwent a transformation, and with some of Moyu's blood, its bloodline, the dragon bloodline, began to awaken. After reaching Tier 2, its body exhibited some characteristics of a dragon, and it was named Su Hei. Like Moyue, it also had a water-type dragon bloodline. It was currently in a rapid growth phase, and once the effects of the spirit pill were fully digested, the chances of reaching mid-stage Tier 2 within 2 to 3 years were very high. Furthermore, the spirit silkworms from earlier had also multiplied significantly. The strongest of the initial batch had all entered Tier 2 under careful cultivation. The Tiger Clan and the Eagle Clan had also increased their membership, all born as... By the way, Father Uncle Moyue said the pills are running low and asked you to send some more over. Alright, you can take them with you next time. Also, he wants to woo the Tree King in the Qinghai forest. The pill temptation seems to have little effect on it, so think of a way. He said the treasures in the territory of the Tree King could surpass the combined treasures of both him and the Fox King. I understand. After discussing who would go to the Qinghai forest to mine the spirit stones, everyone dispersed. Naturally, it was best for foundation establishment cultivators to go there. Qi refinement cultivators were ultimately not very convenient, and if they encountered other foundation establishment cultivators, they couldn't just say they were there for training. This would only raise suspicions. 7 or 8 days later, foundation establishment cultivators from various families gathered near the spirit stone mine at the Great Way border, each side confronting the other, unwilling to yield. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshu, Su Daizhao, Su Dihang, and Su Mingqing arrived at the location indicated by Su Mingshu. There was a Tinshanglong dragon coiled up resting. It was Moyue. With his aura emanating, there were no monsters present within several miles. Elder Taishong, they cupped their hands to Moyue. You all have arrived, so hurry up and start mining. The sooner you finish, the sooner you'll have peace of mind. Understood. Su Mingshu released Su Hei and Su Bai to join the mining team. By the way, this is the medicine father asked me to bring over 12 Hachi pills with upper, middle, and lower grades. Su Mingshu clapped her storage bag, and a porcelain bottle floated to Moyue. 4 of each. That's fine, that way I can get some more treasures from her. Moyue then stared at Su Mingshu and asked, what did your father say about the Tree King's matter? Su Mingshu took out a blue porcelain bottle, which seemed to contain some liquid. Father said we could give this to the Tree King to see. If he shows interest, just say that this is a spirit liquid made from a special secret method combining the vitality of plants and the spiritual essence of living beings, which is extremely rare. Moyue revealed an understanding gaze and grinned. So I need to pay extra, huh? I'm familiar with this trick. Moyue took the blue porcelain bottle and waved his hand, saying, you should hurry down to mine now. You just rushed me out after using me. Uncle Moyu, you're so ruthless. Learn that from your father. If you want to complain, go talk to him. Su Mingshu's lips twitched slightly as she led Su Bai and the others down into the mine. I must say Su Bai was an excellent miner capable of matching the effort of 3 or 4 people combined. With 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 2 Tier 2 monsters, they emptied the small spirit stone mine in just over half a month, obtaining over 600,000 spirit stones. They did not linger and used magic to bury the mine before leaving the Qinghai forest. Moyue also returned. Mirror Lake. Sister White Fox, I brought more elixirs again, nearly exhausting my servant's entire fortune. As soon as the words fell, on the shore beside Mirror Lake, a white figure arrived carrying a fragrant breeze. It was the 3-tailed white fox. Thank you, brother Moyue, the white fox said gently, her voice sweet enough to melt through the bones. I need to exchange for spiritual herbs. The ones I collected before have almost all been refined. The white fox's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. Brother Moyue, you are truly shrewd. In a few decades, the spiritual herbs growing here will surely be exhausted by you. Don't take advantage and act coy. Moyue said, Sister White Fox, you have grown quite a bit these past few years. If classified by human standards, you have already reached the 5th level of Golden Core. When we first met, you were merely at the late stage of the 4th level. I believe that in a few decades your strength could catch up to that of the Tree King. If you fortuitously break through to the late stage of the 3rd level in 100 years, you might be summoned back to the Holy Mountain for use. The 3-tailed white fox smiled brightly, saying, Brother Moyue, your imagination is truly rich. Unless you can bring out a 3rd level elixir from human cultivate, it's not impossible, but you must turn a blind eye. The 3-tailed white fox naturally understood what Moyue was referring to. In this matter I can naturally agree, but we must win over the Tree King. If he reports to the Holy Mountain, both of us will be punished. Well, today I acquired a good item that might sway that stubborn old tree. But don't ask about that. If you want these elixirs, bring the spiritual herbs. The 3-tailed white fox still obediently agreed to the trade. At least these elixirs have been effective for her over the years, otherwise she would merely be close to the peak of the 4th level, unable to rival the 5th level of Golden Core. But it would be difficult in the future. 2nd level elixirs would have diminishing effects on her. After completing the trade with the 3-tailed white fox, Moyue headed towards the Tree King. I have brought you something good. The Tree King's true form was a massive ancient locust tree with a trunk as rough as an old dragon's scales and sturdy roots deeply embedded in the ground extending for unknown kilometers. How many years it has lived, the 3-tailed white fox did not know. She only heard that he has guarded this place for at least 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the 3-tailed white fox and the sky-rending tiger have only been around for 200 years. Dragon King, what brings you here again? I've told you long ago that I'm not interested in the elixirs you possess. Moyue hovered in front of the ancient locust tree, grinning. As fellow guardians, let's not be so cold. I prefer tranquility, the ancient locust tree's deep voice responded. Instantly, countless birds perched in its crown took to the sky. Take a look at this. If you don't like it, I will not disturb you. Suddenly, a green porcelain bottle appeared before Moyue. The stopper opened, and a unique wave of spiritual energy spread out. The Tree King immediately noticed the peculiarity of the liquid within the porcelain bottle and exclaimed, What is this in your hand? Since the Tree King is interested, take a look. A flash of green light flickered on the ancient locust tree's trunk, and its wooden avatar appeared, taking the porcelain bottle and pouring out a drop. The emerald liquid was almost instantly absorbed. The wooden avatar trembled, and a rumble echoed in its sea of consciousness. Its arm unconsciously sprouted a branch, leaves swaying vibrant with life. His dust-colored eyes suddenly burst forth with 2 bright green glimmers. Life essence. It seems to contain a special effect that can enhance the spiritual nature of wood-type spiritual plants. I did not expect that your servant's human family could concoct such a spiritual item. Human family? What are you talking about, Tree King? I can't understand at all. Moyue was startled as he had never mentioned Chuan's family. In the entire Qinghai forest, nothing escapes my eyes. All trees can serve as my eyes. Not long ago, you helped them dig a small spiritual stone vein. Moyue's dark golden pupils suddenly constricted, and the dragon scales all over his body stood on end, each one as straight as tempered steel needles, with the hidden barbs glinting with a cold light. His dragon tail tightened like a coiled steel whip, and the dragon whiskers beneath his chin stiffened against his neck, twitching uncontrollably at the tips. Then the might of the 3rd-level dragon gradually spread out, enveloping the surroundings. What do you want to take action against me? This is my territory. Even 3rd-level peak monsters will find it hard to leave unscathed. Moyue pondered for a moment, withdrew his pressure, and returned to normal, saying, This is my territory. Even 3rd-level peak monsters will find it hard to leave unscathed. Moyue pondered for a moment, withdrew his pressure, and returned to normal, saying lightly, Tree King, you truly hide deeply. Mutual respect. I can sense a hint of this spiritual liquid within your life force, as well, am I right? If you need to maintain such a method, your true situation must be like mine, on the verge of aging. Moyue said, Tree King, since you have shared so much with me, it seems you are quite interested in this spiritual liquid. Although I do not know if the alchemist servant you mentioned is truly yours, it seems you have a good relationship with that human family. You want to bring some people through the Qinghai forest. I can turn a blind eye. I have no interest in slaughtering humans for sustenance. I wish to meet the one who concocted this spiritual liquid and discuss a trade with him. If successful, everything will be easy to talk about. Moyue's gaze flickered uncertainly. If Chuan came, he was not sure he could guarantee his safety. You can inform him whether to come or not is his decision. Alright. After saying that, Mo turned and left. He did not return to Mirror Lake, but directly exited the Qinghai Forest. Cave Stream. Clear Cold Pond. Mo passed through numerous formations, silently returning to this place. Chuan, having a mental connection with him, could naturally— Why are you back? Is there something? Chuan stepped outside smiling as he looked at Mo, you hovering in midair. There is something significant, but fortune and misfortune are hard to determine. Mo said, I gave the Tree King the spiritual liquid, but who would have thought he wouldn't play by the rules, and confronted me directly. He seemed to know everything I did in the Qinghai Forest. He also knows about my close relationship with your family. Chuan was surprised, and then smiled. You must have been terrified at the time. How could that be? Mo retorted. I have weathered countless storms, how could I be frightened by a mere wood demon? Alright, what else is there? He wants to meet you to discuss a trade. If successful, he could become an ally for your Su family. Go to his territory. Yes, that's why I said fortune and misfortune are hard to assess. That old locust tree is very strong. If he takes action against you, I cannot guarantee your life. Go. Chuan's eyes shone with determination. If he can open the back door for us, it would greatly benefit my Su family. Even if he does not agree to let all my Su clan members leave, as long as he does not hinder a few from coming and going, I can ensure the safety of my Su family. One day I will be able to lead my Su family out of this place. Mo stared at Chuan, quietly observing for a while, then sighed. You are different from the humans I have encountered before. They would have chosen to abandon most people, taking only the elite of their clan to start anew. No wonder your Su family members trust and admire you so much. After a pause, it seemed he made a decision. Chuan, rest assured I will back you up. After all, I was once a peak 3rd level dragon. Oh, I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Chuan could guess somewhat that it was likely a desperate measure, but it would probably accelerate his aging. Unknowingly, Mo, you had fully integrated into the Su family, even willing to make sacrifices for them. Thank you. I'm not doing this for your sake. Mo raised his dragon head and said, I am doing this for the sake of our contract. If you die, I will also die. How long will it take you to reach Qinghai Forest at full speed? About half a day. Why? Then we will set off tomorrow at noon. Noon? Mo was taken aback. Forget it, it's up to you. Chuan left some time for himself naturally to ask for an oracle. The next day, as the clock struck midnight, Chuan activated his daily oracle fate talent. Today's oracle is auspicious. You will go to Qinghai Forest to discuss a trade with the ancient Locust Tree King. The ancient Locust Tree King wishes to borrow your life essence to help his descendants awaken and become demons. You will successfully reach a deal. Chuan smirked and shouted, Mo, well, let's go. Within the cold pond, Mo burst forth. A person and a dragon charged out of the Su family's great formation. The dark moon hung high in the sky. Today I shall take a loss and bring you along. Chuan lightly leaped to the center of his dragon. In an instant, countless mists appeared around them, following Mo and concealing his form as they sped towards the Qinghai Forest. Half a day later, in the Qinghai Forest, the Tree King's territory, the ancient Locust Tree King had known of their entrance into the Qinghai Forest, and thus manifested a wooden avatar waiting for Mo and Chuan's arrival. Moments later, Mo arrived before the ancient Locust Tree King. The wooden avatar looked at Chuan, who stood between Mo's dragon horns, examining him closely, and said faintly, Foundation Establishment 9th level. Chuan greets the esteemed Tree King, he said, bowing. No need for too much courtesy, young friend Su. Your courage to come here is truly remarkable. Even now, few of the major golden core cultivators of your humankind dare to come to me. Chuan smiled lightly. I heard that the esteemed elder wanted to meet me to discuss a trade. If we reach an agreement, you will not obstruct my Su clan members from leaving this, just to turn a blind eye at most, allowing a few to leave at once. However, without the protection of golden core strength, even if you leave, reaching the human realm will be fraught with difficulties. Chuan paused for a moment and said, what kind of trade does the elder wish to make? Try to use that special power on my true form. If it satisfies me, we can discuss the trade further. Alright. Chuan leaped off the dragon head and flew to the branches of the ancient locust tree. Mo's dark golden pupils fixed on him, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Chuan placed his hand against the main trunk, silently sensing the life force contained within the ancient Locust Tree King. If his life force were a small stream, then the ancient Locust Tree King's would be a vast. It was almost dozens of times more than what he had encountered with the ancient Willow Demon. However, Chuan still sensed a trace of withering power. Everything has a lifespan. Even though the awakened wood demons outlive dragon and tortoise, they too have their limits. Withering and flourishing, reversing life force. Chuan exerted all his strength to reverse this withering force. While not very obvious, he indeed managed to slow the dissipation of its essence. After a moment, the Tree King's avatar said, "Stop, young friend Su." In such a short time, Chuan was already drenched in sweat. "You must have seen my condition." Chuan nodded. No living being embarking on the path of cultivation can escape the limits of their essence. For instance, a stubborn stone may exist for 1,000 or 10,000 years without awakening, but once it becomes a demon, it may live longer than most demonic beasts, yet it will still have an end to its life. The same goes for you, esteemed elder. Exactly. Since I awakened, over 10,000 years have passed, and now I have at most a few hundred years left unless I can advance further and become a shape-shifting great demon. However, my wood demon lineage is inherently slow in cultivation. Unless I encounter great fortune, I have no hope of becoming a shape-shifting great demon. Chuan said, Elder is not asking me to help you break through to become a shape-shifting great demon. Please state clearly what kind of trade you wish to make. Your humankind values inheritance, and demonic beasts cultivate deeply, also reproducing their kin. My wood demon lineage is no exception. I would like to ask you to help my descendants awaken and become demons. Those at the foundation establishment stage can comprehend the power of withering and flourishing, and once they reach the golden core stage, they will surely achieve great results. The spiritual liquid you entrusted Brother Mo to bring contains spiritual essence. This essence aids wood-type beings to enhance their own spirituality. Once the spiritual essence accumulates to a certain level, awakening becomes possible. This spiritual liquid is difficult to condense, and I cannot remain here for negotiation. Time is up. You can transplant it. I will leave a wisp of divine sense sleeping within it. If anything happens, I will be able to sense it. Additionally, since you mentioned the difficulty in condensing the spiritual liquid, you can come to my place to gather the life essence from 100 herbs, which will also aid your cultivation. Some can be used for alchemy, accelerating your own strength progression. Thank you, esteemed elder. And regarding my Sioux clan members leaving, a maximum of 7 people at a time. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators are of little use. At least 6 or 7 latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators must work together to have a chance of reaching the human realm. After all, this journey spans hundreds of thousands of miles, and will pass through at least 6 or 7 areas inhabited by third-level demonic beasts. That indeed sounds extremely dangerous. Chuan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment he asked, how long until the next blood feast? Why do those golden core cultivators, knowing this place is a prison, not find a way to break free? It seems you know quite a bit. The wooden avatar of the ancient locust tree sighed slightly. It's fine to tell you. It's hard to say specifically, but it is likely to erupt when a large number of demon cultivators and cultivators enter. In the midst of a great calamity, the intertwining of chi will produce those with fortune. If these human beings are devoured, it can allow the demonic lineage to grow rapidly, and even assist those trapped by the shackles of bloodlines. 500 years ago, some people departed from here. How many times has this happened? Chuan's face grew grave. It began over 3,000 years ago. As to who proposed that plan, this old one is of too low a rank to have been involved. The arboreal avatar of the ancient locust tree replied, perhaps it was some shape-shifting great demon, perhaps one of your human cultivators, or a demonic practitioner, or the result of a pact among the 3 parties. Otherwise, this place would never have become the battleground of those 3 powers. One repeated tragedy after another, an inescapable cycle. Chuan slowly closed his eyes, sorrow filling his heart. He cupped his hands toward the wooden avatar. Thank you, Elder, for revealing the truth. Do you not feel despair? Despair, an abyssal, bottomless despair. But I believe that even in the great Tao of 50 there must be a sliver of hope. Elder, you are the lifeline of my Sioux family. As for this cycle, Chuan looked up at the canopy. I also believe that one day someone will lift a sword and sever this recurrence so that the tragedies need not continue. You are different from ordinary men. I sense that you might bear some great fortune, the tree person avatar said. Chuan bowed his head. Elder's praise humbles me. Regarding the transplantation, I have one worry. The land where my Sioux family dwells is thin in spiritual energy. Perhaps it cannot supply sufficient chi and nourishment. The avatar smiled. Take whatever advantage you can. He produced an ink-colored potted plant. Within the bronze basin lay a soil of pale ochre that hummed with spiritual energy, and in that soil a young locust sapling had been planted. I have prepared it. Carry it with you. Every so often drip a little spiritual liquid upon it, until it is fully awakened and transformed. Then return it to me. Elder, this soil. It was exchanged from some demon clan. It is called Xianhuang spirit soil, a strand of innate Xianhuang chi condensed into earth. It accelerates the growth of spirit plants. Even if it becomes a second rank wood demon, it will still be of considerable use. Chuan, slightly disappointed, accepted the ink pot and glanced about the place. Elder, do you have any other instructions? None for now. May I cultivate in this blessed ground for a time? Do as you please. The wood-type spiritual energy here was abundant, enough to markedly hasten one's cultivation. Chuan chose a slab of green rock, sat cross-legged, and meditated. The ink-colored pot sat beside him. You kept a spiritual line of communication open with Chuan, telling him to call, if needed, then return to Jinghu. The objectives of this journey had all been fulfilled. With the Fox King and the Tree King won over, and with Jiao King Mou on their side, the Sioux family's foundation establishment cultivators need not fear assaults from third-rank beast demons. As for further protection, he could not compel the Fox King or Tree King to shelter others. Meanwhile, at the Dowei border, the dispute over a spirit stone vein grew ever more fierce. Dozens to hundreds of late chi refining practitioners had perished. Foundation establishment ranks had lost 7 or 8 each. News reached Dajin as well. Many Dajin cultivators grew restless. At that moment, the Shui family's old ancestor broke through to Golden Core, and upon hearing the commotion headed for the Dawei border. Seeing so many dead cultivators from Dawei and Daliang decided to settle the ownership of the medium spirit stone vein by contest. Indeed, it was confirmed to be a medium-sized vein. Golden Core cultivators watched from the shadows. By their station, they could not openly intervene, yet each secretly desired to monopolize the vein. Dawei and Daliang agreed upon 3 matches: Qi refining 9th tier foundation establishment early stage and foundation establishment mid stage. Each match would see 5 contenders from each side defend a platform. The last standing would be the victor. The first Qi refining bout went to Dawei. The second foundation early Daliang won decisively. During the third halfway through the sky within a 10 li radius abruptly turned blood red, stirring fear and suspicion. Why has the sky suddenly reddened? Blood Qi. Be careful, blood magic practitioners have intruded. A late foundation elder warned them. Alarm rippled through the crowd. Impossible. Such a vast aura of blood Qi could not come from a foundation cultivator. As the words fell, the air filled with eerie, terrible laughter. Ha ha ha. Your old ancestor has just reached Golden Core and discovered a medium spirit stone vein. That vein belongs to me. At the words broken through to Golden Core, every cultivator present grew pale. Someone reached Golden Core. From Dajin, and a demonic cultivator at that. On the platform as blood Qi roiled, a ferocious whirlwind sprang up, swirling with crimson air. Shattered stones flew in all directions. Cultivators from Daliang and Dawei felt as if their chests were struck by hammers, their bodies faltered, and were swept off the platform. In the center, the blood Qi congealed into a figure, a young man in appearance. His hair resembled congealed blood flowing to his waist. Each strand shimmered with a glassy, uncanny red. Even without wind, droplets seemed to coil and fall through his hair, turning into curling blood mists when they touched the earth. His face was powdered yet suffused with a glossy blood hue, as if carved from blood jade. His brows slanted into his temples, the corners of his eyes bore a natural flush. His gaze was like blood-glass blood veins tracing within the pupils. He wore a dark patterned blood brocade whose hems were embroidered with winding blood lotuses. He swept his eyes over the crowd and snorted coldly. Immediately, countless waves of red Qi burst from his body, surging like 1,000 horses, like a fire dragon unbound. None dared meet his gaze, each bowed and intoned, "Hail, Senior." This spirit stone vein, ancestor claims it. Any objections? His voice was like a bell, and yet carried the cruel clarity of youth cutting through the gale, and at his words Golden Core pressure wrapped the air, and the sinister een of the blood path flooded outward. Those below felt their shoulders sag under an immense weight, as if a 1,000-pound stone pressed them down. Weaker cultivators stumbled and fell to their knees, faces ashen. Even the foundation establishment practitioners clenched their fists until veins bulged their throats tight. With swallowed words, only terror and reluctant defiance showed in their eyes. Then all at once the oppressive pressure eased. Figures appeared in the sky as if arriving at some appointed hour. To the east stood the Chao family's Golden Core ancestor, to the south the Daliang Emperor, and the Lu family's Golden Core ancestor beside, whom hovered a bank of cloud concealing a shadow. "Ancestor, your majesty." People from Dawei and Daliang bowed toward them as though beholding saviors. The blood-rogue youth laughed coldly. So all who hid in the dark now stepped forward. "Do you new Golden Core think yourselves invincible?" Lu family's ancestor snorted in displeasure. "Do you intend to kill me?" The young man laughed. "With blood escape, if I wish to leave, none of you can stop me." He then shouted across the sky, "Brother Sima, will you simply watch the people of Dajin be bullied?" From the western sky a shadow leapt forth, the Sima family's ancestor from Dajin. In an instant, Golden Core figures from Dawei, Daliang, and Daijin. The blood-robed youth swept his gaze over those arrivals, and smiled with malice. "Now that those who should come have come, why hand this vein to others? How about we 5 families simply split it among ourselves?" Many aristocratic houses changed color. They had poured much into this contest. Was it all to be for naught? The Chao and Lu ancestors exchanged a look. If they joined hands, and with the Zhao family's third-rank beasts suppressed the Sima and Shui Golden Core cultivators, it might be feasible. The blood-robed youth's lips curled. What Chao Daoist and Lu Daoist would you join hands against us over a few spirit stones? Would you make enemies of us for such triviality? If we tear our faces now, it will hurt all our houses. As for the lesser clans, can they truly resist us? In the end, the medium spirit stone vein was divided among the Chao, Lu, Zhao, Sima, and Shui families. The other foundation clans fared bitterly. The Shui family's ancestor extended his life by a century. News of his Golden Core formation spread throughout Dawei, Daliang, and Dajin. In terms of Golden Core strength, Dajin leaped to the top, followed by Daliang, with Dawei trailing. Upon hearing the news, the Su family's main Dongxi vein and the Guangling branch grew solemn. The reason was simple: the Shui family bore a certain grudge against the Su family. Though the enmity lay between elders, the methods of a demonic cultivator, now a Golden Core patriarch, could very well cause trouble. The Su family inherited Su Chuan's temperament, cautious in deed and thought. Even the smallest sign required forethought. In Dongxi, Su Chuan spoke Mingshu, "Go to Qinghai Forest and find Mo Yue, the Grand Elder. Tell him to inform Father Situations are changing swiftly. I ask him to return and oversee matters. Understood, second brother. Su Mingshu mounted the Purple Thunder Azure Fire Hawk and departed at once. Though Su Ying was a peak second-rank mid-stage beast with both lightning and fire attributes, his strength was in no way weaker than a late second-rank beast, and there was also the genuine late second-rank Su Bai. Mingshu herself was mid-foundation and commanded tens of thousands of red-spotted spirit insects, and over 2,000 iron-devouring flying ants, enough to rival a 7th-layer foundation cultivator. In just 2 days she reached Qinghai Forest and blew a dragon whistle, a call reserved for contacting MOU. Qinghai Forest was vast and filled with beasts. Without the signal, the Su family would be hard-pressed to find him safely. At Jinghu, MOU opened his eyes. The Su family seeks me. Without hesitation, he burst from the lake riding cloud and mist toward the distance. Having secured the 3-tailed white fox and brokered terms with the ancient locust tree king, he could now roam Qinghai Forest freely. Had it not been for the fox's aid, he would not have dared trespass the tree king's domain. Soon his spiritual sense found Su Mingshu. Mingshu girl, what brings you? Off to the Yunjin Mountains to shepherd your household fool of a cat to cultivate. He teased as he located her. Uncle Mo, the family may be in danger. Someone in Dajin has advanced to Golden Core, the Shui family who once bore a grudge against my house. Bloodpath cultivators. Mo thought a moment. I recall something. Perhaps it stems from when they rescued a Zhao family cultivator. Now there is a Chao, a Sima, and another Shui. Does the Su family wish all the world to be its enemy? Mo muttered. Uncle Mo, stop your scolding. Hurry and inform my father. Second brother fears trouble from Dajin. Oh, we need father to return and take command. Mischievous child, impudent. Mo bared his teeth, and then opened a spiritual link to Su Chuan. Su Chuan awakened from cultivation. Hearing Mo's report, his brow tightened. Bring Mingshu to fetch me, and you come with me back to the Su estate. Having made the contact, Su Chuan cradled the ink pot, and approached the ancient locust tree king. He bowed low. Tree king elder. What matter? Came a sonorous voice, and a flash of green light revealed the tree's avatar. There is trouble within my clan. I intend to return. What trouble? It involves Golden Core level forces. I must go settle matters at my lineage. The avatar looked at Su Chuan, glanced then at the sapling in the pot, and sighed. This old one will not meddle in human contests. Yet our bargain is freshly struck. I will not watch you walk into peril. As he spoke, the ancient locust burst into verdant radiance. Moments later, a branch flew towards Su Chuan. This branch contains the force of my full strike. It can at least wound a mid-golden core cultivator. After its blow, it will dissipate. Use it well. This is all the aid I can offer. Thank you, elder. Su Chuan was elated. The branch's power implied the Tree King's true strength rivaled the pinnacle of third-rank beings. Territorial rank and combat might were distinct. Humans often relied on external aids to slay stronger foes. Such treasures, however, were exceedingly rare. Before long, MOU arrived. Su Chuan departed with him and returned to Dongxi. Su Chuan summoned Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and the other core foundation families of the Su clan. Father, I did not intend to disturb your cultivation. But Dajin has produced another golden core, and it is from the Shui family, who harbor past enmity with us. Under the methods of demonic cultivators, and given Dawei's present weakness, they may no longer hold back. It is quite possible they will come to Dawei to trouble our Su family. Su Mingyuan's face grew grave. The Sima family once held back for lack of proof, and feared the Chao family of Dawei, so they dared not act openly. The Shui family is similar. If they unite and pressure, the Chao household may turn a blind eye, perhaps even welcome the situation. Su Chuan studied Su Mingyuan and smiled faintly. Mingyuan, you have thought this through. What is your plan? I believe we must prepare in advance. If Sima or Shui send people, we strike and kill. And if Golden Core arrive, if we can slay them, so much the better. If we cannot, we must at least render a shock that deters all. Su Mingyuan said our Su family is no longer what it was decades ago. I believe our foundation's prestige and connections are sufficient to bear a Golden Core house. We should seize this chance to propel the Su family to the very summit of the aristocratic clans. Su Chuan listened to these words with an unreadable expression. He glanced at the others and asked lightly, what do you all think? Father, I agree with second brother's idea. Su Mingwei said, if no one disturbs us, the Su family can continue to keep a low profile as always. But if someone dares to reach out their claws, then they shall be chopped off. Su Mingxian said lightly, although I have not fully comprehended the third-tier formation, I can handle the top-tier second-tier confinement formation without issue. Even a golden core would need to expend some effort to break through. Father, as long as the Sima family and the Blood family do not send golden core cultivators, they can leave it to us. Ying is comparable to a late foundation establishment cultivator, and Xiao Bai can contend with a fully established foundation cultivator. Plus, there's elder brothers Bao and Arrow, and second brothers top-tier talismans. If worst comes to worst, we can also call for Xiaoyao. Even if there are 4 or 5 late foundation establishment cultivators, and 7 or 8 mid-foundation establishment ones, we can still take them down. Su Dizio said, Aunt Elder Xiaoyao is stationed at the Guangling branch. Isn't it inappropriate to call him here? The demonic path has always been selfish. If our Su family truly attracts a golden core to come, they will definitely be interested in the peak second-tier flood dragon. Su Mingyuan said. Seeing them discussing, Su Chuan suddenly felt like he could let go. Then we shall proceed as you all suggest. He smiled faintly. Cultivators below the golden core will be left to you. If a golden core comes, then let them become the stepping stone for our Su family. Su Mingxian set up another protective clan formation and refined top-tier second-tier formation flags. The others continued their cultivation. 3 months later, the blood family of Dejin hosted a golden core ceremony and sent out invitations. The Su family also received one. However, Su Chuan had no intention of attending. In the past, if they received such an invitation, even if there was danger, they would have to force themselves to go. Not attending would give the golden core families an opportunity to take action against them. A month later, families that received the invitations began to head over. The Zhao family did not wish to attend initially, but since the blood family had come last time, they felt they had to send someone this time. Elder Blood Wuxiu originally intended to embarrass the Su family, even bringing along some Qi refinement disciples to find a pretext to kill. But who would have thought that the Su family did not show up? This truly infuriated him, turning his face pale. Brother Wuxiu, today is the glorious time for your blood family. Who has made you this angry? The person who arrived was the head of the Sima family, a 7th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Brother Sima, Blood Wuxiu clasped his fists and said, "It is naturally because someone is disregarding my blood family, sending them invitations, and yet daring." Oh, the head of the Sima family was quite surprised. Which family has the audacity to be this bold? But I see that the Chao family, Lu family, and Zhao family have all sent people. It is the Su family. Blood Wuxiu fixed his gaze on the head of the Sima family. The Su family from Dawei? The head of the Sima family narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. They indeed have a lot of courage. According to the information I have received, the Su family has repeatedly made the Chao family suffer in Dawei, forming alliances and gathering a group of ants to establish some sort of coalition. This has made the Chao family hesitant and unwilling to act rashly. Is there really such a thing? Blood Wuxiu showed a look of surprise. Then the Chao family is indeed declining. If this were in our Dejin, anyone who dared to provoke us would be directly exterminated. Families sprout like bamboo shoots. Even if one is exterminated, they will sprout up again in the spring. Therefore, the turmoil in our Dejin has never ceased. This is probably also the reason why Dawei and Deliang resist the entry of our demonic cultivators. Once discovered, they will call for slaughter. Blood Wuxiu fell silent. After a while, he thought of something and said, "Brother Sima, I remember that your Sima family seems to have some grievances with the Su family, right? Indeed, there are matters I wish to clarify. My son Sima Xiangyin and his entire team perished in the Wuhua secret realm. The Su family and the Chao family had encountered my son and his team. They are the most suspect. But there is no evidence. After all, they had none of our Sima family's secret techniques inscribed on them, nor any magical artifacts refined by our Sima. Otherwise, our Sima family's ancestor would have slaughtered them on the spot. Later, I sent people to quietly infiltrate Dawei to explore the Su family secrets, but unfortunately, they all went silent. In the end, I could only let it go unresolved. One can only say that the people of the Su family are meticulous and not to be underestimated," Blood Wuxiu said. "Brother Sima, I dare to bet that when your Sima family perished in the secret realm, it was likely the work of the Su family. Do you have evidence?" "Evidence? Do we demonic cultivators need evidence to act?" Blood Wuxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. "Just capture one of them from back then and search their soul." The head of the Sima family fell silent, thinking deeply. Back then, the Sima family feared the Weiss Chao family, which is why we did not dare to send many people into Dawei to trouble the Su family. But now our Dejin is the strongest in terms of golden core power. Dawei only has one golden core to support them. If our two families openly go to the Su family together and also notify the Chao family in advance, do you think the Chao family will turn a blind eye, letting us suppress the Su family? The head of the Sima family pondered. The Su family is not weak. They are not inferior to a first-rate family. But their foundation is still shallow, aren't they? They are all at the first layer of foundation establishment with only 2 or 3 at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Only the peak second-tier flood dragon can make people wary. We can each send a fully established foundation cultivator to restrain that flood dragon. Then we can dispatch 4 late foundation establishment cultivators and 8 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. If the Su family is unwilling to cooperate with the soul search, then we will take action directly. Even if the Su family has a second-tier top-tier formation, it won't hold for long. Brother Sima, I have heard that the Su family has abundant cultivation resources surpassing even a first-rate family's accumulation. The head of the Sima family thought for a moment and felt that Blood Wuxiu's plan was feasible. As long as the Chao family tacitly allows it and does not intervene, if both of their families act together with a strength surpassing that of a first-rate family, even if they cannot annihilate the Su family, they will definitely gain something. In Dawei's territory, they also need sufficient reasons to act. And they happen to have such reasons. Alright, I will return and discuss this with the elders of my clan. After all, mobilizing forces is not a small matter. It is not something I can decide alone. The head of the Sima family said. Of course, Blood Wuxiu nodded and smiled. Then I will await good news from Brother Sima. Blood Wuxiu was the younger brother of the Grand Elder, holding immense power. As long as he persuades his elder brother, it would not be a problem for the Blood family to mobilize these people. As for the Golden Core ancestor of the Blood family, he hadn't even appeared at the Blood family's Golden Core ceremony, indicating his indifferent nature. Blood Wuxiu's plan had a very high success rate. If it were to deal with any first-rate family in Dawei, it would be successful. Therefore 5 or 6 days later, the Sima family and the Blood family arranged to discuss the details of this matter. As for the attack, it would be against the Su family's main branch in Dongxi. After all, those from the Su family who entered the Wuhua secret realm were mostly in Dongxi, and the Blood family's invitation was sent to Su Chuan. If they wanted to hold the Su family accountable, they had to find Su Chuan. Thus, they chose Dongxi. Half a month later, the Chao family received a letter from the Blood family. Grand Elder, this is a letter from the Blood family of Dejin, asking you to personally open it. The Blood family said they would wait for your reply in the Imperial City. Chao Dezhang glanced at it, opened it, and his pupils immediately shrank. Then his brows lifted, and he sneered. Is the Su family's luck about to run out? The Sima family and the Blood family actually want to join forces to hold them accountable. What they said makes sense. The Su family is not that I, the Chao family, am not taking action, but who told you to be so bold as to offend 3 Golden Core forces? Chao Dezhang immediately wrote a letter and handed it to the guard, saying, give this to the Blood family's people. Yes, Grand Elder. The people from the Blood family took the letter back. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, Blood Wuxiu laughed heartily. Go, and invite the head of the Sima family here. Half an hour later, the head of the Sima family arrived. Brother Sima, look, this is the reply from the Grand Elder of the Chao family. The head of the Sima family took it and glanced over, only to see it written, since there are grievances you may come to resolve them. However, if you act against the other families, my Chao family will surely pursue you to the ends of the earth. The Chao family is still shrewd as ever. Regardless of whether we succeed or not with that last sentence, the Chao family can completely distance themselves from this, untainted by the consequences. Blood Wuxiu laughed and said, so Brother Sima, when shall we act? In 7 days, on September 26th, we shall set out for Dawei together. Good. How refreshing. Blood Wuxiu laughed heartily. Then let it be September 26th. On the other side in Dongxi at the Bihan Pond, Su Chuan concentrated a drop of life essence and dropped it onto the seedling of the locust tree in the black pot. The green hue shifted and was rapidly absorbed. Then the seedling shook a few tender leaves, looking quite content. The spirit is not weak, but it is still far from awakening intelligence. Su Chuan sighed lightly. It seems this trade is not easy. After finishing today's work, Su Chuan collected a wisp of vitality from all the spiritual plants in the Bihan Pond to replenish himself. Then he quietly practiced until midnight. Another plain hexagram. Could it be that the Blood family does not intend to come? Logically speaking, if they join forces with the Sima family, they should feel confident of victory, and they could also plunder our Su family. Hurry up and come. I am waiting until the flowers are about to wither. We must not disappoint the fighting spirit of our Su family's disciples this time. After this concludes, Su Chuan plans to officially hand over the power of the Su family. He will devote himself to cultivation until he reaches the peak of foundation establishment, and thereafter head to the southern sky domain. The Grand Elder chose, and he had already made up his mind. In earlier years, he considered letting the eldest take over, but ultimately the second Su Mingyuan was more suitable. As for Su Mingwei, he planned to secretly establish a protectorate, making him the leader. Those who entered the protectorate apart from the leader would also not be known by the Grand Elder and the family head. Their duty is to protect the seedlings within the clan, to maintain peace within the clan, and to safeguard the lineage of the Su family. The rest need not change. Su Chuan's plans are also to prepare for the future. The road for the Su family is still long. He does not know if it will remain as harmonious as it is now, or if power struggles and factional disputes will arise. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Su Chuan continued his cultivation. On the 7th day, they are coming. They are coming. Looking at the hexagram intelligence content, Su Chuan remained calm and composed. 2 fully established foundation cultivators, 4 late foundation establishment cultivators, 8 mid-foundation establishment cultivators, and 60 chi refinement cultivators at the 8th and 9th layers. Indeed, they present a posture of certain victory. Mingwei. Su Chuan sent a message to Su Mingwei. Go to Guangling and have Xiaoyao Mingxuan Elder Qingfang and all Su family members at the late chi refinement stage or above return to Dongxi. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei knew the enemy was coming. Moreover, judging from the mobilization, it would be a tough battle. Yes, father. Su Mingwei wasted no time and immediately set off for Guangling. Su Chuan also notified Su Mingyuan, Su Detzio, and Su Chonghui, asking them to be prepared. Before noon, the sundial's shadow moved, and the mountain winds around Dongxi suddenly quieted. A group of people arrived from the distant sky, coming to the outer circle of the Dongxi Grand Formation. They all wore black robes, or blood robes. They did not rush to attack, but instead sent a young man in a black robe who shouted, "Let your Su family's Grand Elder and Foundation Establishment elders come out. We, the Sima family and Blood family of Dejin, have come to visit. People from Dejin, what business do you have in our Dawei?" As soon as the black-robed young man finished speaking, Su Chuan's voice echoed. Then beams of light arrived at the front of the grand formation, confronting the cultivators of the Sima family and Blood family. Since they came respectfully first, the Su family did not hasten to act. The Su family's lineup was indeed not weak, with Su Chuan and the 9 visible foundation establishment cultivators, along with Su Chonghui and others who were fully established in Qi refinement. Behind them were the elite descendants of the Su family, including the Su descendants of the Da and Chong lines, as well as the Zhou family and other affiliated family members, scattered cultivators, and the celestial seedlings recruited from Yuehu County. All of them were at least above late Qi refinement, numbering 50 to 60 individuals. Additionally, there were more than 50 masters. Blood Wuxiu glanced over, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What use is there in having a few more masters? A mid-foundation establishment cultivator can easily block 2 or 3 early foundation establishment ones, and a late foundation establishment can handle 2 or 3 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. The extra foundation establishment cultivators are merely for slaughter against these warriors. Ardaway does not welcome demonic cultivators. Personal grudges have nothing to do with the righteous and demonic stances. Yurdaway royal family, the Chao family, also allows us to come to resolve personal grievances. The head of the Sima family said, "Once this matter is resolved, we will not stay a moment longer in Dawei. Using your hands to take action against my Su family seems like something the Chao family would decide, but personal grievances." Su Chuan smiled faintly. "The scale of your preparations is not simply for personal grievances, is it?" The head of the Sima family said, "After all, this is Dawei's territory. We naturally have to be careful, and having more people just makes us feel more secure." With that said, he asked again, "Let me ask you, did my son Sima Xiangyan die at the hands of your Su family members in the Wuhua secret realm?" In the secret realm, everyone fights for their lives. Once out of the secret realm, all grievances are dissolved. Why does your Sima family bring up old matters now? What do you intend to do? Just answer yes or no. If you do not respond once we breach your Su family's grand formation, I will capture one of you and conduct a soul search. Su Chuan's eyes were icy as he looked at him, then turned to Blood Wuxiu. "Elder Blood, why has your Blood family come as well? I, a prestigious Golden Core family, sent you an invitation and you ignored it. Is it because you look down on my Blood family? Just because someone invites me does not mean I must go. What kind of reasoning is that? My Su family is not a vassal of your Blood family. Even if the master of Dawei, the Chao family, invites me, I Su also have the right to refuse. I have heard that Su Chuan is eloquent and persuasive, and it turns out to be true." Blood Wuxiu said coldly, "On the orders of our family ancestor, we bring you Su Chuan to our Blood family to apologize." The head of the Sima family also did not back down, saying, "On the orders of our family ancestor, we bring the members of your Su family who participated in the Wuhua secret realm to our Sima family for questioning. If there is any resistance, seize them directly." The two spoke in unison. Su Chuan merely said lightly, "Those who offend the Su family. Kill. Kill. Kill." A furious roar tore through the air like rending silk, immediately answered by 1,000 echoing cries. Above Dongxi Valley, the clamor of battle thundered heavenward, shaking the very winds and turning the skies turbulent. Rain of arrows, release. Su Mingwei launched the first assault, condensing hundreds, then thousands, of golden arrows. Like swarming bees bursting from their hive, or meteoric starfall crashing to earth, they descended in unison, with piercing shrieks of cleaving wind converging upon the cultivators of the Sima and Shui clans. Each golden arrow carried the fierce essence of metal qi, potent and lethal. Yet his spiritual energy drained at an alarming rate. In the next breath, however, Su Mingwei swallowed a top-grade spirit-condensing pill, swiftly replenishing his reserves. A Sima clan foundation establishment perfected cultivator's expression darkened as he commanded, "Qi refinement level disciples disperse. Target the Su clan's Qi refinement cultivators." When foundation establishment cultivators clashed, even the residual shockwaves could wound lower-tier cultivators who drew too near. The Shui clan reacted likewise. Their foundation establishment perfected representative was Shui Wuxiu's elder brother, the Shui clan's grand elder. Though the Shui clan had only recently ascended to Golden Core status, their foundation paled beside the Sima clans. Indeed, the grand elder stood alone among their foundation establishment perfected ranks. "Kill." Su Duan, his face masked in black, charged forward first, wielding a peerless deer magical weapon, a long blade, toward the Qi refinement cultivators of both the Sima and Shui clans. As a dozen spells surged toward him, a shield materialized in his left hand, swelling instantly with the gale. Unflinching, he met the onslaught heat, not retreating. Thereafter, the Su clan cultivators retaliated with their own spells, but these were deflected by spiritual energy shields or defensive artifacts. Once the enemy's barrage waned, Su Duan leapt skyward and unleashed a breathtaking slash. A peerless deer weapon. "I'll take it." From the Sima clan ranks burst forth a middle-aged Qi refinement perfected cultivator, gripping his own peerless deer weapon, and swung his blade with equal ferocity. Two blades collided midair. Boom. Shockwaves rippled outward, hurling nearby figures into the air. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Su Duan and the Sima cultivator exchanged 7 or 8 furious blows, sparks erupting ceaselessly around them, blazing like scattered stars. No one dared approach too closely. Elsewhere the same held true. None foolish enough to wield a superior tier artifact against a Su clan disciple armed with a pure. Though multiple attackers might stand a chance, they were swiftly scattered. Still, the Su clan's combined force, Chi refinement cultivators and master martial artists, outnumbered both the Sima and Shui clans significantly. Within moments, the Chi refinement battlefield settled into either unknown duels or coordinated assaults where Su clan martial artists and cultivators jointly overwhelmed single opponents. Meanwhile, the Sima clan patriarch scanned the Chi refinement front and ordered 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators, U2, eliminate the Su clan's Chi refinement cultivators first. Yes, patriarch. They had barely soared 10 meters when Su Deheng and Su Dua blocked their path. Dare you? A mere foundation establishment first layer. Without reply, the 2 unleashed supreme tier artifacts. Su Deheng drew forth a supreme tier metal element longsword, while Su Dua summoned the Tyene moon disc hovering serenely above her palm. Crash! Crash! The artifacts collided. Shocking all present, both parties were hurled backward by the sheer concussive force. You're not merely foundation establishment first layer. With supreme tier artifacts in hand, direct confrontation should have granted mid-foundation establishment cultivators overwhelming advantage. Su Deheng and Su Dua offered no answer, only intensified their assault, weaving intricate patterns of attack and defense. The 2 Sima cultivators, one at 5th layer initial, the other at 5th layer peak, found themselves utterly unable to gain any ground. As the Sima and Shui Foundation establishment cultivators stared in astonishment, Su Deshao, Su Mingqing, Zhou Qingfang, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingxuan, Su Chonghui, and Su Dri all stepped forward to engage. Su Chonghui and Su Dri jointly targeted one opponent. The remaining 5 each confronted one of the others. Observing this, the Sima patriarch noted several cultivators among the Su clan's combatants who outwardly manifested only Chi refinement perfected cultivation. Yet they hovered effortlessly midair, wielding supreme tier artifacts with consummate mastery, clearly far beyond Chi refinement. The Su clan harbors foundation establishment cultivators after all. Their true cultivation levels, in the heat of battle, full exertion inevitably revealed what concealment arrays could not fully mask. 2 at 3rd layer, others all at 4th layer. The Sima patriarch's face hardened with grave concern. The Su clan truly excels at concealment. Then surely the rest have also hidden their cultivation. Why not cast off restraint and fight openly? With 2 foundation establishment perfected and 4 late foundation establishment cultivators still in reserve, the Sima patriarch and Shui Wuxiu remained confident. At that moment, 6 azure black formation flags shot forth from Su Mingxian's sleeve, deploying precisely to the east, west, north, south, zenith, and nadir. The moment the flags struck ground, their banners snapped violently. Vast torrents of spiritual energy surging from within like pillars of flame erupting skyward. Seal. Su Mingxian's jade-like fingers danced, tracing complex madras. With each seal completed, a beam of luminous chi shot from her fingertip to its corresponding. All 6 flags blazed with intensified radiance. Arcane formation runes writhed across their surfaces like living things. 6 beams of light wove together in midair, rapidly converging inward, forming an ever-tightening net. In less than a breath, translucent azure walls sealed the battlefield on all sides, glowing faintly with shifting talismanic glyphs, ensnaring every cultivator, Sima Shui, and even the Su clan alike. The Shui Grand Elder, the Sima Foundation Establishment Perfected Cultivator, the Sima Patriarch, and Shui Wuxiu, all late Foundation Establishment, paled slightly upon witnessing the formation rise. Though unaware of its nature, confinement within such a formation boded ill, prompting immediate attempts to break free. But Ren Xiaoyao abruptly unleashed 5 supreme-tier artifacts from his 5-spirit casket, each striking one of the 5 would-be escapees, while the 6th intercepted an arrow loosed by Su Mingwei. Having cultivated the 9-flame art to its 6th flame, Ren Xiaoyao could split his consciousness to command each artifact at full power. Yet deploying all 5 simultaneously marked his absolute limit. Thus his aura could no longer be concealed. Late Foundation Establishment. His cultivation level was instantly discerned by the Sima Patriarch and his allies. Meanwhile, Su Mingwei, though only 4th layer, wielded a supreme-tier bow set so masterfully that his output rivaled that of 7th or 8th layer cultivators wielding peerless tier artifacts. That brief 1 or 2 second delay proved decisive. The formation sealed completely. We hadn't noticed before. 2 full sets of supreme-tier artifacts. Avarice flickered in the eyes of the Sima Foundation Establishment Perfected Cultivator and the Shui Grand Elder. A supreme-tier artifact set rivaled a talismanic treasure in power, and unlike talismanic treasures, bore no usage restrictions, making it even more valuable. Even Golden Core clans rarely possessed such sets, for no forging master capable of crafting them currently existed in Dewei de Liang or Dejin. Perhaps such masters had arisen in antiquity, but if so, they produced only a handful of sets now jealously guarded by the Chao Sima and Lu clans. The Su clan's depth is unimaginable. Were it not for our clan's Golden Core ancestor, even we, the Shui clan, might fall short of your stature. The Shui Grand Elder cackled. A mid-foundation establishment youth wielding a supreme tier set cannot possibly contend with my foundation establishment perfected strength. Who said you'd face me? Su Mingwei replied coolly, then turned to Su Mingshu beside him, fourth sister. This one's yours. Rest easy, brother. I can hold one off. Su Mingshu grinned. Bai Xiaoying Xiao Hei Zhu Zhu. Before her words faded, she tapped her spirit beast pouch, and a snow-white figure shot forth. A level 2 latest-stage white tiger, its fur thick and luminous, bore a golden-tinged king character upon its brow. Its roar shattered cloud layers overhead, with a single forepaw strike golden rays, razor-sharp and devastating, lands toward the Sima Foundation establishment perfected cultivator. Sensing genuine threat, the Sima cultivator dared not underestimate the beast. He flicked his sleeve, summoning a supreme tier shield that intercepted the golden rays. Immediately thereafter, a sharp shriek pierced the air. A level 2 mid-stage peak purple thunder azure fire eagle plummeted from above, its wingspan exceeding a zhang violet purple lightning crackling at its wingtips, azure flames dancing upon its talons, as it dove toward a late foundation establishment Shui cultivator. The cultivator activated his supreme tier artifact, clashing Talanto artifact with a deafening metallic clang that repelled the eagle. Then Su Mingshu snapped her fingers, silver threads unfurled from her sleeve. A level 2 early-stage peak blood-eye spider emerged, 8 legs coated in gleaming venomous silk body the size of a millstone, crimson, vertical pupils scanning the field. Xiao Hei Zhu Zhu, assist against the invaders. At her command, the spider darted toward the mid-foundation establishment battlefield, where Su Desheo and others fought. Simultaneously, a black shadow streaked alongside, its obsidian scales shimmering with cold luster, its flickering tongue hinting at nascent dragon aura. Though both were only level 2 early stage, and thus vulnerable against late foundation establishment foes, they proved formidable against mid-foundation establishment. While the Sima Foundation establishment perfected cultivator was momentarily entangled with the white tiger, the Shui Grand Elder swiftly formed seals, conjuring a blood serpent over 7 zhang long hurtling towards Su Mingwei. Master Shui is bullying a junior truly worthy of your station. Let us settle this ourselves. Su Chuan raised his alchemical cauldron, strands of separation fire spiraling forth from its mouth. The flames swelled with the wind, and with a clear phoenix-like cry unfolded midair into vast radiant wings, transforming into a phoenix of separation. Its entire form coalesced from searing flame. Tail feathers trailing streams of molten fire over a zhang, its crown shimmering gold, its cry piercing the cacophony within the formation and causing the blood serpent's coils to tremble slightly. The phoenix circled once, then claws blazing with incandescent light struck downward like twin crimson bolts aimed at the serpent's skull. Sensing mortal peril, the serpent whipped its massive head sharply left, barely evading the claws. Yet its scales still sizzled under the flames, emitting wisps of acrid black smoke. Undeterred, it coiled through the air with serpentine agility, wrapping its body around the phoenix while lunging its fanged maw toward the phoenix's left wing. The phoenix cried out, drawing its left wing inward, yet the serpent's fangs still grazed it, scattering fiery embers. Instantly the phoenix twisted, beak first, aiming for the serpent's vital spot. Separation fire seared the serpent's scales, leaving behind charred blackened patches. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Shui Wuxiu stared at Su Chuan, but Su Mingwei had already drawn his bow to full tension, loosing an arrow straight at him. Shui Wuxiu had no choice but to focus entirely on defense. Su Delying faced the Sima Patriarch, a 7th layer cultivator, while Rin Xiaoyao engaged the Sima clan's senior elder, a late 8th layer cultivator. Black Tiger, go! Out of the corner of his eye, Su Mingwei glanced toward the Qi refinement battlefield, then slapped his spirit beast pouch. A streak of black light shot forth, landing squarely within the fray. It landed with a thunderous roar, kicking up dust and debris. Seeing this, Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxian likewise released their spirit beasts into battle. With 2 additional level 2 early-stage spirit beasts entering the Qi refinement battlefield, the tide turned decisively. Many Sima and Shui cultivators perished beneath tiger claws, or were consumed by the azure fire eagle's azure. This is the Su clan of Dawei. The Shui Grand Elder's heart raced with shock. The outside world's reports about the Su clan had been only 2 or 3 parts true. Is this why the Chao clan dares not move against them? No, they too must remain ignorant of the Su clan's hidden trump cards. Amidst combat, the Shui Grand Elder called out, Su Chuan, today's affair was our error. We've already lost many disciples. Let us call it even. An ally is always preferable to an enemy, especially since your true adversary remains the Chao clan. Not so. Su Chuan replied calmly. All who scheme against the Su clan are our enemies. Plain and simple. And toward enemies, the Su clan has but one policy: kill outright, if possible. When the Chao clan's Grand Elder previously attacked, the Su clan lacked the confidence to confront them directly, thus sparing their lives. But now, the Sima and Shui clans had simply walked straight into the crosshairs. Whoever came died. Even if the Chao clan arrived, no matter their rank or identity, they too would perish without exception. The Shui Grand Elder's expression darkened. You truly intend mutual annihilation. Your Qi refinement disciples will be slaughtered within half a teacup's time. And your mid-foundation establishment front is already the late foundation establishment front. Chuan glanced briefly, then smiled faintly. Should hold for some time yet. I'm quite curious, Master Xue, how exactly do you plan to achieve this mutual destruction? Rarely did opponents of comparable strength appear unbidden at one's doorstep. Chuan welcomed the chance to test his clan's disciples. Such opportunities were exceedingly, otherwise he'd have sealed the formation and unleashed MOU immediately. Brother Sima, the Su clan presses us too hard. We must abandon restraint, or risk being picked off one by one, trapped here forever. The Xue Grand Elder transmitted secretly. The Sima Foundation Establishment Perfected Cultivator replied, the Su clan has indeed exceeded all expectation, but blame lies with your Xue Wuxiu and his accursed suggestion. Now is no time for finger-pointing. One hand cannot clap alone. Focus instead on how to break this deadlock. Every Su clan Foundation Establishment Cultivator wields a Supreme-Tier artifact. Several even possess Supreme-Tier defensive artifacts. Direct confrontation is near impossible. We must resort to secret arts to amplify our strength. While the Xue Grand Elder and Sima Foundation Establishment Perfected Cultivator transmitted orders to their own Foundation Establishment Cultivators, Chuan likewise issued silent commands to the Su clan. As for the Qi refinement disciples, they were effectively abandoned. After all, with 3 level 2 spirit beasts present, and no numerical or artifact advantage, even forced breakthroughs would prove futile. Watch for the signal. Unleash the spirit-focusing arts all at once. In the next instant, Sima and Xue Foundation Establishment Cultivators erupted with explosive force, driving back the Su clan cultivators, then activated their secret arts. Meanwhile, the Su clan's Foundation Establishment Cultivators' foreheads had already begun to glow with eerie light, ready to unleash their meticulously prepared spirit-focusing arts. Many clans knew the Su clan possessed spirit sense assault techniques, but none realized that core Su descendants consistently possessed spirit sense strength 1 tier above their peers. This was the very reason their spirit-focusing arts proved universally devastating. At the precise moment the Sima and Xue cultivators activated their breakthroughs, waves of agonized screams erupted across the field. Only the Xue Grand Elder and the Sima Foundation Establishment Perfected Cultivator endured relatively well, merely grunting in discomfort, but even they staggered. The secret technique was interrupted by Chuan's 2 concentrated spells. The white tiger transformed into a streak of golden light, seizing the opportunity to approach and viciously strike at the head of the fully established Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Sima family. The Sima family cultivator once again raised a top-tier shield to defend. However, being too close, the terrifying force of the white tiger sent the shield and the cultivator himself flying. Meanwhile, Chuan silently split his focus to cast the 100 Herbs Needle. In such a chaotic scene filled with fluctuations of magical and spiritual energy, this type of inconspicuous hidden weapon could be considered divine. 3,600 Herbs Needles penetrated the body of the Sima family's Grand Elder. What is this? The Grand Elder exclaimed in shock as a blood-red spiritual energy shield erupted from his skin, deflecting the remaining needles. The needles that had entered his body quickly traveled through his blood towards his internal organs. Chuan naturally wouldn't give him a chance, manipulating the Dan furnace to condense the fire phoenix, once more attacking the Sima family's Grand Elder. The more the Sima family Grand Elder moved, the faster the 100 Herbs Needles burrowed deeper. After a while he suddenly spat out blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been pierced into 1,000 holes. He looked up at Chuan only to see him smiling slightly. That smile sent shivers down his spine, making him feel more demonic than his own demonic cultivator self. Chuan continued his assault, and the Sima family Grand Elder could only barely defend himself with a top-tier defensive artifact. For the time being he truly could not break through. However, the Grand Elder's injuries worsened, blood flowing profusely from his body, as if he were a sieve. Ultimately 7 or 800 Herbs Needles pierced through the Grand Elder's life force rapidly dissipated. Chuan took out a soul-collecting bottle, capturing the Grand Elder's soul, followed by the blood-robbing bottle, draining all his blood. The corpse was also collected. Brother! Xue Wuxiu cried out in grief, his eyes blood-red as he glared at Chuan, roaring, Chuan, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you to avenge my brother. Chuan raised his hand, condensing the fire phoenix, its claws wrapped in red flames reaching for his head. While simultaneously controlling the fire phoenix, and Su Mingwei to deal with him, he directed the 100 Herbs Needles to assist the white tiger in attacking the Sima family cultivator. Seeing the fate of the Sima family Grand Elder, the fully established Sima family cultivator naturally became exceptionally vigilant. Chuan merely smiled lightly. Sima Dao friend, do you think these are merely hidden weapons? As he spoke he formed hand seals with both hands, and the 3,600 Herbs Needles suddenly erupted with a burst of emerald light, 4 needles merging into 1, transforming into 9. Then the 9 would condense into 3. In an instant, an aura no less than the treasures in Su Mingwei's hands and Ren Zaiweo's flying sword set burst forth. Top-tier artifact set. The Sima family cultivator's face changed drastically. The power such an artifact could unleash in Su Chuan's hands would far exceed that of Su Mingwei and Ren Xiaoyao. In the blink of an eye, his primary target of defense shifted from the White Tiger to Su Chuan. Though he was a fully established Sima family cultivator, unfortunately, he was not the true authority, otherwise he would have surely been gifted protective charms by the ancestor. On the Qi refinement battlefield, as the last person was struck by several flying swords breaking through the exquisite defensive artifact and dying the Qi refinement battle, Su Chuan said indifferently, "Qi refinement disciples, exit the formation." Yes, Grand Elder. No one from the Su family dared to defy Su Chuan's orders. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and Su Mingshuan's spiritual pets joined the Foundation establishment midstage battlefield. Just a moment later, a Sima family midstage cultivator accidentally got entangled in spider silk, then was heavily struck to the ground by the tiger's claws, while blue fire rained down from the sky. Ultimately, he was slashed across the neck by Su Du's lunar wheel, and his head fell to the ground, his wound spraying blood that instantly froze into ice shavings. Once the breach in the battle line was opened, it would quickly lead to collapse like a rolling snowball. 2, 3, 4. Within the time it takes to burn half a joss stick, all the midstage cultivators from the Sima and Shui families fell. Then it was the head of the Sima family's 8th layer elder, the 7th layer Shui family elder Shui Wuxiu, until finally only one fully established Sima family cultivator remained. The Su family surrounded the fully established Sima family cultivator, but kept their distance. If he were to self-destruct, several Su family cultivators might die on the spot. Xiaoyao, Mingwei, Delian, you 3 stay behind. The rest exit the formation. Su Chuan commanded. The others complied. Delian, you and I will fully defend against this person's self-detonation. Xiaoyao, Mingwei, you 2 will join me to unleash the strongest strike of our top-tier artifact. The fully established Sima family cultivator suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Huh, no wonder your Su family has come this far in decades. Even if you can surely kill me, a fully established cultivator, you are still so cautious. My Sima family and the Shui family have already overestimated your Su family enough, dispatching a force capable of annihilating a first-rate family, yet still falling to this level. He looked around at the ground littered with corpses, some decapitated, some cleaved in half, others crushed by beasts or turned to charcoal by talismans. Originally this scene was supposed to belong to the Su family. Heh, heh. He let out a broken low laugh, his voice filled with sorrow, raising his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Enough. The victor takes all. Su family, prepare to face the wrath of our 2 families' golden core ancestors. The fully established Sima family cultivator let out a long howl, his voice as mournful as a cuckoo weeping blood, as the spiritual light around him suddenly surged. After a fierce roar, the spiritual light violently contracted and then exploded. Boom! A bright white light burst forth, and the shockwave swept across all directions like a tsunami. Su Chuan and the others had already flown back. Su Delian and Su Chuan each activated the True Sun Pearl and the Celestial Wood Shield, forming a dual top-tier defensive barrier of light, one layer golden and the other green. However, the dual protective barrier could only hold for a moment. Yet this moment allowed Su Chuan and the other 3 to exit the formation. The formation's barrier trembled violently under the self-detonation's aftermath, lasting for several dozen breaths, but ultimately did not break through the 6 harmonies absolute sealing formation. Half a cup of tea later, the aftermath of the self-detonation gradually dissipated, leaving only a deep black pit at the site, with wisps of blue smoke rising and no trace of that cultivator left. What a pity for the soul of a fully established cultivator, Su Chuan muttered softly, showing no sentiment for the gallant spirit that had faced death. In the end, greed and arrogance had blinded him. Su Chuan formed hand seals, causing the formation's barrier to quickly dissipate, as 6 formation flags transformed into streaks of light, shrinking and vanishing into his storage bag. Su Chonghui said, Qi refinement disciples, tidy up the battlefield. Any overlooked storage bags, artifacts, etc. must be collected and submitted along with the souls and blood. Yes, family head. Su Chuan surveyed the battlefield, a field of scorched earth. If no intervention was made, it might be years, or even a decade before anything could grow. He flicked his sleeve, and a streak of azure light fell to the ground, erasing the traces of scorched earth and magical fluctuations. In a moment the ground was lush. Remember today, do not let greed and arrogance blind your eyes, otherwise my Su family will inevitably meet the same fate as them one day. Su Chuan said indifferently, of course this does not mean you should always endure. What belongs to my Su family must be contested, but we must ensure absolute certainty. Understanding the opponent's situation, estimating possible hidden trump cards, and planning targeted actions. We will remember the Grand Elder's teachings. Everyone bowed in respect. The Foundation establishment elders should return to rest. Those who came from Guangling should stay in Dongxi. This battle is not yet over. Yes, Grand Elder. Su Chonghui handed over the collected soul bottles and blood-robbing bottles to Su Chuan. Su Chuan then refined them and stored them within the soul banner, especially having acquired the souls of the Shui family's Grand Elder and 4 midstage Foundation establishment cultivators. The power of the soul banner had now reached the level of a top-tier artifact set. Su Delying had infused several types of attribute treasures into it early on and re-refined it. Otherwise, when it was first obtained from the hands of the demonic flames, the soul banner would have almost been uncontrollable due to the spirits it contained. After all, the number of spirits comparable to Foundation establishment within the soul banner had already reached dozens. The blood-devouring pearl's power was also similar. Chuan currently kept these two artifacts for himself, believing they would be useful in the future. Then there was the Sima family's mark. Killing members of the Shui family would leave no traces. However, the Sima family was an old golden core family, and their various methods were almost all perfected. This mark is quite troublesome to remove for Foundation establishment cultivators, but for golden core cultivators or third-tier demon beasts, it is as easy as pie. Thus, Chuan asked MOU to eliminate the Sima family's marks on the clan's disciples. The significant loss of mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators from both the Shui and Sima families was a major event for both families. Shortly after the life lamp extinguished, the family was thrown into turmoil. Sima Qinfeng and the others are actually dead. Didn't they say they were teaming up with the Shui family? The Sima family's Grand Elder revealed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this bad news. Those were 2 fully established cultivators, 4 mid-stage cultivators, and 60 Qi refinement cultivators. Go quickly visit the Shui family and ask about their situation. After more than 3 hours, the dispatched Foundation establishment elder returned looking serious as he said to the Sima family's Grand Elder, the Shui family also. All fallen as well. This person sighed and lowered his head. What on earth happened? To kill them all, could it be that a golden core made a move, or a third-tier demon beast? Or was it the Su family? The Foundation establishment elder pondered upon hearing this, and after a moment he said, the majority of the Shui family cultivators practice blood demon techniques, and the Shui family Grand Elder's mastery of blood demon techniques is second only to the Shui family's ancestor. If he didn't consider the consumption and continuously used blood shadow escape, even a golden core cultivator might not be able to capture him. The only possibility is that he was trapped. Second-tier top-tier formation. The Sima family's Grand Elder said, there's a rumor that someone in the Su family can set up a second-tier top-tier formation. Could it be that something happened in the Su family? But the Su family only has a little over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, and most are still in the early stage. Even if there is a pinnacle second-tier flood dragon with 2 fully established cultivators present, it would be enough to prevent him from acting. The Grand Elder's doubts were also shared by the Foundation establishment elder. After a moment, this Foundation establishment elder asked, Grand Elder, what should we do now? The family head and the third elder have both fallen. This is no small matter. The Sima family's Grand Elder fell silent for a moment before sighing. If this matter is indeed the Su family's doing, then the Su family's concealment is far too deep. I will report this to the ancestor and let the ancestor decide. Furthermore, go notify the elders of the clan to re-elect the head of the Sima family in 3 days. Yes, Grand Elder, I will handle it right away. After he left, the Sima family's Grand Elder headed to the secluded hall of the Golden Core ancestor. Outside a pitch-black hall towering 20 to 30 feet high, the Sima family's Grand Elder stood here, cupping his hands towards the hall's door, and saying, Ancestor, I have a matter to report. A moment later, an elderly voice came from within, sounding extremely indifferent. What matter? Sima Qinfeng and Sima Wuzhen, along with 7 other elders above mid-stage Foundation establishment, including 30 Qi refinement disciples, are suspected to have died at the hands of the Wei Su family. What happened? The Sima family elder recounted the events of Sima Qinfeng and Shui Wuxia's collaboration to attack the Su family, including sending a letter to the Chao family asking them to turn a blind eye. The Sima family ancestor pondered for a moment and said, just suspected, unable to confirm. The ones who went are all dead, so there's no way to confirm. This is very similar to the incident at the Wuhua secret realm back then. The ancestor's words are reasonable. How should the Sima family proceed next? Should we go investigate the Su family? 7 elders above mid-stage Foundation establishment and 30 Qi refinement disciples my Sima family can't afford to lose, but the Shui family cannot. With Shui Ling's personality, he would be interested in the Su family, so let him probe things for the Sima family. Understood, ancestor. Sima Wu left and the hall returned to silence. The Shui family. After the incident, the Shui family's second elder went to the Forbidden Stone Cave to report the matter, but was met with the scolding of the Shui family ancestor Shui Ling. A bunch of fools. You rushed over to deliver yourself to death without investigating the opponent's strength. You deserve to die at their hands. By the way, what is your name? Replying to the ancestor, I am disciple Shui Wulei. Shui Wulei, from now on you are the Grand Elder of my Shui family. Thank you, ancestor. Shui Wulei was overjoyed. Soon after, a soft gasp came from the stone cave. But this Su family is truly unexpected. Tell me more about the Su family situation, as I don't seem to have heard much about it. Yes, ancestor. Shui Wulei promptly began to recount what he had heard about the Su family. Half a jaw stick later he said, the Su family rose in just 40 to 50 years. The founder hasn't even reached 100 years old. Yes, ancestor. Are these matters all verified, or are they just what you've heard? The rise time should be verified and the development is also about right, but the strength is quite uncertain with various claims. What claims? Xue Ling became interested. The Su family possesses a rather superior method of concealing their cultivation realm, adept at hiding. Even foundation establishment cultivators cannot see through it. As for how much they can conceal, no one knows. Some say there are more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators in the Su family, while others say the Su family's foundation establishment cultivators reveal their realm, which should be viewed as 2 or 3 realms higher. Interesting, truly interesting. Laughter once again echoed from the Xue family ancestor in the stone cave. If these rumors are true, then the Su family is indeed fascinating. Their secrets are likely substantial. Elder ancestor the Sima clan recently sent envoys to inquire about this matter. Apparently, all those they dispatched perished as well, Xue Wu Lei reported once. As expected, the forces sent by both clans were evenly matched. If our Xue clan disciples fell entirely, the Sima clan's delegation would naturally suffer the same. Xue Lingshang spoke with icy detachment, then added, "Henceforth you shall oversee all clan affairs. Trivial matters, such as the loss of a few disciples, need not be brought before me." Understood, elder ancestor. Xue Wu Lei bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Moments later, the stone cavern's entrance parted and a crimson blur shot forth. With a flick of his hand, a faint crimson array barrier shimmered into place, enveloping the entire cavern. The old Sima fiend will surely refrain from acting now. After all, merely several foundation establishment mid-cultivators and Shi refinement disciples mean nothing to the Sima clan, which has dominated the great Jin dynasty for centuries. As for the Xue clan, a sly sinister smile curved Xue Lingshang's lips. What does it matter if every last one of them dies? 500 long years. Rebuilding a new lineage is but a trifling endeavor. The Great Way. I have not visited in quite some time. In an instant, Xue Lingshang transformed into a streak of scarlet light, piercing the heavens like an arrow loosed from its bow, then vanishing utterly within the sea of clouds. Great Way, Guangling Prefecture. Outside the Guangling branch of the Su clan, a second-tier supreme formation, anchored upon this region's earth vein. Only a master formationist of the highest caliber could possibly erect such a structure. After studying the azure barrier for a moment, Xue Lingshang murmured to himself, if the Su clan truly deployed a second-tier supreme containment formation, then my Xue clan's fledglings indeed stood little chance. Enough. To infiltrate a second-tier supreme formation undetected is impossible. Let us turn instead to the Yuling alliance. Even a golden core cultivator would require 2 or 3 concerted strikes to breach such a formidable defensive array. Blocked by the formation, Xue Lingshang could not probe the entirety of the Su clan's branch, and thus proceeded to the Yuling alliance. Yet there too the situation remained unchanged. The entire Yuling alliance compound lay shrouded beneath a formation with but a single entrance guarded by 4 latest-stage Qi refinement disciples. Only they wielding formation tokens could open the gate. A sizable cultivation market had sprung up around the Yuling alliance's base. Indeed, nearly all prior markets across Guangling Prefecture had migrated here. Xue Lingshang entered a tavern within the market and handed a spirit stone to a waiter. In return, the man recounted the alliance's founding organizational structure and developmental trajectory in full detail. The alliance's operations are overseen by the Alliance Masters faction, whose judicial authority resides solely with the Enforcement Hall, while the Elders Council, though holding elevated status, wields only the power to appoint key alliance positions. A perfect tripartite balance, 3 pillars mutually restraining one another. Chuan's intellect is indeed extraordinary. And this Academy initiative, first recruiting low-talent disciples from various clans, greatly mitigates their resistance. Should the Academy prove effective in cultivation, clans may begin entrusting their core disciples to its tutelage. Once numerous core disciples across the Great Way's noble houses become Academy graduates, and later ascend to positions of power, they will by nature stand as allies to the Su clan. TCH. The Su clan is methodically undermining the very foundations of the Great Way, yet the Chao clan tolerates it. Ah, I see. With the demon calamity due within mere decades, the Chao clan intends to eradicate the Su clan during that cataclysm. Given the Su clan's current foundation, should the next demon calamity mirror the scale of the last, survival poses no insurmountable challenge, though whether the Su clan perceives this truth remains uncertain. He pondered briefly, concluding that the Su clan, having risen only decades ago, could scarcely know such a closely guarded secret. Among the Great Way, Great Liang and Great Jin, knowledge of the 500-year demon calamity is restricted to ruling elders of second-rank clans whose lineages have endured over 5 centuries. The 500-year demon calamity. Xue Lingshang's expression hardened instantly. In a hushed voice he murmured, "This realm is but a colossal prison. Now that I have transcended to the golden core, escape is non-negotiable. Beyond lies boundless sky and ocean. There I shall found a new lineage anew." In moments, Xue Lingshang had already forged a flawless life plan. Step 1. Annihilate the Su clan and seize its resources, the very bedrock upon which a renewed lineage shall rise. Step 2. Forge blood cultivation artifacts to augment strength and master the blood shadow clone art to ensure survival. Step 3. Break free from this cage. As for the exit point, Xueling Shang required further deliberation. From his present knowledge, only 3 paths exist: the Qinghai Forest, the 10,000 Mountain Range, and the Black Prison Marshes. The Qinghai Forest and Black Prison Marshes appear comparatively accessible, yet each harbors at least several third-tier demonic beasts, and undoubtedly hosts one's far stronger mid-tier or beyond. Patience for decades remain for careful preparation. Having lingered 2 days in Guangling Prefecture, Xueling Shang gleaned much on the Su clan's conduct from numerous locals. They never provoke conflict, even against Qi refinement clans. They forge ascension pathways for even the lowliest mortals, recruit rigorously, and treat their own with exceptional generosity. Xueling Shang shook his head, smiling faintly. Disciplined and self-restraint, yet magnanimous toward others, forging alliances widely cultivating reverence and loyalty. The Su clan seeks nothing less than a millennium-spanning dynasty. Were this not a prison realm, such ambition might well succeed. Unless the Chao clan crushed them in infancy, with but a fingertip, the Su clan would outmatch them decisively. The Su clan had already evolved beyond easy subjugation by the Chao clan. Even a golden core rank clan would pay a steep price to obliterate them. A subtle smile touched his lips. The more I learn of the Su clan, the more fascinating they become. Had I not already chosen them as prey, I would genuinely wish to witness their ascent over the coming decades. Would they truly rival the Chao clan in stature? Of course, Xueling Shang fully grasped the peril posed by such dynasties. To oppose the Su clan, one must strike while they remain vulnerable, crush them utterly before they mature. He would never hesitate like the Chao clan, weighing, fearing, hesitating, until they unwittingly raised a tiger cub into a sovereign beast. Yet Xue Wulei was right, though countless rumors swirl about the Su clan, verifiable accounts of their true strength and depth remain scarce. Even the rumored second-tier apex dragon appears unsubstantiated, perhaps witnessed by only one man, the Chao clan's elder. After brief reflection, Xueling Shang resolved to visit the Chao clan. The Su clan could not possibly harbor a golden core cultivator, but given the existence of a second-tier apex dragon and the clan's renowned patience, Xueling Shang doubted its true tier. Should that dragon be third tier, not second, the confrontation would grow exceedingly perilous. Its power would vastly surpass his own. It might even contend with elders like the Chao Sima or Lu clan's golden core third-layer peak cultivators, especially those armed with potent artifacts. As for himself, his sole advantage lay in unparalleled survivability, rendering him untouchable by mere force. Before confirming an opponent's hidden strengths, Xueling Shang would never act rashly. This prudence was the very reason he still breathed. Put plainly, he fought only those he knew he could defeat. Imperial capital of the Great Way. Chao Imperial Palace. Halt. None but Chao clan members may enter this sanctum. A 9th-layer Qi refinement guard barked at Xueling Shang. Xueling Shang cast him a glance. Immediately, overwhelming pressure descended upon the guard. His spirit trembled, he collapsed to his knees. G Golden Core. All other guards paled, their faces drained of blood. I am in a generous mood today. I shall overlook your impertinence, younglings. Go announce my arrival. Xueling Shang requests an audience with your elder ancestor. Why yes, I'll go immediately. Before the words left his mouth, the Chao clan's elder ancestor, roused from seclusion by the golden core aura, projected his voice telepathically. Xueling Shang. Why abandon your own clan to fortify your cultivation and intrude upon my Chao domain? Brother Chao, I journeyed 10,000 miles. Won't you at least invite me in for tea? Escort him to the grand audience hall. The elder ancestor's voice resonated instantly throughout the vicinity. Yes, elder ancestor. A guard promptly led Xueling Shang onward. A golden core cultivator's visit demanded the elder ancestor's presence, not only as a gesture of respect, but also as precaution. After all, Xueling Shang was a lawless demon cultivator. Speak plainly, what brings you here? Elder ancestor Chao, he demanded. Xueling Shang lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, and smiled faintly. Brother Chao, why such vigilance? Even I, unbound as I am, dare not stir chaos within your ancestral stronghold. I trust you wouldn't dare. Chao Ji retorted. State your purpose directly. I've no patience for idle chatter. Since Brother Chao is immersed in profound cultivation seeking breakthrough, I won't detain you. Please summon your former senior elder, Chao Defeng. I have questions for Chao Defeng. What business do you have with him? Merely a question. Once answered, I depart immediately. Chao Ji glanced at Xueling Shang, then transmitted a mental command to Chao Defeng. Moments later, Chao Defeng entered the grand audience hall and bowed deeply, first to Chao Ji, then to Xueling Shang. Honored elder ancestor, esteemed senior cultivator Xue. Defeng, Xueling Shang wishes to ask you something. Answer truthfully. Yes, elder ancestor. Chao Defeng clasped his fists and turned to Xueling Shang. Senior cultivator Xue, what would you ask of this junior? Regarding the Su clan, you led a siege against them, did you not? Chao Defeng's expression shifted subtly, yet he nodded. Indeed. Did you engage their second-tier apex dragon? Yes, though only 2 or 3 exchanges. Realizing I was outmatched, I retreated immediately. Did the Su clan deliberately allow your escape? Chao Feng shook his head. Unlikely. I activated a 100-ly talisman to flee. If not, I might have suffered grave injury at the dragon's claws. Are you certain it was second tier? Could it possibly be third tier? Chao Feng blinked in surprise. Third tier. If so, I'd likely fall unconscious from a single blow. How could I possibly flee? A third-tier dragon could wound even you, let alone a Foundation establishment cultivator, merely by striking once. Chao Ji frowned. You intend to move against the Su clan. Do you bear a grudge against them? Shui Lingshan smiled at Chao Ji. Must grudges exist to justify action? We cultivators pursue the Tao and immortality, bound by no earthly constraint. The Great Way is no great gene. Chao Ji's voice chilled. If you seek chaos, return to your great gene. Ha ha ha. Merely jesting, Brother Chao. Pray do not take offense. Shui Lingshan said, grudges do exist, and they run deep. Brother Chao, absorbed in secluded cultivation, you may yet be unaware of recent Su clan developments. I hear your Chao clan has suffered repeated setbacks at their hands. One day should the Su clan supplant your Chao clan outright, I would hardly find it surprising. What? Explain. Chao Ji pivoted sharply toward Chao Feng, voice sharp as steel. Chao Feng dared not conceal anything. He recounted the entire history with the Su clan, including the Chao clan's plan to purge them during the upcoming demon. The Su clan has grown faster than imagined, and bears mortal enmity. They cannot be allowed to endure. After thoughtful silence, Chao Ji regarded Shui Lingshan. Since senior cultivator Shui intends action, the Chao clan shall abstain, for the Su clan remains nominally our vassal clan. They abide by their duties, provoke no disturbances, and remit spiritual taxes punctually, including contributions from their newly founded Yuling alliance. Once confirmed that no third-tier demonic beast serves the Su clan, I shall act within days. Chao Ji gave a slight nod. But let me state plainly, the Chao clan claims 40% of all Su clan resources. Brother Chao excels at negotiation, granting passive consent, yet demanding 40%. These resources were amassed upon Great Way soil. Granting you 60% is already a courtesy. If unsatisfied, you may attempt the same with a Great Jin clan. Or better yet, approach Lu Qiankuan in Great Liang, and ask if he permits you to slaughter his strongest house. Heh, Brother Lu would likely hunt me to the ends of heaven and earth. After a brief silence, Shui Lingshan ultimately agreed. Having secured his answers, and the Chao clan's tacit assent, he departed the imperial palace. Chao Feng ventured, elder ancestor. The Su clan's foundation exceeds any first-rank clan. Must we truly yield such riches to him? Chao Ji's gaze swept over him. A glance so piercing that Chao Feng's hair stood on end, and he hastily lowered his head. A tiger cub has already matured. Given the Su clan's trajectory, can you accurately calculate their stature in decades? Or the cost our Chao clan would incur since the demon cultivator Shui has set his heart upon them, let him wield the blade. Should he succeed in eradicating the Su clan, our Chao clan may finally rest easy. Otherwise, who shall rule the Great Way in the next 5 centuries remains profoundly uncertain. This junior disciple understands, Chao Feng murmured, bowing deeply. Chao Ji's form flickered and vanished. For him, advancing to golden core mid-cultivation remained paramount. If every matter demanded his personal intervention, what use would the Chao clan serve? Leaving the capital, Shui Lingshan headed for Yuehu Prefecture. His confidence in annihilating the Su clan now stood at 90%, yet he still refrained from acting rashly. On the very day Shui Lingshan spied upon Dongxi Cave, Su Chuan became aware. Yet sensing no immediate assault, Su Chuan held his ground. Days later, Su Chuan received a divination omen. Shui Lingshan intended to cultivate blood corpses and incite chaos across Yuehu Prefecture. Instantly, Su Chuan grasped his intent, to lure Su clan members outward and eliminate them piecemeal. A golden core demon cultivator, yet resorting to such tactics. Su Chuan sighed in exasperation, then murmured, no matter. Facing a golden core cultivator, external aid offers scant advantage. But if I offer myself as bait, Shui Lingshan will inevitably come for me. As founder of the Su clan, capturing Su Chuan would unlock all its deepest secrets. After brief contemplation, he shattered the divine sense jade token gifted by the Zhao clan, staking everything on there, sending the black cloud spirit leopard to aid him. In that very instant, the Zhao clan patriarch thousands of miles away felt the jade token shatter. The Su clan calls for aid. He immediately summoned the elders of the Zhao family and informed them of the matter. Elder Su Chuan seeks assistance. Who should we send from the Zhao family? The elder of the Zhao family pondered for a moment and said, I will personally take the black cloud spirit leopard along for a visit. Elder, you will go yourself? And bring the black panther with you. The 5th elder of the Zhao family was quite astonished. The Su family has a peak 2nd-tier Jiao Long, which is sufficient to handle most matters. Their foundation is no weaker than that of a first-class noble family. Having them seek help must be related to the golden core. The Zhao family always keeps its word. The Su family has done us great favors, so we must assist them with. It may involve the golden core. It would be useless for you to go. Yes, elder. The elder of the Zhao family immediately summoned the black cloud spirit leopard, and they set off. 7 hours later, Su Chuan exited the Su family, Tonight the bloodling Shang would abandon monitoring the Su family and begin refining blood corpses. Therefore Su Chuan could not delay until night. Moreover, by nightfall, if he sensed the Zhao family's arrival with his cautious nature, even if Su Chuan acted as bait, he would not easily take action. Foundation establishment stage, so young. Bloodling Shang saw a youth emerging from a large formation. Elder, a disciple caught sight of him, and immediately, I will be going out for a while, you all patrol diligently, and do not be negligent. We disciples will certainly not disappoint the elder's expectations, and will not allow a fly to enter our cave stream. Su Chuan slightly nodded, placing his hands behind his back as he soared away into the distance. So he is Su Chuan. Bloodling Shang's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlight. Approaching 100 years old, yet he appears so young. How did he achieve this? I practiced the blood demon Dao technique, and broke through to the golden core, which allowed me to revert to my youthful appearance. Su Chuan is the founder of the Su family. If the Su family has secrets, they must certainly lie with him. Bloodling Shang immediately chose to follow silently. He saw Su Chuan arriving deep within the Broken Tooth Mountain range, finding that no one was around. He then took out a soul banner that exuded a ghastly aura from his storage bag. In an instant, it seemed as if countless ghostly voices were piercing the air around the forest. The soul banner swelled in the wind, reaching nearly 10 feet tall. The pole was made from the bones of a Foundation establishment demon beast, radiating a ghostly green phosphorescence. The pole was entwined with intricate ghostly patterns, as if countless ghostly figures were writhing within, cold to the touch and chilling to behold. The banner's face was made from black satin soaked in the blood of countless wronged souls, billowing without the wind, embroidered with 9 profound dark symbols. Each symbol's edges had faint ghostly figures swirling around. At the top of the banner hung a bronze skull with 2 clusters of ghostly blue flames burning in its eye sockets, the jaw of the skull slightly opening and closing. Ghostly energy surged around the banner, transforming into wisps of black smoke that wrapped around the banner's face. With every movement, the surrounding sounds of ghostly wailing intensified, presenting a truly eerie and horrifying sight. Bloodling Shang saw Su Chuan secretly refining a ghostly artifact here, and was immediately astonished. Where did Su Chuan obtain such a top-tier ghostly artifact? Even in the Great Gene, few can rival it. However, it is indeed a good treasure. He smirked slightly and suddenly appeared from the shadows, saying, I heard that the Su family prides itself on being righteous, though I didn't expect the elder of the Su family to covet ghostly artifacts and secretly refine them. Who is it? Su Chuan waved his hand over his storage bag, and 7 formation flags shot out, scattering around him. Formation flags. Their aura suggests they are at least second-tier high-quality flags, but they are of no use to me. The scent of blood wafted over, and shortly after a blood-colored figure appeared not far in front of Su Chuan, its blood-red eyes staring fixedly at him. Su Chuan formed hand seals with both hands. In the next moment, the great formation's light curtain rapidly closed in. Bloodling Shang merely smiled faintly, for in his eyes, Su Chuan was already a dead man. However, because of the value of extracting secrets from the Su family, he did not immediately strike. It is said that you Su Chuan are merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, yet the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. The rumors seem too exaggerated, don't they? But even I, as the elder, would find it hard to believe if I had not seen it with my own eyes that a cultivator with merely over 20 years of Foundation establishment could reach the 9th. It is difficult even for those with heavenly spiritual roots to achieve this, isn't it? Are you the elder of the Blood family? Have you seen me? I have seen the elder of the Sima family. Not long ago the Sima and Blood families invaded my Su family, and I had long known a golden core would descend. I just did not know which family's golden core it would be. Su Chuan said calmly. Your true strength is at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, and the other Foundation establishment cultivators in your clan have at least hidden 2 to 3 realms, am I correct? Bloodling Shang did not wait for Su Chuan's response, and continued. If that is the case, relying on the formation to trap them, you indeed have the strength to annihilate, and you came here to use the demonic artifact to enhance your strength to counter them. Or do you wish to bribe them with this artifact? Elder Blood, you are indeed very cautious, but even cautious individuals can have a side of arrogance. Since entering the formation, this plan has already succeeded halfway. Su Chuan did not expect the other party to appear so easily. Elder has said much, I might as well share my now. You did not come to avenge the disciples of the Blood family, or rather you came to plunder my Su family. You must have been able to reach my Su family early on, and you must have conducted much investigation. You must have visited the Chao family to verify my Su family's strongest trump card. You followed me here, and then revealed yourself because you felt you were guaranteed victory, am I wrong? Bloodling Shang's brows slightly furrowed, as if sensing something. So elder, do you guess I went out by chance, or on purpose? You are merely feigning mystery. Once I capture you, I have many ways to make you reveal the secrets of the Su family. Before his words fell, a strong gust of bloody wind suddenly swept in. Then a giant blood-colored hand formed, fingers curled, clawing towards Su Chuan's face with a speed as swift as a ghost, arriving in an instant. Roar! Suddenly a dragon's roar echoed, causing the blood-colored giant hand to explode into a mist of blood. MOU burst forth from Su Chuan's spirit beast bag, his form rapidly swelling, transforming into a massive Jiao Long of over 10 feet. It coiled above Su Chuan's head, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed on Bloodling Shang, emitting terrifying sonic waves that rippled outward like layers of waves. Bloodling Shang retreated over 100 meters, unable to believe it, gritting his teeth. A third-tier Jiao Long. You actually prepared for this and lured me here. But how is that possible? How did you know I was watching near the Su family? How did you know I would definitely follow you? Could it be that you possessed the foresight to predict the future? He then cursed angrily. That bastard Chao Ji, he actually let his family members set me up. Su Chuan quickly exited the great formation, smiling faintly. Elder, you guessed wrong. When the elder of the Chao family attacked my Su family, our trump card was indeed a peak second-tier Jiao Long. You broke through. Such a coincidence. Su Chuan continued, originally this trump card was reserved for the Chao family, but the world changes too quickly. Since the elder is willing to be the vanguard, I can only use your life as a stepping stone for my Su. You want to kill me? Bloodling Shang's breath suddenly grew heavy, and his face, once pale, turned iron gray. His cheek muscles involuntarily tightened, and his jawline became a cold, hard edge. His brows shot up, resembling two drawn cold blades. A chilling light flashed in his eyes, shimmering with a sinister blood glow, as if alive. Though a third-tier Jiao Long is strong, it is merely newly promoted. As Bloodling Shang's furious shout echoed, his left hand formed seals blooming like a blood lotus, while his right index finger summoned blood mist that surged violently, transforming into crimson rainbows that wrapped around his fingertips, faintly accompanied by the wails of resentful souls. In an instant, dozens of blood-colored spears formed in the void. The spear bodies were entwined with countless fragments of vengeful spirits, and the spiderweb-like malevolent patterns emitted a bone-corroding. The moment they appeared, they filled the surrounding air with a foul burning stench accompanied by a sharp scream, carrying a tearing wind shooting towards the Jiao Long MOU like a torrential rain. MOU opened his massive mouth and similarly condensed dozens of ice spears, accurately colliding with the blood-colored spears. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with blood mist and ice shrapnel. Bloodling Shang truly did not expect that he who had been hunting all day would be blinded by the very geese he sought. However, deep down, he was very confused. Did Su Chuan really possess foresight to predict my arrival and prepare for it? Taking advantage of the blood mist and ice shrapnel enveloping the area, Bloodling Shang immediately aimed to break the formation's blockade and escape. He had no intention of confronting the third-tier Jiao Long. He had just broken through to the Golden Core and had 500 years ahead of him, needing to escape this prison. He still harbored ambitions of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Su Chuan naturally saw through his thoughts, as some of Bloodling Shang's traits were somewhat similar to his own, prioritizing stability, and if he couldn't win, he would naturally flee. He then formed hand seals, chanting, Heaven's pivot opens, gluttonous wolf howls. Heaven's rotation, giant gate seals. Heaven's divergence, fortune star shines. Heaven's authority suppresses, literary star commands. Jade balance moves, Lien phone lifts. Heaven's light flashes, martial radiance shines. Shaking light falls, breaking army summons. As the incantation progressed, his hand gestures changed constantly until the end. 7 stars, seal, demon seal. 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 The pale golden light curtain enveloping the surroundings suddenly rippled, corresponding to the Big Dipper's 4 stars, Tian, Shu, Tian, Xian, Tian Ji, and Tian Quan, first revealing ripples, their azure glow spreading like water. In an instant, Yuheng Kai Yang and Yao Guang followed closely behind. 7 azure lights intertwined across the light curtain, then, whoosh, fell into the air, forming 7 chains as thick as a child's arm. The surface of the chains was etched with countless intricate runes, glowing azure light coiling around his body like a spiritual serpent. Meanwhile, Bloodling Shang's several attacks struck the Great Formation's light curtain, only causing violent fluctuations without any intention of cracking. This is not a second-tier high-quality formation, but a top-tier second-tier formation. Bloodling Shang was greatly alarmed. He truly did not expect that the top-tier formation master he speculated from the Su family was actually a figure comparable to a formation master. To arrange a top-tier second-tier formation meant there was a significant hope of arranging a third-tier formation. An attack from several Golden Core cultivators could break a second-tier high-quality formation, but a top-tier second-tier formation would require dozens of consecutive attacks to break through. And with a third-tier Jiao Long at his side, he simply could not escape easily. Chains. As Bloodling Shang's mind wavered, a chain had already wrapped around his left. The faint azure light immediately brought a burning sensation to his arm. Demon-suppressing chains. This is a sealing formation. Bloodling Shang said no more, gathering blood-colored sword light in his right hand to sever the chain. When he looked up again, 6 chains were already swimming towards him, closely followed by the one he had just severed. A second-tier top-tier sealing formation, if he were to be entangled by 7 chains, even if he were not sealed, his entire magical power would only be able to exert half it. You actually anticipated this step in advance. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Moreover, you are the lion, and my Su family is merely a soft little rabbit. Then Su Chuan transmitted a message saying, MOU there is no need to rush. I will find another helper stabilize the situation further. A mere newly promoted golden core ensnared in the ceiling formation. Oh, why would I need another helper? Such a person when cornered can be quite resolute. The explosion of a golden core cultivator within a formation could leave you severely wounded or even cause you to fall back in cultivation. MOU thought for a moment. Alright, I will follow your arrangements. Chuan then immediately left. Bloodline Shang, upon realizing this while constantly fending off the incoming demon suppressing chains, tempted MOU saying, a dignified third-tier, Jiao, long a powerful demon, actually serves a human foundation establishment cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? MOU remained silent. Bloodline Shang continued, MOU, no matter what the Su family promises you, I will give you 10 times that. How about it? What a golden core cultivator can achieve is far beyond what a foundation establishment cultivator can do. 10 times. MOU did not mind teasing Bloodline Shang. Do you know what the Su family promised me? Feel free to speak straightforwardly, Elder. MOU. Shortly after Su Chuan left, the elder of the Zhao family arrived with the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard at the Cave Stream clan's location. This is the Cave Stream, the main clan of the Su family. The elder of the Zhao family said, indeed a remote place. The Black Cloud Spirit Leopard said, little cultivator, there has been no sign of battle here. Are you being played? He knew that the Su family had a third-tier Jiao Long. If any danger befell him, he would not be able to help much. Dao friend Su would not be so reckless. The elder of the Zhao family said, Black Panther, spread your divine sense, and see if you can discover anything. Alright. The Black Cloud Spirit Leopard spread out his divine sense, and soon detected the foundation establishment aura coming from the forest above the Su family's back mountain. He is over there. The Black Cloud Spirit Leopard led the elder of the Zhao family to find Su Chuan. Dao friend Su, the elder of the Zhao family said. Dao friend, upon seeing the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard, Su Chuan thought that the Zhao family had indeed not let him down. The elder of the Zhao family said, Dao friend Su, it seems we have not discovered any signs of battle in your Su family. Su Chuan did not hide anything, smiling faintly. A newly advanced golden core cultivator from the great Jin blood family elder, how could I dare allow him to fight in my Su family's territory? Wouldn't that cause great suffering to the living? Elder of the blood family, Bloodline Shang. The elder of the Zhao family looked greatly shocked. Where is he now? He is trapped by my ceiling formation. Can a second-tier ceiling formation trap a golden core cultivator? Naturally not, but with helpers nearby to interfere, it won't be so easy for him to escape. The elder of the Zhao family showed expressions of uncertainty, pondering for a moment before saying, Dao friend Su, did you summon our Zhao family to drive away Bloodline? No, today I intend to slay a golden core. Today Su intends to slay the golden core. The ancestor of the Zhao family revealed a look of horror, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. He looked at Su Chuan in disbelief. Could it be that I am getting old and my ears are playing tricks on me? So my friend, could you say that again? Su Chuan, feeling both amused and helpless, said, both of you come with me. I will slowly explain my plan to you on the way. In the depths of the Broken Tooth Mountain range, where the 7 stars demon ceiling array is located. 1 million blood sacrifices, 10 human golden cores, and rare treasures to aid in breaking through to the 4th level. Xueling Shang coldly said, MOU, are you joking with me? Haha, you are somewhat clever to see through it. MOU's vertical pupils were filled with mockery. I am just toying with you. What will you do? Come bite me. After listening to Su Chuan's trash talk, MOU's verbal combat skills became extraordinary as well. Xueling Shang was so angry that his vision turned black. His pale and ashen face suddenly turned a deep purple, resembling a piece of pickled liver. Using blood path secret methods to cling to life and lucking into forming a core, you still want to be compared to Su Chuan. You can't even match up to his fingernail. MOU raised his dragon claw and glanced at it, realizing something was off, and said, that's not my fingernail, mine is too big for you. Just compare it to your own fingernail. Not very lethal, but highly insulting. Die for me. Xueling Shang roared in anger, shaking the surrounding ancient trees as leaves fell like rain and the mud beneath the decayed leaves splashed up. He moved his palms, rapidly forming seals as a blood mist suddenly surged around him, transforming into a blood river a yard wide, winding through the forest with countless twisted, vengeful souls floating on its surface, their wails causing the leaves to fall. MOU's dragon eyes narrowed, his giant tail sweeping through and breaking the ancient trees beside him. At the moment the trunks fell, he opened his huge mouth, causing the moisture in the forest to condense into a 100-foot water curtain, like a crystal wall blocking in front of him. The blood river crashed into the water curtain, making a continuous sizzling sound. Amidst the rising white mist, although the water curtain was eroded with several gaps, it still managed to block the blood river's. Before Xueling Shang could change his tactics, MOU had already pounced with a rancid wind, his azure blue claws glowing coldly as they slashed towards his face. Wherever the claws passed, the air was cut, leaving white marks, and all the underbrush was shredded into pieces. Xueling Shang leapt onto the trunk of an ancient tree, his palm glowing with blood light, shooting out 3 blood-bone spears. The spears, formed from condensed blood malice, were embedded with shattered white bones and shot towards MOU's 7 inches. MOU spun around, and swung his tail the dragon scales and armor withstanding the 3 spears causing sparks to fly. Then he wildly struck the ancient tree, where Xue Lingshang was breaking the trunk as thick as a bowl, sending with chips and decayed leaves flying everywhere. Utilizing the broken branch as a springboard, Xue Lingshang shot out, forming a blood-colored bone knife in his right hand, the blade swirling with purple-black demonic flames, and fiercely struck down towards Mou's left eye. Mou quickly swung his dragon head, the bone knife brushing past his horn and striking his neck, actually slicing off several bloody scales. He immediately flew into a rage, his claws sweeping like steel whips, brutally tearing Xue Lingshang's robe at his shoulder and sending him flying. In an instant, the blood mist surged from Xue Lingshang's wound, rapidly stopping the bleeding and healing. At this moment, the 7 stars demon sealing chains emitted a clanging sound, rushing towards him. Get lost. A surge of spiritual power erupted from his dantian, and the wave of spiritual energy shattered the 7 stars demon sealing chains. However, it was a pity that as long as the grand formation was intact, the chains would be endless. Moments later, they stretched out from the void once more. At this time, Chuan had returned, and upon seeing the two battling, he immediately said, "Imo, Yue, you must kill him today, otherwise my Su family will face extermination." "I will assist you." Chuan rushed into the formation, communicating with Mou through his mind, sharing his plan with him. He waved his sleeve, and the heavenly wood shield surrounded him, holding a pill furnace in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a phoenix of fire several feet in size flew out, aiming for Xue Lingshang's head. A jumping clown. Xue Lingshang formed a hand seal with one hand, summoning a blood-colored giant python about 7 or 8 yards long. It was far more solid than the previous elder of the blood family, and its power was even more astonishing. Within just 10 moves, it shattered the fire phoenix. The blood python lunged at Chuan, but was blocked by the heavenly wood shield. In the next moment, the heavenly wood shield erupted with a burst of green light, and countless spikes erupted, turning the blood python into a sieve at close range. After that, Chuan secretly manipulated the 100 herb needles, taking advantage of the distraction from the 7 stars demon sealing chains, and Mou's attack to launch a sneak attack. Still want a sneak attack? Xue Lingshang kept his divine sense alert to the surroundings. Bloodlight erupted around him, causing all the 100 herb needles to be blown away, returning to Chuan's hand, while the 7 stars demon sealing chains were also shattered once again, only to reassemble. At this moment, Mou's dragon might, accompanied by a sharp piercing sound, swept towards his face. Xue Lingshang raised his sleeve, and a blood-colored shield appeared, forming a blood-colored light curtain to defend. Crack! The top-tier artifact's light curtain was shattered by a blow, and as he rapidly retreated, it turned into specks of light and vanished. The blood-colored shield's spiritual light immediately dimmed. The 7 stars demon sealing chain struck again, weaving through the forest like spirit snakes, 7 streaks of azure light, like silken threads with the chain's runes glowing. Each sweep raised bone-chilling brilliance, pushing the blood malice around him into a frenzy. This relentless entanglement had long since exhausted him. However, he had no excess time to break the grand formation. Gritting his teeth, Xue Lingshang reached for the black corpse bag at his waist, and with a swish, 7 dark wooden coffins flew out. The coffin bodies were covered in dark red blood patterns, as if drawn from dried, congealed blood. When they hit the ground, they crashed heavily into the muddy leaves, shaking the surrounding vines, each coffin exuding a suffocating aura of death. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deep thuds exploded as the 7 coffin lids flew open, and amidst the splintering, 7 towering figures suddenly stood up. They were actually 7 blood corpses. Their skin was a dark blue-black like ink, with decayed flesh exposing stark white bones, tattered blood cloth wrapped around their waists, each corpse emanating a thick aura of blood malice. The leading blood corpse held a rusty bone knife, the blade still embedded with a halfinger. The 2 behind it had claws about a foot long, with blackened blood dirt lodged between. Go! Xue Lingshang coldly shouted, his fingertips glowing with bloodlight. The 7 blood corpses immediately howled, pouncing towards one of the 7 stars chains. The leading one swept the bone knife, howling like the wind, and striking at the foremost chain. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the bone knife collided with the chain, sparks flying. The runes on the chain brightened like stars, actually causing the blood corpse to stagger back a step, wisps of white smoke rising from its surface. One chain swept across the shoulder of a clawed blood corpse, tearing away half of its decayed flesh, exposing stark white scapula. However, the blood corpse felt no pain. Instead, it took advantage of the force from the chain's strike to bite down on the chain, its teeth frantically eroding the blood malice. Xue Lingshang stood at a distance, coldly watching the blood corpses and chains entangled, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 7 blood corpses were all crafted from the bodies of Foundation Establishment latest-stage cultivators using blood magic secret methods. Each one could contend with a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator. He suddenly formed hand seals with both hands, coldly saying to Chuan, "It's not just you who can use formations. 7 corpse blood malice formation, rise." The 7 blood corpses suddenly formed a formation, their auras connecting, and 7 massive waves of blood malice surged into the sky, as if they were going to break through the 7 stars demon sealing array. gathering the light of the stars, the Big Dipper seal. The sky darkened, and the stars became faintly visible. Chuan borrowed the light of the stars to enhance the formation's power, firmly suppressing the 7-corpse blood malice formation. However, in doing so, he could no longer attack Shuelingshang. Without the 7 stars demon sealing array, do you think I cannot deal with a golden core cultivator who hasn't even refined a magic tool? You have just stepped into the 3rd level. We are evenly matched. Shuelingshang laughed coldly. You beast, your strengths lie in your bloodline's strength and defense. And we cultivators excel in creation and strategy. Moe, do you feel something is off with your body? The blood mist around us, do you think it's merely decoration? I have long considered how to deal with you 3rd level beasts. After all, to leave this cage you are a hurdle I must cross. The toxins contained in the blood mist are specially prepared for beast kind. Even a mid-stage 3rd level beast will gradually tire and weaken. I must say the bloodline of the Flood Dragon is indeed powerful. Surprisingly, it has been able to endure for so long enough to be on par with an average mid-stage 3rd level beast. But it should be showing some reaction now. You blinked a couple of times, secretly thinking, but I am a peak 3rd level bloodline. What reaction? I'll give you a hammer instead. Chuan's mind connected. It's time to show off your superb acting skills. Rolled his eyes, and then became furious. So it was you behind this. Naturally, since you appeared, I have added a toxin targeting beast kind into the blood mist. Even if you cannot escape in time, it will leave you with a backup plan. You treacherous and cunning human. See if I don't tear you apart. Roared, his massive body charging in like a flash of lightning, his dragon claws covered in blue light, fiercely grasping towards Shuelingshang. Shuelingshang raised his hand, condensing a blood-colored giant palm to meet it. Previously, the blood-colored giant palm would have been torn apart, but at this moment, it was the blue light that was eroded by the blood light, and the palm print bounced off the dragon claw, striking He used body fiercely, sending him flying. It seems to be working after all. Shuelingshang felt slightly more at ease, his expression brightening. If I can refine your flood dragon essence, then the power of my blood magic will advance another level. Easily transforming into a blood-colored flood dragon possessing the true essence and some combat power of a real flood dragon. My power. No, you will die for me. You charged in again, but was once more sent flying by Shuelingshang, coughing up blood violently. Truly forgetful, but I have plenty of time to deal with you later. First, I must resolve you, Chuan. Without your control, the formation will collapse by itself. You charged again, only to be easily sent flying once more. You are too dangerous. I cannot feel at ease unless you are dead. Kill me. Don't you want to know the secrets of my Su family? Chuan kept retreating. Someone as clever as you would have certainly set restrictions in the souls of those who knew the key secrets to prevent leaks. If they probed, they would self-destruct. Therefore, I have given up. As long as I slay your entire Su family, digging 3 feet into the ground, I will surely find your family's secrets and the treasures of your family's heritage. Before his words fell, Shuelingshang's figure darted like a bolt of blood lightning, arriving in front of Chuan, in an instant reaching out to grasp at his heart. At that moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Chuan's mouth. He had a branch in hand which he waved lightly. A completely ordinary branch emanated a green glow, but in the next instant it erupted with a shocking and terrifying aura, and Shuelingshang felt the danger of death in an instant. He didn't even have time to dodge, only able to unleash all his magical power to defend. The green glow coalesced into a hazy old man's phantom, stretching out a finger towards Shuelingshang. That finger was like an incredibly sharp longsword piercing through his magical shield, his protective robe, and all defensive means creating a bloody hole in his chest. Shuelingshang's eyes widened in disbelief. But the next moment a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and a claw pierced through his dantian, extracting a golden core. Why? You actually have such a trump card. Are you toying with me? A bone-chilling cold surged from the side, completely freezing the boiling blood in his body. If it weren't for this situation, I wouldn't dare to guarantee you could handle it. As for toying, it's merely to prevent you from self-destructing in desperation. However, the power from the Elder's gift indeed exceeded my expectations. I estimate that at your peak, taking this blow Hedon would also heavily injure you. Without magical tools, a golden core is still somewhat lacking. Weak. Shuelingshang was so furious he wanted to spit blood, but all the blood in his body was frozen, and what he spat out were only fragments. At this point he hadn't even said much, he was just a golden core cultivator hanging on by a thread. You transformed into a size of several feet, flying before Chuan, grinning. Chuan, how was my performance just now? I completely tricked this brat, right? You have indeed made progress, but the art of acting is vast and profound. You still need to strive for improvement. You? Hee, what about me? I felt nothing from your trivial toxin. If it weren't for Chuan's instructions, I would have slapped you away with one claw long ago. This is impossible. Shuelingshang, in order to escape this cage, had studied for years to counter 3rd level beasts. How could it be ineffective? So I have always been. Just a joke. Shuelingshang's eyes gradually dimmed, losing their luster. This is infuriating you. I feel like I haven't even exerted myself yet. You muttered, looking at the nearby black cloud spirit leopard. Hand over the golden core in your possession. That is our spoils. Yes, Flood Elder. Su Chuan, this golden core belongs to me. That's fine, right? Mou asked. The Black Cloud Spirit Leopard felt it was unbelievable. A 3rd level Flood Dragon and a 9th layer Foundation Establishment Cultivator, this combination actually seemed to revolve around Su Chuan. Isn't this turning the world upside down? In the Zhao family, the Foundation Establishment members had to ask him to do things, and he would only do them if he felt like it. If he was in a bad mood, he might not even bother. You have made significant contributions this time. Naturally, it belongs to you. Unfreeze the body of Shui Lingshang, who I have used for this corpse. Understood. Mou absorbed the extreme cold, then swallowed the golden core, licking his lips after eating. He licked his lips and said delicious. Then he connected with Su Chuan through his mind. I believe that after refining this golden core, I can recover to the mid-stage of the... No rush, let's strike while the iron is hot, and take a trip to the Great Gene to annihilate the Shui family while we're at it. Alright, once everything is done, I will slowly refine it. Su Chuan clapped his storage bag, and a ghost flag flew out, emanating a chilling aura. He quickly made a hand sign, and the ghost flag suddenly glowed with a dark light, sending chains flying into Shui Ling's body. In a moment he extracted a struggling soul, and pulled it into the ghost flag. If the soul of the golden core is refined into the main soul of this flag, its power should increase to the level of a magical treasure. Su Chuan thought to himself. As for Shui Ling's body, he intended to create a blood corpse puppet. If he could possess a blood corpse puppet comparable to the strength of an ordinary golden core, then the Su family would have another trump card. He glanced at the 7 blood corpses in the distance. Since the master of the sacrifices had perished, they now lay motionless. After some contemplation, Su Chuan moved them back into the Enwood coffin and then stored them in his storage ring. He also took possession of Shui Ling's storage bag, and then he made a hand sign to dismantle the grand formation. 7 streams of light flew in from all directions, merging into the storage ring. The ancestor of the Zhao family arrived, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. Dao friend Su, today you with your Foundation Establishment body have slain a golden core, truly the first. I am in deep admiration. You flatter me, Zhao Dao friend. Next I plan to pay a visit to the Shui family of Great Gene to eradicate them completely. Do you know their whereabouts? I have a rough idea, let me lead the way. Su Chuan cupped his fists and said, thank you, Zhao Dao friend. The ancestor of the Zhao family rode the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard while Su Chuan rode the Flood Dragon, and the two headed straight for Great Gene under the cover of night. The next morning, in the skies above the Shui family's territory in Great Gene. Dao friend Su, this is the Shui family territory. Su Chuan stood in midair, his garments billowing like clouds, gazing down at the faint red mist that shrouded the mortal realm. After a moment he raised his brows slightly, and said, a 2nd-tier upper-grade formation. With Lord Black Panther and your Su family's Flood Dragon here, it can be easily broken. You need not worry, Dao friend Su. Su Chuan glanced at him, and said, this matter does not require the Zhao family to intervene. After all, this is the feud between my Su family and the Shui family. That's fine, the Zhao ancestor replied. Su Chuan waved his hand across his storage ring, and 7 formation flags flew out, as he made hand signs to set up the 7-star Sealing Demon formation. Once the formation was successfully arranged, he said to Mo Yue, you ate their ancestors' golden core, so send their entire clan down as well. And you, I will be responsible for capturing their souls, and collecting their blood. Before his voice faded, Su Chuan held the black ghost flag in his left hand, and a strange crimson blood bead floated in his right palm. The method to refine the mysterious Yin blood corpse is recorded in the demonic scriptures of Shui Ling's cultivation. It requires the body of a golden core cultivator over 1,000 years of mysterious Yin grass, and a large quantity of blood for the ritual. Blood from the same clan is best for igniting its ferocity. Alright, Mou's body surged again to over 30 feet, with dragon claws bursting with blue light, as he pressed down towards the faint red light barrier below. In an instant the red mist of the 2nd-tier upper-grade formation shattered like a glass mirror, creating a massive hole about 10 feet wide. The formation patterns crumbled piece by piece, and the spiritual light collapsed like falling stars. The entire grand formation collapsed, dust and smoke filling the air. Flood Dragon. Some disciples of the Shui family widened their eyes looking at the huge flood dragon descending from the sky, and smashing their protective formation, too frightened to utter a word. In an instant the fierce aura of a peak 3rd-tier beast enveloped the Shui family territory like a dark cloud over the city. The bones of those below Foundation Establishment creaked, their knees buckled as they crawled on the ground. The Foundation Establishment cultivators turned pale, their hearts pounding. Mou's eyes flashed with cold light as he let out a thunderous dragon roar. The spiritual energy in the sky surged violently, condensing into thousands of ice spikes suspended like falling stars poised to strike. Suddenly it fell like a torrential rain. Thousands of ice spikes shot down from the sky with a chilling glow, crashing towards the Shui family territory. The pathway, paved with blue bricks, was instantly filled with dense pits, and the splintered ice mixed with debris flew towards the prostrate clansmen, their cries echoing. Those below Foundation Establishment, already soft-boned, could not withstand such heavy blows. The ice spikes pierced through their chests and bellies, turning flesh into mush bones and shattered ice mingling together, and the Shui family territory instantly transformed into a hellish battlefield. Defend. The elder of the Shui family charged out accompanied by several Foundation establishment elders attempting to attack MOU. However, with a fierce glare from MOU, the dragon roar reverberated again, and the spiritual energy in the sky surged even more violently. His massive body charged directly at the few Foundation establishment cultivators. Their magical artifacts posed no threat to MOU at all, and with a gentle collision, they were severely injured, 2 of them perishing on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever MOU passed, all buildings collapsed, and countless ordinary Shui family members had their skulls crushed by falling stones and wooden beams. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, no one could escape MOU's investigation. The Zhao ancestor, observing the scene of the bloodbath from the clouds, shook his head with a sigh. Truly self-inflicted misery cannot be lived down. Little cultivator, it's fortunate that you are on good terms with the Su family, otherwise I wouldn't care about you. MOU is far beyond my capability to contend with. In the past I did not act, in the coming days I will do so even more. After half a stick of incense, the cries gradually ceased, and the ice spikes melted away. The Shui family territory lay in ruins, with blood mixed with ice water pooling among the broken walls, the floating ice embedded with fragments of flesh and bones, and the once prosperous courtyard reduced to charred pillars and scattered fragments of magical artifacts. MOU stood above the ruins, roaring towards the sky. Chuan began to manipulate the black ghost flag, sending out chains to capture the souls of the Shui family. Then he activated the blood-devouring pearl, which floated above the ruins of the Shui family, its eerie blood light illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, countless blood energies surged up, rushing towards the blood-devouring pearl. MOU's body shrank to about 10 feet, searching everywhere for the storage bags of cultivators, then probing into the treasury of resources collected by the Shui family. He did not overlook even the mundane gold and silver. After a stick of incense had passed, Chuan stowed away the ghost flag and blood-devouring pearl, and joined in the treasure hunting until there were no more discoveries. The forbidden cavern of the Shui family was broken open, and Chuan discovered a blood pool inside, filled with countless auras. Could this be the blood pool of 10,000 spirits? The blood demon scriptures record that gathering the blood of 10,000 spirits can refine the blood pill of 10,000 spirits, increasing the chances of blood demon cultivators breaking through to golden core. This blood pool is just right for nurturing the corpse of Shui Ling, which I believe will speed up the refining process. Chuan sealed the blood pool, and after searching the cave, found some skeletal remains of Foundation establishment beasts, along with some top-grade magical artifact materials and 2 pieces of third-year materials. He then unleashed the alchemy furnace, and as the lid flew open, a sea of flames erupted, incinerating the Shui family territory, burning all the remaining corpses to ash. Next he performed the greening technique. Amidst the countless ashes, plants surged wildly, burying everything, leaving only the broken walls and remnants to signify that this had once been a family territory. The Zhao ancestor, witnessing this, felt a tremor in his heart. This completely eradicates all traces of the Shui family. Chuan made hand signs to collect the formation flags, and he and MOU ascended to the sky, casually saying, "Dao friend Zhao, sorry to keep you waiting. Ooh, let's head back." Alright. The 2 immediately departed. On the way, Chuan borrowed the black cloud spirit leopard from the Zhao family, and returned the remaining spirit jade token that the Zhao family had gifted. The Zhao ancestor had no objections, and returned alone to Dalian. Meanwhile, the black cloud spirit leopard followed Chuan and MOU back to the Su family. In Dalian, the Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family and several elders approached when the ancestor returned, immediately asking, "Ancestor, what happened?" The Zhao ancestor let out a long sigh. "What happened? Did we not help? Is the Su family gone?" said one Foundation establishment elder. The Zhao ancestor's eyes widened. "What nonsense are you talking about? If my Zhao family is gone, the Su family will not suffer any misfortune. I merely lament the situation. Before this moment, I set a family rule: regardless of what happens to my Zhao family in the future, we must never oppose the Su family. We must assist them whenever needed. The Shui family is no more." The Zhao ancestor looked up at the sky, recalling Chuan's methods, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. "In the great Wei Yuehu County, don't she?" The black cloud spirit leopard and MOU waited together at the Bihan pool. Chuan was in closed-door cultivation, refining the spoils from this encounter. Knowing that all dangers had passed, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan both breathed a sigh of relief, the heavy stones in their hearts lifted. The Su family quickly resumed their usual way of life, returning to the Guangling branch, studying formations, cultivating, and completing tasks. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The newly risen Golden Core family, the Shui family, was raised to the ground, sparking discussions among the family powers of Great Wei Daliang and Great Jing. However, only a few from the Chao family, Sima family, and Zhao family knew the truth behind it. Chao Defeng went to find the ancestor of the Chao family, Chao Ji, regarding this matter. Upon hearing the news, Chao Ji's brows furrowed, and after a long moment he said, "Do not provoke the Su family any further, and prepare for the Su family to seek retribution." Understood, ancestor. On the side of the Sima family, it was naturally guessed that Shui Ling had certainly died. Being able to kill a golden core meant they posed a threat to the Sima family. Thus the ancestor of the Sima family also advised vigilance. However, for 3 months, the Su family made no moves. Mainly because Su Chuan was very busy. He refined the ghost flag blood-devouring pearl and 7 blood corpses, and then proceeded to refine the mysterious Een blood corpse. The required mysterious Een grass was conveniently available in the Bihan Pool's herb garden with 2 plants over 3 to 4,000 years old. Su Chuan personally refined the mysterious Een blood corpse, which would take several years due to its cultivation level. Thus he enlisted MOU and the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard to assist leveraging their 3rd-tier spiritual energy and the 3rd-tier spirit flame of the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard. With the blood pool of 10,000 spirits, several thousand-year-old mysterious Een grass, and the spiritual energy of a 3rd-tier beast comparable to a golden core, the refining process was uninterrupted. This could be said to be the perfect timing and conditions. After 3 months, the mysterious Een blood corpse was successfully completed. Due to the lack of a golden core, Su Chuan used the blood-devouring pearl as its core, granting it a very special ability to rapidly recover from injuries. However, even with the several thousand-year-old mysterious Een grass and the essence blood of the Xue family, its strength only barely reached the level comparable. If there were a complete golden core, the explosive power of the mysterious Een blood corpse would be enough to match a cultivator at the 3rd layer of golden core. The golden core had already been completely refined by MOU, offering greater assistance than the inner core of a 3rd-tier beast. It restored him to the mid-stage of the 3rd realm. If not for the fact that MOU is only recovering his strength, this golden core would at most elevate him to the level of a 2nd layer of golden core. While this mysterious Een blood corpse possesses certain growth potential, for now it is sufficient. Neither the ancestor of the Chao family nor the ancestor of the Sima family can easily slay it. Additionally, the 7 blood corpses previously lacked the 1,000-year-old mysterious Een grass for complete refinement. Su Chuan improved them, resulting in a lower-tier version of the mysterious Een blood corpse. Su Mingxian, following his orders, devised a grand formation suitable for the mysterious Een blood corpse. The previous 7 corpse blood fiend formation could not fully unleash the power of these 8 blood corpses. In Su Chuan's expectations, if Su Mingxian succeeded, the Su family possessing this mysterious Een blood corpse formation would be sufficient to contend with any peak golden core cultivator in the early stage. Even those wielding magical artifacts would not be feared. This is the might of formations. The ghost flag was refined again, and the souls of Xue Ling and the other Xue family members were transformed into ghostly entities, granting it the power to harm golden core cultivators. Moreover, since the Xue family members are connected by blood, the ghostly entities formed from their souls can merge into Xue Ling's main soul, allowing it to possess the complete strength of a golden core level ghostly entity. One cannot deny that the Xue family was very generous. The entire clan contributed 2 significant golden core combat powers to the Su family. Su Chuan, didn't you say you were going to the Chao family, and when are you going? MOU poked his head up from the cold pond. The Black Cloud Spirit Leopard lying nearby twitched its half-circular ears. Keeping the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard at my Su family for an extended period is not ideal. If it continues, the Zhao family might have thoughts of their own. After pondering, Su Chuan said, in 7 days I will go to the Chao family first, then the Sima family. However, this trip is not for attacking, but for negotiations. Negotiations? MOU asked in confusion. Now that you have successfully refined the mysterious Een blood corpse, and the ghost flag has turned into golden core level ghostly entities, with me and the Black Panther destroying the Chao family and Sima family should be easy, right? That may be feasible. Su Chuan smiled lightly and said, but that is not the purpose of my Su family. Swallowing the entire Xue family has provided enough resources for my Su family to digest for over a decade, and my Su family's foundation is continually improving. Currently, this situation is already sufficient. Moreover, do not forget about the calamity that will come in several decades. Without the Chao family and Sima family, do you want all golden core cultivators appearing during the devil calamity to focus on my Su family? Had the Xue family not sought their own demise, I would not have intended to move against them. Each additional golden core family during the devil calamity can divert some attention away. This way my Su family becomes safer. The goal of my Su family during this calamity is to preserve the majority of our strength and pass through safely. The next era will belong to my Su family. Alright, no matter how you put it, you're right. MOU pouted and said, I will follow your arrangements. The next era, huh? The Black Cloud Spirit Leopard thought to itself, should I let the Zhao family send people to join the Su family after we return? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chuan, accompanied by Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, and 6 other close kin along with Su Duan, headed to the Imperial City. To expedite their journey, Su Chuan had MOU carry them for a while. It was only as they neared the Imperial City that they switched to flying on their own. The entire Imperial City was protected by a 3-tiered grand formation. If they attempted a forceful entry, it would be quite difficult. Thus, Su Chuan and the others swaggered through the city gates, flying straight to the eastern district of the Imperial City, where the Chao family palace was located. This place also had a 3-tiered grand formation. It was evident that the Chao family's foundation was profound, far beyond that of a family like the Shui family. Who goes there? 8 fully cultivated guards at the formation raised their legal instruments, swords pointed at Su Chuan and his group. Suddenly the black cloud spirit leopard beside Su Chuan sprang forth, its body transforming to a length of 4 or 5 zhang, fur bristled like steel needles, and a mysterious light swirling around it. Aru! With a roar to the heavens, the sound wave thundered across the square, causing the blue bricks on the ground to crack. The Chao family's guards were caught off guard, feeling their eardrums burst with pain, their chi and blood surging uncontrollably, and they were all knocked back, spitting blood from their 7 orifices. Bang bang! They crashed against the barrier of the palace formation, their weapons slipping from their hands, collapsing to the ground, unsure of their fate. Following that, Su Chuan's spirit beast pouch suddenly glowed brightly, and amidst the burst of azure light, the dragon Immortal flew out. Its form rapidly grew to over 20 zhang, circling above the formation. The dragon's head rose over a zhang high, its scales shimmering bluish-green like condensed water, and its dragon horns gleamed with a cold light, opening its mouth to roar as soon. The initial dragon's roar sounded like tearing silk, but instantly transformed into a thunderous sound that resonated through the streets and alleys of the imperial city, reaching every family residence. Birds flew startled from within the palace walls, and pedestrians in the market paused, all turning to look in surprise. A dragon's roar. How could such a demonic beast appear in the imperial city? Could it be someone's spirit beast? Impossible. One cultivator's expression grew grave as he said, the might of this dragon is beyond that of an ordinary dragon. From such a distance, it exudes this kind of pressure. It must be a 3rd-tier dragon. 3rd tier. The person instantly widened his eyes in shock, unable to articulate his thoughts. The elders of the Foundation establishment families in the eastern district of the imperial city all changed their expressions drastically. They were close enough to distinctly feel the pressure belonging to a 3rd-tier dragon. That direction is the Chao family palace. Is a 3rd-tier demonic beast attacking the Chao? Let's go hurry and check it out. Many families sent out Foundation establishment cultivators from their clans, flying towards the Chao family palace. Soon they saw the enormous dragon circling above the palace. The Jiang family, Lin family, and Lei family also sent many to investigate. Lei family member Lei Hakong questioned in confusion. Our Dao Wei has a dragon. Ooh, I've only heard of the Su family. Could it be that the Su family is attacking the Chao family? Lei family patriarch Lei Yunxiao pondered. We'll know once we get there. When they arrived, they saw Su Chuan and his kin standing beneath the dragon, exchanging glances with Lei Yunxiao and Lei Hakong. It truly was the Su family. They then looked up at the dragon in the sky. The overwhelming pressure of the 3rd-tier dragon felt like a massive stone weighing heavily on their heart. The spirit beast beside the Su family is also a 3rd-tier demonic beast. It seems reminiscent of the clan guardian spirit beast of the Zhao family. Lei Yunxiao had attended the Zhao family's golden core ceremony and had heard that their guardian spirit beast was a black leopard. In just a short moment, many families had gathered outside the Chao family palace to watch. The Chao family also sent dozens of Foundation establishment and over 100 Qi refining disciples flying towards this direction. In the underground palace beneath the palace, Chao Ji slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation, 2 beams of crimson light shooting out as he murmured, what is destined to come will eventually arrive. Let me meet you, Su Chuan. Who exactly are you? He moved, disappearing from his spot in an instant, and moments later appeared outside, flying out of the grand formation, standing before Mou. Looking at his frail body, he nonetheless exuded an astonishing aura that was not inferior to that of Mou, yet confronting it hidden. Having spent time with Su Chuan, Mou also liked to hold back. Thus he now merely revealed the aura of a 3rd-tier early peak. Chao Defeng saw Su Chuan glanced at the black cloud spirit leopard at his side, and then looked up at the 3rd-tier dragon confronting his clan's ancestor. The blue-green dragon's scales shimmered with a cold light under the sunlight, the dragon's might weighing down like Mount Tai, making it hard for him to breathe. Su Chuan, what is your intention? Chao Defeng shouted angrily, his robe sleeves fluttering as fury surged. Are you here with a 3rd-tier demonic beast to attack my Chao family? His voice contained both rage and a hint of trepidation towards the dragon's might, trembling slightly. Su Chuan looked at him calmly, his expression unchanged, lightly brushing his fingers over his storage ring, and said softly, if your Chao family wishes for it, my Su family will accompany you to the end. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable dominance. As his words fell, the black cloud spirit leopard let out another low growl, and you also cooperatively whipped its tail, intensifying the pressure amid the flowing azure light. All the surrounding cultivators held their breath and watched. Chao Ji glanced at Su Chuan and his group, his voice plainly conveying, the last time I saw you, you were still at the 4th layer of Foundation establishment. Now upon seeing you again, you have reached the 9th layer. The members of the Chao family and the Foundation establishment cultivators from the surrounding families all showed expressions of shock. In just 15 years you've advanced from the 4th layer of Foundation establishment to the 9th layer. An average of 1 realm every 3 years. Shouldn't the speed of advancement from mid to late Foundation establishment become slower? Everyone found it hard to believe. They then heard Chao Ji continue, 4 at the peak of the 4th layer of Foundation establishment, and 2 at the 5th layer. The last mention of Su Duan was directly ignored. Su Mingwei and the others are also like this. Does that mean that in another 10 or 20 years the Su family could produce at least 6 cultivators at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, or even those at completion? The crowd was in an uproar discussing among themselves. Chao Senior, why do you always like to expose us? Wouldn't it be better to leave each other some face? You must know probing into others' secrets is a very dangerous matter. Su Chuan narrowed his eyes looking at Chao Ji with no fear. He then turned around casting his gaze over the surroundings. Do all of you want to probe into the secrets of my Su family as well? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed, daring not to meet his gaze. Speak, what brings you to my Chao family? Chao Ji asked. Senior Chao, you are straightforward. Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Firstly, several months ago the Sima family and the Shui family openly led a large number of cultivators to besiege my Su family. Why did your Chao family not take action? Chao Ji looked at Su Chuan, and seeing his expression, even if the Chao family denied it, it would be useless. Thus he said, personal grievances. My Chao family does not find it convenient to interfere, and the Sima family and the Shui family joined forces. My Chao family has no strength to stop it. A fine personal grievance. Su Chuan chuckled. As the Lord of Dawei, it is only normal for your Chao family not to interfere in the grievances between families in Dawei. But the Sima family and the Shui family are demonic cultivators of Dajin. Has your Chao family forgotten the orders you once issued? In the end, in the world of cultivation, strength speaks. My Chao family cannot go to war with the 2 major Golden Core families just because of your Su family. That would only invite more families to be attacked by demonic cultivators. A fine phrase about strength speaking. Su Chuan smiled faintly, then continued. But I learned from the Sima family and Shui family that this matter seems to have been tacitly approved by your Chao family, including the later arrival of the Shui family's Golden Core ancestor to plunder my Su family. If it weren't for my Su family's hidden cards, we might have already been Everyone did not find this surprising. After all, with a 3rd-tier dragon protecting their clan, the new Golden Core of the Shui family naturally would not dare to be too excessive. Since your Chao family does not wish to protect my Su family, then from today onward my Su family will no longer be your subjects of Dawei, and we want half of the 22 counties of Dawei. This includes Taiyuan and Langya counties. Senior Chao, do you have any objections? Chao Ji's gaze turned cold as he replied blandly, good. The Chao family's foundation establishment members all shouted, shut up, the current Su family has that qualification. The Chao family's disciples all bowed their heads in silence, no one daring to speak. The surrounding foundation establishment cultivators were not at all surprised by this. Instead, they whispered among themselves, their expressions calm. It seems that Chao's ancestor anticipated this scene long ago and made a decision. After all, the Su family has a 3rd-tier dragon and can invite the Zhao family's guardian spirit beast for assistance. An old man in gray nodded in agreement. The Su family will not easily go to war with the Chao family. An old Golden Core family with a 3rd-tier protective formation is not something that can be easily broken. However, it seems that the recent case of the Shui family can now be concluded and should have been caused by the Su family. Many nodded in agreement. Secondly, my Su family has come today to settle the previous grudges with the Chao family. If we clear the grievances, we can protect our respective sides and not interfere with each. What grievances? Chao Ji frowned slightly. Chao Xingming plotted to kill my Su family members. Chao Jinyan schemed to tarnish the reputation of my Su family. Chao Defeng attempted to assassinate Su Chun and sent people to attack my Su family's vassals. Chao Yulong forcibly married my Su family's vassal, the talented Yi Shuehua, leading to her death. My Su family has never provoked others, but if someone offends me, I will repay them tenfold. His tone was calm, yet it rolled through the square like thunder. I want your Chao family's lives corresponding to those of my clan members, as well as 40 elite disciples of the Chao family at the late stage of Qi refinement, to repay my grandson and great-grandson. As his words fell, all the Chao family disciples in the formation looked up in shock and anger, but due to the dragon's might and the spirit leopard's ferocity, they dared not speak. Su Chuan continued, and you must return the son of Yi Shuehua. If you agree, your Chao family and my Su family's past grievances will be written off. Su Chuan, do not go too far. Chao Ji's forehead veins bulged like a dragon, his expression as dark as iron. He violently swung his robe, the pressure of his golden core and spiritual power surging, but upon touching the pressure released by Mo, Yue suddenly became sluggish. Su Chuan is going to slap the Chao family. Lei Hekong transmitted to Lei Yunchao. Previously the Su family was weak and the Chao family pressed down on them, but now anyone would choose to retaliate. Yet Su Chuan has not been blinded by hatred, who directly declaring war shows his broad-mindedness and vision. Lei Yunchao was full of admiration. Lei Hekong sighed inwardly. The Su family has indeed never provoked others, they have only developed quietly. It is said that a good person when angered is the most terrifying. A sage truly does not deceive people. Su Chuan, do not think that my Chao family fears your Su family. Chao Ji said coldly. But I believe that you senior Chao should be afraid. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Thanks to your Chao family, sending the Shui family's ancestor to my Su family has gained another golden core trump card. Chuan slowly raised his arm, his fingertip landing on the black corpse bag. In the next moment, a blood-colored figure flew out from the corpse bag. Its corpse was uncorrupted blood patterns slithering beneath its skin, its hollow eyes burning with two clusters of dark red ghostly flames, and as soon as it appeared it let out an ear-piercing shriek. The shriek carried the pressure of a golden core level, and the blood-evil aura seeped out like black mist. Those around quickly covered their ears to avoid having their eardrums pierced by the shriek. Then 7 more shadowy figures leaped out in succession, each tall and powerful, clad in blood-stained armor, surrounded by the aura of blood evil. Though not as fearsome as the previous blood corpse, each exuded an aura comparable to that of Foundation establishment completion, instilling dread. When they landed, the ground trembled slightly, and they all raised their heads to screech, their voices piercing through gold and splitting stones. You actually refined Shui Ling's corpse into a mysterious blood corpse. Chao Ji's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, all the Chao family disciples in the formation were in an uproar. A golden core cultivator actually fell into the hands of the Su family, and even turned into a blood corpse puppet. The onlooking family cultivators were filled with horror, their eyes wide with fear. Not only that I used the blood of all the Shui family disciples to refine this mysterious blood corpse, enhancing its ferocity and power by threefold, Chuan said calmly, sending chills down the spines of everyone else. The ancestor of the Shui family wanted to exterminate my entire Su family to plunder my family's resources, so I annihilated his clan, refining his body, letting him be eternally controlled by my Su family. Of course, if you senior Chao had come that day, then today, I would not just have come to settle old grudges. The Golden Core mysterious blood corpse and 7 Foundation establishment completion blood corpses, if they could enter the Grand Formation, would be enough to slaughter all the Chao family's Foundation establishment and other Qi refining disciples present. Chao Ji naturally understood this, and if he chose to go to war, faced with 2 third-tier demonic beasts, one of which was a third-tier dragon, plus a Golden Core mysterious blood corpse, he had no chance of victory. After today, my Chao family's reputation will surely be in ruins, and a millennium of prestige will become the stepping stone for the Su family. Chao Ji glanced around at the surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators from various families, his heart filled with unnameable rage. A bunch of unfilial descendants, more trouble than they are worth. He hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. His figure suddenly flickered, shooting like a blue rainbow straight towards the Chao family disciples, his robes fluttering without a trace of hesitation. The Chao family disciples had not yet reacted. They saw Chao Ji's sleeves suddenly wave, and his golden core spiritual power erupted, condensing into dozens of fine red threads, as thin as cow hair. The threads shimmered with a fiery light, shooting towards their targets like lightning. First were Chao Xingming, Chao Jinyan, Chao Dufeng, and Chao Yulong. The sound of the threads piercing through the air was sharp, and with successive thud sounds the red threads pierced straight through their skulls, blood droplets dripping from the threads, tails, their bodies collapsing to the ground, eyes still wide in shock, even in death. Next he rotated his wrist, and the threads swept toward the more than 40 latest-stage Qi refining disciples behind them like a torrential rain. Wherever the red threads passed, heads were pierced, brains and blood splattering on the blue stones of the formation. More than 40 corpses fell to the ground in layers, creating a series of muffled thuds. The Chao family disciples in the formation were all horrified, and some timid ones covered their mouths wanting to scream, but were silenced by Chao Ji's icy gaze instantly. He stood his robe, gathered the blood droplets that stained the corners of his attire, sliding down the fabric, his expression not showing the slightest ripple. Only the coldness remaining in his eyes after the slaughter conveyed, the calamity originated from you all, so you shall pay. Xiao Dezhuang felt beads of sweat continuously forming on his forehead, his heart filled with trepidation, thankful that he did not target the Su family. Senior Chao is decisive, which I admire, but my original intention was to bring them alive to my Su family's ancestral tomb, to bow and atone before executing them. Now it has become difficult for me, Su Chuan said with a faint smile, but in consideration of your seniority, please hand over their bodies to my Su family. No need for storage bags, your Chao family, hand over their bodies. Chao Ji said coldly. Yes, ancestor. Chao Dezhuang personally took action. The bodies of the deceased Chao clan disciples were delivered outside the formation. Su Chuan looked at Su Duan and said, collect them all. Yes, elder. Su Duan's eyes turned bloodshot, mist forming in his eye sockets as he roared inwardly to Qian, Yinner, did you see this? The elder has avenged you. There is still one more. Su Chuan said. Chao Dezhuang added, I will send someone to fetch Chao Zhini right away. After a brief moment, Chao Zhini was brought over, looking somewhat dazed at the scene before him. Chao Dezhuang said, Chao Zhini, from now on you are no longer a member of the Chao clan. I'll return to the Zhou family with your mother. Elder, I leave. Chao Zhini took one step at a time towards the exit of the formation. Chao Ji said, Su Chuan, are you satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. From now on our 2 families shall bury the past and start anew. With that, Chao Ji's figure flickered and vanished like a streak of... Su Chuan looked at Chao Dezhuang and said, you are the current elder of the Chao clan. I hope you learn from the mistakes of the previous elder and do not provoke my Su family again. Otherwise next time the outcome will not be as light. Naturally from henceforth our two families shall govern the Great Way separately and not interfere with each other. Su Chuan smiled faintly, then raised his sleeve, and said, Moyue Black Panther, let's go. Mingwei, take Xiaozhini with you. Yes, father. The Su family members flew onto the broad back of the dragon. Once everyone steadied themselves, Moyue raised its dragon head, and let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies, sending waves that scattered the surrounding clouds. In the gazes of all it swung its tail, its azure scales reflecting the sunlight in a shimmering arc as it soared towards the heavens beyond the imperial city. They first went to Guangling, bringing Zhou Qingfang back to Dongxi. Elder Qingfang, take this child to pay respects to his mother, then return to Dongxi. I will make arrangements. Yes, elder. Following that, Su Chuan took Moyue and the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard to the Great Jin. Since they intended to intimidate, they had to strike fear into all those who had grievances with the Su family. Half a day later, beneath the moonlight, a dragon head broke through the clouds as Moyue hovered above the Sima family estate, its blue scales casting a chill upon the world with its breath, condensing the surrounding moisture into fine shards of ice. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the surroundings, causing ripples in the protective barrier of the Sima family's ancestral formation. Nearby, the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard hid within the dark clouds, its emerald green eyes sparkling with intensity. They all unleashed their auras without restraint. Su Chuan stood atop the dragon's head. The Sima clan elder led a group of Sima clan disciples out of the formation, confronting the 20-foot-long dragon and the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard. Su Chuan glanced around, his voice booming like thunder resonating across the area and drawing the attention of several Great Jin aristocratic families. Senior Sima, the Su family of Great Way has come to visit. Will you not come out to meet us? The Sima clan ancestor did not appear, but his voice echoed around. Su Dao, friend, you come riding two third-tier demonic beasts. This visit seems a bit too grand. Let's put it another way. I have come today to collect a debt. If the Sima family is willing to repay it, then we shall settle our scores. If not, do not blame me for being ruthless toward— By the way, does Senior Sima not wish to come out and meet your old friend? Su Chuan immediately summoned the Xian Yin blood corpse, which stood in the air roaring upwards, its sharp beak and claws exuding a bloodthirsty aura, startling the disciples of the Sima family into pale expressions. A third-tier blood corpse. I never expected your Su family to have the capability to kill Shui Lingzhong and turn him into a blood corpse. Truly laughable. Shui Lingzhong relied on his direct bloodline to extend his lifespan. After painstakingly achieving the golden core, he unexpectedly became a garment for your Su family. Fate truly plays tricks on people. After a pause, the Sima clan ancestor continued. Su Chuan, right. Previously, the Sima family joined forces with the Blood family to attack your Su family, and indeed the Sima family is in the wrong. How do you wish to settle this grudge? Speak freely. I request second and third-tier spiritual materials, rare spiritual herbs, demonic techniques, and among them must be top-tier ghostly techniques, as well as alchemical formations and talismanic texts. My Su family also wishes to become a golden core family, but unfortunately lacks the foundation. Senior Sima, please assist. If I am satisfied, I will leave. Very well, very well. The Sima ancestor's voice echoed again. Then let it be known that I, the Sima family, congratulate your Su family in advance on becoming a golden— Go fetch the items, and be sure to satisfy the Su family. Yes, ancestor. The Sima family's elder said with cupped hands. Su Dao, friend, please wait. The compensation from my Sima family will surely satisfy your Su family. After a moment he asked, but isn't your Great Way prohibiting demonic cultivation? Why do you need so many demonic techniques? Is your Su family planning to cultivate both paths? Aren't you afraid of the Chao family retaliating? The Sima ancestor brought up the Chao family, but Su Chuan merely scoffed. Before coming here, I visited the Chao family. I estimate that even if I do not speak of it today, in a few days the news will reach Great Jin and Great Liang. I have reached an agreement with the Chao family to govern our territories separately, each ruling over 11 counties without interference. My Su family is no longer a subordinate of the Chao family, so why must we still follow their rules? Then isn't the Su family's territory forbidden to demonic cultivate? Both righteous and demonic are practitioners in my eyes. In my heart, there is no distinction between righteousness and demonic ways. Su Dao, friend, you truly have a broad mind. I, Sima Qingdao, admire you. Senior Sima, you flatter me, but I have not finished speaking. If demonic cultivators come to the Su family's territory and are well-behaved purchasing goods, they will be welcomed. However, if they cannot control their greed and kill without cause, then my Su family will hunt them down to the ends of the earth and annihilate their clan. That is only natural. Shortly after, the Sima family elder brought a large quantity of spiritual materials and herbs, mostly for demonic cultivators, as well as demonic texts, alchemical formations, and talismanic texts. However, the texts were all copies. Su Chuan felt that the intimidation had worked. One must leave an opportunity for others, so he accepted the items and left with Moyue and the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard. Elder, regarding the Su family. The Sima elder asked with cupped hands. Do not provoke the Su family in the future, nor think of allying with the Chao family. The Chao family will not be a match for the Su family. This era is passing, and Great Way will certainly belong to the Su family. Yes, ancestor, the disciple will remember. Chuan sent the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard to the Zhao family, also gifting them a top-quality demonic spirit pill and a top-quality Chongshu pill as a token of gratitude. After all having borrowed the Black Cloud Spirit Leopard for quite some time, Chuan felt it necessary to show appreciation. The Zhao family was naturally astonished as at this time, the Su family's power and status had already surpassed theirs comparable to the three major old Golden Core families. Chuan did not linger, and after expressing his thanks returned to Dongxi. A little over half a month later, news of the Su family's intimidation of the Chao and Sima families spread throughout Great Wei, Great Jin, and Great Liang. All the aristocratic families and forces had raised their respect for the Su family to the level of the three major families. During this period, the Su family was extremely busy. After all, they had to gather all the forces of the 11 counties. Chuan simply invited all Foundation establishment families and willing Qi cultivation families and martial arts families to join the Moon Tomb Alliance. No, calling it the Moon Tomb Alliance was no longer appropriate. Chuan came up with a new name, the Immortal Martial Alliance. The main alliance was established in Guangling with branches set up in each county managing them in an alliance format. The Immortal Martial Alliance not only regulated and managed the cultivation and martial arts families of each county, but also handled mundane affairs. Of course, there were many details. Chuan entrusted all these matters to Su Mingyuan and the others to handle. He only needed to review and approve them in the end. 3 months later, the Immortal Martial Alliance branches in each county were established and operating smoothly. Whether mundane martial arts families or cultivation families, all could benefit. The Su family did not collect spiritual taxes, but these had to be submitted to the Immortal Martial Alliance for its development. These spiritual taxes included not only spiritual rice, but also spiritual herbs and materials, as well as mundane grains. Of course, this was certainly categorized by different levels. It was impossible to have mundanes submit spiritual herbs. Mundanes, warriors, and cultivators were managed separately, but still coexisted harmoniously. The Su family's approach naturally won the hearts of the people across the counties. Chuan felt that the Su family's fortune was rising daily, as if they were just one opportunity away from a transformation. Chongwei sent out the notice, a month and a half from now on the 15th of July my Su family will hold the Su clan grand ceremony, sincerely inviting all Foundation establishment families and Golden Core families to attend. Below Foundation establishment, only members of the Immortal Martial Alliance are allowed to attend. As for the venue, there will certainly be many attendees, so it will be set at the Guangling branch. The place in Dongxi is ultimately not as spacious as the Guangling branch. Yes, Elder. Chuan's reputation grew even more prominent, and from then on even the Su clan members referred to him as Elder. If he were to retire in the future, they would call him Ancestor. The Su family was finally going to hold the Su clan grand ceremony. The Foundation establishment families of Great Wei, Great Jin, and Great Liang were all preparing heavy gifts to win the Su family's favor. After all, the potential of the Su family was evident to all the families. In 50 years they had risen from the mundane to rival the Golden Core families, an unprecedented feat. If nothing unexpected occurs, they will surely surpass the 3 major old Golden Core families, the Chao Sima and Lu families. A month and a half later, the various families gathered in Guangling. The Chao family, Sima family, and Lu family all sent their fully Foundation establishment cultivators. The various cultivators presented gifts, creating a lively atmosphere. Afterwards, Chuan led the Su clan members and several vassal families along with the members of the Immortal Martial Alliance to worship heaven and earth. In an instant, all fortunes seemed to have a backbone surging into the clan's genealogy. The genealogy underwent another transformation. Following that, the Su family held a competition. A competition for the latest stage Qi cultivators and early stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The top 3 of the Qi competition would receive a high-quality defensive artifact. The second would be awarded 3 high-quality mental fortitude pills, and the last would receive 3 bottles of high-quality Qi gathering pills. The same went for the Foundation establishment competition. Those with early stage Foundation establishment cultivation could participate. The top winner would receive a top-tier artifact, the second would receive a low-quality Chongshu pill, and the last would receive a Jade Sprout pill. This naturally attracted the interest of many Foundation establishment families. However, families like the first-tier families Chao family and Sima family did not have any early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators attending, missing the opportunity to. The Su family did not participate. Those who did were all vassals of the Su family. Both the Qi competition and Foundation establishment competition were incredibly fierce, mainly due to the generous prizes. A high-quality defensive artifact was something that even the core latest-stage Qi disciples of Foundation establishment families did not possess. Not everyone had a high-quality defensive artifact. As for top-tier artifacts, even those who had just entered early-stage Foundation establishment might not possess one. Low-quality Chongshu pills could help break through to the mid. The Jade Sprout pill was a rare second-tier healing and life-saving pill. The Su clan grand ceremony lasted from morning until evening. Various families departed. Most of the Su clan members also returned to Dongxi. The unusual changes in the clan's genealogy ended, and the chances of giving birth to 8th-tier bloodline descendants increased to 20%, also allowing for insights into the life experiences of deceased Su clan members. Thinking of this, Su Chuan summoned Su Chongwei. Chongwei over these days selects someone from the clan to compile the Su family's genealogy and clan history. For these years my ancestors and I have been busy with cultivation and planning the future of the Su family, neglecting this matter. Now my Su family can at least enjoy 30 to 50 years of peace. This matter should be put on the agenda. Su Chongwei nodded, slightly pondering. Elder, I recommend as long as you find it appropriate. Thank you, Elder. By the way, Elder, how should sensitive matters be recorded in the clan history? For example, the Su family's secret techniques. Then split it into two versions, one for external use and one for internal use. The internal version will be a detailed and truthful record, but the compiler must set a sole restriction to prevent leaks. The internal clan history, whether now or in the future, will only be accessible to the clan head and a few elders. Chongwei understands. Half a month later, Su Duan switched to the demonic cultivation technique, Three Evils technique, and decided to leave Great Wei for Great Jin. The conflicts there were far more frequent, making it a more suitable environment for demonic cultivators. Su Mingwei did not stop him. Although Yang Ronghua felt heartbroken, she knew she could not change Duan's mind. After all, he was already a grandfather. Su Chuan personally accompanied Moyue to send him to Great Jin, gifting him many life-saving talismans and cultivation pills before they parted. After Su Chuan returned, Su Duan checked with his divine sense and was left astonished. 20 top-tier talismans, a set of low-quality second-tier defensive array flags, a high-quality demonic artifact, and shield and top-tier offensive and defensive artifacts for when he became a Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. Pills for Foundation Establishment cultivation, healing pills, mana recovery pills, and explosive-type pills. Su Duan looked at all this, and his eyes immediately misted over. He looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, recalling the information he had about Great Jin in his mind. Great Jin had very few cities, but there were many markets. However, these markets were established through the joint effort of several families. The scales varied in size. The small ones were established by chief families, while the larger ones were founded by Foundation Establishment families. Great Jin had numerous loose cultivators, most renting houses and markets to make a living. Some were affiliated with families. The nearest market in this area should be the Heiha market, established by 3 fourth-tier Foundation Establishment families. I will head there first. Su Duan immediately stepped onto his sword and headed towards the Heiha market. In the high skies, Moyue and Su Chuan silently followed until they saw Su Duan successfully enter the Heiha market. Since you're worried, why let him venture out? Moyue asked in surprise. When a loved one travels far, one will always worry. This is not contradictory to letting him go out and experience life. I don't understand, Moyue sighed. When will we return? Let's go. Su Duan's fate had long since changed unknowingly, and the genealogy could see the future development of the Su clan members. But this was not set in stone. After experiencing the Su family's tragedies, Su Duan's character changed, making him suitable to walk the path of demonic cultivation. Therefore, Su Chuan would recommend that he switch to demonic cultivation and venture into Great Jin. In Yuehu County, the Zhou family. At the Zhou family cemetery, a spirited young man stood before a tombstone. The name engraved on the tombstone was not that of a Zhou clan member, but that of the Yi family. Mother, your child has come to see you again. It has been over 3 months since I left the Chao family. Chao Jin stood before Yi Zuewa's grave, bowing 3 times. The events of the past have all been disclosed by the steward. The Chao family forced the Zhou family to marry you merely to ensure that your root would give birth to a child with a heavenly spiritual root. This grudge, if there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely seek revenge against the Chao family. By the way, I have changed my name. From now on, I will take your surname and be called Fan. The Chao family hopes I will become a peerless talent of their clan, but I refuse to comply. If I remain ordinary, would you still be alive today? Mother, I really want to hug you. I wonder if you held me when I was born. I suppose not, after all the Chao family did such unforgivable things to you. Yi Fan's voice was somewhat choked with emotion. After a moment, he continued, Mother, the steward has taken good care of me. During this time, he has used bone-nourishing pills, strengthening pills, cleansing pills, and meridian-opening pills to help me cultivate. I have already sought permission from the steward and plan to study at the Moonlight Academy. The steward has also been trying to find a way regarding the withered wood seed for me. It seems that only the Grand Elder can help me break through. However, he brought me back from the Chao family, but has yet to meet me, perhaps not wanting to expend effort to help, or maybe but I will not give up. I will definitely avenge the Chao family's wrongs for you. After saying this, Yi Fan knelt before the tombstone, kowtowing, and added, I won't be able to visit you often in the future, so please take care, and bless your child. Then Yi Fan stood up and strode out of the cemetery. What a good child, not corrupted by the Chao family, Zhou Qingfeng observed, secretly stroking his beard and smiling faintly. But the Grand Elder is not looking down on you. He merely wants to test your character and temper your will. Your fortune is yet to come. Su Chuan had the intention to take Yi Fan as a disciple, but wanted to observe and temper him a bit longer. The next day, Zhou Qingfeng took Yi Fan to Guangling County and entered the Moonlight Academy, the primary Immortal Dao Institute. Yi Fan possessed a high level of talent and understanding. Except for his cultivation, which remained stagnant at the initial stage of qi refinement, making little progress, he found the study of techniques quite effortless. Zhou Qingfang advised him not to give up on cultivation every day, at least for over 4 hours. Heaven rewards diligence, there will surely be returns. Of course, being so outstanding, yet having stagnated in cultivation would inevitably attract some jealousy. However, Yi Fan dealt with it perfectly. Though he remained at the initial stage of qi refinement, his mastery of techniques was unparalleled throughout the primary Immortal Tao Institute. Thus he was not weak in combat. At least in the initial stage of qi refinement, few students could match him. While Yi Fan was heading to the Moonlight Academy, Su Chuan Mo Yue and Su Mingshu also went to the Qinghai Forest. Su Chuan went to practice near the Tree King. Su Mingshu sent her beast companion to train, while the White Tiger went to the Yunjin Mountain Range for cultivation. The White Tiger is currently the most likely member of the Su family to reach Golden Core combat power within a few years, and the Su family would naturally spare no effort. Most of the older generation of the Su clan, like Su Mingwei and Su Mingshuan, are devoted to cultivation, only occasionally handling some affairs. When they have plenty of free time, they also go to the Yunjin Mountain Range, where the spiritual veins aid in their cultivation, significantly improving their speed. This cannot be compared to the spiritual energy nodes found in various counties. The younger generation has begun to travel through the counties exploring and training, but they are not yet taking up positions in the Immortal Martial Alliance. At least in Su Chuan's view, without sufficient experience, recklessly taking on significant roles in the Immortal Martial Alliance would only lead to being gradually corrupted by power and degenerating. Currently, the Su family business has spread across all counties. The pills and artifacts produced by the Su family exchange in business for resources such as spiritual herbs, spiritual mines, and spirit stones, leading to a growing foundation. Additionally, they continue to seek out immortal seedlings and recruit potential loose cultivators. It is evident that they are building upon the foundation of 11 counties. In the next 10 to 20 years, the number of cultivators in the Su family will surge. Moreover, some eligible younger members of the Su family are marrying into foundational families across the counties. Some qi refinement families are also marrying into the Su family as vassals, seeing the future of the Su family and wanting to make angel investments. Even though Chun Bai and Li are not yet part of any cultivation family, it cannot be said that they will not develop in the future. The Gu family once faced great difficulties, but with the birth of new clan members, they are gradually regaining their vitality. The Zhou family is undoubtedly the leading family among the Su family's vassals. The Yang family and the Chang family follow the Su family, and have also become qi refinement families flourishing in power. Currently the head of the Yang family is Yang Ruifeng, the grandson of Yang Zhao, who has now reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. The head of the Chang family is the son of Chang Haowen. Although Yang Zhao is not at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, he is also at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm, and is now over 100 years old. His wife has long since passed away. Although the maximum lifespan of a Grandmaster is around 120 years, very few actually reach that age. Yang Zhao is now approaching the limit of his lifespan. Ancestor, today you should tell Ming'er about your past. Did you really serve as a county magistrate in Xinjiang County, and call the ancestor of the Su family your brother? Yang Zhao lay back in his recliner, slowly opening his eyes to look at the 7 or 80-year-old child beside him. He is Yang Huoming, the great-grandson of Yang Ruifeng and the first genius of the Yang family, with true spiritual root qualifications highly cherished by the Yang family. You little monkey, you won't let your ancestor have a good afternoon nap. Yang Huoming chuckled. When September comes, the Moonlight Academy will hold recruitment examinations. Yes, ancestor. The training at the Moonlight Academy is close to the second-tier training of the Su family, making it the best choice for ordinary families. As for the Su family, the internal training levels may continue to rise, but the rules will become stricter even for the members of the vassal families. Once the number of Su clan members reaches a certain scale, they will only train their own descendants and select immortal seedlings from among the common people. It is estimated that by then most of the Su family's vassal families will have developed their own strength, no longer needing to rely on the Su family for everything. Of course, this also means that the Su family's covert surveillance over them will increase. In those years, your ancestor was just a clerk, being slightly troubled by his superiors to handle issues regarding the fields in Dongxi village. At that time, I had not yet entered the village when I encountered the ancestor of the Su family. That was the first time we two brothers met. After that, Yang Zhao's eyes were filled with nostalgia as scenes flashed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 years have passed. He is now aging, with his life approaching its end, while Su Chuan has become a transcendent figure, revered and admired by countless people across the 11 counties of the Immortal Martial Alliance. Fate is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen all of this? A few months later, Yang Ruifeng accompanied Yang Zhao back to Xinjiang County to revisit old places. They also went to the Su family. Looking at the still youthful Yang Ronghua, he held her hand, tears of joy streaming down his face as he said, "Very good, very good." Su Mingwei and Yang Ronghua accompanied him for half a day. They then returned to the county town, and 7 days later he passed away. Su Mingwei, Yang Ronghua, Bai Jing, Su Daizhao, Su Dijin, and many core members of the Su family came to pay their respects, while other vassal families naturally attended as well. All the Qi refinement martial families and immortal families in Yuehu County came to send Yang Zhao off. This was because he was once a close friend of Su Chuan. This was due to the fact that the first lineage of the Su family's main house almost all has Yang family blood running through it. This was also because the current head of the Su family calls the head of the Yang family uncle. At this time, Su Chuan was still in the Qinghai forest, closed off for cultivation, completely unaware that another old friend had passed away. On the way back, Yang Ronghua's eyes were still slightly red, leaning on Su Mingwei's shoulder. Husband, mother is gone, brother is gone, and now father is gone. Yang Ronghua said, choking up again. Su Mingwei gently stroked her hair and softly replied, My dear, I will always be with you. Yang Ronghua shook her head and said, Husband Zhaoer, you are all cultivators. I hope you can live forever like true immortals, never dying. As for me, living 100 years with you is already enough for me, having stolen a century of youth. If the time comes, let me lie quietly in your arms. Can you do that? Su Mingwei slowly closed his eyes and nodded solemnly. All right, I promise you. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. In the Qinghai forest, in the territory of the Tree King, within a mountain cave, a young man suddenly let out a howl towards the sky, causing waves of spiritual power to ripple around him, causing dust to fall from the cave walls. The withered moss between the stones was even brushed to a hint of green by this gust of energy. The young man was Su Chuan. His hair was disheveled like wild grass, his robe stained with dust from 3 years ago, but his eyes suddenly opened wide during the howl, as if shooting out cold stars. Su Chuan obtained permission from the ancient Huai Tree King to open a cave in a nearby cliff, then disregarded worldly matters and focused on his cultivation. Now, after 3 years, he finally broke through to the peak of Foundation establishment. The howling sound penetrated the cave, startling the blue sparrows below to scatter, while the giant branches of the ancient Huai tree, needing 10 or more people to embrace, trembled slightly. The leaves rustled, as if in response to this tide of spiritual power. A flash of green appeared. A figure emerged from the trunk, standing on a branch, gazing towards the cliff. From the 9th layer of Foundation establishment to the peak of Foundation establishment, 3 years is not too slow. However, for Su Chuan himself, there should be more gains. Su Chuan took only top-grade harmony pills, and with the abundant wood-type spiritual energy in this area plus the high-level cultivation techniques he practiced, logically he should have reached the peak of Foundation establishment in just a year or two. In the cave, the stone slab beneath Su Chuan cracked inch by inch, while the spiritual power flowing around him transformed from its initial turbulent yellow color to gradually become as clear as glass. As he raised his hand to form a seal, the spiritual power condensed in front of him into a green spiritual ring. The spiritual ring spun, and the green color gradually turned to a withered yellow, emanating a sense of decay. However, after a moment it transformed back to vibrant green, full of vitality. With a flick of his sleeve, the spiritual ring transformed into specks of light and dissipated in the air. Suddenly a golden light burst forth from his brow. Su Chuan immediately sat cross-legged, introspecting and exploring. He suddenly felt that his spiritual sense was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core level, but still lacked a thread of opportunity. Within his dantian, there was a spiritual lake where all his magical power was gathering. For cultivators at the Qi refinement level, magical power is gaseous. At the Foundation establishment, it becomes liquid, and at the golden core stage it becomes solid. A thread of magical power can possess immeasurable power. In this place, aside from cultivating, Su Chuan was also comprehending the laws of decay and prosperity. The previous spiritual ring was a technique he devised named the Withered and Flourishing Ring. One withers while the other flourishes in an endless cycle. He raised a finger, condensing a droplet of life essence spiritual liquid at his fingertip, then flicked it towards a nearby black potted seedling. The seedling rapidly absorbed the essence, then shook its tender leaves. Su Chuan cradled the pot, gathered the formation flags, and leaped towards the ancient Huai Tree King. He landed steadily on a nearby blue stone and cupped his fists towards the ancient Tree King, saying, Senior, I have broken through to the peak of Foundation establishment and plan to take my leave. The tree spirit looked at the seedling in the pot, nodded slightly, and said, Its spirituality has increased quite a bit. You have indeed taken good care of it, but remember our agreement to help it awaken its intelligence and transform into a spirit beast. I understand. I will definitely do my best. Su Chuan then took his leave. Not long after, he saw Mou flying towards him. Su Chuan landed on his back and asked casually, Is Su Bai cultivating in the Yunjin mountain range? Yes, along with Ren Xiaoyao, Su Mingxin, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingshu. They all focus on metal-type techniques, and cultivating their benefits them. If I elevate her to the peak of the third realm's mid-stage, she may return to her clan to break through into the latest stage, and even recommend me as the permanent guardian of that territory, while ceding Yunjin mountain range to that foolish cat. That arrangement suits us well. Qinghai Forest serves as one of the critical passes connecting to the Southern Heaven region. It is most reassuring to have it under the stewardship. Elder Shu Wang is unlikely to be replaced, but he maintains cordial relations with our Su clan. So long as we refrain from disturbing the serenity of his domain, he should permit our disciples to cultivate there. Father, Su Mingxian suddenly interjected, I too wish to speak regarding the spirit vein matter. While studying the triple extinction dragon sealing formation recently, I detected traces of spirit vein energy, indicating an underlying spirit vein beneath that region, concealed and repurposed for the formation's construction. What kind of spirit vein is it? Chuan asked, visibly elated. It appears to be a water and earth spirit vein. And over the millennia the formation has stood a wood element spirit vein has also spontaneously emerged. Su Mingxian remarked calmly, the water and earth vein is likely second realm, sufficient to sustain golden core cultivation, while the wood vein is first realm. Chuan laughed heartily. Indeed, that land proves truly auspicious. Of course it is. Do you imagine any ordinary terrain could host such a grand formation to seal me? Why did you not inform me earlier? Chuan turned toward Mou. Mou scratched his head. This sovereign knows nothing of formation arts, and besides advanced age brings forgetfulness which is only natural. Su Mingwei and the others exchanged amused glances. Enough. I shall not hold it against you, Chuan mused briefly before declaring, Mingxian, there is no need to dismantle the triple extinction dragon sealing formation entirely just yet. Wait until the next era to fully disassemble it. Then erect a corresponding third realm formation, transforming the site into a sacred cultivation ground. Su Mingxian pondered deeply then nodded. I understand. Within several years I shall master one third realm formation in its entirety. Your father trusts you implicitly, Chuan replied, a faint smile curving his lips. Very well. Return now to your cultivation. I shall enter seclusion here to refine pills, then return to the clan estate. Su Mingwei and Su Mingxian bowed respectfully and withdrew. After several days of preparation, Chuan commenced refining the demon spirit pill. All required materials had long resided within his spatial ring. True demon spirit pills are exceptionally difficult to refine. The primary challenge lies in harmonizing and fusing the core essence cell and vital blood of a third realm demonic beast. Fortunately, Chuan had absorbed alchemical treatises from the Xian, Yu secret realm, and mastered foundational techniques, such as the 99 condensation of true essence. His mastery of pill refinement thus ascended to a new pinnacle, far surpassing his former self. Moreover, having perfected the lower tier variant of the demon spirit pill, he estimated a 50 to 60% success rate for this attempt. His first attempt failed. On the second, he labored nearly 3 months to refine the demon spirit essence, then spent another half-month integrating remaining components and coalescing the final pill. At the moment of completion, celestial omens surged forth, so potent that had Chuan not anticipated them, and erected a suppression formation, demonic beasts within 100 li would have converged instantly. This occurred within Qinghai Forest, where attracting a dozen or more second-realm apex beasts would be entirely unremarkable. 3 pills, none of supreme grade, yet mid-grade ones suffice. One mid-grade pill will elevate Su Bai to the third realm, another will swiftly propel him to its early peak. The third pill shall remain with the clan, reserved for a future metal affinity demonic beast possessing genuine potential to ascend to the third realm. Chuan made this arrangement because Mou would undoubtedly accompany him beyond this realm, and once abroad Chuan could readily gather requisite materials to refine additional pills for him. Moreover, these would be demon spirit pills attuned to Mou's innate affinity, thus far more efficacious for him. Since this place, Sherwan Great Mountains, functions as a cage for demonic clans, cultivating more third realm beasts here would allow them to replace those demons surveilling humanity. Even more promisingly exceptional talents might infiltrate the inner echelons of the Sherwan Great Mountains demonic clans, becoming hidden agents planted by the Su clan. Take Su Bai should his bloodline potential advance to the fourth realm. The demonic clans would welcome him without reservation. A fourth realm potential beast would inevitably become a cornerstone disciple, akin to core cultivators within nascent soul sects. Chuan meditated for several days until his spiritual energy and divine sense fully recovered to their zenith. He sealed the pills into 3 porcelain vials, each secured with restrictive talismans. One pair entrusted to Su Mingshu with precise instructions on usage. The remaining vial he carried back to Dongxi for safekeeping. As Chuan soared through the skies, he passed Xinjiang County, and was struck by its astonishing transformation. Its scale appeared doubled, with pavilions and mansions now dotting its periphery. Curious, he swept his divine sense across the area, and overheard disciples conversing. They were martial clans and cultivation families who had relocated here from the I see, he murmured, immediately grasping the reason the Su clan resided here. Even amid sparse spiritual energy, these families sought proximity to secure advantage. Curious, he swept his divine sense across the area, and overheard disciples conversing. They were martial clans and cultivation families who had relocated here from the Conversely, proximity afforded greater chances to forge ties with Su science, yielding manifold benefits. Chuan further surveyed Xinjiang County. Its prosperity deepened daily. On its streets, 3 or 4 out of 10 pedestrians were martial cultivators. Many were even foundation establishment cultivators, a stark contrast to decades past when martial cultivators were rare. In Xinjiang County, and foundation establishment masters numbered fewer than fingers. He shook his head wryly. Only 3 years, and already like this. In decades it may rival the prefectural capital itself. Then he recalled the impending demon calamity decades hence, the blood banquet, when demonic beasts would swarm across the land. How long could such prosperity endure? Amid this dual cataclysm, both human realms and demonic hordes, Only 1 or 2 in 10 might survive the slaughter spared solely by the beast's capricious. They would constitute the sole seedstock reserved for the next era. Chuan sighed softly. He felt powerless. His generation could merely strive to preserve the Su clan. How much would ultimately endure, even he could not foresee. Upon reaching Dongxi, he observed little change. The settlement remained tranquil and serene, though the Su ancestral compound had expanded with newly constructed courtyards. Chuan conversed briefly with Bai Jing in the main residence, then retreated to his study and summoned Su Chonghui via voice transmission. As clan patriarch, he remained apprised of all major and minor affairs. Chuan conversed briefly with Bai Jing in the main residence, then retreated to his study and summoned Su Chonghui via voice transmission. As clan patriarch, he remained apprised of all major and minor affairs. Monthly reports from the clan's covert divisions, via the prefectural Immortal martial alliances, indicate steady development overall. Chuan gave a slight nod. Is Mingyuan absent? Second uncle departed for Guangling to deliver a lecture at the academy, then attend to matters at the Talisman Pavilion, likely returning in 2 or 3 days. Understood. When he returns, summon him to Bihan Pond with you. Yes, Senior Elder. Several days later, Su Mingyuan returned, learned Chuan had returned from Qinghai Forest, and immediately rejoiced, proceeding with Su Chonghui to Bihan Pond. Father, congratulations on achieving foundation establishment perfection. You stand but one step from forming the golden core. Su Mingyuan bowed reverently. Su Chonghui blinked, then echoed the same. You always perceive things keenly, Chuan smiled. Yet this concealment stems from the spirit concealing array device. No cultivator below the golden core can discern my true cultivation level. Now that our Su clan has risen thus far, there is no longer need for secrecy. Tell me, do you believe wearing spirit concealing array devices remains necessary within our ancestral lands? Su Mingyuan and Su Chonghui exchanged glances. Su Chonghui replied, within the ancestral lands it is indeed unnecessary, yet disciples undertaking special external missions still require them, such as members of the Shadow Division, or core clan figures entrusted with critical responsibilities. I concur with Chonghui, and add one stipulation: senior lineage figures must continue wearing them, including Father the Ming generation select degeneration elders, and the clan patriarch. Most other elders need no longer suppress their cultivation levels. Though outsiders may infer that concealed cultivators exceed their apparent realm, the degree of concealment remains ambiguous, instilling caution and respect. Second uncle's reasoning holds merit, Su Chonghui affirmed. Chuan nodded, agreed. Chonghui, implement this accordingly. Yes, Senior Elder. I summoned you both for another matter. I intend to relinquish my positions as Senior Elder of the Su clan and Grand Elder of the Immortal Martial Alliance. At these words their pupils contracted sharply. Father, why? Chuan smiled gently. First, to signal externally that I am entering seclusion to pursue the golden core. Second, the time has come for you to walk the path of the Su clan. Henceforth, I shall serve only as your foundation. The Su clan's future belongs to the younger generation. If they falter, our destiny dims. Thus we must grant them ample opportunities for trial, observing strengths, assigning responsibilities, or marginalizing the unworthy. With our numbers swelling, not every member can match elites like Ming Wei and Ming Yuan. Both men fell into thoughtful silence. Hence our clan rotates its patriarchal position frequently, whereas other clans might retain Ming Wei indefinitely. Such practice would be perfectly acceptable. Given our current stature, comparable to golden core level clans, the patriarch ought rightly be a foundation establishment cultivator. Clan members need not be overprotected. Those occupying high office must view the clan's evolution through the lens of grand strategy. Chonghui understands. Thank you, Senior Elder, for this profound guidance. Su Chonghui bowed deeply. Chuan declared, regarding the Senior Elder post, I appoint Yu Mingyuan as successor. Mie. Su Mingyuan recoiled in astonishment, waving his hands. My elder brother remains. Surely he should assume this role. I considered this, but after careful reflection upon our clan's present condition, I chose you. Your elder brother too has been assigned a distinct path. The Senior Elder bears immense decision-making authority. Its weight cannot be overstated. Among your siblings, only you possess the requisite aptitude. Ming Wei favors combat, Ming Xian possesses talent, but prefers leisure and freedom. Ming Shu devotes herself wholly to spirit beasts. Ming Xian is reserved and selective, currently immersed in formation studies where he excels. I shall assign him further duties in due course. As for Ming Qing, he is destined to inherit our clan's alchemical legacy, focusing solely on pill refinement. Su Mingyuan sighed softly, meeting his father's gaze. Father, you've spoken so plainly, oh, what else can I say? He then bowed formally. I accept the Senior Elder position, to steer the Su clan forward. Chuan clapped his shoulder. You have always been my greatest hope. He then bowed formally. I accept the Senior Elder position, to steer the Su clan forward. Chuan chuckled awkwardly twice, then shook his head in mock lament. You're harder to deceive than in childhood. Su Chonghui's lips twitched. Was this the same venerable ancestor he knew? He'd never imagined such a side to him. What methods had he used to instruct his grandfather's generation? Truly fascinating. One more matter. Before the words faded, Su Chuan's spatial ring gleamed, and a sinister black banner wreathed in ghostly chi alongside 8 Xian blood corpses materialized before them. Henceforth these 2 artifacts shall serve as the secret inheritance for each successive patriarch and senior elder. Choose one between you. Su Mingyuan sighed inwardly again. His father was indeed preparing to depart this realm, just as he once left Dongxi in pursuit of the Tao, and Mingxian would almost certainly accompany him. A pang of envy stirred within him. Chonghui, you choose first, Su Mingyuan said. I'll take the soul banner. Su Chuan nodded. Close your eyes and focus your spirit. I shall transmit the control and refinement methods. For the coming days attend here daily until full mastery is achieved. They complied. Su Chuan touched 2 fingers to each of their foreheads, and torrents of knowledge flooded their minds. Moments later they opened their eyes. Su Chuan cautioned, both artifacts are malevolent. Use them only in direst extremity, lest they corrode your mind. Still they represent our clan's temporary necessity, not our enduring identity. In time I shall seek truer, nobler treasures befitting the Su clan. Thereafter Su Chonghui and Su Mingyuan arrived nightly, refining for 2 hours, until after half a month. They achieved complete mastery. By the way, how fares the clan genealogy and annals? Su Chuan inquired. Su Chonghui replied, completed long ago, reviewed thoroughly by myself, father, grandfather, and second uncle. No issues remain. I shall fetch Aunt Deheng. Half a teacup's time later Su Deheng arrived bearing the genealogy and 2 sets of annals, inner and outer. Greetings, senior elder, she bowed. Deheng, you've embarked upon the immortal path. Yes, senior elder. Su Deheng now stood at the late stage of chi cultivation 8th layer. She rarely appeared publicly now. When she did, she wore a mask to conceal her identity per the directive of Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan. All Su clan members who transitioned from martial arts to cultivation followed this protocol. Do you find it agreeable? Acceptable. Cultivation fulfills Wu Tao's lifelong aspiration. I wish to experience the landscapes of foundation establishment and beyond on his behalf. Very well, follow your heart. Our Su clan imposes few worldly conventions. Should you wish to remarry, that too is permitted. No need, senior elder. My present life is profoundly peaceful. Su Chuan nodded, accepting the genealogy and annals to peruse. Su Deheng added, the annals recount many of your deeds, mostly gleaned from grandmother and father's accounts. Please correct any inaccuracies or impropriety. Unnecessary, this suffices. The annals primarily chronicled Su Chuan, and Bai Jing, the 2nd generation, Su Mingwei and 5 others, the 3rd generation, Su Deshao, and Su Deliang, and pivotal clan events including battles and turning points. Should future generations produce figures of comparable significance to the clan, their deeds may be appended accordingly. After arranging matters within the clan, Su Chuan quietly left for Guangling, intending to check on the designated chief emperor disciple with a celestial spiritual root. Upon hearing that he had named himself Yi Fan, Su Chuan couldn't help but secretly scoff for a long time. At the headquarters of the Xinwu Alliance Moonlit Academy. Since the Su family severed ties with the 11 counties of the Great Wei, many noble families have joined the Xinwu Alliance. The status of Moonlit Academy has gradually risen, becoming a sacred place of learning. It is no longer something the Chao Family Academy can compare to. Each family sends their eligible disciples with mixed spiritual roots and true spiritual roots. Moreover, many elders from noble families have also taken positions as instructors at the academy, such as the Li family from Taiyuan County and the Wang family from Langia County, with members in the Qi refinement stage teaching formations and runes. There are also corresponding foundation establishment elders who have joined the Alliance's formation and rune halls. Today, the 11 counties ruled by the Su family all implement the Xian Alliance system, and every family has joined the Alliance. The more positions one occupies in the Alliance, the greater the voice one has, naturally making it easier to bring benefits to one's family. The Su family is naturally pleased with these developments. The purpose of establishing the Xinwu Alliance is to bind the interests of various families together. Being able to seek benefits for one's family is also their own capability. As long as they do not violate the Alliance rules, the Su family turns a blind eye. After all, important positions within the Xinwu Alliance are firmly in the hands of the Su family. The Su family is the leader. Wherever they go, the other noble families can only follow. Unlike the other half of the Great Wei, where the rest of the noble families are mostly disloyal to the Chao family, only pretending to comply. Su Chuan directly flew into the formation barrier at the headquarters of the Xinwu Alliance, as he is one of the few with the authority to ignore these formation restrictions. At Moonlit Academy, Su Chuan also ignored the formation barrier and entered the academy directly. 3 years have passed, and Yi Fan is now 11 years old. He is still in the elementary academy for cultivating the Tao, making him quite a special individual. With a sweep of his divine sense, he located Yi Fan, who was currently practicing martial arts in a bamboo grove. Although Yi Fan is a Qi refinement stage cultivator, he is quite unique as he has no spiritual power in his dantian. He draws upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to perform spells. To enhance his strength, he began to delve into martial arts. The withered wood seed welcomes all absorbing and refining the martial energy he cultivates. However, the acupoints within him are still being opened. Due to his strong bloodline foundation in just 3 years, he has become a martial artist whose physical strength rivals that of a perfected innate being, yet he possesses no innate true energy. When he uses martial techniques, he directly converts the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into innate true energy. With practice, he has begun to grasp the principles of both. Interesting, the withered wood seed actually has such effects. Practicing martial arts to temper the body is good. I believe that once he unlocks the withered wood seed, his body will be able to bear this power more easily. Previously, Chuan had Zhou Qingfang provide him with various pulse-opening and marrow-cleansing pills intending to help him strengthen his physical body. With the accumulated spiritual power and true energy, the power contained in the withered wood seed should be comparable to that of a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator. Chuan stroked his chin, his gaze brightening. It appears there is no need to rush to help him unlock it. Let him temper his body to the perfected stage first. Then when he draws out the power contained in the withered wood seed, that transformation might allow his physical strength to rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator. If I could figure out the path beyond the perfected martial arts, that would be even better. Chuan envisioned grandly. Of course, he also knew that Yi Fan had a celestial spiritual root, making him more suited to follow the path of the Tao. However, this fortuitous encounter might allow him to go further in the future. Chuan did not reveal himself to disrupt, watching for a while before leaving. He went to a branch, found Zhou Qingfang, and also met Su Mingxian and a few others. Zhou Qingfang talked about many matters concerning Yi Fan. Elder, are you planning to take Yi Fan as your disciple upon your return from closed-door training? A hopeful look appeared in his eyes. That is the intention, but seeing him pursue martial arts, I have decided to wait a little longer. Zhou Qingfang asked, Elder, is there anything wrong with Yi Fan pursuing martial arts? Chuan shook his head and smiled. It is his opportunity, you need not worry about it. Next, I plan to observe personally. You should focus on your cultivation. I see that you are currently at the early stage of foundation establishment 6th layer. Thanks to the resources from the main family, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through 2 realms in these 8 years. Zhou Qingfang cupped his fists and bowed. Chuan nodded slightly, took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to him. Inside is a medium-grade Chongshu pill. You can take it when you reach the bottleneck of the later stage. With your spiritual root aptitude, breaking through to the later stage of foundation establishment should not be difficult. Zhou Qingfang was slightly excited, bowing his head. Non-Su family foundation establishment elders certainly cannot compare to Su Mingwei and the others, but they receive treatment comparable to that of second-tier or even first-tier noble family foundation establishment elders. Chuan transformed into a white-haired old man sweeping the floor at Moonlit Academy, secretly observing Yi Fan while pondering and researching divine. A month later, the Xinwu Alliance suddenly called for an elder meeting requiring all elders to participate. The one calling for it was Elder Chuan. Naturally, the elders did not dare to slack off. Each county's foundation establishment families had 2 representatives in the elder meeting, one at the perfected qi refinement stage and the other at the foundation establishment stage. The former belonged to the elder quotas granted by the Xinwu Alliance to each family. As for foundation establishment, Chuan had also stated that any cultivator who reached foundation establishment could apply to join the elder meeting as long as they had no major crimes. They would usually be accepted. Elder has emerged from closed-door training. 3 years ago, Elder was at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Now he should be at the perfected foundation establishment stage. 18 out of 10 after these 3 years, the Su family's previous shortcomings should be completely made up for, and the number of mid-foundation establishment cultivators will not. I estimate that besides Elder, there are still hidden late foundation establishment cultivators. I wonder what Elder's sudden call for an elder meeting is about. The Su family has arrived. Someone shouted, and the hall instantly fell silent. More than 10 foundation establishment members of the Su family walked in. Everyone stood up in unison and cupped their hands towards Chuan in the center, saying, "We greet Elder." Elders, please do not stand on ceremony. Take your seats. After Chuan took his seat, he waved his hand and said, "I have an important matter to announce at this elder." Chuan scanned the crowd and said after a moment, "I plan to step down as the Grand Elder of the Xinwu Alliance and recommend my son Su Mingyuan as the new Grand Elder. You all are elders of our alliance and have voting rights. If you have anything to say, feel free to speak." Almost everyone narrowed their pupils, revealing looks of surprise. The foundation establishment elder of the Li family said, "Elder, why such a sudden decision? You are in the prime of your life, younger than most elders present." "Yes, Elder, your position as an elder of the Xinwu Alliance is well-deserved," said the foundation establishment elder of the Wang family. Chuan smiled and cupped his fist, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I believe my son will not be inferior in the role of Grand Elder. If any of you have suitable candidates, you may also propose them for a vote. Everything will be decided based on the voting results." Everyone showed thoughtful expressions. "As for why I am doing this," Chuan smiled lightly again. "I believe you all have your speculations. Indeed, after 3 years of closed-door training, I have reached the perfected foundation establishment stage. I plan to immerse myself in cultivation and strive for the Golden Core realm, so I can better uphold the reputation of the Su family. I have made up my mind about this. There is no need for you all to persuade me further." Within a stick of incense, everyone can propose candidates for the Grand Elder position. After that, the official vote will begin. As long as those in favor account for over 80 of the votes, that person will become the Grand Elder of the Xinwu Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall buzzed with discussions, with people whispering and some communicating with their divine sense. The Su family members all closed their eyes because the outcome is already predetermined. Even if some present had ulterior motives, the connections and prestige accumulated by the Su family over the years are unmatched. Moreover, an 80 approval rating is something no one besides the Su family can achieve, at least not at this moment. Unless a noble family comparable to the Su family emerges in the future within the Xinwu Alliance, it would be impossible for even a first-tier noble family to produce in the blink of an eye, the stick of incense burned out. Although some had small thoughts, in the end, no one proposed another candidate for Grand Elder. Since there are no other candidates, let us begin the vote. Those in favor of my son Su Mingyuan becoming Grand Elder, please raise your hands. Under Su Chuan's sweeping gaze, all the elders present raised their hands in unison. Currently, it seems that the Su family's actions are still fair. Who knows what might happen if a different person were to lead. Also, having the Su family lead the Xinwu Alliance aligns better with the interests of the Alliance. After all, while the Xinwu Alliance is a coalition of noble families, it does not represent everything about them. The Su family remains the Su family. If one day the Su family decides to withdraw from the Xinwu Alliance system, their power and connections would be sufficient to destroy the Xinwu Alliance. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Since all the elders agree, my son shall be the Grand Elder of the Xinwu Alliance from today onwards. Everyone stood up in unison, cupping their hands towards Su Mingyuan, saying, "We greet the Grand Elder. Thank you all for your kindness. Although I am still inexperienced, I will do my utmost to fulfill the responsibilities of the Grand Elder. Now I propose the establishment of the position of Supreme Elder within the Xinwu Alliance. Any cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment stage may apply for this position. If anyone within the Alliance becomes a Golden Core cultivator, they will automatically become a Supreme Elder of the Xinwu Alliance. The Supreme Elder holds a status equivalent to that of the Grand Elder, and has 5 opportunities each year to directly appoint or dismiss personnel below the Alliance leader. They may review all the collected texts within the Alliance, and there will be a certain amount of resources provided annually, but they cannot give them to disciples outside of the Xinwu Alliance. This position is a nominal one without voting rights. As the others pondered over this, Su Mingyuan added, "Additionally, I propose that my father be the first Supreme Elder of the Xinwu Alliance." It was clear that establishing the position of Supreme Elder was merely to signify respect. The elders from other families did not refute Su Mingyuan's initial proposal and voted to pass it. Su Chuan was also caught off guard, shaking his head and chuckling. On that day, the news of Su Mingyuan becoming the second Grand Elder of the Xinwu Alliance, and Su Chuan being promoted to Supreme Elder, quickly spread to the branches in each county. It caused quite a stir. Not long after, it was reported that Su Mingyuan had also taken over as the Grand Elder of the Su family. It was evident that the power within the Su family was beginning to shift. What surprised everyone was that the successor to the Grand Elder position would be Su Mingyuan, not Su Chuan's eldest son, Su Mingwei. While Su Mingwei's reputation and strength known as the Arrow Demon spread far and wide, Su Mingyuan remained much more low-key. After taking the Grand Elder position, he resigned as the head of the Rune Hall, appointing the vice leader, the Foundation Establishment Elder from the Wang family, who is a master rune. This can also be considered a promotion. As for the vice leader position, it was taken by Li Hongyi. Both Li Yuanhua and his sister have the level of master rune makers, but Li Hongyi's mastery in rune making is higher. The rest remained largely unchanged. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months went by. Su Chuan also stayed at Moonlit Academy for 3 months, occasionally observing Yi Fan's actions, comprehending the technique of withering and flourishing, and also making time to develop new pill formulas. The focus was on the new Foundation Establishment pill formula. Now that the Su family's power has further expanded, ruling over the 11 counties of the Great Way, they have gathered various spiritual herbs from each county. Years ago, he was busy with cultivation and had set this aside. Now that it has resumed, there are some leads. The Yuji pill basically relies on the medicinal properties of herbs aged for 1,000 years to enhance the chance of Foundation establishment. However, the true pill formula relies on the combination of various spiritual herbs, and the changes in medicinal properties can enhance efficacy multiple times, even tenfold, achieving a qualitative transformation. Su Chuan gradually increased his investment in the research of the new Foundation Establishment pill. A spring and summer passed, and Su Chuan finally developed To his surprise, this pill formula turned out to have effects similar to the Yuji pill, increasing the chance of Foundation establishment by 10 for low-grade pills, 15 for medium-grade pills, and 20 for high-grade pills. This pill can be taken in multiple doses and the effects can stack, but the first dose will definitely be the most potent. Subsequent doses will only weaken in efficacy. The materials for this pill formula are valued only as much as the Jinyuan pill. Several types of spiritual herbs are specialties of various counties. If the formula were to be published, it would undoubtedly cause tremendous changes. For such strategic pills, Su Chuan currently does not plan to make them public. Once he truly becomes a Golden Core family, or even a hegemonic force in 3 territories, he will then release it. For now, the Su family collects the materials, refines them into pills, and then rewards those with significant contributions in the Xianwu alliance. Alternatively, they could auction them at the Su family trading company. Currently, the Su family auction has changed from once every 10 years to once every 3 years. Su Chuan named this pill Yuji pill again, and secretly instructed the Su family trading company to collect the corresponding materials. Of course, to avoid detection, the types and quantities of spiritual herbs collected by the trading company are quite varied. Even a master alchemist would find it difficult to discern the materials required for the Yuji pill from within. Even if they did discover them, the order of refining the medicinal materials, the blending of the medicinal liquids, and the control over the temperature during the condensation process have countless variations. Su Chuan took the opportunity to return to Dongxi. Mingqing, come find me at Bihan Pond. Su Mingqing, who was in quiet cultivation at the alchemy hall, heard Su Chuan's voice and immediately opened his eyes, heading towards Bihan Pond without hesitation. Father, what do you need me for? Su Chuan glanced at him and smiled lightly. Not bad, you are at the mid-6th layer of foundation establishment. In another year or 2 our Su family will gain another foundation establishment latestage cultivator. The previous Yuji pill was different. There were as many as 32 types of spiritual herbs. Although many of these herbs are quite ordinary, the refinement process seems rather complicated, and it would be difficult to produce the pill without the skills of a top alchemist. After pausing for a moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed, Father, could this be the new foundation establishment pill formula you have devised? Indeed. The original foundation establishment pill formulas mostly originated from ancient times, and the 3 main materials, purple monkey flower, jade vein grass, and heavenly spirit fruit, are quite rare. In many places in the Southern Territory they are not easily found. Here it is even harder to come by. The Wuhua secret realm only opens once every 60 years. Countless talented qi refining cultivators are trapped in the qi refining stage with no hope of advancing to foundation establishment throughout their lives. Now that I have devised this formula, it will free my family from the constraints of foundation establishment resources, provide an opportunity for cultivators across the world, and fulfill the expectations of the senior Yinzhongzi. Father, you are truly benevolent. Su Mingqing felt an immense respect in his heart, but then suddenly thought, are you planning to make this formula public? It will be made public, but not at this moment. As a father, I still have my selfish motives. Once the next generation of my Su family produces several golden core cultivators and becomes the overlords of the 3 regions, only then will this formula be shared with the world. How far they can develop will depend on their own fortunes. Su Mingqing nodded slightly. This was the father he admired, the one who would help the world when he achieved greatness. I still have several materials on hand. In the coming days I will guide you in refining so that you can quickly produce this pill. As for the name, since its effects are similar to the original Yuji pill, I will continue to call it the Yuji pill. Moreover, currently only you need to know this formula. You can share the news with your elder brother, second brother, and the head of the Su family, but do not disclose the contents of the formula. For now, your production should be sufficient. You can refine it about once every 3 years, using 10 for auction, 5 for rewards in the Xianwu alliance, and the rest to be kept within the family. Yes, father. Next I will demonstrate the process for you. Pay close attention. Su Chuan immediately began the refining process. Although the total value of the Yuji pill's spiritual herbs is comparable to that of the true origin pill, the difficulty of refinement has increased by at least 2 levels, making it significantly harder than the Chongshu pill. Su Mingqing observed attentively, not daring to miss a single detail. In his eyes, Su Chuan's movements flowed like water, seemingly effortless. He had thought that his alchemical skills were close to Su Chuan's, but now it seemed the gap was even wider. Moreover, Su Chuan was using the alchemical techniques that Su Mingqing was familiar with, not the higher-level methods like the 9-9 condensing true technique. An hour later, Su Chuan finished refining. The furnace yielded a total of 9 pills, 6 of which were of superior quality and 3 of medium quality. Now explain this process to me. Tell me why it was done this way, and feel free to raise any questions. Once you understand it thoroughly well, begin refining. Yes, father. The father and son exchanged questions and answers. Half a day passed in an instant. Su Mingqing began to truly refine the pills, but encountered problems during the process. This led to the failure of the first batch. Su Chuan allowed him to analyze his mistakes independently before trying again, after which Su Chuan provided him with explanations. Time and time again. By the 5th furnace, Su Mingqing finally managed to produce the first batch of Yuji pills, yielding 2 both of inferior quality. After refining all the materials, several days had already passed. Su Mingqing had achieved a 30% success rate for medium quality pills, but had yet to succeed in producing superior ones. I have had the Merchant Guild continuously collect Yuji pill materials. Once they arrive, you will study and refine them until you can consistently produce superior quality pills, and only then will we conclude this phase. If you encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, you can come find me at the Moonlight Academy. I understand, father. Although it is most cost-effective for Su Chuan to refine these spiritual herbs, cultivating an heir is a necessary investment. This applies to all aspects, including pill devices and arrays. Su Chuan knew many families that had once produced top alchemists or artifact masters had been bustling with visitors. However, as the masters fell, the warmth faded. Without nurturing excellent successors in the clan, generations declined, becoming ordinary cultivation families. 2 days later, Chuan returned to the Moonlight Academy, continuing his role as the sweeping elder. Yifan, who had not seen him for days, approached him when they met again, inquiring where he had been during this time. It was clear that he had a bit of conscience. Old man has been dealing with family matters these past few days, and took leave to handle some chores. Chuan stroked his beard, and looked at Yifan, asking, does this student have something to discuss? No, but seeing you so old, and still sweeping, could you be the rumored hidden expert? Do I look like an expert to you? Chuan chuckled. I can't tell without divine sense, but my intuition tells me you might be a prominent figure from the Academy, or the Shinwu Alliance. This clever little rascal. Chuan smiled, and said, since you think I am one, why don't you help me sweep the floor? Perhaps you can gain some favor with me. Once I achieve success, I can take you as my disciple. Yifan showed a look of doubt upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, he said, perhaps I am overthinking, but you do indeed look quite old, so helping you is only right. From now on, I will take care of your chores. Is he trying to latch onto me? I want to see how long you can keep it up. Then I thanked this student. Chuan handed him the broom. Old man is feeling a bit weak, so I will rest over there for a while. From then on, Yifan came every day to help Chuan with some chores. As they interacted more, the two grew familiar. Grandpa Wein, you mentioned last time that you had 5 sons and 1 daughter, but why have I never seen them come to visit you? They are all busy. Do you have grandsons at the Moonlight Academy? Not qualified. Cultivation requires spiritual roots and qualifications, but the martial arts starting point is much lower. Why not send 1 or 2 here to learn? It would strengthen the family. Why waste money on that? They can just practice at home. Besides, they still need to do farm work when they have free time. Grandpa Wein, why do you always carry that potted plant with you? Time flowed like water. 2 more years passed in the blink of an eye. Chuan looked up at the sky and said softly, it's time to prepare to leave. Recently, Su Mingxian sent word that in 2 or 3 months, he would be able to set up the initial 3-tier formation for the family. He had been waiting for this moment. Only with the family fully secured could he leave in peace. After all, once he left, he would not return without achieving the golden core. In the nearly 3 years, Yifan's physique gradually matured, already resembling a graceful young man. Through his own efforts, he had even reached the realm of a perfected master. Although his Dantian still lacked magical power and innate true chi, he could now effortlessly transform spiritual energy into a trace of magical power or innate true chi. Thus, although he was at the first layer of chi refining, he was not much weaker than those students nearing graduation from the Taoist and martial arts academies. Among them, the most outstanding from both academies were comparable to mid-tier masters or chi refining cultivators at the 7th layer. Relying on his physical strength and this unique transformation ability, Yifan could confront them directly, truly a gifted talent. Grandpa Wein, what are you looking at? Do you have any chores today? Just let me know. After a few years, Yifan had gotten used to it. At first, he thought the elder was the rumored expert. Later, he found him very interesting and was happy to converse with him about various topics. Gradually, a sense of familial affection began to envelop him. This might relate to the fact that he had never received familial love since childhood. I am watching the sky. Are you looking at today's weather? I am observing the sky of this cage compared to the sky outside. Cage. Outside. Yifan listened somewhat puzzled. Chuan turned and smiled gently at him. Little Yezi, didn't you say I was an expert? I am preparing to leave this place. Do you have any wishes? In return for all the years you've helped me with chores and kept me company, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Grandpa Wein, please don't joke. There's only one chance, you know. Chuan continued to smile at him. Yifan sighed and said, alright, if you truly are an expert, I hope to become your disciple and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Will that be alright, Grandpa Wein? If you don't do your chores, you really will be swept out. No problem, I will grant you this wish. Chuan waved his sleeve, raising his hand to touch Yifan's forehead, and a stream of green light encircled them like ribbons before entering Yifan's brow. A surge of power enveloped Yifan, propelling him into the sky and into the bamboo forest. He then raised his hand to set up a formation. The force of decay surged into Yifan's dantian, continuously impacting the seed of withered wood, attempting to break it. The withered wood was not dead. Instead, it was nurturing life and transformation. With his own strength, Chuan reversed this technique, transforming the seed of withered wood into a seed of vitality. From then on, it would no longer feed on Yifan's magical power or true chi, but instead return the power it had previously consumed. To prevent this power from exploding and harming Yifan, Chuan deliberately restricted the flow rate. Yifan was astonished. The seed of withered wood has been broken. Isn't it said that in the entire Great Way, or even in Great Liang and Great Jin, only one person could break this spell? How could it be so easily broken by a humble, sweeping elder from the academy? Were others lying, or was it? Wait a minute, Wuyin Wusu. Could it be that he is? Yifan suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the white-haired elder was gone, replaced by a refined young man with a smile on his lips. It was none other than Chuan, the eldest elder of the Su family, whom he had met years ago in front of the Great Way Palace. You. What do you mean by you? Didn't you want to become— Little Yezi, what are you waiting for? Yifan was taken aback for a moment, and instantly understood everything. All of it was Chuan's test for him. He immediately knelt down, bowed 3 times, and said, "Disciple pays respects to master." "Get up." "Thank you, master. We will discuss other matters later, but now the seed of withered wood has been reversed by me. However, due to fate you walk both the martial path and the immortal path. You need to make a choice now. Will you follow the martial path or the immortal path? If you choose the martial path, you may one day open up a realm beyond the masters. Disciple has already thought it through. I want to follow the immortal path." Yi Fan declared with determination, "I vowed at my mother's grave that I would seek justice from the Chao family in the future. The martial path is uncertain, but the immortal path is the only possibility." Chuan nodded slightly. "As your master, I respect your choice. Now sit cross-legged and accept this love from your mother, as well as your years of unceasing dedication. Your master will protect you, and no one shall disturb you." "Thank you, master." Yi Fan could already feel the surging power coursing through his body. Even though his meridians were resilient, they couldn't sustain it for long. He needed to guide and refine it for his own use. The appearance of the formation in the bamboo forest naturally drew the attention of many. The deputy head of the academy, Su Mingxuan, suddenly appeared above the formation. "Mingxuan, it's me. Tell the others to stay away. Oh, I am here to protect Yi Fan." "Father, you finally accepted him as a disciple." Su Mingxian exclaimed joyfully, "Congratulations, father, on gaining such a fine disciple. A person with a heavenly spirit root, as long as they do not fall, is highly likely to become a golden core cultivator in the future." Yi Fan's cultivation level was improving daily. After 7 or 8 days, he had already reached the 5th layer of qi refining. 10 days later, he reached the late stage of qi refining. A month later, the momentum began to stabilize. His cultivation level reached the initial stage of the 9th layer of qi refining. According to Su Chuan's observations, he could ultimately reach the late stage. Due to the constant disdain and ridicule he faced, Yi Fan had not taken a single day off since he began his cultivation, working tirelessly without rest. His toil and sweat were more than those of the true spiritual root geniuses from noble families. His talent, perseverance, Tao heart, and comprehension were all of the highest caliber. With such qualifications, Su Chuan was naturally moved. The power that erupted from the seed of vitality contained not only magical power, but also innate true qi, forming a mysterious force through their fusion. As this power flowed through his limbs and bones, it was also continuously widening his meridians, purifying his essence, and enhancing his physical strength. His physique underwent a transformation nearing the level of a treasure body able to rival foundation establishment beasts. This was a rare opportunity only achievable through the cultivation of body refinement techniques to a certain level. Even Su Mingwei could not compare, let alone contend with beasts using just physical strength. Half a month later, Yi Fan completely refined the power of the seed of vitality, which disappeared entirely into his dantian. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming magical power filling his limbs and bones, while an immense force surged within him, as if wanting to burst forth. He couldn't help but throw back his head and let out a long roar that pierced the clouds and shattered the stones, tears streaming down his cheeks and dampening his hair. For 10 years he had been ignored, enduring countless scorn and mockery. Today he shattered the sky, and light emerged from the dust. Su Chuan watched this scene as if witnessing a waste of talent shedding blood, and couldn't help but softly recite, "I have a bright pearl long confined by dust." One day when the dust cleared, it illuminated mountains and rivers. After a moment, Yi Fan wiped his eyes and bowed to Su Chuan, saying, "Master, I've embarrassed you." Su Chuan smiled, faintly casually waving his hand to lift him up. "Young people should be true to their feelings, unlike me who appears young, but has long dulled my heart, not forgetting my passion." Su Chuan released a magical boat, stowed away the formation flags, and said, "Come on board, let's head to the Su family. Your cultivation journey has just begun." "Yes, master." "Don't she?" In the Baihan Pond, Yi Fan arrived at the Su family, secluding himself for half a month, breaking through to the perfection of qi training. Shortly after, he seized the opportunity to push for foundation establishment. Even with a heavenly spiritual root, the probability of reaching foundation establishment by the age of 14 is extremely low under normal cultivation speed. After all, prominent families naturally emphasize the foundation when nurturing their disciples. The more talented one is, the more this is necessary to fully unleash their potential. However, Yi Fan's circumstances were coincidental, leading to such a transformation. Originally a favored child of heaven, he unexpectedly fell into the dirt and became a creature trampled by others. The scornful glances and mockery from others became the nourishment that tempered him. Though still young, his resolute heart had already far surpassed that of most cultivators. His obsessions and desires ultimately forged an unyielding Tao heart. Su Chuan looked at the quiet room where he was in seclusion, smiled faintly, and said, "Good disciple, foundation establishment is just your starting point. I hope you can cover the sky with one hand in the future." Then he said to Su Mingxian beside him, "Let's begin the replacement of the clan's great formation." "Yes, father." However, regarding Guangling, since it is merely a spiritual energy node and not a true spiritual vein, even if a third-tier great formation is arranged, it cannot be easy. Otherwise, over time, it might drain the spiritual energy node, causing devastating damage. Then let's continue using the top-tier second-tier formation. Before the impending calamity arrives, the branch will ultimately return to the main vein. Understood. Su Mingxian nodded slightly. Meanwhile, in the Qinghai forest within the Yunjin mountain range, thousands of peaks clustered with emerald, and the mountains held essence. The wind through the treetops carried sharp sounds. Within the mountains there was a second-tier metal spiritual vein, causing the sharp metal aura to flourish, suitable for the cultivation of metal-type demon beasts. The Su family's white tiger was currently in seclusion and training here. On a certain cliff of the mountain, the white tiger lay hidden upon the red-gold rock, its 3-meter body covered in frost fur with hints of golden patterns flowing, and a faint king character pulsating on its forehead. At first the golden aura around the cliff swayed gently like fine scales swimming, but suddenly the wind ceased, and the forest fell silent, as the surrounding golden essence surged towards the tiger's body, like milk returning to its source. The tiger's body trembled lightly, its frost fur stood on end, its bloodline boiling within, yearning to break free from its shackles, and a low roar shook the rock debris. Suddenly a sharp golden aura erupted from its body, rising into the sky, initially resembling a silver spear, but quickly expanding to several meters in thickness, pure gold, in color piercing the heavens, and tearing apart the flowing clouds, leaving white scars in the blue sky. Wherever the energy column reached, ancient pines shed their needles into golden dust, and the mountain rocks peeled away to reveal shimmering golden veins, while the stream below froze in the coldness of the golden aura, its surface reflecting a metallic luster. In the distance the red gold vein resonated, as if echoing in response. Once the energy column subsided, the white tiger returned to the rock, its frost fur now draped in red gold with the king pattern shining brightly, its eyes flashing with golden light. The white tiger let out a long howl to the sky, its voice like a mighty bell radiating the pressure of a third-tier beast and the authority of the four spirits, white tiger. Demonic beasts within dozens of miles trembled. The red fox abandoned its meal and rushed back to its den, the blackman bear fled into the dense forest, and the golden-winged sparrows fell to the ground flapping their wings. Even the second-tier ironback demon wolf lay on the ground whimpering, not daring to look up. This breakthrough aura naturally attracted the attention of Mo, the three-tailed white fox, and the tree king. This foolish cat has finally broken through. Mou emerged from the mirror lake, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and let out a thunderous dragon roar, his tail swinging as he soared into the sky, heading straight for the Yunjin mountain range. The three-tailed white fox and the tree spirit also transformed into streams of white and green light, heading towards the mountain range. Su Mingzhu was also nearby. As the master of the white tiger, she could naturally sense the changes in the white tiger through the spiritual beast restrictions. Immediately she connected her mind, and said, "Xiao Bai, you've finally broken through. I'll come find you now." "Master, wait, some other third-tier demon beasts are coming. They should be the three-tailed white fox and the ancient Sephora tree king, mentioned by Mou. I'll find you after they leave." "That works." After a moment, Mou, the three-tailed white fox and the tree spirit stood at the edge of the cliff. The three-tailed white fox sensed some pressure from Su, by far stronger than the previous torn sky tiger. This tiger actually has the bloodline of the four spirits white tiger, and it's even stronger than that torn sky tiger from before. Its potential is extraordinary. Mou. Su-bai looked at Mou and spoke. The three-tailed white fox was slightly surprised, and immediately turned to look at Mou. "Big brother, is he your little brother?" "That's right, he has followed me for quite some time. I specially brought him from the 10,000 great mountains to cultivate here, using this place's spiritual vein. He has surely lived up to my expectations. Sister White Fox, I plan to have my little brother guard the Yunjin mountain range. How about you give me your territory?" Mou smiled. The three-tailed white fox's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. "Big brother Mou, why didn't we agree? If you help me reach the peak of the mid-third tier, I would leave and give up this place." "Tree king, you witnessed this." The tree spirit smiled slightly. "No problem. To gain control over the Qinghai forest, the Su family would certainly spare no expense." Su Chuan had long instructed to gather second-tier peak water-type demon beasts, intending to refine 12 water-type demon spirit pills, and then use the 5 spirits reversal pill method to upgrade a water-type third-tier demon pill. Refining all of them should be enough to elevate the three-tailed white fox to the mid-third tier peak. Mou said, "However, this price is not small, and I have a condition." "What condition?" "You must first report that you are inferior to me and yield this place for guarding. Of course, before you reach the mid-third tier peak, you can still cultivate here. This." "Sister White Fox, this deal is not a loss for you. Given your talent, reaching the mid-third tier peak in a short time would require decades, or even hundreds of years of hard cultivation. It might not even be possible. Otherwise our demon clan wouldn't have so many stuck in the early and mid-third tiers. If hard cultivation could lead to the late third tier, or even the peak of the third tier, then considering our demon clan's lifespan, all who step into the third tier could achieve." The three-tailed white fox fell into deep thought. Mou's strength made her extremely wary, and now there was an additional white tiger demon beast with the bloodline of the four spirits white tiger. If they insisted, she could only yield. Otherwise she would end up like the torn sky tiger killed. As for the ancient Sephora tree king, he never intervened in disputes, remaining aloof. "All right, little sister agrees." The tree spirit said. "Then Mou, white fox, you both come with me to the holy mountain to report." After all, we need you to explain the reasons. Understood. After they left, Su Bai went to find Su Mingzhu and then returned to Dongxi with the other Su family members. Everyone gathered. Father Xiao Bai has broken through to the third tier. Su Mingzhu hugged Su Bei's neck, and Su Bei's body had transformed to a size just right for her to embrace. Su Chuan nodded slightly, and smiled, saying, Su Bai, you will guard the Yunjin mountain range from now on. Yes, Grand Elder. Mingwei Mingzhu, the materials for the 3 second-tier peak water-type demon beasts to refine 12 water-type demon spirit pills are ready, but we still lack 2 types of wood and earth demon pills for the 5 spirits reversal pill method. You two go to the 10,000 Great Mountains and find them quickly. Yes, Father. With a 3rd-tier demon beast present, obtaining 2nd-tier peak demon pills would be naturally. In 4 to 5 days, the White Tiger returned with the 2, bringing back a 2nd-tier peak Thunder-type demon beast perfect for refining into a Thunder-type demon spirit pill, which along with a Fire-type demon spirit pill would be fed to Su Ying. Relying solely on his own cultivation, Su Ying was currently just in the late 2nd tier, comparable to the peak of the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Reaching the peak of the 2nd tier was not that easy. Su Bei's path to the 3rd tier had already succeeded, and the Su family had the ability to replicate it, naturally planning for him. After all, among all the demon beasts in the Su family, only Su Ying and Su He had the potential to break through to the 3rd tier. The other spiritual pets of Su Ming, Su Ming Yuan, and Su Ming Xuan, including the Blood-Eye Spider and Silkworm demon beasts, did not have any 3rd tier potential. Demon beasts with 3rd tier potential are equivalent to golden core seeds among human cultivators, so they are not so easily born. Su He, like Mo Yue, is also a water type, and currently seems to have slightly less potential than Su Ying. Moreover, Su Ying is more loyal to the Su family. Even without the contract with Su Mingzhu, Su Chuan believes Su Ying would choose to protect the Su family. After all, from birth to growth, he has been in the Su family from the beginning of cultivation to his current transformation, and his potential to become a 3rd-tier demon beast is all due to the Su family. He has shed blood for the Su family. He has made contributions to the Su family. His brothers died for the Su family. Demon beasts also have wisdom and emotions, and regardless of hatred or loyalty, they are long-lasting. Su Bai is the same. If he merely had 3rd-tier potential, but was essentially a white-eyed wolf, the Su family would not assist him. He is more like the protagonist of the demon beast, born from a common beast, gaining wisdom to become a demon with mediocre talent resources piled up to the late 1st tier, and suddenly transforming, activating the bloodline of the 4 spirits, White Tiger gaining 3rd-tier potential. Then, coinciding with the focus of the Su family's cultivation, he became a 3rd-tier demon beast. A few days later, Su Chuan and Su Bai headed to the Qinghai forest. At this time, Mou and the others had already returned. The Holy Mountain acknowledged Mou's guarding position, and the Yunjin mountain range also belonged to Su Bai. Su Chuan was refining pills in the Yunjin mountain range. He refined 22nd tier water-type demon spirit pills, just enough for 12 high-quality pills. Then he utilized the 5 spirits reversal pill method to upgrade a 3rd-tier demon pill. Mou took them to the Mirror Lake to find the 3-tailed white fox. Sister White Fox, I brought what you wanted. A white shadow flashed, and the 3-tailed white fox appeared at the edge of the Mirror Lake. So fast. She was slightly surprised. Quick, let me see what precious pills you have. Mou smiled lightly. Not so fast, Sister White Fox. You must swear by your bloodline not to reveal this information, otherwise if the news leaks, wouldn't everyone come to— At that time, I wouldn't be able to handle it. It could even bring me great danger. The 3-tailed white fox pondered for a moment. Okay, little sister swears. The power of demon beasts is inherited through bloodlines. Swearing by one's bloodline, typically no demon beast would break it, otherwise the bloodline would backlash, potentially regressing to a common beast. Seeing the 3-tailed white fox swear, Mou first presented her with a 3rd-tier water-type demon pill. The 3-tailed white fox widened her eyes. Big brother Mou, why did you kill a 3rd-tier water-type demon beast? Don't ask so much, just swallow it now, and refine it immediately. The 3-tailed white fox's expression was heavy as she nodded, then immediately swallowed, and began to her aura rapidly rose. However, ultimately, she was enhancing rather than restoring. Like Mou, it wouldn't be that fast to convert it into her own power. After several hours, the 3-tailed white fox suddenly noticed a significant decrease in the remaining power of some demon pills, leaving her greatly astonished. What's going on? Just a little trick. After refining this demon pill, you should be comparable to the 6th layer of the golden core, and then there are these 12 high-quality demon spirit pills. This pill is not ordinary. The 3-tailed white fox felt the attraction of the pills was far beyond what she had previously swallowed. 3 pills at a time, refining them together should allow you to reach the peak of the mid-3rd tier. If not enough, then Sister White Fox, after a few more years of cultivation, it will definitely be enough. The 3-tailed white fox looked at the pills, contemplated for a moment, then nodded. Feels about right. Then Sister White Fox, our transaction ends here. I wish you a swift breakthrough to the late 3rd tier. Big brother Mou as well, I believe you will certainly be faster than me. Mou smiled widely, not saying much more. I'm off. He immediately soared into the void, and the 3-tailed white fox glanced back, then gently swayed her 3 snowy white tails, turning to return to her lair. Back at Yunjin mountain range, Mou's eyes were filled with battle intent, as he said next we should go kill the old snake of the Wanxi Valley, right? Chuan smiled faintly, and said let's go back to Dongxi and gather people to challenge him. Challenge? Yes, we'll challenge him alone since he is a mid-third tier demon beast, we should give him some face. Chuan, you truly are cunning, but I like it. The members for the siege of the old snake in Wanxi Valley included Su Bai Mous Su Ing Su Chongwei, Su Mingyuan Su Chuan Su Mingzhu, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingxian. The real main attack would be from Mou and Su Bai, followed by the golden core trump cards in Su Chonghui and Su Minjuan's hands, while the rest of the people and demon beasts would merely create distractions. Su Mingxian was responsible for setting up the Great Formation. He still couldn't refine third-tier formation flags yet, and he had no materials as most of them involved extremely precious formation materials. A set of inferior third-tier formation flags would likely be worth several magical treasures. Considering future opponents would involve demonic paths and demon beasts, Su Mingxian refined 2 sets of formation flags, the 7 Stars Demon Sealing Formation and the Heavenly Gang Demon Locking Formation. The formation to be used this time was the Heavenly Gang Demon Locking Formation. This formation is effective in suppressing demon beasts and weakening their strength. It is also quite effective against third-tier demon beasts. The group headed towards Wanxi Valley. Mingxian, you set up the Great Formation nearby. Su Bai, go lure that old snake and lead it here. Even if we are to kill it, it's best to do so as to avoid any tricks he might have in his lair. Everyone concealed their realms and suppressed their aura fluctuations. The group complied. The demon beast world is very simple. The weak are prey. If a territory is desired, just take it. If a mate is desired, just take it. The vast majority of demon beasts abide by this, easily inciting anger. Su Bai ran to the core of Wanxi Valley, letting out a tiger's roar that shattered gold and split stone, tearing apart the flowing clouds. This territory belongs to Lord Tiger. Those inside, quickly roll away if you know what's good for you. The next moment, a nearly 20-meter-long dark red giant python burst out from the valley. Its head was wide like a triangular tripod with a half-foot flesh lump on its forehead faintly gleaming with dark. A droplet of saliva fell to the ground, and with a sizzling sound it corroded the blue stone, creating small honeycomb-like pits, the stench spreading as it exhaled its breath. The red core creature was over 1.5 feet long, its movements resembling that of a flame-wreathed serpent. With fleshly wings sprouting from its back, and the wings pressed against its scaled spine, a single flap generated a foul wind. Little white cat, this is my territory. If you don't want to die, get far away from me. A sharp screech erupted, sending waves of sound rippling outward. Su Bai chose not to respond, lifting his paw directly, condensing 3 beams of golden light several feet long. The golden rays were incredibly concentrated, and as they flickered they tore through the giant python's dark red scales, exposing the flesh and blood within. The triangular giant python let out a pained cry, its slitted eyes turning a vivid red as it opened its mouth to spit forth a line of crimson-black fire. Su Bai evaded the flames which struck the ground, and immediately melted a pit several feet deep, thick black smoke billowing upwards. Su Bai served as bait, thus he didn't need to engage in close combat. He once again concentrated a sharp golden energy at the tips of his claws, unleashing several golden beams aimed directly at the giant python's flesh bulges. However, this time it did not succeed. The giant python's fleshly wings suddenly flapped open like 2 red sails, catching the wind, using the momentum to leap several feet into the air, the golden rays barely grazing its scales and sparking a few embers. As the fleshly wings flapped, they whipped up a strange wind, carrying poisonous miasma. Roar! The white tiger let out a low growl, condensing golden energy into a semi-transparent barrier to block the toxic miasma rushing toward him. Seeing this, the giant python grew even angrier, its triangular head rearing back to spit another line of crimson-black fire, the flames wrapped in toxic gas, causing the air to smell burnt. The white tiger stepped sideways, dodging the golden energy. The ground once again billowed with thick black smoke. Before the smoke could dissipate, the giant python's body, like an iron whip, lashed out again, its scales glimmering with an eerie red glow in the firelight. The white tiger twisted to avoid it, his claw coated in golden energy, sweeping across the giant python's tail end. A sharp sound echoed as sparks flew, only managing to cut through half an inch of scale. The giant python in pain suddenly coiled its tail back, attempting to ensnare the white tiger. The white tiger darted back like a flash of gold, glancing back at the triangular giant python before leaping. Having been bullied and suffering a slight loss, the triangular giant python could not let this go. The flames of fury within him had been thoroughly ignited. A mere early stage 3rd tier. Today, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will swallow you whole. The triangular giant python considered whether the white tiger had companions, but confident in his mid-stage 3rd tier strength, he felt he could escape, and he thought perhaps there were 2 early stage 3rd tiers eyeing his territory. If they truly were far stronger, why not just take over this territory directly? Just like he once did. Unfortunately, he ran into brother Go Su Chuan. Even with the strength to suppress the triangular giant python, Mou, and 3 others at the early golden core stage, he still wanted to play it safe. Su Bai was not slow, but the triangular giant python was even faster. It would take just a moment to catch up. Su Bai fought while retreating, never allowing it to close the distance. After a while, he finally lured it into the grand formation. Subai abruptly stopped, turned around, and roared, "Don't push your luck. Today you will surely die." The triangular giant python growled angrily. Subai immediately dashed forward to engage in close combat, also to entangle it, so that he would not be at a disadvantage for a short time. However, at the moment of striking, several blue light screens shot up into the sky. The previously prepared Heavenly Gang demon locking formation instantly closed, reducing the area of the formation from dozens of miles to just a few. A formation? How do you have a formation? Aren't your companions other monsters? The triangular giant python's slitted eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of needle. Your random guesses have nothing to do with me. Subai distanced himself from the triangular giant python. Moyue, take him down. A massive azure dragon appeared suddenly from the east, its size even greater than that of the triangular giant python. Its scales glimmered like shattered jade in the sunlight, dragon whiskers hanging down to its chest, and its eyes resembling cold pools. Roar! A dragon's roar startled the triangular giant python, feeling part of its dragon bloodline. It possessed both dragon blood and the bloodline of the ancient demon Tianhua python, but since the blood of the Tianhua python was more abundant, it remained in its giant python form even at the third tier. A mid-stage third-tier dragon. Immediately afterward, dark winds rose from the west, a dark red blood mist enveloping the stench of corpses as the Xian blood corpse stepped through the mist. Standing 2 meters tall, its corpse was covered in dark red hard skin glinting with metallic sheen in several places, fingers resembling red iron hooks, and the bloodthirsty aura swirling around it almost solidified. It roared as it stopped next to the triangular giant python. To the north, a chilling aura emanated from the thick black mist with indistinct cries of countless ghosts. The Ghost King emerged from the mist, its form appearing both real and ethereal, its black robe billowing in the ghostly wind, and its eyes were 2 flickering clusters of ghostly green fire. Its sharp shriek instinctively attacked the divine sense, causing unbearable pain in the head. To the south was where Subai stood. The frost-furred golden pattern shone brilliantly in the array's light, golden eyes scanning over Moyue the blood corpse, and the Ghost King, the tips of its claws gathering sharp golden energy without release. The triangular giant python's body spun quickly, its nearly 20-foot-long form twirling like atop its scales, scraping against the ground, producing a sharp hissing sound as the foul wind mixed with toxic miasma spread around. Its crimson-slit eyes scanned the scales of Moyue outside the formation, glancing over the blood corpse's dark red hard skin before locking onto the Ghost King's ghostly green fire, finally settling on the white tiger to the south. Its fangs shifted as it let out a threatening low growl. Kill! Suddenly a voice came from the edge of the grand formation. Moyue was the first to act, opening its mouth as hundreds of icy spikes condensed, raining down upon the triangular giant python like a storm. The giant python opened its mouth to spit a line of crimson-black fire, its head sweeping toward all the ice. But at the same time, the white tiger rushed in, its sharp claws once again ripping through its scales, causing it pain before whipping its long tail to constrict. A black iron arrow shot through the air, striking its vital point, the arrowhead scraping against its scales and emitting countless sparks. However, it also knocked its long tail off course. The white tiger retreated explosively. Only then did the triangular giant python notice that several weak human cultivators were present at the edges. Despite its overwhelming rage and desire to swallow those humans, it could not free itself. As the white tiger retreated, the Xian blood corpse and the Ghost King charged from both sides. Although the Xian blood corpse could not easily penetrate its scales like the white tiger, its bloodthirsty flames were extremely fierce, inflicting great pain upon the wounds. The Ghost King's black robe billowed, countless ghostly green flames shot out from the mist like falling stars, striking the giant python's fleshy bulge, causing its head to spin and preventing it from exerting its full strength. Whenever it swung its tail, a surprisingly powerful iron arrow would strike. If not for its thick scales and incredible defense, it would have been pierced by these arrows. The triangular giant python frantically spat out crimson-black fire in all directions, seizing the moment to push Moyue and the others back and charged toward the blue light screen above. However, the blue light suddenly intensified, beams of blue light striking down upon it, like heavy stones locking it in place. It was forced to descend to the ground. Caught! A cry of an eagle echoed in the air as the purple thunder-blue fire eagle soared over the top of the formation, flapping its wings to release several clusters of purple lightning and blue fire, bombarding the giant python's back and scattering charred scales. Then Moyue the white tiger, the Xian blood corpse, and the Ghost King launched another round of attacks. Chuan released 100 herb needles for a sneak attack. 36 needles easily entered its body through the torn wound. Su Mingshu also released a few iron-eating ants that similarly burrowed into the triangular giant python, gnawing at its flesh. The excruciating pain from its physical body, the agony within its sea of consciousness, the external attacks, and the suppression of the formation's blue light plunged the triangular giant python into deep despair. What did I do to deserve this? In just half a moment, its massive body collapsed to the ground, devoid of any trace of life. Su Chonghui recalled the Ghost King, while Su Mingshu collected the Xian blood corpse. Chuan and the others drew near and began to extract its inner core essence, blood scales and venomous fangs to forge materials for treasures. The flesh was also a great supplement for the demonic beasts raised by the Su family. However, it needed to be processed as its flesh was highly toxic, and even second-tier demonic beasts would struggle to withstand its refinement. Then everyone went to excavate the triangular giant python's lair. Let's go back to the cave stream. After finishing, Chuan waved his hand. Upon returning to the cave stream, Su Chonghui and Su Mingshu each went to handle their own. After resting for 2 or 3 hours, Chuan began to refine pills. They were the second-tier peak Thunder-type Spirit Pill, the second-tier peak Fire-type Spirit Pill, and the third-tier Fire-type Spirit Pill. The first two would help him quickly reach the peak of the second tier, while the latter would assist him in breaking through to the third tier. The surplus would be kept within the family. Mingshu, take these spirit pills. Once Su Ying reaches the peak of the second tier, let Su Bai take him to the core of the fire elemental vein in the 10,000 Serpents Valley to enter seclusion until he breaks through. Yes, father, I understand. After a moment, seeing that Su Mingshu remained still, Chuan asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is something the matter? Father, are you leaving?" Recent major actions made it clear to Su Mingshu, even if she was slow. Chuan smiled and rubbed her head. My Su family will ultimately develop in the southern region. I am only going to fight the preliminary battles. Once stability is achieved and we pass this great calamity, I will let you all come. Will I be able to follow you this time? Su Mingshu gazed at Chuan with eager eyes. You are the chief caretaker of the family's spirit beasts, and now spirit beasts are the most crucial part of my Su family's plans. If you are not here, others will not be able to control them. Can you bear to see them confront our Su family disciples one day? Su Mingshu lowered her head after a moment, forced a smile, and said, I understand, father, please take care of yourself out there. I will guard the Su family well here and wait for you to return. I will. Chuan lifted his hand and playfully scratched her delicate nose as he did when she was young, jokingly saying, Your father fears death the most. After Su Mingshu left, Mou surfaced from the cold pool and asked Chuan, which few people do you plan to take with you? Mingshan, Delying Diyue, and Yi Fan. Mingshan and Delying are reasonable choices, being a formation master and a weapon master respectively. As for that little brat Yi Fan with his heavenly spiritual root, he would indeed do better outside. But Diyue, the little girl, has a low presence in the Su family, is pure-hearted and devoted to cultivation. Why are you taking her this time? I have my own plans. Mou pouted, if you don't want to say, then don't. After saying this, he sank back into the cold pool. Days later, Chuan summoned Su Mingshan. Mingshan, once Yi Fan breaks through to Foundation Establishment, I plan to take Mingshan, Delying Diyue, and Yi Fan and leave. Su Mingshan sighed, slightly knowing in his heart that he wouldn't be included, yet hearing it directly was still somewhat disheartening. Mingshan can stay in the family as the second-tier array flags are sufficient for family use, and top-tier artifacts as well. He and Delying would not be of much help here. Going outside can lead to finding stronger inheritances and improving oneself, which is also for the future of the Su family. I understand. I will guard the Su family well in your stead and protect our kin. Su Mingshan said seriously. You have never disappointed me. Chuan smiled slightly. The reason I called you here today is to make you the leader of the Guardians. To protect the talented members of the family, to rectify any internal conflicts, or to preserve the family lineage. Such matters may not occur, but I am doing this as a... You may choose family members, and those from outside families are also acceptable, but they must be absolutely loyal to the Su family and be willing to sacrifice for the family in critical moments. The identities of those who join the Guardians will remain confidential. Even the family head and the elder cannot know, only you will be aware. Yes, father. In the following days, Chuan also spoke to Su Mingshu, and Su Mingqing, giving them instructions. At the Su family mansion, Chuan also discussed this matter with Bai Jing. Bai Jing looked at Chuan, gently sighing. Husband, I know your desire for longevity, and I will not hinder you, knowing I cannot stop you. So husband, go ahead, just remember, I will be here waiting for your return. Chuan stepped forward and embraced Bai Jing, whispering in her ear, I'm sorry, my lady. Bai Jing smiled slightly. On the day of our wedding, you swore before heaven and earth that you would grant me a life of ease, abundance, and joy. You have long fulfilled your promise, so there is no need to say sorry. Marrying you is my fortune. Days later, Yi Fan emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Several days later, Chuan gathered various printed books into his storage ring and communicated with Su Mingshan, Su Delying, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan to head to the Qinghai Forest. Then they flew south towards the Qinghai Forest, riding on Mou. The three-tailed white fox, lying in wait, sensed Mou's aura, raised its head to look, and then murmured, Forget it, I am no longer the guardian here, it has nothing to do with me. But how did Mou manage to persuade the Tree King to turn a blind eye? The three-tailed white fox could not comprehend, then lowered its head, and continued to refine the pills within its body. On the other side, the ancient Sephora Tree King with its robust branches flashed with green light, as a Treeman avatar appeared, gazing southward. It's better this way. This was originally a prison, and all it offers to the humans here is endless despair. The Treeman avatar stroked its long beard, its gaze flashing with wisdom. In the past some have left, but none have returned. The southern region is prosperous with countless noble families, and even nascent soul sects as well as the dominators above all life in the southern region. In the face of all this, how will you Chuan choose? Will you be lost in the splendor of the outside world? Or will you remain true to your heart, seeking a glimmer of hope for the people here? Or as you once said, sever this cycle, and end the tragedies here? The Treeman avatar flickered and vanished. Chuan and the others saw the Treeman avatar at the edge of the Qinghai forest. Tree Sovereign, why do you bar our paths? Mo's eyes narrowed with guarded suspicion as he spoke in a low, resonant voice. Have you perhaps reneged on your word? The arboreal avatar stroked his beard and chuckled. Even if I had, how could this mere projection stand against the dragon sovereign himself? Mos, cease your antics. Chuan bowed respectfully toward the arboreal avatar. Elder, do you have instructions for us? Mo turned his dragon head aside and fell silent. Who serves whom? The arboreal avatar paid no mind to such distinctions. I have come incidentally to deliver another piece of news. During my last visit to the sacred mountain, an old friend informed me it shall be no sooner than 36 years, and no later than 40. I trust you understand the meaning. You may depart at your leisure. With those words, the arboreal avatar dissolved into a shimmering emerald light and vanished in an instant. That elder must be ancient, speaking in riddles. Mo grumbled. Chuan understood the significance of those numbers, and silently resolved. Within 36 years, I shall solidify my golden core, and though he had devised an underground refuge plan, the course of events remained unpredictable. He would need to return in person to assume command. Chuan swept his gaze across the others. Upon leaving this place, disclose nothing of your origins. Merely claim you are wandering cultivators, roaming the realms freely. Is this understood? Understood, Su Mingxian and the others replied in unison. Chuan then turned to Mou. Do you still recall the route? Mou scratched his head with a dragon claw and chuckled awkwardly. It's been several millennia. How could I possibly remember? But flying south is certainly correct. A faint twitch tugged at Chuan's lips. He thought this guide rather unreliable. Very well, let it be so. What does that mean? Why do I sense disdain from you? You misheard me. Let us southward, and occasionally scan the surroundings. We may yet encounter human cultivators undergoing trials. Oh, Mou assented, and bore them aloft, soaring southward. Yi Fan whispered to Su Dua, Lord Mou. Does he seem somewhat simple-minded? Simple-minded. The affairs of elders require no intervention from us. Very well. 1 month later. After an arduous aerial journey punctuated by 7 or 8 assaults from golden core level flying beasts, Chuan and his companions finally reached the fringes of human territory, thanks solely to Mou's formidable power. Chuan, the forest ahead shelters human cultivators, 1 foundation establishment late stage, 2 foundation establishment early stage, and 3 chi refinement latest stage. Chuan pondered briefly. Now that we've arrived at the periphery of human domains, please retreat, first into my spirit beast pouch. Once we secure lodgings, you may, otherwise a 3rd-tier spirit beast appearing within human lands risks drawing siege from golden core cultivators. Having flown so long, even I am weary. Tend to yourselves carefully. I shall now rest deeply. With that, his form shrank rapidly before vanishing as a streak of light into the spirit beast pouch. Let us go. First gather intelligence. Chuan concealed his cultivation to foundation establishment latest stage. Su Mingxian and Su Deliang appeared at Foundation Establishment 2nd and 3rd stage respectively. Su Dua manifested as Foundation Establishment 1st stage. Yi Fan disguised himself as Chi Refinement 9th stage. At that moment, the group Mou had detected within the forest was besieging a 2nd-tier early stage spirit beast, first gravely wounding it with Foundation Establishment cultivators, then letting Chi Refinement latest stage disciples engage it directly. Just as the battle neared its conclusion, the beast suddenly attempted to detonate its core. Danger! Scatter immediately. The Foundation Establishment latest stage elder's face paled sharply as he bellowed. 3 young Chi Refinement latest stage cultivators froze in terror, turning to flee, but too late. At such proximity, even the elder himself would suffer grievous injury from a 2nd-tier early stage beast's self-detonation. Yet at that very instant the beast let out a shriek, as if struck by some unseen force. Then a streak of azure light flashed from afar, and pierced its skull in a single breath. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. The sudden reversal left all others stunned. Only after a pause did they collectively pivot toward the source of the attack. Hundreds of meters away, several figures approached, Chuan and his companions. Esteemed cultivators, we intervened hastily just now. Did we inadvertently spoil your hunt? Chuan smiled faintly and offered a respectful bow. The Foundation Establishment latest stage elder recovered first and returned the gesture. You are too modest, honored sir. Had you not intervened in time, my disciples would surely have... He continued. We hail from the Wu clan of Jiaosu City nearby. Your faces are unfamiliar. May we inquire whence you originate? We are wandering cultivators passing through by chance. My surname is Su. Wandering cultivators? The elder's expression grew suspicious. It is uncommon for so many to travel together. and your features bear striking resemblance. So perceptive. In the Southern Sky region, even the title Wandering Cultivator held little weight anymore. Chuan gave a wry, embarrassed laugh and sighed. Indeed, you possess keen insight. I shall not conceal it. These are my sons and granddaughter. The youth is our family's fortunes declined, forcing us into exile and wandering until we reached this land. I see, said the Wu elders, sighing softly as if sharing their sorrow. Life is harsh for wandering cultivators, but small clans fare no better, rising swiftly over mere decades only to vanish like meteors across this vast land. Wu Daoist, you understand me. Su Daoist flatters me. It is merely a passing reflection. An unexpected kinship blossomed between them. Beyond borders, identity is forged by one's own hand. With but a few deft words, Chuan had already cast his party as scions of a fallen aristocratic house. Yifan secretly admired his master's diplomatic finesse. I observe your disciples are all exceptionally gifted. Surely Foundation establishment lies well within. You flatter us, Su Daoist. The Wu elder laughed, waving a dismissive hand. Wu Daoist, we seek a place to settle. Might you tell us something of Jiaosu City? Our trial concludes shortly. We are returning there now. You are welcome to accompany us. We shall speak as we walk. Agreed. This region lies at the northwestern edge of the Southern Sky region, not its bustling heart. 7 cities surround us, known collectively as the 7 cities of Tianshan. Jiaosu City stands strongest among them, home to 4 Golden Core clans. Each of the other cities hosts at least 1 or 2 Golden Core families. As for my Wu clan, we rank within the top 50 of Jiaosu City, sustained by 2 Foundation establishment perfected cultivators. He paused, then added with a smile, should you seek sanctuary, joining the Wu clan remains an option. Given your Foundation establishment latest digitainment, Su Daoist, you would assuredly be appointed honorary elder. The others could serve as guards, or even commanders, with generous monthly spirit stone stipends and occasional alchemical provisions. Contributions to the clan may be exchanged for profound cultivation techniques, secret arts, or spirit artifacts. Ah, so these seasoned foxes were courting us all along. No wonder their courtesy seemed so excessive. Chuan mused inwardly. Top 50 likely means bottom tier ranking. But even a clan ranked 50th commands 2 Foundation establishment perfected cultivators. Its depth of cultivation far surpasses any of the 3 premier clans of Dawei, Jianglei, or Lin. Clearly the Southern Sky region is no easy realm, yet joining another clan to serve as hired hands was utterly unthinkable. Still, he needed their guidance, and wished to acquaint himself with Jiaosu City and its environs, so he withheld immediate refusal, feigning mild interest instead. Wu Daoist truly values talent. If every Wu disciple embodies such devotion to the clan, its prosperity is inevitable. Surely ranking 50th is but the beginning of your ascent. Su Daoist jests, the elder waved lightly. The higher a clan ranks, the deeper its foundations. Our Wu clan rose only 2 centuries ago. How could we rival clans with far older legacies? Regarding my earlier proposal, what are your thoughts, Su Daoist? I intend first to secure lodging at an inn in Jiaosu City, learn its ways and its surroundings, and only then decide my next step. Should I join any clan, the Wu clan would be my foremost consideration. I confess, I acted too hastily. Indeed, familiarity must precede commitment. It shapes the trajectory of one's entire life. Half a cycle later, their party emerged from the forest. The Wu elder gestured eastward. Jiaosu City lies 300 li in that direction, Xian Su City 400 li southeast, and Wei Su City 350 li southwest. Chuan's pulse quickened. Are the 7 cities of Tianshan named after the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions? Precisely, the elder confirmed. Legend holds they were once the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon under the Azure Dragon sect. That sect boasts extraordinary lineage. It was a branch of the 4 symbols star constellation Holy Land. You must have heard of that Holy Land, Su Lao Di, among the supreme powers of antiquity in the Southern Sky region, anchored by a grand ascension cultivator. Even this branch hosted harmony integration cultivators. Alas, a cataclysm 10,000 years ago shattered its glory. Countless sects vanished into history's. Today's paramount powers rely solely on nascent soul cultivators. Even immortal ascension sects qualify as elite forces. The Azure Dragon sect was later seized and renamed the Tianshan sect. The 7 mansions became the 7 cities of Tianshan. Yet the city names remain unchanged. Chuan sighed in quiet awe. Who does not yearn for that ancient era of cultivation, when even pseudo-spirit roots might ascend to golden core, or even nascent soul? Nowadays, breaking through to Foundation establishment itself is a rare and extraordinary blessing. Indeed, Foundation establishment cultivators soared through skies, HE refinement cultivators rode swords aloft. Nowadays, breaking through to Foundation establishment itself is a rare and extraordinary blessing. Indeed, Foundation establishment cultivators soared through skies, HE refinement cultivators rode swords. Yet their pride was unmistakable, born of contempt for a fallen clan forced into exile and flight. Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Su Delying responded coolly, offering only their names before withdrawing into silence. Only Yifan, disguised as Qi refinement, engaged them at length. gathering intelligence through casual conversation. Brother Yi appears remarkably youthful. May I ask your age? I am 24, though my appearance belies it. Brother Xi Ping surely doesn't mistake me for 15 or 16. Huh, how could I? Reaching Qi Refinement 9th stage at 15 is impossible. Even Golden Core clans cannot achieve that. By the way, Brother Xi Ping, why refer to Golden Core clans as clans of distinction when earlier you used clan alone? Brother Yi is unaware of this. My master took me in after departing the Su clan, on the road here. Ah, I see. Wu Jiqing, the sole female cultivator among them, nodded. Clan of distinction is reserved for lineages enduring 5 centuries or more. Naturally, producing a single Golden Core cultivator also qualifies a clan for that honor. Yet foundation establishment clans contend fiercely. Some fall within a century, while others are partitioned by rival clans after 2 or 3 centuries. In Jiaosu City, only the top 5 foundation establishment clans earn the title Clan of Distinction. Rumor claims deep ties to Golden Core clans. How profound is the foundation of those top 5 clans? Do they command dozens of foundation establishment perfected cultivators? Wu Jiping chuckled lightly. Brother Yi jests. Golden Core clans themselves rarely boast dozens of foundation establishment perfected cultivators. To my knowledge, the top 5 consistently maintain around a dozen such masters. But your Wu clan ranked 50th already has 2 foundation establishment perfected cultivators. Does that not suggest? Rank reflects holistic strength. Not merely peak power, but also numbers of other foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators, holdings, wealth, and more. I am enlightened. Yi Fan bowed respectfully toward Wu Jiping. Wu Daoist, forgive my master's oversight. He has been consumed by cultivation and securing safe haven, neglecting instruction. These questions were subtly prompted by Su Chuan's divine sense transmission. Had he asked them himself, suspicion would have arisen. Yet a seemingly naive disciple's innocent query drew only amused tolerance. Young Brother Yi possesses exceptional talent. He will surely attain foundation establishment. Actually, I wish to inquire, does Jiaosu City host dedicated venues for purchasing foundation establishment pills? Such venues exist, but almost exclusively through auctions, frowned the Wu Elder. Foundation establishment pills are strategic grade artifacts. Many cultivators here possess pseudo or mixed spirit roots, yet hold elevated status. As I suspected, we'll let fate decide my disciple's fortune. Su Daoist must not despair. Joining the Wu clan guarantees full support for his breakthrough. Su Chuan offered no direct reply, only a serene, enigmatic smile. In less than half an hour they arrived above Jiaosu City's outer perimeter. Their gaze fell upon it, and their spirits trembled. The city sprawled across earth and sky, vastly more imposing than the imperial capital of Dawei. It seemed born of primordial chaos. The obsidian walls forged from unknown materials gleamed with the cold luster of meteoric black iron. Its ramparts coiled like slumbering azure dragons across the land, stretching beyond sight, blending seamlessly with heaven and earth, pressing clouds downward with sheer overwhelming majesty. Purple-tinged spiritual energy swirled about the city like gossamer veils. With but a sweep of his divine sense, Su Chuan detected dozens of potent spiritual nodes within 10 li, sufficient in Yuehu Prefecture to found an entire Qi refinement clan. Yet here they lay neglected. Deeper within the city, certain zones radiated such dense spiritual energy it thickened visibly, yet remained sealed behind formidable. The Wu Elder clasped his fists and bowed. Su Dao, we have matters to attend to, so we'll head back to our family directly. Since it is your first time here, you still need to go to the city gate to collect the temporary residence token. After all, staying in the city requires checking this token. Su Chuan clasped his fists in gratitude. With that, the old man of the Wu family, a foundation establishment cultivator, led Wu Jiping and the others directly towards the city. Second uncle, do you think these people will join our Wu family? Wu Jiping asked curiously. What do you think? It's hard to say. They know that life in Jiaosu City is not easy, and they could abandon the city to make a living in the surrounding small towns, or they might cling tightly to us who have extended an olive branch. The old man of the Wu family turned to him with a slight smile. At present, our Wu family is in a phase of vigorous development, and we naturally need to recruit talented individuals. The more foundation establishment cultivators we can attract, the better. However, if they are unwilling, it would not be impossible for a group of newcomers to vanish quietly in Jiaosu City. Since they came here fleeing from disaster, they might have brought some resources and wealth from their family. That could also be used to strengthen our Wu family. Wu Jiqin said, then why didn't we eliminate them in the Panshir forest earlier? Qianmei, their strength is comparable to ours, and Su Chuan seems to be quite formidable. If we don't have absolute certainty, it wouldn't be wise to initiate conflict. Wu Jiping smiled and said, so second uncle focuses on recruiting, answering questions as needed, and showing friendliness. Good analysis. Jiping is becoming more and more outstanding. In the future, he could replace us and compete for the position of family head. That will require your diligent cultivation, second uncle. Wu Ziping's lips curled slightly, his handsome features revealing a hint of confidence. That's natural. As long as you have sufficient strength when the next family head competition begins, second uncle will certainly advocate for you among the elders. Also, this experience should teach you to be more vigilant against enemies. If you hadn't approached that demon beast lightly, it wouldn't have found the opportunity to self-destruct. Understood, second uncle. The three of Wu Zhiping lowered their heads. Chuan and his group arrived at the city gate and queued up. Fortunately, the line was not long with only 20 to 30 people, and soon it was their turn. At the city gate, there were 6 early Foundation establishment guards in black armor, along with a middle-aged man in charge who was at the mid-Foundation establishment level. The middle-aged man glanced at Chuan and asked nonchalantly, "One person or many?" "We are all 5 together." Although he was only at the mid-Foundation establishment level, there was no trace of awe in his eyes when he looked at Chuan, but rather a sense of pride. This was because he came from the City Lord's residence. The managers from the City Lord's residence commanded respect from all Foundation establishment families. The middle-aged manager scanned the 4 people behind Chuan and continued, "The temporary residence tokens are divided into 3 types: monthly token, seasonal token, and monthly token, seasonal token, annual token." Chuan inwardly complained, "Is this a video membership? The monthly token is valid for only 1 month, and the seasonal and annual tokens follow suit. However, the discounts for each type differ. The monthly token costs 1 spirit stone per person, the seasonal token costs 2 spirit stones per person, and the annual token costs 7 spirit stones per person. Which one do you want?" 5 annual tokens, Chuan replied, pulling out 35 spirit stones from his storage bag, levitating them in midair. The middle-aged manager glanced at them, collected them into his storage bag, and then took out 5 green tokens to hand to Chuan. He had seen the tokens of previous entrants, which were gray and white. This was similar to the glow from the spiritual root qualification tests. By the way, these tokens are one-time use. Once refined, regardless of whether someone else forcibly erases the consciousness on it, or if you release it yourself, they will lose their effectiveness. You will not be able to enter Jiaosu City. To reissue a token while it is valid, a fee of 1 spirit stone is required. Su understands. Chuan clasped his fists and then distributed the tokens to Su Mingxian and the other 4. The imprinting of divine sense on the tokens created a connection almost instantaneously without the need for time-consuming refinement like with magic tools. They passed through the translucent array light curtain at the city gate. Su Mingxian's pupils slightly contracted, and he transmitted his voice, "Father, this is a mid-grade, 3rd-tier array." Mid-grade. The larger the array's range, the more spiritual energy it consumes. If this range were a high-grade 3rd-tier array, it would need a complete 3rd-tier spiritual vein for support. I estimate that this array's defense, when fully activated, should be able to withstand the fierce attacks of a golden core perfection cultivator. Let's not worry about that for now. The areas with the richest spiritual energy in the city are undoubtedly in the hands of the golden core families, and it has nothing to do with us. Even those suitable for cultivation must be controlled by Foundation establishment families. Our primary objective is to rent a cave dwelling to settle down, then learn about the various resources and prices in the Tiannan region, the situation of powers in Jiaosu City and the surrounding cities and towns, as well as the situation of some famous powers in the Tiannan region. Yes, father. 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chuan and the others went out every day to gather information. They gained a general understanding of the Tiannan region. It was vast. The entire Tiannan region spans millions of miles with numerous large and small powers, families, clans, sects, and even countries affiliated with certain sects. Opportunities abound. There are many secret realms, both innate and those opened up by ancient experts, along with numerous cave inheritances. As a result, there are often sudden rises to prominence. The secret realms opened by powerful beings generally have inheritances, while innate secret realms are equally sought after by countless powers. Because every time an innate secret realm appears, some innate spiritual objects that can assist in forming the golden core are bound to emerge. Naturally, this leads to fierce competition. However, innate spiritual objects do not only emerge in innate secret realms. The Tiannan region is vast and rich, and they are occasionally discovered by others. Innate secret realms are particularly unique, as some can only accommodate chi refining cultivators, while others can allow golden core cultivators to enter. The secret realms opened by ancient powerful beings are even more stable, with many allowing nascent soul cultivators to enter. Perhaps due to the vast geography and inconvenient travel, the information obtained in Jiaosu City regarding the major powers of the entire Tiannan region is not. It is only known that there are 5 top sects: Xian Yu sect, Qing Su sect, Qing Yin sect, Lei Yin temple, and Yuhua Gate. Xian Yu sect is the youngest. Qing Su sect is famous for its techniques. Most disciples of Qing Yin sect are sword cultivators. Lei Yin temple is a Buddhist Tao inheritance, and Yuhua Gate has the fewest members, but they are all geniuses. Above these 5 top powers is said to be the overlord of the Tiannan region. However, there is very little information recorded about it, only that this overlord power belongs to a family, but few people know where it is in the Tiannan region. In this northwestern region lies a top power, Xian Yu sect. The 7 cities of Tiansong are all independent, with the strongest power nearby being Tiansong sect in the Tiansong mountain range, which has nascent soul cultivators stationed. There are many spiritual veins in the Tiansong mountain range, and besides Tiansong sect, there are 3 sects affiliated with it. In addition to the cities, there are also many small towns in the vicinity. Chuan even specifically went out of the city to take a look. Although it is called a small town, its scale is not smaller than Yuhu County City, Tianwu Peak, located in the northwest of Jiaosu City. This peak contains a first-tier spiritual vein, and numerous cave dwellings have been opened up on the mountain specifically rented out to cultivators coming to Jiaosu City. Cave dwellings are graded from A to D. A grade cave dwellings are allocated the richest spiritual energy, but the price is also the highest. A minimum rental period of 1 year requires 50 spirit stones. Chuan and the others are in the A12 cave dwelling. After all, they are all at the foundation establishment stage, naturally choosing cave dwellings rich in spiritual energy. This cave dwelling has only 3 quiet rooms for cultivation, so Chuan and the others opened up 2 more, though the effect is not as good as the original 3. Chuan has already reached foundation establishment perfection and does not have such a strong craving for spiritual energy. Yifan has only just entered the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, the 3 quiet rooms for cultivation were given to Su Mingxian, Su Delying, and Su Diyue. The 3 of them include 1 at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, and 2 at the 7th layer, all of whom require a significant amount of spiritual energy to assist. Yifan, you currently do not have foundation establishment techniques. I will pass on to you the Xiao Hao True Yang technique. Although I am not sure how it compares to the Chao family's techniques, it also aligns with your physique. Yifan bowed and said, "Thank you, master. And here are 3 bottles of high-quality true essence pills. You can take them without saving too much. If you run out, come to me for more. Your senior brother and your cousins are..." The disciple understands. At that moment, Chuan's spirit beast bag stirred, and a beam of light shot out, revealing Mo Yue, who had shrunk down to several feet in size. That sleep was truly comfortable. Mo Yue looked around and asked, "Have you found a place to settle down?" "Temporarily rented cave dwellings. We will choose a more permanent place after we have a clear understanding of the Tiannan region and the surrounding areas. Jiaosu City has 4 major golden core families, so don't wander around." "Do you really think I am foolish?" Mo Yue rolled his eyes and suddenly looked at Yifan with suspicion. "Is something off with this disciple of yours?" "What is off?" "He has a very hidden tracking mark placed on him. It's difficult to detect for a foundation establishment cultivator without careful examination." Upon hearing this, Chuan's expression changed slightly. He immediately projected his divine sense to carefully examine Yifan, and indeed found a blue mark on his left shoulder blade. "Master, there really is a mark. Why did I not notice it at all?" Chuan pondered for a moment and said lightly, "If I am not mistaken, it should be the Wu family. A family that has developed for over 200 years to rank among the top 50 in Jiaosu City. I imagine they have swallowed up quite a few families." "Wu family." Yifan was slightly taken aback. "Did they not strive to invite us to join? Why the sudden change?" Chuan looked at him and smiled lightly. "Some things cannot be judged by appearances. The invitation is genuine. After all, there are 4 foundation establishment cultivators among us. Even for a golden core family, having 1 more foundation establishment cultivator in the family is an enhancement of their foundation. Not to mention for a foundation establishment family. But if we are unwilling, do not forget that our identity label is that of a family fleeing from ruin. Regardless of whether we come from a foundation establishment family or a golden core family, they will certainly think we have brought out a considerable amount of resources to facilitate the rebuilding of our family. I see the world truly does have its dangers." Yifan sighed helplessly. "Learn more and observe more in the future." "Yes, master. So how powerful is the Wu family? Should I take action to teach them a lesson?" "Not in a hurry. We will settle here for a while first." Chuan's eyes flickered. "If they really harbor ill intentions seeking their own demise, I do not mind letting them disappear in Jiaosu City." Then he smiled and said, "Yifan, you should return to your room to cultivate now." Yifan cupped his hands and excused himself. "Wu family. 7th elder, the group you asked us to monitor, has basically been idling in the city for a couple of hours every day before returning to the Tianwu Peak cave dwelling." A middle-aged guard in yellow robes clasped his hands. The 7th elder he mentioned was the old man of the Wu family encountered by Chuan in the Panshir forest, whose true name was Wu Yuanqi. Where did they go? Spirit herb shops, forging workshops, pill pavilions, rare treasures, towers, talisman shops, and so on. They visited all of them, but they did not buy anything. It seemed they were just browsing around. As for what they were specifically doing, we didn't dare get too close, so we do not know. Wu Yuanqi stroked his beard and muttered, "Do they intend to settle in Jiaosu City?" This elder understands. "You may go. Monitor them for another half-month, then end it." "Yes, 7th elder." The yellow-robed middle-aged guard bowed and left. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After Chuan and the others understood the various prices here, they rarely went out, and mostly focused on secluded cultivation. The one making the fastest progress is undoubtedly Yifan. With his heavenly spiritual root qualification compatible techniques, the concentration of spiritual energy in the first-tier spiritual vein, and the continuous consumption of high-quality true essence pills, his realm has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, 1st layer. In no more than 2 or 3 months, he will be able to advance to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. There is no pressure at all in crossing into the mid-foundation establishment stage in 3 years. This damn genius. Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. After understanding the powers in Jiaosu City and the surrounding areas, Chuan ultimately chose to settle down in the Tian Ninsu family. It is located in Yunxi Town, over 700 miles southeast of Jiaosu City. To the east lies the Tiansong mountain range, rich in resources and abundant with demon beasts. Many who come to train in the Tiansong mountain range often stay in Yunxi Town for half a day or a day to prepare some pills and talismans. 30 miles to the north is a Yun Lake rich in spiritual fish. Surrounding it are numerous spiritual fields. 80 miles to the south lies a fire cloud valley with a continuous source of underground fire, making it an excellent place for forging. From Chuan's inquiries, this place is currently occupied by a golden core cultivator known as the Fire Cloud Old Monster. Even the name Fire Cloud Valley is named. This Fire Cloud Old Monster is not only a golden core cultivator, but also a master forger capable of crafting magic treasures. Golden core treasures are divided into 2 categories. One type is the life treasure crafted by the cultivator themselves, which is connected to their mind. If the treasure is damaged, the cultivator will also suffer mental injuries. Such treasures often align with the cultivator's own techniques. The other type is ordinary treasures crafted by forgers, which come in a variety of forms depending on the forger's preferences and are often exquisite or ingenious. They typically take only a few months to a few years to craft a single treasure. However, for golden core cultivators who are not skilled in forging or do not practice it much, it can take several years, even decades. Life treasures can be stored in the Dantian, and the longer they are nurtured, the stronger they become, while ordinary treasures cannot. Of course, if ordinary treasures are refined using the method of life treasures, they can also become life treasures. However, this method has considerable costs to the cultivator. If Su Delying had the inheritance and conditions for forging treasures, she would have a promising chance of crafting a treasure while still at the foundation establishment stage. Yunxi Town is the closest small town to Fire Cloud Valley. Chuan chose this place not only for its unique geographical advantages, but also for the consideration of Su Delying. Yunxi Town. It is the ideal place for the Su family's development in Chuan's heart. However, due to its proximity to the Tiansong mountain range, there are rumors that the 3 major families in the town, the Yuan Hua and Fang families, have connections with the sects of Tiansong mountain. Thus it has stood for 200 years without collapsing. For Chuan and the others, settling in Yunxi Town is not a big problem, but to completely occupy, it will likely involve some obstacles. Chuan never considered achieving everything in one step. After all, there are only a few of them. Before he reaches the golden core stage, Chuan does not plan to expose MOU as a trump card. But if he successfully forms his core one day, even with just a dozen or 20 members, the Su family can openly become the masters of Yunxi. Besides, he has also inquired about the items needed for core formation in Jiaosu City. The divine ability of core formation depends solely on oneself. Items of innate spiritual nature have only appeared in public auctions in Jiaosu City a handful of times in history. Each time they attracted all the golden core families from the Tiansong 7 cities, as well as several golden core sects from the Tiansong mountain range. As for auxiliary elixirs like golden core pills, they are equally rare. The most recent occurrence was over 20 years ago at an auction in Xingsu City within the Tiansong 7 cities. Before heading to Yunxi Town, Chuan brought Su Mingxian and the others to visit the Wu family. Elder Wu there is a foundation establishment cultivator named Chuan outside, who has come to visit. In the past 6 months, Chuan had encountered Wu Yuanqi 1 or 2 times, and was aware that he was the 7th elder of the Wu family. In the late stage of foundation establishment's 7th layer, he ranks 7th among the elders, with at least more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators in the Wu family, not including those who might be hidden. In terms of resources and concentration of spiritual energy, the southern Tian region is far from comparable to the Dawei region. Thus Chuan felt it was only natural. Please invite them to my courtyard. Yes, Elder Wu. After a while, when Chuan and the others arrived and met Wu Yuanqi, Chuan clasped his fists and said, "Taoist friend Wu, how have you been late?" "All is well." Wu Yuanqi smiled and said, "Please take a seat, I will serve tea." "No need for tea today, oh, I have come to say farewell." Wu Yuanqi's pupils slightly constricted. Chuan continued, "I am very tempted by your invitation, but due to personal reasons after discussion among us, we have decided not to join. I came this time to apologize to you. I hope Taoist friend Wu does not take offense." Wu Yuanqi sighed slightly and nodded, saying, "I understand. If I were in Su Xiong's position, I would also want to establish a family to prevent its lineage from being cut off. Have you decided where you will settle down?" "Yunxi Town, heading there in 3 days," Chuan replied with a faint smile. "That is a good place indeed, suitable for family development. Su Xiong, we have a good affinity, so if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can seek my help in Jiaosu City." Chuan clasped his fists and smiled, "Thank you, Brother Wu. We will not disturb you any longer. Farewell. I will see you out, Su Xiong." Watching Chuan and the others leave, Wu Yuanqi turned around with a darkened expression, secretly thinking, if you refuse to drink the toast, then don't blame the Wu family for being ruthless. He casually formed a hand seal, and a faint blue light lit up at his fingertips. The tracking mark is still there, How naive to trust others at the late stage of Foundation establishment. No wonder the Su family was exterminated. Wu Yuanqi sneered in disdain, then began to fill in the blanks. It seems he was a struggling cultivator in the Su family before. Afterward, he started discussing with the elders of the Wu family about intercepting them on the necessary route to Yinchi town. To be cautious, the Wu family planned to send out 1 perfect Foundation establishment cultivator, 2 latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and 5 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In 3 days. At the hour of Chuan, the east was brightening, and the sky gradually took on a fish belly color. In an instant, the golden crow jumped and the red clouds flowed, dyeing the sky entirely. The distant mountains were wrapped in dark hues, and mist floated and sank. Su Chuan led Su Mingxian and the others out of the great formation of Jiaosu City, flying southeast. Halfway through, suddenly a familiar shout came from the plain below. Su Chuan looked down and then descended with the others. "Brother Wu, what brings you here? Could it be that you were waiting here on purpose to send Su Chuan off?" Su Chuan said with a smile. "Of course." Wu Yuanqi's smile grew more pronounced. "This journey is long, and there is no way back, so I naturally want to personally send Su Xiong off, not to waste our acquaintance." As he spoke, suddenly someone behind him formed a hand seal, and a large formation barrier rose up around them. In just a moment it closed off completely. Su Chuan's smile did not fade. "Brother Wu, what are you doing?" "My." Wu Yuanqi frowned slightly. "You don't seem surprised." Su Chuan smiled faintly. "Why should I be surprised? Could it be that Brother Wu thinks I wouldn't notice your tracking technique on my disciple? You did it on purpose?" Wu Yuanqi's expression changed, and the smile vanished, entirely replaced by a fierce look. "So what if I did it on purpose? You cannot escape death today." The people beside Wu Yuanqi began to reveal their auras. A mere second-grade low-tier formation. Su Mingxian suddenly spoke coldly, then he clapped his storage bag, and 6 formation flags shot out, rapidly scattering in all directions. A yellowish light curtain arose, and then a green light curtain emerged. A second-grade upper-tier formation. The Wu family's formation master who had arranged the formation turned pale with fright. "You are actually a top-tier formation master." With the 6 directions absolute ceiling formation in place, the few Wu family members could never hope to break through. Moreover, the energy was isolated and no sounds from within the great formation would be heard outside. 1 perfect Foundation establishment, 2 latest-stage Foundation establishment, and 5 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators should be sufficient to deal with us previously, right? "What do you mean?" Wu Yuanqi's expression was extremely grave. Among the Su family's few members, having a top-tier formation master was already hard to deal with. Who knows what other powerful trump cards they might still have. There is no need to hide any longer. As soon as the words fell, a vast spiritual energy suddenly surged around Su Chuan, and his green robe's sleeves fluttered without wind, and his previously restrained aura suddenly exploded. The disguise of latest-stage Foundation establishment shattered layer by layer, and the pressure of perfect Foundation establishment spread like a tide, even bending the surrounding trees, and causing leaves to fall in droves. Su Mingxian, Su Delying, and Su Due all revealed their latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. In particular, Su Delying was not far from the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. They were far beyond what Wu Yuanqi and the Wu family's formation master at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment could compare to. And Yi Fan's aura also instantly broke through from Qi training to latest-stage Foundation establishment. When out and about, one must naturally restrain themselves. "Brother Wu, what do you think?" Wu Yuanqi's face turned a shade darker. He underestimated them. He had thought them to be little rabbits. Unexpectedly, they were old foxes. A perfect Foundation establishment elder from the Wu family said, "We have the advantage in numbers. The outcome is still uncertain. I will block Su Chuan while you deal with the others." "Yes, second elder." The remaining members of the Wu family looked exceptionally grave, as if a great battle was imminent. However, Su Chuan merely smiled faintly. "I never said I wanted to fight you. Revealing my cultivation is just to let you understand your fate. You, the Wu family, have acted out of greed. Since you have provoked me, I can only make your Wu family disappear from Jiaosu City. You are outrageous." The perfect Foundation establishment cultivator of the Wu family shouted angrily, "Do you think you are?" In the next moment his eyes widened in horror and fear. Suddenly a blue light flashed. A 20 Zenglong flood dragon abruptly appeared in midair, its azure scales shimmering under the sunlight. The pressure of the 3rd tier enveloped the surroundings. Within the great formation it felt as if countless semi-transparent threads descended from the sky. Wu Yuanqi and the others felt their bodies sink, and an overwhelming sense of despair surged in their hearts. "Su Xiong, let's talk this over. My Wu family is willing to compensate." Roar. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon echoed, and hundreds of icy spikes filled with extreme cold fell from the sky. The 5 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators lacking top-tier defensive artifacts were turned into porcupines in less than half a breath. The remaining 3 of Wu Yuanqi barely managed to resist. But it was clear that the light barrier formed by the top-tier defensive artifact was visibly dimming. After several breaths, bang! The tail of the flood dragon swept down. The 3 defensive light barriers instantly exploded, and the 3 were severely injured on the ground. Su Chuan raised his hand to deliver the final blow, and 3 azure spikes condensed, piercing through their skulls in an instant. A few insignificant pests daring to shout. Mou spat disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. Su Chuan shook his head and chuckled. Alright, go back to the spirit beast bag. You have work to do tonight. Mou glanced at Su Chuan and immediately returned to the spirit beast bag. Su Chuan casually dispelled the tracking technique on Yifan. Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Su Delying each started to take out their soul capture bottles and blood extraction bottles to collect their souls and blood. Yifan stared blankly. How could their technique be so proficient, the transitions so seamless? Should I step forward to help? Just as he was in extreme hesitation, Su Chuan tossed him a soul capture bottle and a blood extraction bottle, smiling. In the future, if you kill beasts and cultivators, remember to collect them too. These are also materials for refining weapons and can be used to create demonic artifacts. Demonic artifacts. Does Master not fear being discovered and condemned? Su Chuan chuckled lightly. My Su family acts justly and never kills indiscriminately. Refining artifacts with the enemy's soul and blood, why not? If my Su family had no trump cards with these demonic artifacts, we would not be able to easily pressure the Chao family into submission and take you away. Moreover, have you ever heard of my Su family causing chaos with these demonic artifacts? Yifan, let me give you a lesson. A kind heart is righteous while an evil heart is demonic. The distinction between righteousness and evil lies only in the heart based on actions and deeds. If you venture out in the future, there is no need to be overly cautious in dealing with people. Even if you befriend those of the demonic path, I will not blame you. But if you act recklessly, I will personally capture and punish you. We of the Su family only befriend the kind-hearted and never show mercy to our enemies. Thank you for your teaching, Master. I will remember it. Yifan's expression was solemn as he respectfully clasped his fists. Father, what about the Wu family? After everything was done, Su Mingxian asked. You need not worry, I will make a trip tonight. You will break the 2nd grade low-tier formation, and we will settle in Yunqi Town. I bought a residence there half a month ago. Yes, Father. Su Chuan froze the bodies of the Wu family members and stored them away. The formation set by the Wu family was a 2nd grade low-tier confinement formation, which Su Mingxian easily broke and collected the formation flags. Afterward, the group soared into the sky, concealing their auras as they quickly flew toward Yunqi Town. The reason for continuing to conceal their auras was to avoid drawing the attention of the Yuanhua and Fang families in Yunqi Town. The 3 families had dominated Yunqi Town for over 100 years. Although there were competitions among them, they had also formed a certain balance. If a new threat emerged, it could easily provoke a joint response from the 3 families. Upon arriving in Yunqi Town, Su Chuan and the others entered a large residence. The red-painted main door was adorned with a bronze beast ring, and upon entering there stood a pair of golden osmanthus trees, thick enough to embrace their branches extending over the wall, with scattered pale yellow leaves among the delicate green. The ground of the front courtyard was paved with blue stones. Walking along the carved corridor on the west side of the front courtyard, they reached the central courtyard. The railing of the corridor was carved with entwined lotus patterns, although the vermilion paint was somewhat worn, it added to the charm of time. The wooden planks underfoot creaked slightly, harmonizing with the distant sound of water. In the center of the courtyard was a small pond with round green lotus leaves floating on the surface, and a few red koi swam by disrupting the reflection of the clouds. Beside the pond stood a taihu stone rockery with intricate caves and crevices where a few clusters of orchid grass grew. Atop the mountain lay a small beast carved from white jade, holding a slender water pipe, and clear spring water flowed down the crevices of the stone, producing a crisp and pleasant sound as it fell into the pond. The willow branches next to the rockery hung down to the surface of the water. When the wind blew, the green ribbons brushed against the lotus leaves, raising fine droplets of water. Around the rockery they arrived at the back courtyard. 3 silver osmanthus trees and 2 golden osmanthus trees were interspersed, their thick foliage nearly covering half the courtyard. Beneath the trees were blue stone tables and benches, their surfaces smoothed over time. At the end of the corridor on the east side of the back courtyard was a water pavilion built by the water's edge. The pavilion was made of wood with dark tiles and flying eaves where wind chimes hung. The carved window frames were half open, revealing a set of rosewood tables and chairs with a blue porcelain tea set placed on the table. The small pond beside the pavilion was wider than the central courtyards, and a few arrowhead leaves floated on its surface, and the willow trees by the pond appeared even more delicate. The willow branches hung down like curtains, occasionally with birds alighting on the branches, chirping a few notes before taking flight. Quite elegant and serene, a father's taste remains as consistent as ever. After Su Chuan and the others took a tour, Su Mingxian said with a faint smile. Flatterer. Su Chuan laughed and scolded. You all go choose a room. Mingxian, be diligent, and set up formations and restrictions in each room. Delying, you will accompany me to purchase some servants later. Su Mingxian and Su Delying nodded in succession. Diyue Yifan help out at home. After half a stick of incense, everyone chose their rooms. Su Chuan and Su Delying left. Su Mingxian thought for a moment, and arranged a second-grade middle-tier defensive formation ensuring it wouldn't attract too much attention, then added a second-grade upper-tier four-symbol sky gang formation for both offense and defense. Grandfather, I didn't expect that slavery would still be prevalent here. Su Delying sighed. Though rare where we are, it still exists, it's just that they are all mortals. In the southern Tian region with countless legacies, there are naturally many top-tier cultivators like Golden Core and Nascent Soul, who impose strict controls on other cultivators. Thus it is not surprising to have cultivator slaves. Slave trading houses are generally built in various cities, and there are seldom any in small towns. As for why there is one in Yunxi town, perhaps it is due to considerations of those behind the slave trading house. 2 friends, are you here to buy slaves? Do you want mortal slaves or cultivator slaves? A middle-aged man in the slave trading house whose surname is Chen inquired. His eyes were narrow and elongated, resembling those of a fox. Taoist friend, Chen, what are the prices for mortal slaves and cultivator slaves? Chuan asked. Mortal slaves, a low-tier spirit stone for a strong young man, and 2 spirit stones for a young woman. If they have a skill such as knowledge of herbs or medicals, those who understand the planting of spiritual plants, and those who can forge weapons are each worth 3 spirit stones. Slaves of cultivators have different prices based on their cultivation levels. A man in the first layer of chi refinement is worth 5 spirit stones, while a woman is worth... Chuan raised his hand to stop further introductions. By the way, regarding the slave restrictions, will there be any safety hazards? The middle-aged steward smiled and said, you needn't worry. The slave restrictions planted by our trading company are all of the Qinghua type created by the true Lord Qinghua, and are quite severe. Those under this restriction cannot commit suicide, and their descendants will bear the Qinghua mark. All it takes is for you to drip your blood on the Qinghua imprint, and they will become your slaves, unable to harm your bloodline or disobey your commands. If they disobey, it will make them wish they were dead. To this day, no one has survived even a single incense stick under the Qinghua restriction without begging for mercy. Chuan nodded slightly. What if one day I want to lift the Qinghua restriction for someone? Our trading company has also considered the existence of such kind-hearted individuals, so if a customer needs it, we can provide a method to lift the restriction. However, there is an additional fee of 100 spirit stones, and it can only lift the Qinghua restrictions on those whose restrictions were set using your blood. Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, do you have the method to lift the Qinghua restriction for sale? This method is a secret of our trading company, and is never sold to outsiders. It seems that the true Lord Qinghua is one of the figures behind this slave trading company. After all, if the means of earning a living were casually leaked, wouldn't that increase competition? I was just curious to ask. Chuan smiled lightly and said, I want 40 ordinary slaves with 20 young men and 20 young women aged around 17 or 18 half each. 20 slaves who are cultivators at the first layer of chi refinement, also half young men and young women. In total, that would be 310 spirit stones, the middle-aged steward said with a smile. First take me to choose, and once I have made my selections, I will pay the spirit stones. Is that acceptable? That is how it should be. The ordinary slaves of the trading company are indeed ordinary people, without any cultivation aptitude. Chuan couldn't even fish in trouble. Chuan quickly selected 40 ordinary slaves. By the way, what were their previous identities? Chuan asked curiously, will my purchase bring me trouble? There may be some risk, but it is less than 1 in 10,000. To avoid this, all slave transactions are kept far from their original locations. Therefore you need not worry, just consider them as nameless and without identity. From the moment you select them, they belong solely to you. Next it was time to select the cultivator slaves. Chen Dao, how is the spiritual root aptitude of these cultivator slaves? Is there a difference in price? No, and depending on your luck you might pick a few with decent aptitude. Are there really some with decent aptitude? No, and depending on your luck you might pick a few with decent aptitude. Are there really some with decent aptitude? Spiritual root aptitude, right? Not necessarily. Some were sold to our trading company at the age of 7 or 8, and naturally we wouldn't spend resources to have them cultivate, so they likely remained at the first layer of chi refinement. I see. Chuan pondered for a moment and sighed. I can't understand. If it were enemies who exterminated their clan, wouldn't it be better to eliminate them completely? Why go to such lengths to sell them to the slave trading company, not fearing retaliation in the future? The middle-aged steward chuckled. I have explained the capabilities of the Qinghua restriction. Once planted, their descendants will all be slaves to others until their bloodline is set. Isn't this more merciful than a quick death? As for becoming slaves and seeking revenge, no one in the entire southern region has heard of such a thing. Chuan nodded, diverting the topic while secretly having Moyue investigate the aptitude of the cultivator slaves. Since the trading company wouldn't disclose the spiritual root aptitude, he could only rely on Moyue to cheat. He selected almost all of those with mixed and true spiritual roots. Afterward, Chuan paid the spirit stones and received the Qinghua restriction lifting method from the middle-aged steward. In front of him, he snapped his fingers, dividing a drop of blood into dozens of strands and embedding them into the Qinghua marks on the faces of the slaves. A flash of blood light signaled the activation of the restriction. Chuan established a connection with each of them, possessing the ability to control their lives and even move the Qinghua marks to other parts of their bodies. Only then did the middle-aged steward allow the shackles to be removed, smiling at Chuan and saying, "Dao friend Chuan, you can take them with you now. If this batch is gone, you are welcome to come again next time. You might want something good." Chuan shook his head and laughed, waving his sleeve. "Let's go." Back at the Su residence, Su Mingxian was still busy. Due Yefan arranged accommodations for them, separating men and women and ordinary people from cultivators with multiple people in one room. It's fine to squeeze together. The floors of the rooms are mostly wooden, so they can all sleep on the ground. Now everyone should come over to collect toiletries, straw mats, and bedding. The slaves with vacant expressions silently complied. Su Due led the women and Yefan led the men, each arranging accommodations for them. Afterward, they were all summoned to the front courtyard. Chuan scanned them. Each had a vacant expression, as if they had lost all hope, like walking corpses. "Do you know why you have fallen to this state?" Zichuan's voice echoed powerfully in each of their ears, a unique force striking their souls. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. "You answer." Chuan casually pointed to a young, ordinary man. Replying to my master, "I do not know." "You answer." Chuan pointed again to a cultivator man. "Because of enemies." "You tell me." "Because we are weak." Zichuan's lips curled slightly, saying, "Exactly, it is your previous families that were weak, and you yourselves are weak. The principle of this world is survival of the fittest, the strong prevail, and the weak perish. To lose is to die, and to become slaves is a possibility. However, you have encountered my Su family. Although we are not a kind family, we do not promote slavery." As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a jade slip. "What do you see this as?" "This jade slip contains the method to break the Qinghua restriction on you. As long as I wish, I can lift it at any time." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd gradually lit up. "However, after all, you are slaves bought with my spirit stones, and I have said that my Su family is not a kind family. It is impossible for me to spend money to buy you just to help you lift the restriction. What I want are useful people for my Su family. As long as you meet my conditions, I can lift the Qinghua restriction on you and allow you to become vassals of my Su family." A female cultivator raised her eyes, her gaze shining, and asked, "What are the conditions?" "First, abandon the past and start anew. Anyone who brings danger to my Su family due to past grievances will die. Secondly, you have 10 days to familiarize yourselves with each other and get married. Up to 3 generations can lift the Qinghua restriction. If someone gives birth to 5 spiritual seedlings in the next generation, the Qinghua restriction can also be lifted." Hearing this, the group of slaves looked at each other. Getting married within 10 days was too sudden. But this was the command of the master, and it concerned the Qinghua restriction on themselves, so no one would disagree. "One more thing, I need your loyalty to my Su family, not because of the Qinghua restriction, but from the heart. This can take time, but anyone harboring thoughts of betrayal will only face death. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, my Su family will provide martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. Besides completing daily tasks, you may also cultivate. The stronger you become, the more valuable you will be to my Su family. Those who contribute may also obtain cultivation resources. In my Su family, no one will regard you as slaves." Chuan formed a hand seal. In an instant, the Qinghua marks on all the slaves' faces began to move, as if they were alive, all shifting to their backs. "Your Qinghua marks. Yours too." The slaves looked at each other in shock, exclaiming in surprise, "I have moved the Qinghua marks to your backs, so at least in the eyes of outsiders you will not be regarded as slaves. However, to truly lift the Qinghua restriction, you still need to meet my conditions." The slaves immediately knelt to the ground, bowing and saying, "We will faithfully follow the master's orders. From now on, you can call me the family master and address others as elders. Su Mingxian is the grand elder, Su Delying is the second elder, Su Due is the third elder, and Yefan is the fourth elder. We have seen the grand elder, the second elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder." The slaves bowed again. This brainwashing speech made these slaves initially loyal to the Su family rather than based on the Qing. As for whether they would truly be devoted in the future, it would depend on whether the Su family could truly win them over. In Zichuan's view, relying on the intimidation of the Qinghua restriction to control a group of walking corpses is far less important than having them genuinely work for the Su family. If he truly wanted tools, it would be more useful to purchase some latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator slaves. "You will abandon your past, and first adopt the surname I give you. Ordinary people will use words as their surname, men will use Mu and Lin as their generational name with numbers for their given names starting from Mu, E to Mu Shur Lin, E to Lin Shur. Women will use Mei and Hua as their generational names from Mei, E to Mei Shur and Hua, E to Hua Shur. Cultivators will use Wu as their surname with men using Zhu for their generational names, and women using Lan with numbers for their given names. Thank you, family master, for bestowing names." Chuan waved his hand, saying, "Remember your names, remember your identities, and from now on embrace a brand new." "Yes, family master." Then Chuan arranged a series of tasks for them. Patrols and gatekeeping were divided into 2 shifts, and there were also cleaning the courtyard kitchen chores and wiping tables and chairs. The tasks were not too heavy, and they would at least have time to cultivate every day. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened, and the golden crow set in the west. Chuan headed towards Jiaoshu City. With Wu Yuanxi and others dead, the Wu family naturally knew of it. They immediately activated the family formation, and the entire clan was on alert in a state of... In the family hall, the head of the Wu family and the elders were present. How did the people we sent outside the city to gather information report back? The Grand Elder of the Wu family, who was the only remaining perfected foundation establishment cultivator, asked the head of the family. Grand Elder, indeed, we found traces of battle on the way to Yunshi town, but it cannot be confirmed whether it was caused by those from the Su family, or if they encountered others. Forget it has come to this. For these few days, let's keep the family formation activated to prevent any unexpected incidents. The Grand Elder of the Wu family, and the matter of the Su family. We'll go to Yunshi town again in a few days to investigate whether the Su family has really relocated there, or if it's just a ruse, and then we'll find a way to deal with them. In the sky, the moon hung high. Its clear light spread over Jiaoshu City, and the streets were silent, only the sound of insects could be heard. Suddenly a green light came from afar, descending over the Wu family estate. It was Chuan. He took a shot at the storage bag at his waist, and 6 array flags flew out, distributed across the 6 directions. In an instant, a green light curtain enveloped the Wu family estate like a giant cage. By the time the Wu family's patrolling personnel noticed something amiss, the 6 directions absolute ceiling array had already been successfully set up, isolating the inside and preventing any leakage of qi. Even if there was an explosion, not a single sound would be heard next door. Who goes there? As a series of shouts rang out, several beams of light rushed out from various directions. But before they could see clearly, a massive dragon over 20 feet long lay across the top of the Wu family's protective array. Its golden pupils reflected the cold moon, and its gigantic claws pressed against the earthy yellow protective light curtain. The array's light curtain immediately emitted a series of cracking sounds. Although this was also a second-tier upper-grade array, Moyu's strength had completely recovered to the peak of the mid-third tier, and this second-tier upper-grade array could only withstand one of his strikes. It disintegrated into countless yellow light spots, disappearing into the air. A third-tier dragon. The Grand Elder of the Wu family, along with the head of the family and the other elders, looked up at the massive dragon in the sky, their eyes filled with terror, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. They felt a chill in their hearts. Upon closer inspection, they saw a man in a black robe and white hair, wearing a mask, standing with his hands behind his back at the center of the dragon's horns, his white hair flowing in the moonlight, resembling a celestial being. His aura was nearly retracted, making it impossible to discern his realm. Senior, why have you suddenly come to my Wu family? Has my Wu family offended you in any way? Kill. A cold word burst forth. Moyue roared, immediately charging at several people like a flash of lightning, and a dragon claw pressed down, injuring one person who fell heavily to the ground. Then, with a sweep of the dragon's tail, swift as the wind, 5 or 6 individuals whose strength was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage and had no top-tier defensive artifacts were directly killed. Countless ice shards gathered in the air, raining down like a storm hitting the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Countless buildings collapsed, and many lives were lost beneath the ice shards. The places where they fell quickly froze, turning the mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, who couldn't run far, into ice blocks in an instant. The Grand Elder of the Wu family and the others who survived immediately scattered. Some tried to escape, but were blocked by the 6 directions absolute ceiling array, and even the full force of the perfected foundation establishment could only create ripples. Moyue hunted and destroyed throughout. Chuan, on the other hand, cleaned the battlefield, collecting all the storage bags, not letting even those of the qi refinement stage escape. Then he soul-searched several individuals wanting to inquire about the location of the Wu family's treasure. Unfortunately, they all had restrictions, and forcibly searching their souls resulted in their immediate deaths. Remember to collect their storage bags after killing them. With a reminder, Chuan took advantage of the chaos to seize the resources and treasures stored by the Wu family. Upon arriving at the location, Chuan scanned with his divine sense, and was not surprised to find a restriction. He then brushed his hand over the storage ring, releasing a... This is a disabling pearl. Although it is not as effective as a breaking array pearl, it is still quite difficult to refine. Su Mingxian could only refine one, which can easily break any restriction below the second-tier upper grade, and it can be used 7 times. Since Chuan acquired it, he had never used it even once. A second-tier middle-grade restriction, just right, he said with a slight smile, immediately activating the breaking array. It spun in the air, and in an instant it erupted with a burst of azure radiance, which fell upon the restricted barrier. The faint golden restriction was quickly dissolved, revealing a huge gap. With a wave of his sleeve, Chuan emitted a stream of spiritual light that immediately opened the great door, and then he stepped inside. He did not care what was inside. He controlled everything with his divine sense, and packed it into his storage ring. After more than 10 breaths, this treasure house was completely looted. Next was the next treasure house, whose restriction was only a second-tier lower grade, with a lower level of protection than before, so the treasures inside were likely not as valuable. But Chuan did not mind. The Yunshi Su family was in a period of vigorous development. Whether it was resources for qi training or foundation establishment, the Su family needed them all. With the foundation of the Wu family, they surely had collected some of the resources needed for the Golden Core stage. Then there was the Wu family's technique building, which Chuan did not overlook. By the time everything was packed, you had already exterminated over 80% of the Wu family's foundation establishment members. Their clan grounds had already become mostly ruins with countless clan guards perishing. It's time to leave. Are we leaving just like this? I haven't finished killing yet. You said, cutting the grass without removing the roots will allow it to grow back with the spring breeze. Isn't that something you often say? In Jiaosu City, the competition among families is fierce. The Wu family is like this. In less than half a month, they will be swallowed by the other families. They can do it much cleaner than we can. So it turns out you are calculating like this, then let's go. Chuan put away the flags for the 6 Harmonies absolute sealing array, stood between Mou's dragon horns, and hurriedly walked away, while leaving a sentence behind. Wu family, your clansmen dared to intercept my disciple, who is out training today. Is the interest? His voice boomed like rolling thunder spreading in all directions. Countless families heard this. Moreover, they also felt the pressure of a third-tier demon beast, and the roar of a dragon. Just 10 breaths after Chuan and the others left, 4 figures arrived. They stood in the air above the Wu family estate, their expressions indifferent as they glanced at the Wu family's dire situation. One old man in a mysterious robe said, "Everyone, since the other party is so openly coming to Jiaosu City to destroy a family, we should pursue them." Another old man in a blue robe shook his head, saying, "What he said just now has been heard by all." Although the Wu family did not intend to provoke anyone, they have also reaped the consequences of their actions. Moreover, that person possesses a dragon spirit pet, and his pressure has reached the peak of the mid-3rd tier. Although he did not leave any aura, it is assumed that his strength is at least at the late golden core stage, if not fully complete. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we might not gain any advantage. It could also pose a hidden danger for our families. What Brother Shangwan said is not wrong. If we cannot kill such a strong opponent, our 4 families will have little peace in the future. Moreover, given today's ruthless behavior, our families would end up in the same situation as the Wu family. To be able to quietly annihilate the Wu family, he must possess a 2nd-tier upper-grade restricting formation. Perhaps he is a formation master. The old man in the mysterious robe, seeing that the other 3 disagreed, could only give up, and said, "Then it shall be as you say." After saying this, the 4 of them departed. Chuan's words led to mutual suspicion among the 4 major families of Jiaosu City, and they did not dare to act rashly. After just a moment, even if they wanted to track him down, there were no traces to follow. Within half a stick of incense, they returned to the Su family in Yunxi. After notifying Su Mingxian and the others, they began sorting out the spoils obtained from the Wu family. A dazzling array of resources lay before them, including a dozen types of high-grade materials, as well as many mid- and low-tier resources suitable for foundation establishment and Qi training. There were also plenty of pills, magical tools, talismans, and spiritual herbs. Among the spiritual herbs, Chuan discovered 2 main herbs for foundation establishment pills, as well as a main herb for the golden core pill. His haul was significantly greater than when he annihilated the blood family last time. "Indeed, it's a killing spree with a golden belt," Chuan said with a slight smile. "I had intended to develop slowly, but unfortunately some people want to lend a hand to my Su family." What a good person. He would never take the initiative to rob them. Just relying on the Su family's own development would be enough for the Yunxi Su family to rise rapidly without needing to create enmity everywhere. Seeing the resources obtained by Chuan, Su Mingxian also expressed jealousy, saying, "A peripheral city in the southern region, with a foundation establishment family barely ranking in the top 50, is this prosperous? It's hard to imagine how those top-ranking families and those golden core families possess such deep foundations. Don't be greedy. Our Su family is settling down in Yunxi. We can develop well from here. If such things are done frequently, if even a trace of news leaks out, the nearby golden core cultivators will surely come to encircle and kill Mou. I was just casually mentioning it. With my father's alchemy, De Ling's weapon skills, and my formation skills, what's to worry about? We can rise rapidly in Yunxi and secure a place." Su Mingxian smiled lightly, her eyes full of confidence. That main vein of Dongxi has been able to develop rapidly into one of the strongest families in the Wei dynasty in such a situation. Moreover, the Yunxi Su family starts from a foundation establishment family. By the way, these are the classics of formation techniques. Some of them are about 3rd-tier formations. You can take them to comprehend. Chuan smiled and waved his sleeve, causing a pile of classics to appear before. And these are for weapon techniques. Take them to De Ling once she studies them sufficiently, and our Su family firmly establishes itself in Yunxi, stepping onto the right. I will take her to Fire Cloud Valley to see if she can be accepted as a disciple by the old monster of Fire Cloud. With De Ling's talent and weapon skills, she will surely succeed. We cannot reveal too much as the world is unpredictable, and we can only fully trust our Su family members. I understand, my child. The next day, Chuan began teaching martial arts classics. Although the Yin family members were somewhat older, their roots were all excellent, and with the aid of martial arts pills, their training would not be slow. The same went for the Wu family's cultivators. Of course, Chuan would not give them away for free. Besides, 1 pill every half-month, those who wanted to acquire cultivation resources had to contribute. As long as they feel they are giving for the Su family, they will receive rewards. Over time, a sense of belonging will develop. Coupled with the Su family's clear system of rewards and punishments, it is only a matter of time before they are fully convinced. Thank you, family head, for granting us the martial arts. The crowd bowed deeply. Su Chuan nodded slightly, saying, now I will announce the system. If you know any secrets or skills, write them down. If the Su family does not have them, they will be recorded. Depending on their function and other factors, different contribution points will be given. The contribution points will affect the cultivation resources each month. The minimum is one corresponding cultivation pill every half month. In short, you can do your best as long as it helps the Su family, you can earn contribution points. Additionally, regarding your offspring, any woman who becomes pregnant can have half her work reduced and will not need to work during the last month before giving birth. Once a child is born, both spouses will receive considerable cultivation resources, spirit stones, magical tools, etc. The more children, the greater the reward. Do you all remember? We will remember. The members of the Yin family and the Wu family all bowed deeply again. Now let's get to work. Yes, family head. The Yunchi Su family began to operate normally. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. The people from the surrounding estates also learned that a Su family had moved in here. Although not many in number, the core clan members were all at the foundation establishment stage. In the entire Yunchi town, they were not considered a weak family. In the market, many were discussing, the head of this Su family seems to be at the 7th level of foundation establishment, while the other 4 elders are all at the early foundation establishment stage, which should place them above average in Yunchi town. Not quite, someone retorted. Although the Su family has a 7th level head, their foundation is still shallow, and they lack disciples in the Qi training stage. At most, they are just below average. Judging by their appearance, they seem like remnants of a clan that escaped from somewhere. What you said aligns with my thoughts, but I wonder how this Su family plans to make a living in the future. Another person sighed. They were likely afraid of conflicting with their own interests. The most common would naturally be alchemy, crafting, and formations. The others, such as puppet techniques and beast taming, are more niche, and any of them would dilute the profits of the other families. Establishing a clan in a place is not that simple. In Jiaosu City, the Wu family is really unfortunate, not knowing which golden core expert they offended, losing most of their clan members in one night. Yes, how can the remaining clan members defend the Wu family's assets? They are all being swallowed up by others. However, I heard that the families that swallowed the Wu family did not find the Wu family's resource treasures. It seems they were all taken by that golden core master. In just 5 or 6 days, almost all the remaining members of the Wu family were dead or injured. The families that had once been oppressed by them all took the opportunity to kick them while they were down. It can be said that when the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Meanwhile, the Su family purchased a shop in Yunchi town, and just a few days later they opened the Su family business. The business sold alchemy products, crafting materials, and array talismans, all of which were needed for Qi training. Of course, not everything was suitable for early and mid-stage cultivators. There were also high-quality barrier-breaking pills, breakthrough pills, exquisite magical tools, high-grade talismans, mid-second-year array flags, or array discs, and other enticing items. Yi Fan was stationed at the business, spending most of his time in cultivation. There were 2 Yin family women responsible for sales at the business, along with a Yin family worker handling miscellaneous tasks. They opened at the hour of Chuan and closed at the hour of Yu. The arrangement had a second-tier lower-grade array formation, making it not so easy to breach. When did Yunchi town get a business? A few cultivators passing by were surprised to see the Su family business sign. We just hunted demon beasts in the Tiansong mountain range for about a month. It must have just opened recently, said a young man in a purple shirt, stroking his chin. Perhaps. Let's go take a look, said a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Among the 4 there was also a female cultivator. She wore a wide-sleeved moon-white robe, her garments fluttering like clouds and mist. She had a simple silk sash tied around her waist, and light blue shoes on her feet, walking gracefully. Esteemed cultivators, please come in. Do you need anything? Yin Yuki smiled, and stepped forward to inquire. Immortal. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe frowned slightly. Is your business newly opened? Indeed. Is there a large family named Su in Yunchi town? Our Su family has just moved here. Don't be misled by our recent arrival. Our strength and foundation are substantial. Please invite your manager out. If it suits me, I can make a deal with you, said Yin Yuki with a slight smile. When she went upstairs, she said, 4th elder, there are guests who wish to discuss a deal with you. In the quiet room, Yi Fan opened his eyes upon hearing this, and replied calmly, let them wait. I will come down shortly. Understood. Soon Yi Fan came downstairs, and saw the 4 men in yellow robes. He cupped his fists and smiled. Esteemed friends, do you have business to discuss with my Su family? At the 1st level of foundation establishment, it appears your employees' words were not wrong. Although your Su family has just moved here, you indeed have some foundation, said the middle-aged man in the yellow robe with a slight smile. We also reside in Yunchi town, but we are scattered cultivators. This time we came out from the Tiansong mountain range, and hunted 2 early 2nd-tier demon beasts, and 5 late 1st-tier demon beasts. We also have some spiritual herbs. I wonder if your business accepts them. If you do, we will sell them all to you to save ourselves the trouble of running around. Of course we accept them, Yi Fan replied after taking a sip of tea. In addition, we need refining materials, spiritual beast cubs, spiritual insect eggs techniques, secret skills, and classic texts that your Su family has not yet recorded. We can trade them with you. My Su family business will offer a fair price. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe and the others showed surprise. This was comparable to some large businesses. They were willing to accept anything, and this small Su family business had such a big appetite. Then please give us an estimate, said the middle-aged man. Hold on, let's go to the back of my business. This place is too cramped. Alright. Upon reaching the empty space in the backyard, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe patted his storage bag, and streams of light flew out, landing on the ground, and quickly piling up into a small mountain. Of course, the majority was taken up by the corpses of the demon beasts. Yi Fan examined them carefully, and said, 2 early second-tier demon beasts at 150 spirit stones each, 5 late first-tier demon beasts at 50 spirit stones each. As for these spiritual herbs, they should be worth around 250 spirit stones. That price is fair. Let's go with what you said. This group of people included the middle-aged man at the 4th level of foundation establishment, the young man in purple at the 2nd level, and the remaining young men and women at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi training. For their strength to earn 800 spirit stones in just over a month from the Tiansong mountain range was not considered much, especially since the 4 had to share it. Yi Fan completed the transaction on the spot promptly and smoothly, which gained him the favor of the middle-aged man in the yellow robe. The manager is a straightforward person. In the future, we will come to sell items to you, said the middle-aged man. Haha, thank you for your support. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Fan. How should I address you? The young man in purple asked in surprise. Aren't you surnamed Su? My master. He is the head of the Su family. I see, said the young man in purple. We are 3 brothers, surnamed Huang. This is my elder brother Huang Tianba. I am second Huang Tianxiong, and this is the youngest Huang Tianhu. This is my elder brother's Dao partner Zhang Yunyang. We live to the north of Yunxi town. Both sides exchanged warm greetings. Yi Fan suddenly said, I observe that Miss Yunyang has an ethereal quality like a water lily emerging from the stream, naturally beautiful, and it would be a pity if her beauty fades with time. My Su family recently acquired a youth retaining pill, and if Brother Huang is interested, I can sell it to you at a 30% discount. Youth retaining pill. Zhang Yunyang's eyes instantly brightened. The young man in purple also remarked, this is a 2nd-tier pill, and it's not easy to refine. I didn't expect the Su family just opening its shop to obtain such a pill. Huang Tianba glanced at his Dao partner, and pondered for a moment before asking, how many spirit stones? Considering the fate we share with Brother Huang, I can offer it for only 350 spirit stones. This type of pill, if put up for auction, would typically fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. Yi Fan did not exaggerate. The youth retaining pill is not something everyone can refine. Mainly the recipe is rarely seen on the market. Alright, I will take it. The pills displayed in the shop were all first year, with some precious ones stored in Yi Fan's spatial bag. Yi Fan smiled as he retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his spatial bag, handing one to Huang Tianba, who promptly paid the spirit stones. The young man in purple curiously asked, Friend Yi, is the other vial also a youth retaining pill? Not at all. Yi Fan smiled slightly. I observe that Brother Huang Tianhu seems to be at a bottleneck in the 9th level of Qi refinement. This pill should be just right for him. This pill is a top quality one priced at 50 spirit stones each. If bought today to break through the bottleneck, he will surely succeed in reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement by night. A breakthrough pill, and it's a top quality one. The young man in purple shook his head and laughed. Friend Yi, your Su family truly knows how to do business. You and Brother Tianba are both at the foundation establishment stage, and the items displayed in the shop are mostly of no use to you, but as long as you have enough spirit stones. The Su family has the means to procure top-tier offensive and defensive artifacts, breakthrough pills, cultivation pills, and healing treasures. Even 2nd-tier low-grade formation plates, trapping formations, and defensive formations are included. The young man in purple looked at Yi Fan with suspicion. Friend Yi, your words seem rather grand. It truly makes one curious about who is backing your Su family business. Could it be a Golden Core family from the Southern Sky region? Brother Huang, please refrain from such speculation. The Su family is a merchant engaging in fair trade, and we would never act dishonestly behind the scenes. All said, Huang Tianba remarked, I will befriend your Su family. If there are materials needed, you can entrust us to collect them. We occasionally take on tasks from various families in Yunxi town. No problem, then, about this pill. Huang Tianba bit his lip. I will buy it. As for the rest, let's discuss it next time. I'm afraid if we stay any longer, you will clean us out of all our spirit stones, friend Yi. Haha, Yi Fan smiled gently. After Huang Tianba and the others purchased the breakthrough pill, they returned home. That night, Huang Tianhu consumed the pill, and indeed broke through the 9th level of Qi refinement with ease. The 3 Huang brothers, Huang Tianba and Huang Tianxiong, both possessed top-tier true spiritual roots. With the aid of the training chamber designed for foundation establishment breakthroughs, along with Millennium Spirit herbs, they all successfully broke through to foundation establishment. However, Huang Tianhu only had mixed spiritual roots, and it was impossible for him to break through to foundation establishment on his own. The Yuan, Hua, and Fong families had all constructed dedicated training chambers for this purpose, utilizing the only second-tier spiritual vein in Yunxi town. This could increase the chances of success for Foundation establishment by over 10%. Top-tier true spiritual roots, given their innate talent, have a fair chance of success, even without breakthrough pills, in such training chambers. Those with good luck might succeed on the first try, while those with poor luck might need 3 or 4 attempts. However, these training chambers are not cheap. Borrowing them for a Foundation establishment attempt costs 1,500 spirit stones. There have been top-tier Foundation establishment families that tried to seize control of Yunxi town, but all returned empty-handed, some even sustaining serious injuries. Rumors about the Yuan, Hua, and Fong families having backing from the Tiansong Mountain sect began to circulate around this time. After that, no one else dared to target Yunxi town. Elder brother, it seems the Su family has some means. Do you think they are after the second-tier spiritual vein in Yunxi town? Huang Tianxiong looked at Huang Tianba. The Yuan, Hua, and Fong families are not weak. Any of them could rank in the top 20 in Jiaoshu City. Moreover, with the rumored backing, they have only a golden core family, could possibly have designs on Yunxi town. Huang Tianba analyzed. But listening to friend Yi this afternoon, it seems the Su family has a significant background. They might truly be the vanguard sent by a certain golden core family. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba pondered for a moment before continuing, the rivalry between families has nothing to do with us. Since the third brother has broken through, I will... Suddenly Huang Tianxiong nudged him and said, Elder brother, today your wife received a youth-retaining pill. She must be very happy. You should seize the opportunity. My little nephew is counting on you. Get lost. Huang Tianba suddenly laughed and scolded. Though he scolded, he still had to do it. A night of passion ensued. Early in the morning, Huang Tianba walked out of his room supporting his waist when he bumped into Huang Tianxiong, who immediately teased him to exercise restraint. His face turned as black as coal. You want a little nephew, yet you asked me to restrain myself. So it seems you are the only one with reason. There are quite a few people like the Huang family in Yunxi town. Most are busy for half a month to a month, then take a few days off before continuing. As for those that truly develop into families, there are only about 20 to 30. On the surface, the Su family business sells Qi refinement level pills and artifacts, but if a Foundation establishment cultivator visits, they will specially recommend resources for Foundation establishment. Moreover, both the prices and quality are very fair. In just half a month, they have established connections with over 10 demon hunting teams similar to the Huang family in Yunxi. These are all networks. Although still in their infancy, as long as they are maintained, we can see the results in several years, or over a decade. That will form a large social network. Su Chuan mostly stayed at home in seclusion, contemplating the withering and flourishing divine ability, while Su Mingxian studied the formation classics from the Wu family. Su Deling was also learning whether there was a difference between the refining techniques of the Southern Sky region and those from Dawei. Then he attempted to follow the refining methods recorded in the Southern Sky region's classics. Su Diyue visited the Su family shop every few days. Many who saw them thought they were Dao partners. As for the Yin and Wu families who were couples, they each had separate rooms. Considering the future population increase, expansion would not be possible. This is not a remote wilderness where one can build at will, unless they bought up the neighboring houses. Therefore, Su Chuan began to hire people to construct towers, each 13 stories high, with enough space for over 10 people per floor. With insufficient horizontal space, they could only expand upwards. Of course, this is only temporary. In the future, the Yunxi Su family will naturally seek a more suitable place for their family residence, and for now, with only a few people, there is no need for such measures. The Su family steadily developed in Yunxi town for 3 months. Although there were occasional troubles caused by those visiting the Su family shop with Yifan and Su Diyue around, it wasn't a significant problem. As for those who wanted to cause trouble using inferior artifacts or pills, there were none. Major conflicts would only arise if other families sent Foundation establishment cultivators to stir things up. However, a confrontation among Foundation establishment cultivators would create quite a stir, making it easy to escalate the situation, and other families are not so easily inclined to take such decisive actions. Although the Su family has shared some profits with certain families, it hasn't reached the point of squeezing them out. As for attacking Su family members in the wilderness to undermine the family, that is even more unrealistic. The Su family consists of only 5 people, and none have left Yunxi town so far. The rest are merely servants. One day a guard arrived at the Su estate, wearing a uniform with floral patterns on the chest. I am a guard from the Hua family. 3 days later, our family matriarch is celebrating her birthday. She has heard that your Su family just moved in and wishes to extend her regards, inviting your family head to attend. This is the invitation. Please keep it safe. After handing the invitation to Su family's guard Wu Zhu-san, the Hua family guard directly soared away on his sword. Wu Zhu-san immediately went to the house, arriving at the backyard, standing before Su Chuan, and cupping his hands, saying, Family head, the Hua family has sent an invitation inviting you to attend the birthday celebration of their matriarch in 3 days. Hua family. The door suddenly opened, and the invitation in Wu Zhu-san's hand was taken inside. A voice continued, I understand you, Sin, you may continue. Yes, family head. Inside the room, Su Chuan opened the invitation, took a moment to ponder, and then decided to visit the Hua family. Given the Hua family's status, all foundation establishment families in Yunqi Town would certainly be invited, making it a great opportunity to learn about them. Additionally, he could observe the individuals from the Yuan, Hua, and Fang families. Su Chuan sent a voice message to a member of the Wu family asking them to inquire about the Hua family's birthday banquet. After more than half an hour, Wu Zhu Lu returned with news. It turns out the Hua family's matriarch is celebrating her 200th birthday. A foundation establishment cultivator only lives around 240 years. This 200th birthday indeed counts as a grand celebration. The Hua family's matriarch, named Hua Qingxue, is among the few who have reached full foundation establishment in the Hua family, holding the highest status and a female foundation establishment cultivator. The gift is simple. If she appears aged, present her with a youth-restoring pill. This pill was created by Su Chuan and can restore one's appearance to youth though the body and vitality remain unchanged. It is far inferior to Su Chuan performing the technique himself, which can reverse vitality and restore vigor, though it does not extend lifespan. If the Hua family's matriarch maintains a youthful appearance, then a youth-retaining pill should be given. Its value is average, but it is loved by female cultivators. A treasure that is hard to come by. This one pill is enough for Su Chuan to avoid criticism. 3 days later, Su Chuan went to the Hua family to celebrate the birthday. At the entrance, someone checked the invitation. After Su Chuan submitted it, he entered smoothly. However, many were discussing which family he came from, wondering why he arrived alone. The Hua family estate is quite large. The birthday banquet is held in the garden with numerous terraces arranged in 3 levels by height, near a small lake, where many clear lotuses and green lotus flowers grow. In the center terrace, there is a song and dance performance with musicians playing on either side. The Hua family matriarch and the full foundation establishment from the Yuan and Fang families sit at the highest central terrace, while the other terraces are filled with high-profile guests with no empty seats. Su Chuan sat below like a transparent figure, enjoying the song and dance, while quietly observing the others. Half an hour later, the gift-presenting segment began. The first ones to present gifts were naturally the close relatives of the Hua family matriarch, the Yuan and Fang families, at full foundation establishment. Fairy Qingxue I Yuan present you with a top-tier artifact, the Mingyu hairpin crafted by the third disciple of the Fire Cloud True Person, wishing you eternal youth. Fairy Qingxue I Fang have also prepared a top-tier artifact, the colorful silken robe. If you drape it on yourself, it will add a touch of ethereal charm. Su Chuan couldn't help but find it amusing. Although the words of the Yuan and Fang families sounded pleasant, they were filled with sarcasm. After all, the Hua family's matriarch had silver hair. Although she did not look as wrinkled as an 80-year-old, she had similar facial wrinkles to those of a woman in her 50s or 60s. After the big shots from the Yuan and Fang families presented their gifts, it was followed by the descendants of the Hua family. Then came the other guest families. Is there anyone from the... When the gift presentation was halfway through, the Hua family matriarch suddenly spoke, and the banquet instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, but no one recognized. Su Chuan smiled lightly, and stood up, slightly bowing to the Hua family matriarch, saying, "Dao friend Hua Su is here." Everyone turned toward the voice, and they were all greatly surprised. How is he so young? Yet his cultivation seems correct. As rumored, he is at the 7th level of foundation establishment. You are Su Chuan, Dao friend Su. The Hua family matriarch's eyes flickered slightly, then she smiled faintly, saying, "You are indeed very young, Dao friend. I know your Su family has just moved to Yunqi Town, so you must not be familiar with the various families. Therefore I invited you here to introduce you to your fellow Dao friends. Thank you for your kindness, Dao friend Hua." Su appreciates it, Su Chuan replied. "Today I also prepared a gift for Dao friend Hua." After saying this, he clapped his spatial bag, and a palm-sized, exquisite hexagonal rosewood box flew out. He then presented it before the Hua family matriarch. "What is this?" "Dao friend Hua, please open it and see." The Hua family matriarch lightly touched the hexagonal rosewood box, which opened to reveal 2 pills inside. "Pills." Su Chuan smiled and cupped his hand, saying, "The one on the left is the youth-restoring pill, and the one on the right is the youth-retaining pill. Today I present these 2 pills, wishing Fairy Hua eternal youth for the rest of her life." Youth-restoring pill, youth-retaining pill. Everyone immediately began to discuss. "I know about the youth-retaining pill, but I've never heard of the youth-restoring pill." "Ancestor, you have truly returned to your youth," the head of the Hua family said with a smile. The ancestor of the Hua family flipped her palm, revealing a mirror, and gazed into it with delight. "For any woman, this is an irresistible temptation." Su Chuan continued, "The youth restoration pill has a time limit lasting at most 10 years, thus, I present the ageless pill to ensure that the flower fairy remains forever youthful." "Thank you, Daoist Su. I am very pleased with your gift, and my Hua family will surely reward you handsomely later." "The flower fairy is too polite." Su Chuan replied with a faint smile. Afterwards, Hua Qingxue took the ageless pill again. The rejuvenated Hua Qingxue was indeed extraordinary, resembling a fairy among flowers. At this moment, adorned with the luminous jade hairpin from the Yuan family and the colorful silk from the Fang family, she appeared even more radiant. I also thank Daoist Yuan and Daoist Fang for their gifts. It was evident that their gifts had merely served to complement Su Chuan's, leaving a bittersweet feeling in their hearts. The others felt even more inferior. Just then a light shout echoed from the sky. From the Tiansong mountain range, disciple He Zhizhong of the Qingmu sect presents a congratulatory gift on behalf of the Great Elder, wishing Fairy Qingxue blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity comparable to the South Mount. A figure sped towards them and stopped in midair. It was a young man barely in his 30s, yet already a foundation establishment cultivator. Everyone's expression changed at the news. Hua Qingxue lightly stepped off the ground, soaring like a celestial maiden, her colorful aura floating as she approached, He Zhizhong smiling gently. I thank the Great Elder for the generous gift. Are you a descendant of Fairy Qingxue? He Zhizhong asked, slightly taken aback. Hua Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. I am indeed Hua Qingxue. I apologize for my rudeness. He Zhizhang's face flushed slightly as he quickly bowed and presented the gift. After Hua Qingxue accepted it, he took his leave, secretly pondering. Wasn't Hua Qingxue said to be 200 years old? Could it be that she cultivated a method or secret technique to maintain her youth? He almost made a fool of himself. However, this Fairy Qingxue was indeed stunningly beautiful. No wonder there were rumors in the sect that she had a deep friendship with the Great Elder in her youth. Anyone would be moved, but only someone of the Great Elder's extraordinary demeanor who had attained the golden core would be worthy of her. The people of the Qingmu sect quickly departed. Chuan curiously asked the person beside him, who is the Great Elder of the Qingmu sect? That makes sense. Taoist Su just arrived and is naturally unaware. The Qingmu sect is one of the 3 major golden core sects of the Tiansong mountain range, and the Great Elder of the Qingmu sect is named Feng Juechen, who broke through to golden core. It is said that he has exceptional fortune, having formed his core with a top-grade innate spiritual object, and possesses immense potential, with hopes of comprehending divine abilities and becoming a true monarch. As for the nascent soul, one can only hope to achieve it by comprehending divine abilities. Even if he cannot, Elder Feng will at least reach the late golden core, or even achieve golden core perfection. I see. No wonder all the Taoists changed their expressions. That Great Elder from the Qingmu sect and the Flower Fairy. Taoist Su, no need to speak further. Elder Feng already has a partner. Su Chuan understood the implication. More than an hour later, the Hua family's birthday banquet was nearing its conclusion. Su Chuan was specially retained by the Hua family, and many family members who came to celebrate felt envious. In the Hua family's living room, Taoist Su, you have presented such a grand gift to me this time, but if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them, Hua Qingxue said with a gentle smile. The Hua family status in Yunxi town is due to Hua Qingxue's past connections with the Great Elder of the Qingmu sect. Thus her position in the Hua family is quite special. The Flower Fairy is too polite. Since you invited me to the birthday banquet, I naturally have to bring a gift. As for the fact that it happens to be to your liking, I can only say it is luck. After all, I only had 3 days to prepare for the birthday gift. 3 days? Hua Qingxue raised her delicate eyebrows and looked at the head of the Hua family. What is going on? Aren't birthday invitations from the Hua family usually sent out more than half a month in advance? And I will investigate this matter. It may be that the person in charge overlooked it, since the Su family just settled it. After all, before the head of the Su family spoke up, no one present recognized him, and they all thought he was just a junior from some family. I do indeed usually keep a low profile, Su Chuan said with a faint smile. After today, Taoist Su, you are likely to become famous, Hua Qingxue said with a charming smile, then added, however, since I have publicly promised to reward you handsomely, I naturally cannot go back on my word. I honestly cannot think of anything at the moment, as my Su family is still just starting out in Yunxi town, and everything is manageable for now. Perhaps something for a shop, cultivation resources, or pills. I have a cherished pill called the Spirit Nourishing Pill, which can enhance the divine sense during foundation establishment. Spirit Nourishing Pill. Is there a formula for it? Hua Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly. Taoist Su, you don't want the pill, but want the formula. Are you a pill master? There is someone in my clan who can refine pills, Su Chuan replied. I see. Unfortunately, this formula is precious and not available even in our Hua family. Su Chuan felt that in the southern region rare pill formulas are rarely circulated. Even the formula for the ageless pill is not collected by any family in Yunxi town, and it seems there are no rumors in Jiaosu city either. If it did exist, given the abundance of spiritual herbs in the southern region, some pill shops should have it for sale rather than it only appearing occasionally at auctions. However, some formulas for qi nourishing pills, detoxifying pills, and gathering qi pills are available in many pill shops, but the prices are steep. What a pity. Is there really nothing you want? Not at the moment. In that case, let my Hua family owe your Su family a favor. Whenever your Su family has a need, feel free to bring it up, as long as it is within my Hua family's capabilities and does not harm our interests. We will do our best to fulfill it. Hua Qingxue sighed lightly, for she knew that in this world the most valuable things are those that appear to be free. But for now this was all she could do. If she were to repurchase it with spirit stones, that would be too much. In her heart, although the ageless pill is hard to find, it can still be sought after with time, but she had never heard of the youth restoration pill, which might have been found in some cave relic, and is extremely rare in the world. Such pills cannot be measured by normal prices. Thank you, Fairy Hua. I shall take my leave now, Su Chuan said, cupping his hands. Hua Qingxue nodded slightly. After Su Chuan left, the head of the Hua family said, And if Su Chuan makes any excessive demands in the future, what should our Hua family do? Su Chuan gives me an indescribable feeling good is better not to provoke him. Our Hua family can also provide a bit of assistance to his Su family's business. That would also be a way to establish a good relationship. Understood, Aunt. Before this, the Hua family could only be considered a medium foundation establishment family in Yunxi Town, but because of Hua Qingsu's past relationship with Feng Juechen, they had enjoyed over 100 years of prosperity. However, once her foundation establishment limit is reached, the Hua family will only have 2 foundation establishment cultivators left. They are inferior to both the Feng family and the Yuan family. They will inevitably be suppressed by the Yuan and Feng families. By the way, in 3 years it will be the time for the 3 major sects of the Tiansong mountain range to recruit disciples once every 10 years. If our Hua family wishes to continue thriving in Yunxi Town, we must cultivate enough outstanding clan members. As long as they can be accepted as disciples by a golden core elder from some sect, the Yuan and Feng families will surely be wary. Henger is the most promising among the younger generation and will still be within the recruitment age range of 20 years old in 3 years. As long as he can stand out in the trials of the 3 sects and become an inner disciple, he has a chance to be chosen as a disciple by an elder, the head of the Hua family said. Let him undergo more training to gain practical combat experience. And what about Elder Feng? Hua Qingxue glanced at him lightly. Don't hold too high hopes. Even with my connections, if his aptitude is insufficient, Juechen won't take notice. Yes, Aunt. I will definitely cultivate Henger well, and not let you down. The Hua family has the great elder of the Qingmu sect behind them. What about the Yuan and Feng family? Surely they have influential figures behind them as well. Su Chuan wore a slight smile, his hands clasped behind him, as he flew back to the Su residence. This trip was not in vain. Moreover, he learned the name of the spirit-nourishing pill. He felt that with the current level of his divine sense, and one more high-grade spirit-nourishing pill, it might serve as an opportunity for him to advance his divine sense to golden core. It's a pity that the formula is hard to obtain. Hua Qingsu's spirit-nourishing pill must have been given by Feng Juechen. The Qingmu sect and the other 2 major sects of the Tiansong mountain range definitely have records of this formula. This pill is even more precious than the Chongshu pill. Obtaining the formula will not be easy. Among second-tier pills, it is probably second only to the second-tier longevity pills. As for the Golden Core pill, it is a 3rd-tier pill, and it belongs to the category of extremely precious and difficult to refine pills in this tier. Perhaps the opportunity to trade for this formula lies with the Qinghua pill. Su Chuan only has 1 longevity pill formula, originally swearing not to disclose the Qinghua pill from the Lei family, but after the Zhou family became a vassal of the Su family, he obtained the Qinghua pill formula from the Zhou family. It should have come from the Su family. With the extra Qinghua pill formula, as long as he does not reveal that it comes from the Lei family, it would not count as a breach of his oath. Many of the formulas Su Chuan holds are similarly acquired through avoidance. After all, the 1 or 2-tier alchemical inheritance given by Yun Zhongzi is quite... Given the value of longevity pills, they will undoubtedly drive those nearing their foundation establishment limit mad, and should be enough to trade for the spirit-nourishing pill and its... At present, Su Chuan only has 1 remaining Qinghua pill, and considering its future use, he decided to gather materials and refine a few more batches. With his alchemical skills, he can reliably produce 4 to 5 pills in 1 batch. At the very least, he can guarantee 3 pills. Su Chuan immediately had people start collecting the remaining materials for the Qinghua pill. Most of the materials were already available, some were brought from the Great Way, while others were sourced from the Wu family's collection. The remaining 7 or 8 types would be difficult to gather entirely in Yunxi Town. Huang Tianba and others have taken on tasks from the Su family, and when they entered the Tiansong mountain range, they would also search for the corresponding spiritual herbs. The Su family also stated that if they found them, there would be substantial rewards. Additionally, Su Chuan planned to find time to visit Jiaosu City. Days later, the only material Su Chuan needed for the Qinghua pill was the Qingling fruit. This spiritual fruit was not found in Jiaosu City for the time being. However, half a month later, Huang Tianba and the others brought good news, saying they had discovered the Qingling fruit in the Tiansong mountain range, but unfortunately, it was surrounded by peak 2nd-tier demon beasts. They were unable to bring it back. Yifan also gave them 100 spirit stones as a reward. If they could bring it back, it would be worth at least 500 spirit stones. That day, Su Chuan set off with MOU to the location mentioned by Huang Tianba and the others. After killing the demon beasts, he decisively took the entire Qingling fruit tree back, transplanting it in the backyard with protective formations. Su Chuan spent his vitality liquid for 7 consecutive days, and borrowed some profound yellow spiritual soil from the black pot, sprinkling it around the roots. Although it seemed like a small amount, it formed a spiritual soil with a radius of about 10 feet. This allowed it to regain vitality and firmly take root in the Su residence. The Qingling fruit is one of the main materials for the Qinghua pill, having the effect of prolonging life, and the stronger its age, the better its effect. A 10-year-old Qingling fruit can extend life by 1 month, and it only takes effect once. A 100-year-old can extend life by 6 months. A 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit can extend life by 3 years. A 10,000-year-old can extend life by 30 years. When combined with various other spiritual herbs, a 100-year-old Qingling fruit can also extend the foundation establishment period by 30 years. This Qingling fruit tree had several fruits over 100 years old. Chuan opened the furnace once refining 5 Qinghua pills, and then he stopped further refining. He was not in a hurry to trade with the Hua family. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. As dawn began to break, Chuan, dressed in a blue robe, walked with his hands behind his back, followed closely by Su Delying, as they flew towards the Huiyun Valley outside Jiaosu City. Upon entering the valley, they saw the ground cracked with numerous fissures, and red gold lava flowed from the seams, winding like the veins of the earth, dazzling like gold, casting a red hue on the surrounding rocks. Wherever the lava flowed, the rocks cracked, and occasionally sparks would fly up, scorching black marks on the stones. The hot winds enveloped them with a scent of sulfur. Any ordinary mid-level qi refining cultivator who stepped here would likely find their spiritual power shield burned through in no time, injuring their meridians. Only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage can resist the heat with their strong spiritual power and move about freely. Chuan and Su Delying walked leisurely, their garments not wrinkling in the slightest from the heat. Su Delying, having cultivated a yang technique, even found the high temperature quite comfortable. Their gazes swept through the valley, spotting some heat-resistant spiritual plants growing in the fissures beside the lava. Some were the red flame grass, with leaves displaying fiery patterns, while others were the fire spirit flower with dark stems and small fire beads on the tips. Though sparse in number, they thrived in the scorching environment, with weak fire-type spiritual energy lingering between their leaves, indicating that they were unique spiritual items of this place. This valley is rich in fire-type spiritual energy, and there should be at least a top-tier second-grade fire vein underground suitable for those practicing fire techniques, Su Delying remarked casually. Indeed, what a pity that Yi Fan does not cultivate weapon forging. Perhaps he could have joined the sect of the Huiyun Taoist. If my granddaughter joins the sect, I could possibly find time to let Yi Fan train here. Chuan smiled faintly. It's still too early to say, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Soon the two arrived at the cave of the Huiyun Taoist. It is rumored that the Huiyun Taoist has 5 disciples, each capable of forging top-tier magic weapons, and the most outstanding among them can forge sets of top-tier magic weapons. They are known as the 5 Sons of Huiyun, enjoying high prestige in the 7 cities of Tiansong, and are esteemed guests of various foundation establishment families. Many family disciples from the 7 cities of Tiansong, even from Golden Core families, wish to join their ranks. However, he has not accepted any of them. Hence rumors spread that the Huiyun Taoist no longer intends to take in disciples, leading to a decline in the fervor for apprenticeship. From the various pieces of information Chuan gathered, it seems that the Huiyun Taoist is a sincere and dedicated alchemist with a peculiar temperament, simply too lazy to deal with those around him. As long as the other party values alchemical ability, Su Delying has a high chance of being accepted as a disciple. The Su family from Yunxi Town is here to pay a visit to the Huiyun Taoist. We hope for an audience. A booming voice like thunder echoed out, "Get lost before I become angry." Yaxu and Su Delying took a small step back. Su Xuandao, I have heard that Master Huiyun has remarkable skills in weapon crafting. My Su family wishes to seek guidance from you, senior. Seeking advice from this old man. Clearly you have reached the peak of foundation establishment, yet hide your true cultivation, pretending to be at the 7th and 2nd levels of foundation establishment. How sneaky. I do not deal with those who hide in the shadows. Chuan replied. I thought you were a sincere practitioner of weapon crafting. It seems I misunderstood you. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. Are you trying to provoke me? Chuan retorted. How you think is your business. We are leaving. Chuan and Su Delying turned to depart. At that moment, the entrance of the cave opened, and a crimson figure flashed past, appearing before the two. The person was in their prime, towering over 8 feet with broad shoulders and a sturdy build, standing like a resilient pine, seemingly able to shatter the surrounding hot air. His hair was as black as ink, tied with a golden crown embedded with a fiery agate that glimmered brightly. His brows resembled flames, with red strands flying into his temples, each strand seeming to contain sparks of fire. A red beard hung down to his chest, and with a gentle breeze the beard swayed lightly, carrying a hint of warmth. Dressed in a red-gold robe adorned with intricate fire patterns stitched in gold thread. As he moved, the fire patterns seemed to shift with his motions, and 3 red jade pendants hung from the corners of his robe, jingling with a clear, yet warm sound. The most peculiar aspect of Master Huiyun was his pair of crimson eyes. The pupils resembled molten gold with flames surging within. Occasionally lifting his gaze, a faint wave of fire attribute, spiritual energy radiated out, causing the surrounding magma to bubble slightly. Lower-tier cultivators who looked directly into his eyes would feel a rush of heat, their spiritual energy becoming sluggish. What do you mean, senior? Chuan inquired. Do you think you can come and go as you please in my Huiyun Valley? Master Huiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his red eyes sweeping over the two, the gaze carrying the pressure of a golden core, making it difficult for them to look directly at him. You wanted to seek my guidance in weapon crafting, didn't you? I will accommodate you, but if you fail to satisfy me, then you will pay with your lives as compensation for disturbing me. Chuan smiled lightly. If you want to kill, just kill. No matter how skilled my Su family's weapon crafters are, how could we possibly surpass you, senior? That would be a fool's dream. Surpass me. Master Huiyun laughed in fury, his laughter booming like thunder stirring up the hot winds of Huiyun Valley. What kind of challenge do you propose? Speak up. As long as you can impress me, I will spare you. What if we are evenly matched? Master Huiyun replied. Then I will gift you a magical treasure that I forged myself. What if by some chance I surpass you? Master Huiyun's expression darkened gradually, and Chuan quickly smiled. Just joking, senior. How could you possibly lose? Stop wasting words. How do you want to compete? Chuan said, naturally we will compete directly in weapon crafting. However, due to the rarity of high-grade materials, we will craft one offensive and one defensive magical item each and test them against each other. The materials must be of mid-tier low grade, and there is no limit on quantity, exceeding that will result in a loss. Moreover, considering your cultivation level, you must seal your cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. How do you feel about that? No problem. Master Huiyun raised his eyebrows, slightly, clearly realizing that the Su family was well prepared. Interesting, I will see where your confidence to challenge me in weapon crafting comes from. If it weren't for his understanding of Master Huiyun's character, Chuan wouldn't dare act so boldly. Cultivators in the Golden Core stage have varied temperaments, and it is normal for them to kill at a whim. Follow me into the cave. There is a specialized weapon crafting room inside that connects to the earth fire which can enhance the crafting speed. Chuan replied, thank you, senior. Chuan and Su Delying followed Master Huiyun into the cave. I have heard that you have 5 disciples, but are they present in the cave? They have achieved success in weapon crafting and have gone their separate ways to find their own paths. Do you expect them to stay with me and have me provide for their living and cultivation? Upon hearing this, Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. This character is indeed eccentric. If it were any other Golden Core cultivator, they would be more than happy to have disciples serve them, enjoying the admiration of their followers. Which of you will compete with me? Chuan smiled lightly. This is my granddaughter Su Delying. She is the top weapon crafter of our Su family. And I am but a humble alchemist. Master Huiyun replied. You really know how to flatter. In the southern region, alchemists are often more esteemed than weapon crafters. Upon entering the weapon crafting room, Su Delying saw a massive bronze cauldron in the center, with blazing red flames burning inside, seemingly never The fire in the cauldron is earth fire, no weaker than Golden Core true fire. If mishandled, it could be dangerous. Chuan interjected, Senior, my granddaughter has never used such earth fire for crafting. May she familiarize herself with it first. 3 hours will be granted. Master Huiyun waved his hand. 1 hour is enough. Su Delying's eyes flashed with golden light, as she formed hand seals manipulating the flames. Threads of earth fire flew from the bronze cauldron encircling her. Gradually, it transformed into shapes like lotus flowers and ethereal orchids, then into the forms of animals. Moments later, 3 fiery lotuses appeared before Su Delying, slowly rotating. This earth fire was incredibly powerful. Su Delying used the method of divided consciousness. Only by layering 2 strands of divine sense could she control the earth fire, as usual. Master Huiyun stroked his red beard, his pupils narrowing slightly, thinking to himself, this girl has some skill. Such a secret technique of divine sense is quite the Su family from Yunshi. Is there such a family in Yunshi town? Soon after, Su Delying attempted to use the earth fire to craft, producing only low-tier med. However, observing her technique, Master Huiyun could tell that Su Delying's foundation in weapon crafting was exceptionally solid, not at all inferior to his own disciples. An hour passed. Alright, Su Delying said calmly. Let's begin. Senior, what do you think? Let me see to what extent your weapon crafting skills have reached, girl. With all that had transpired, he could see that Su Delying's skills in weapon crafting were not weak, but to what extent was hard to tell, with just low-tier magical items. High-quality magical items would certainly showcase her level to a certain degree. Chuan stood silently to the side, while Su Delying and Master Huiyun began to craft from the earth fire in the cauldron. In comparison to Su Delying, Master Huiyun's control over the earth fire was already superb, handled with ease. Even if he sealed his cultivation, he was still not someone of Su Delying's foundation establishment could compare with. For the offensive magical item, Su Delying crafted a wooling box. It was a high-quality magical item set recorded in the 5 elements spirit technique, containing a 5-element sword array exuding the power of a top-tier magical item. A high-quality magical item set. Master Huiyun smiled slightly. Naturally, he intended to create a similar type of magical item. However, unlike Su Delying's complete focus, he only devoted 4 or 5 parts of his attention to crafting, while the rest was observing Su Delying. The materials of 5 elemental attributes. Could it be a complete set? If this type of magical item contains the 5-element array, that would be remarkable. However, it shouldn't be a true 5-element array. Even a small 5-element array is a top-tier 2nd-level formation, while the rest are above 3rd level. But even just containing the essence of the 5 elements is still quite impressive. At the very least, it could truly rival top-tier magical items. The distinction between magical items below and top-tier magical items is a significant divide. Even a high-quality magical item set rarely achieves the power of a top-tier magical item. As for the gap between top-tier magical items and treasures, that gap is even wider. Indeed, it is a 5-element essence, and it is a magical item in the form of a sword box. How special it is. Master Huiyun slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Just based on this wooling box magical item alone, Su Deling's craft level in high-quality magical items surpassed all his disciples. This little girl has some talent. At that moment Master Huiyun no longer felt the initial fury, instead appreciation filled his eyes akin to admiring a raw gem. Su Chuan witnessing this wore a look as if he had caught a fish on a hook. Individuals like Master Huiyun are the most precious of talents. Just like how Yin Zhongzi treated him back in the day, due to his outstanding alchemy talent Yin Zhongzi almost imparted everything without reservation. Before his lifespan was up he entrusted his entire life's experience in alchemy and recipes to Su Chuan. Su Chuan himself had some of that kind of personality, but not as pure as them. They pursued the pinnacle of immortal arts while he pursued the legacy of the Su family for millennia. For talented individuals he could extend an olive branch, but if it threatened the continuation of the Su family, he would show no mercy. For the defensive magical item, Su Delian crafted a seal. It originated from Su Chuan's idea. With the palm turned upside down it was named Turning Sky Seal. An integration of offense and defense, presenting an overwhelming pressure, it is undoubtedly formidable among high-quality defensive magical items. The blending of numerous earth attribute materials contains a heavy essence surpassing ordinary shields and similar defensive magical items. It seems this girl's weapon crafting skills surpass all of the old man's disciples. Her life force is young, likely not yet 100 years old, yet she has reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, even more impressive than the old man in his youth. Master Huiyun was a loose cultivator, but possessed decent aptitude with a spiritual root purity of over 6.5, qualifying him as a top-tier earth spiritual root talent. He studied weapon crafting to earn resources for cultivation. He was already over 160 years old when he reached the peak of foundation establishment. Later he fortuitously obtained innate spiritual materials, successfully breaking through to golden core, and it has been over 150 years since he became a golden core. Master Huiyun had traveled across the southern region and only settled in Huiyun Valley a few decades ago. I wonder about her aptitude. They must be here to seek a master. All my disciples are male. Accepting a female disciple would just balance the yin and yang. With earth fire available, the melting speed was extremely fast. The speed of crafting the wooling box was more than double compared to Su Deling's usual pace. However, Master Huiyun was still faster than him. Su Chuan's goal had already been achieved. The outcome of the competition was not important. What mattered was making Master Huiyun see Su Deling's weapon crafting strength. Since both of our magical items are ready, let's start with the offensive magical items. After Su Chuan finished speaking, Master Huiyun looked at Su Deling with a kind smile, saying, "The magical item I crafted is a high-quality magical item set called Taiwa Sword. It consists of 3 heavy earth swords inscribed with the character for mountain. It embodies the essence of mountains. When all 3 swords are unleashed, it resembles a mountain pressing down, overwhelming the opponent." "What are the inscriptions?" Master Huiyun responded. "It seems, little girl, that your exposure to weapon crafting traditions is rather ordinary. Only by mastering inscriptions can one truly become a master of weapon crafting. However, unless one is a direct disciple, weapon crafting masters generally don't pass down the concept of inscriptions. As for what inscriptions are the concrete manifestation of understanding, just like this." Master Huiyun raised his hand, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and a peculiar pattern quickly formed in the void. Instantly both Su Chuan and Su Deliang felt a heavy force pressing towards them. That peculiar pattern seemed to form a towering mountain. This seems somewhat similar to runes. Skilled rune practitioners can draw runes in the void, and the runes themselves form a great power. Su Chuan stroked his chin, his eyes shining with brilliance. Master Huiyun looked at Su Chuan in surprise. "What you said is indeed not incorrect. Any form of immortal art once mastered to a high degree requires understanding of the heavens and earth, taking the heavens and earth as teachers. My inscriptions are derived from the essence of mountains." "Then there are countless inscriptions, aren't there?" Su Chuan replied. "You could say so, hence the way of weapon crafting is endless." Then Master Huiyun looked at the wooling box in Su Deling's hand, smiling. "Your magical item contains all 5 elements, and it seems capable of forming a basic sword array, also containing some essence of the 5 elements. Its power is indeed astonishing, but to surpass my Taiwa sword." Su Deliang interrupted. "Who is stronger or weaker will be revealed in the competition." Such a stubborn temperament. Then both of them urged their respective magical items, engaging in a clash. "Go!" With a light shout from Su Deliang, the lid of the wooling box flew open and 5 flying swords shot out. The energy of green wood transforms into green radiance, the essence of water condenses into blue silk, the fire spirit power ignites red flames, the thick earth spirit resonance gathers yellow flowers, and the energy of metal flashes black blades. As Su Deling's voice rang out, 5 streams of spiritual light intertwined in the air, quickly coalescing into a giant sword, the blades swirling with 5-element patterns as the wind stirred the spiritual energy, charging straight at Master Huiyun. Meanwhile, Master Huiyun controlled the Taiwa sword, unleashing all 3 swords enveloped in a light brown spiritual glow, As if a majestic mountain shadow floated behind the swords, the mountain's essence, overwhelming its heavy pressure, spread. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the Taiwa sword transformed into a towering sword shadow wrapped in the essence of mountains, meeting the five-element giant sword Hedon. Boom. The five-element giant sword wielded the combined power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, its blade unleashing a dazzling burst of spiritual light, while the Taiwa sword held its ground with the essence of mountains. The sword shadow stood like a mountain, each block causing the air to tremble, and the mountain inscriptions flickered, dispersing the five-element spiritual power layer by layer. Su Delian concentrated, controlling the Wuling box's spiritual light to surge the offensive of the five-element giant sword, growing increasingly fierce. Master Huiyun remained calm, guiding the Taiwa sword, the mountain essence, deepening the sword shadow, seemingly becoming more solid. Clang! The tips of the two swords clashed against each other, and the surging waves of energy rippled out like ripples. They remained in this deadlock for half a stick of... Suddenly the five-colored giant sword began to disintegrate, ultimately splitting into five flying swords distributed at angles around them. Then came the clash of their defensive magical items. However, after half a stick of incense, Su Deling's turning sky seal's defensive barrier was the first to shatter. I have lost. Su Deling bowed to Master Huiyun, saying, the challenge was initiated by me, so, according to our agreement, you may deal with me as you wish. But my grandfather is innocent, oh please let him go. Master Huiyun stroked his beard and smiled. Little girl, did you really think you could? Though I suppressed my cultivation level, my experience and foundation remain. However, if it were the old me before forming the golden core, my mastery of inscriptions would not have reached this extent. I might truly have struggled against you. Little girl, do you know that a complete inscription requires at least a top-tier magical item to be inscribed and sustained? I used 3 high-quality magical items to bear parts of the inscription, and when activated they merge into a complete inscription. This is entirely equivalent to a top-tier magical item inscribed with the inscription. If I used a top-tier magical item without an inscription, it might not even compare to your high-quality magical item set. Moreover, this artifact requires cultivation of a technique encompassing all 5 elements to unleash its full power. Master Huiyun stroked his beard with a serene smile. Then the 5 elements shall circulate in perpetual harmony. By employing the principle of mutual inhibition among the 5 elements, one may transform the nature of spiritual energy. Its efficacy rivals even my Mount Tai sword. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan silently reflected. No wonder he is a golden core cultivator. He instantly discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, the Su family's 5-element casket is ideally suited for disciples of the Su lineage practicing the 5-element spirit art. Enough! This old man has momentarily lost his wits. This affair verges on bullying the young. Master Huiyun said, lightly sweeping his sleeve aside. Let this disturbance to my seclusion end here. Your magnanimity embraces mountains and rivers alike, elder. Flatterer. Though spoken in jest, Master Huiyun wore an unmistakably pleased expression, his tone utterly devoid of ire. Having disturbed you thus, my granddaughter and I now take our leave. Hm. So soon. Master Huiyun blinked, faintly startled. Su Chuan replied, astonished. It is already our family's profound fortune that your eminence forgives our rash intrusion. How dare we presume such grace might recur? We would never dare disturb you again. Master Huiyun's eyebrows shot up in indignation. He stirs my curiosity, then departs, and dares claim he dares not return. Does he expect me to personally descend upon his estate to recruit her as a disciple? This wily elder of the Su clan. How cunning. As Su Chuan truly turned to leave, Master Huiyun's crimson heterochromatic eyes flickered with indecision. Such an unpolished gem of the artificer path. He could scarce suppress his hunter's instinct. She commands such mastery without ever having studied artifact inscriptions. Once she grasps even fragments of inscription lore, her progress along the artificer path will surge dramatically. Should she ever comprehend second-tier inscriptions, she could forge treasured artifacts even before foundation establishment. Such prodigies are exceedingly rare across the southern heaven region. Master Huiyun had encountered but a handful, all within the preeminent artificer sect Tianju sect situated in the southern expanse of the southern heaven region. During his wanderings through the southern heaven region, Master Huiyun once visited Tianju sect to exchange insights on artifact craftsmanship, yet was matched stroke for stroke by a foundation establishment cultivator there, leaving him deeply shaken. Later he learned that youth ranked among the top 3 artificers in Tianju sect, a revelation that struck him anew. Though Tianju sect extended an invitation for him to join as a senior elder, his pride led him to decline. Those 5 disciples were eventually accepted, but none met his exacting standards. He privately acknowledged that his own depth in the artificer path paled beside a sect of Tianju's stature. Thus he no longer harbored hope that any disciple of his might one day restore his honor before them. Instead, he secluded himself in Huiyun Valley, devoting every moment to mastering the artificer path, determined one day to erase that past humiliation. Yet today's encounter with Su Delian kindled the first ember of hope. Naturally, Su Chuan remained unaware of these inner reflections. He merely deduced that Master Huiyun prized talent and acted accordingly. No, such a genius must not slip away. My trifling dignity matters not at all. Even venerable Golden Core elders often wage fierce contests to secure a worthy heir. Yes, I do not act for myself alone, but for the advancement of the artificer path across the Southern Heaven region. Master Huiyun swiftly convinced himself, weaving a compelling rationale within his own mind. Wait, young Master Su, I perceive your granddaughter possesses nascent aptitude for artifact craftsmanship. Artifact inscriptions are inaccessible. Without proper lineage, without guidance from a master, she will struggle to advance further. Might your eminence recommend a suitable mentor? This wily elder. Must he force me to declare her as my disciple publicly? With a soft sigh, Master Huiyun asked, what say you of this old man? Your eminence stands unrivaled in renown across the 7 cities of Tiansong, a true master of artifact craftsmanship. Should you deign spare time to instruct my little Delying Su, would be eternally grateful. You crafty elder. You truly fail to grasp my intent to accept your granddaughter as my disciple. Or do you feign ignorance deliberately? Master Huiyun demanded. Chuan hastily clasped his fists. Please forgive this humble one. Rumor holds that your eminence long ago ceased accepting disciples, a tale widely circulated across the 7 cities of Tiansong. Thus I dared not hope you would take Delying under only wish for occasional instruction. Who spread such slander? Master Huiyun roared. It is widely believed. Chuan replied, clearly a falsehood. Yet unless your eminence hosts a grand ceremony to proclaim her acceptance, none will believe the Su family has gained your disciple. Should word spread, otherwise they may mock, or even strike at the Su family, to curry favor with your eminence. Master Huiyun fell into thoughtful silence. Chuan's reasoning held weight, but formalities irked him deeply. As he hesitated, Su Delying stepped forward, bowing deeply. I shall not burden your eminence. Merely naming me as your disciple suffices. For me you are already my master. Chuan and Su Delying pressed their case in tandem. With a wave of his hand, Master Huiyun relented. Very well. This matter shall proceed as you wish. This true immortal shall personally invite dignitaries from the 7 cities and 3 sects. 1 month hence they shall gather at Huiyun Valley for the disciple acceptance ceremony. Does this satisfy you? We express our deepest gratitude, elder. Both bowed deeply in unison. Still calling me elder? Master Huiyun feigned sternness. Instantly Su Delying declared again. Disciple Su Delying pays homage to master. Excellent. 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 Master Huiyun laughed heartily. The formal initiation rites shall await the ceremony 1 month hence. And your name is? Chuan, at your service. Young Master Su Delying shall remain in Huiyun Valley for this month, allowing me to impart foundational knowledge of artifact inscriptions. Then Delying rests entirely in your eminence's care. After Chuan departed with a respectful bow, Master Huiyun watched his figure vanish into the sky, and murmured, little Delying, your grandfather proves remarkably capable. Every step of this plan fits flawlessly. He has mastered me completely. Su Delying immediately knelt. Please forgive this disciple. Grandfather acted solely for my sake, seeking to elevate my standing upon the artificer path, thus resorting to this stratagem. Smiling, Master Huiyun waved dismissively. I bear no resentment. On the contrary, I am profoundly grateful he delivered to me a disciple of such extraordinary, his strategic acumen and temperament. If he succeeds in forming a golden core, your Su family may rise to become a preeminent golden core lineage across the Southern Heaven region. Su Delying's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. Disciple shares this conviction. Yet inwardly she vowed a golden core is but our starting point. Let this master assess your innate aptitude. Su Delying gave a slight nod. Moments later, Master Huiyun observed. Your spirit root purity stands at only 35%, somewhat low. How old are you? Your vital aura feels remarkably youthful, surely under 100 years. I have just reached my 60th year, Master. Master Huiyun's pupils contracted slightly. Your cultivation pace rivals core disciples of the 3 sects, and approaches that of a celestial spirit root. To attain such mastery in both cultivation and artifact craftsmanship at this age is exceedingly rare. What cultivation art do you practice? If it proves ordinary, this master possesses several high-tier fire element techniques, suitable for progression all the way to nascent soul formation. The Xiaohao True Yang art. That art. Your family clearly possesses rare karmic fortune. Master Huiyun smiled faintly. It constitutes the foundation establishment segment of the Red Emperor Flame Sovereign art. Indeed, our fates seem intertwined. This master cultivates its golden core segment, the Flame Sovereign Sutra. The Flame Sovereign Sutra. Su Delying's pupils narrowed slightly. Intuition whispered of deeper connections. She ventured curiously, Master, does this imply existence of the Wood Sovereign Sutra, Water Sovereign Sutra, Metal Sovereign Sutra, and Earth Sovereign Sutra? Truly perceptive, you grasp it instantly. These 5 sutras are supreme elemental arts derived from the ancient 5-element immortal art, each a direct path to immortality. Legends speak of a paramount sect in antiquity that once gathered all 5. Alas, they failed to reconstruct the complete 5-element immortal art. Later that sect fractured, scattering these scriptures across the cultivation world, each fragment reshaped by countless generations of refinement and division. Master, your knowledge runs deep. These are surely ancient secrets. Huh, indeed they are. I encountered these records within the scriptural archives of the Hidden Realm where I inherited the Flame Sovereign Sutra. Your senior brothers cultivate different arts, the ones I practiced in my earlier years. By the way, I recall your eyes possess unusual qualities. Have you cultivated a special spiritual eye? Recalling something Master Huiyun added, I have not cultivated any spiritual eye, but was born with one, the Vermilion Eagle spiritual eye of fire element affinity. Regrettably, no corresponding cultivation method exists. I can only manifest its fundamental abilities, truth perception and distant vision. Little Delying, you possess a born spiritual eye. Master Huiyun stared utterly astounded. Master, is a born spiritual eye truly rare? Mine seems rather unremarkable. Though I've never heard of the Vermilion Eagle spiritual, even an ordinary born spiritual eye surpasses my peerless earth spirit root in rarity, comparable to a celestial spirit root. And if exceptionally potent, such eyes innately harbor divine abilities, terrifying in their power. He paused, then pointed to his own eyes. Observe my eyes. They bear the mark of cultivating a fire element spiritual eye from the flame. Alas, my aptitude proved insufficient to perfect it. Hence this crimson hue remains visible. But you, little Delying, born with such an eye, hold genuine potential for perfection. Should you achieve it, you'll command a divine ability. With your innate gifts, you may even pursue divine ability formation during Golden Core establishment. Su Delying's eyes narrowed. From Su Chuan, she'd heard tales of divine ability formation, a feat of staggering difficulty beyond even many Golden Core cultivators reach, let alone achieving it during Foundation establishment. Could I truly achieve divine ability formation? Naturally. Come, follow this master into the cave abode. I shall transmit the complete Flame Sovereign Sutra to you. Should you glean insight into the essence of divine ability from this spiritual eye technique, and crystallize its seed. Once you ascend to Golden Core, mastery will follow swiftly. With dedicated cultivation, perfection is inevitable. Unlike this master who after 150 years of Golden Core cultivation remains but a novice. Master Huiyun, elated by acquiring such an exceptional disciple, imparted his most treasured legacy that very day. Several days later, news of Master Huiyun's impending disciple acceptance swept across the 7 cities of Tiansong and the 3 sects. Those stunned cultivators quickly grew curious. Who could possibly merit such a solemn ceremony? Even Master Huiyun's own disciples remained unaware, yet all hastened back to Huiyun Valley. He invited only the top 10 Foundation establishment families of the 7 cities alongside Golden Core lineages and sects. Were all Foundation establishment families to attend Huiyun Valley itself might prove insufficient. Time passed swiftly, until the day of the disciple acceptance ceremony at Huiyun Valley. Though not every Golden Core cultivator attended, over a dozen from the 7 cities and 3 sects gathered nonetheless. Alongside them came promising younger disciples. Foundation establishment families dispatched their most accomplished Foundation establishment elders and gifted juniors bearing ceremonial gifts. Master Huiyun's 5 disciples greeted guests at the valley entrance. For the ceremony, a dedicated hall had been constructed within Huiyun Valley, shielded by arrays suppressing the valley's intense heat. Brother Ning, long time no see. Truly lively here today at Huiyun Valley. Brother Wu, you've arrived. Please enter. By the way, Brother Ning, who is Master Huiyun accepting as his disciple today? Such grandeur. Ning Xuesher sighed wryly. Brother Wu, you'll learn soon enough. Wu bowed respectfully, asked no more, and proceeded toward the ceremonial hall. Others, probing for answers, drew blank responses. Within the ceremonial hall, Master Huiyun occupied the central seat, flanked on either side by Golden Core cultivators. Beneath them sat younger disciples of Golden Core lineages and sects, and representatives from Foundation establishment families. The Su family sat among them. Before each guest stood a low table bearing spirit fruits and spirit wine. Behind each table rested a meditation cushion. Guests sat cross-legged upon them. Once all had assembled, Master Huiyun raised a white jade wine cup. I thank all esteemed Taoist friends for honoring me with your presence, witnessing this disciple acceptance ceremony. My deepest gratitude. He drained the cup in one motion. A green-robed Golden Core elder seated to his left stroked his beard, smiling faintly. Huiyun, never seen you host such pomp before. Today you're unusually courteous. Surely this new disciple pleases you greatly. Master Huiyun chuckled. Naturally I cherish this new disciple. Who is it? Don't keep us guessing, interjected a yellow-robed Golden Core elder to his right. The auspicious hour arrives in 1/4 hour. I invite you all to drink freely until then. All guests at Huiyun Valley need observe no restraint. So you say, don't regret it later. 1/4 hour later, Ning Xuesher suddenly announced, the auspicious hour has arrived. Let Su Delying of the Su family, Yunshi Town, step forward. As Master Huiyun's eldest disciple, and his most accomplished artificer, he presided over the ceremony. Yunshi Town, the Su family. Which lineage is this? I've never heard of them. Astonishment rippled through the assembly. At the rear seating, Su Delying Rose walked forward along the crimson carpet and halted before Master Huiyun. Clad in vermilion and gold battle attire, her single braid swaying, she exuded vibrant vigor, her early 20s radiating prime vitality. Perform the kneeling obeisance. Disciple offers tea. All watched in silent reverence as Su Delying completed her initiation rites. Rise, little Delying. Master Huiyun smiled gently. Thank you, Master. Witness all present from this day forth Su Delying becomes my chosen heir, and the young master of Huiyun Valley. All eyes widened. They'd expected a simple disciple acceptance. Never imagined Su Delying would become Master Huiyun's designated heir and young master of Huiyun. Regardless of the Su family's prior standing from this moment forward, they stand shielded by a golden core cultivator, bound by bonds of profound intimacy. Even the golden core families must show some respect in such matters. As for those who wish to deal with the Su family, they must consider whether it would provoke the ire of Master. The golden core in the blue robe smiled faintly, and said, Huiyun, taking such a young girl as your disciple seems a bit biased. You still have 5 other disciples after all. Although they are quite good, they still fall short compared to Deling. Is that so? Said the golden core in the yellow robe. May we have the honor to witness your beloved disciple's skills in crafting artifacts? There's no need for that. Master Huiyun waved his hand, and replied, My disciple does not craft artifacts for display before you all. As stingy as ever. Very well, very well. Since the apprenticeship is concluded, I have matters to attend to back at the sect, so I will take my leave. After saying this, he transformed into a beam of earthy yellow light, and swiftly departed. Brother Huiyun, we shall take our leave as well. As the Golden Core Masters departed one by one, the remaining Foundation establishment families also bowed and followed suit. From today onward, the reputation of my Su family will echo throughout the entire Tiansong 7 cities, and the other families in Yunshi town will soon know of it as well. With this, my Su family in Yunshi has truly established a foothold here, and can develop in peace. Before Su Chuan and the others left, Su Deling specifically spoke with Su Chuan and informed him about the 5 elements immortal art and its various separated techniques. Su Deling was able to connect it to the 5 elements spirit art of their family, and Su Chuan had a similar reaction. I understand now, Linger, you should focus on your cultivation under Master Huiyun. Grandfather, I understand. Master promised me that if I could achieve the Golden Core, he would allow me to pass on the Fire Sovereign Classic to the Su family members. Achieving the Golden Core. My innate spirit eye is suitable for cultivating a certain spiritual technique within the Fire Sovereign Classic, providing a hopeful path to achieving the Golden Core. Su Chuan smiled slightly. That's wonderful. If you can succeed, it would naturally be the best, and it will also aid in future births. The more of such individuals in our Su family, the better. Su Deling looked at Su Chuan and paused. Grandfather, little Linger won't be at home often. Please take care of yourselves. For artifact matters, you can send someone to Huiyun Valley every 3 months to collect materials. Once I master a few crafting techniques, Master will allow me to go out freely. That's fine. In the future, the profits from artifact crafting will be split 6 for the Su family and 4 for Huiyun Valley. Su Deling did not refuse. The crafting materials in Huiyun Valley were not infinite. A few rare items might be sought after by Master Huiyun himself, but common mid to low tier crafting materials still needed to be purchased with spirit stones. Su Deling watched Su Chuan and the others leave. Master Huiyun said, I will miss you. A bit. I've always been the genius of the clan, discovered for my talent in artifact crafting by grandfather, and have mostly been focused on cultivation and crafting, rarely leaving the family. Master won't stop you from keeping in contact with your family. Look at your senior brothers, who aren't they involved with so many families? Once you achieve success, you will naturally be able to help the Su family even more. This is also my grandfather's expectation, whatever he hopes for, Linger will strive to achieve with all her might. Huiyun understood that Su Chuan's importance in Su Deling's heart far surpassed that of his own as a teacher. He felt a slight pang of jealousy. Master, how can we call it involvement? They seek our artifact crafting services, and we conveniently earn some spirit stones and crafting materials to support the valley. Indeed, Master, the others chuckled in resignation. With the arrival of the little junior sister, they suddenly became the unwanted disciples. However, it seemed that Master had never shown them much affection before. I want meddle in other matters, but you must not cause trouble for the Su family where your junior sister is concerned. If I find out, you will face consequences. Yes, Master. Master Huiyun cared for Su Deling, so he would naturally lend a hand. Let's go, Deling. I will continue to teach you the way of crafting techniques. Ning Xuesher and the others did not stay in the valley. Over the years, they had gradually developed their own ventures outside, but if Master Huiyun sent a message, they would all eagerly rush to serve. Aside from the gratitude for teaching, their ability to stand firm was also due to the backing of Master Huiyun. In just a few days, the name of the Su family in Yunshi town became widely known throughout the Tiansong 7 cities. Being accepted as a disciple by Master Huiyun indicated that Su Deling was likely to become a master craftsman in the future. Given Master Huiyun's fondness for her, he would surely assist her in achieving the Golden Core. With the support of an established Golden Core, the chances of achieving the Golden Core were far greater than those of ordinary individuals. However, since the Su family had no vested interest with the top Foundation establishment families in the Tiansong 7 cities, they wouldn't be targeted. But Yunshi town was different. Suddenly a family backed by a Golden Core appeared, causing many families to become restless. It was almost the very next day after the news spread that numerous families began visiting offering to give up some interests such as granting spirit fields, gifting shops, and redistributing benefits from spirit lakes. It seemed they were intentionally helping the Su family develop. They were not foolish. They did not believe that the Su family would simply remain content and rely solely on one business for survival. Therefore, before the Su family could make a move, proactively befriending them might reduce their losses significantly. As long as Master Huiyun was alive, it was only a matter of time before the Su family became another dominant force in Yunxi Town. The figures behind the Yuan Hua and Fong families would not turn against a golden core master for their sake, especially since he was a master craftsman. Who knows when they might need his help? The three family heads gathered at the Yuan family to discuss the matters regarding the Su family. Brother Hua, what does your family think about the Su family? The head of the Hua family helplessly replied, My Hua family already owes the Su family a favor. Unless it involves our family's vital interests, we will not target the Su family. The head of the Fong family said, Master Huiyun's reputation is immense. Although he has just reached the 4th level of the Golden Core, even latest Golden Core masters would think twice before offending him. Though he did not say it outright, he indirectly indicated that the Fong family would not take the risk of offending Master Huiyun by intentionally provoking the Su family. I understand your meaning, Brother Fong, but I am afraid that the Su family has grand ambitions. What do you think will happen if Su Deling becomes a Golden Core master in the future? Will Yunxi Town still be the same Yunxi Town? The head of the Hua family fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and laughing. Brother Yuan, your words hold no significance. Regardless of our three families, or any other families, as long as a Golden Core master emerges from a family, that family will implicitly be recognized as the ruler of Yunxi Town. Are we truly bold enough to confront them, Heaton? The foundation of the Golden Core families may not be as deep as those of the Tiansong 3 sects, but their status, in any case the Hua family's position, is that if the Su family becomes the 4th dominant force in Yunxi Town, we have no objections, as long as they are capable. However, if the Su family relies solely on Master Huiyun's reputation, they would not be feared, as Master Huiyun would eventually grow tired of them. My Fong family has no objections either. Well then, since both of you have said so, my Yuan family will also refrain from interfering in the development of the Su family. After the head of the Hua family left, the head of the Yuan family kept the head of the Fong family for a moment, seeking to form an alliance. The Hua family intends to get closer to the Su family. If we do not guard against this, we may suffer losses. I understand your meaning, Brother Yuan. I will carefully consider this matter once I return. With the backing of a Golden Core master and no one interfering with their development, the scale of the Su family's business had expanded several times compared to before. Several shops around were gifted to the Su family by their owners to congratulate Su Deling for becoming a disciple of Huiyun. Moreover, they underwent restructuring. The business was transformed into 5 floors, with one underground floor serving as a trading area for illicit goods or other items not meant for the public eye. The first floor provided low-tier cultivation resources for chi refining cultivators, including pills, artifacts, and talismans. The second floor catered to mid-tier resources needed for foundation establishment. The third floor served as a trading venue for high-tier materials. The fourth floor was the Su family's auction house, which was not open to the public on regular days. In the Spirit Fields and Spirit Lake north of Yunxi Town, in addition to what was given by various families, Su Chuan also purchased adjacent Spirit Fields to gather up to 1,000 acres. They also bought several areas of the Spirit Lake from multiple families, setting up large formations. The Spirit Fields were planted with blood rice, yellow millet, crystal rice, dragon tooth rice, and another type of high-quality spirit rice, called clear spirit rice. The Spirit Lake was stocked with spirit fish and other aquatic products fed with spirit fish balls or spirit beast pills. Due to a shortage of manpower, Su Chuan specifically hired some spiritual farmers and fishermen to oversee the operations. The Su family was very strict in recruiting outsiders. They had to swear an oath not to leak any information regarding the Su family. Conversely, the compensation offered by the Su family was generally twice that of their peers. The Su family's labor contracts varied, lasting 1, 3, or 5 years. Upon completion, they could choose to leave or continue signing. In just 3 short years, the Su family's industry expanded greatly. Both the quality of spirit rice and spirit fish were top-notch, in Yunxi Town deeply favored by. However, as the Su family expanded vigorously, it inevitably encroached upon the interests of others. After all, there were only so many spirit fields, and so much. The Yuan Huafeng and Su families completely divided the Spirit Lake, with the Su family occupying the southern area. At this moment, several fishermen were feeding the spirit fish in that place. They could be heard chatting. Oldly, your labor contract with the Su family is almost up. Do you plan to renew it? Of course. Oldly turned and smiled. The treatment at the Su family is the best among all the families in Yunxi Town, and they are very easy to get along with. As long as we do our jobs well, they won't be harsh or wrongfully deduct spirit stones. Moreover, with this employment relationship, we can enjoy a 5 discount at the Su family's business. In just 3 short years, with my mixed spiritual root aptitude, my cultivation has improved by 1 realm, reaching the 6th layer of chi refining. I also plan to buy a low-grade breaking pill from the Su family business in a while to break through to the 7th layer of chi refining. Only a fool wouldn't renew the contract. Wait, Brother Chung, are you perhaps thinking of something else? Recently, some families aligning with the Yuan and Fong families seem to be poaching from the Su family. Old Chung chuckled. Of course not, I was just asking casually. After all, with the Su family's rampant expansion, Yunqi town is gradually becoming unsettled. Although we are merely hired fishermen, if a war breaks out we too will be affected. Old Chung, are you planning to leave? Old Li furrowed his brows, then fell silent for a moment, sighing slightly. But with our qualifications and strength, it's hard to survive in the cultivation world. To encounter a family like the Su family is truly rare. If I leave now, it will be nearly impossible to enter the Su family again in the future. I have heard that the Su family is becoming increasingly strict in recruitment. Anyone who enters must pass the heart-seeking array. Chi refining cultivators cannot withstand the heart-seeking. If they have ulterior motives, they could even be killed on the spot. After a pause, he seemed to have made up his mind, saying, I believe in the Su family. Its potential far exceeds that of the other 3 families. Well then, do as you wish, Old Chung said. Anyway, in a few days I plan to fulfill my contract and leave to seek a living in other towns. Many spiritual farmers, some stayed behind while others sensed danger and chose to leave. However, the majority decided to stay. At this time, the Su family business was hosting an auction. The auction was held on the 4th floor, and participants did not enter through the inside, but climbed external stairs directly to the auction venue. This was the Su family's first auction in Yunqi town, so they brought forth many valuable items. Among them, several beauty elixirs attracted many foundation establishment female cultivators from the Tiansong 7 cities. Other rare pills included spirit sense pills, void pills, and several other precious concoctions. The highlight was a Qinghua pill. Once news of this pill spread, it attracted many foundation establishment masters nearing the end of their lifespan. Extending life by 30 years was enough to drive them mad. In terms of artifacts, the auction items primarily featured artifacts and artifact sets, all crafted by Su. 3 years had passed, and she had her own exclusive title, Masterling. The path of crafting techniques further broadened her journey in artifact crafting. In front of him, she only showed a success rate of about 4,050 for her artifact crafting techniques. Generally, top-tier artifact sets possessed power comparable to ordinary talismans, while fully inscribed top-tier artifact sets had even more. In front of him, she only showed a success rate of about 4,050 for her artifact crafting techniques. Generally, top-tier artifact sets possessed power comparable to ordinary talismans, while fully inscribed top-tier artifact sets had even more astonishing power. However, the material requirements were also higher. At least top-tier mid-grade materials were needed to endure. If they were non-set artifacts, there would be no such restrictions. Due to Su Deling's reputation and the quality of her artifacts, her creations were highly sought after by various families, and even imitation artifacts appeared in Tiansong 7 cities. Unfortunately, those forgers could only replicate Su Deling's exclusive mark to about 7,080. The real mark only engraved the ancient character Ling, but once infused with spiritual energy, it would transform into a feather and revert to the ancient character when not in use. This was just a minor trick, yet it had not been cracked to this day. In Hoi Yun Valley, Su Deling said, Master, this is the first time my Su family is hosting an auction. Grandfather has invited you to oversee it, and may I ask if you can come? Su Deling cupped her fists to Master Hoi Yun. If it were anyone else, I would only go if there were materials I wanted at the auction, otherwise I would be disinterested. However, since this is your request, little Ling, I will naturally comply. He had witnessed Su Deling's efforts over the past 3 years. Although she had spent most of her energy learning from him and practicing crafting techniques, she still dedicated several hours each day to cultivation. Now she was also in the later stage of foundation establishment, not far from achieving perfection. Thank you, Master, Su Deling said with joy. Don't be too quick to thank me. In the next 6 months, you must concentrate on your cultivation and reach foundation establishment perfection as soon as possible. I have secured a spot for you to enter the Tiansong secret. The Tiansong secret realm is controlled by the Tiansong sect, opening only once every 60 years. Apart from the disciples of the Tiansong sect, several spots are also allocated to the Qingmu sect, Jiaotsong sect, and Qingsong sect. My master has spent considerable resources to obtain this from the Grand Elder of the Qingsong sect. Besides some extremely rare spiritual herbs and materials, the secret realm also contains descendants of ancient bloodline beasts and legacies of the ancient Song Long sect or innate spiritual items. The Firecloud Real Person said, the legacies of the ancient Song Long sect and innate spiritual items can only be obtained by chance. Over a millennium, only a very few disciples have succeeded in acquiring them. Those individuals later became true monarch-level figures who comprehended divine powers. There are rumors that obtaining these relies on one's own fortune. Fortune is elusive, however, disciple, you possess a natural spiritual eye and exceptional talent in weaponry, so I believe you can take a chance. Even if it doesn't work out, some of the spiritual herbs or materials will make this trip worthwhile. Thank you, Master. Su Deling respectfully cupped her hands in gratitude. Then the two made their way to Yunqi town. With the Firecloud Real Person accompanying them, they arrived at the Su family business in no time. At the auction venue, people gradually arrived and took their seats. Half an hour later, the auction officially began in the Tian level private room. Watching the auction unfold energetically, the Fire Cloud real person stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Your Su family truly knows how to do business, and being able to present these items shows your considerable wealth. No amount can compare to my master. Just casually refining a few magical artifacts surpasses that." The auctioneer's voice rang out. "The next item for auction is the youth restoring pill. Our Su family has painstakingly obtained 5 top-grade youth restoring pills. This is an excellent opportunity for male cultivators to win the favor of fairies. It is also a ticket for the fairies present to maintain their youthful beauty. The starting bid for the youth restoring pill is 500 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 20 spirit stones. The auction for the first youth restoring pill begins now. 600 spirit stones. A female cultivator boldly raised the bid by 100 spirit stones. 620. 640. Both male and female cultivators were fiercely competitive. In the blink of an eye, the bid surpassed 1,000 spirit stones, reducing the number of bidders by more than half. Ultimately, the first youth restoring pill was purchased by a female cultivator from the Jiaozong sect at 1,400 spirit stones. Rumor has it she is a disciple of a golden core elder and is quite wealthy. The next 3 were also bought by 3 sects, but not all by female cultivators. The last one ended up in the hands of a latest foundation establishment elder from a golden core family of the Jiaozong sect. From the results, compared to female cultivators, male cultivators appeared to be more restrained. Following this, pills such as the Qi Transcendence pill and Jade Bud pill also fetched impressive prices. Next was the auction for spiritual herbs, materials, and magical tools. The spiritual herbs and materials were items the Su family had in surplus or did not need, while the magical tools included ordinary top-grade fin quality and top-tier artifacts along with artifact etch tools. Next was the auction for spiritual herbs, materials, and magical tools. The spiritual herbs and materials were items the Su family had in surplus or did not need, while the magical tools included ordinary The Fire Cloud real person purchased it and gifted it to Su Delying. The second item was a mother-child top-tier magical artifact set with a mother artifact engraved with patterns crafted for Su Delying. It was acquired by a latest foundation establishment cultivator from the Qingmu sect for 3,600 spirit stones. For the final item, I believe many present are here specifically for it. As he spoke, the auctioneer revealed a green jade porcelain bottle. Inside this porcelain bottle is the longevity pill known as the Qinghua pill, which is effective only for those below the golden core stage. It can extend the lifespan of foundation establishment cultivators by 30 years, and those below foundation establishment can gain a century of life. Longevity pills are precious, so I won't demonstrate it, but if anyone doubts its authenticity, they may invite a trusted alchemist to verify it. Let me take a look. An elderly man with white hair and beard approached the platform. This is Master Hua, from Jiaosu City, hailing from a golden core family, the Hua. He is a top-tier alchemist. Many recognized him and gasped in awe. "I am Hua Chongsung, may I have a look?" Of course. The auctioneer handed over the porcelain bottle with both hands. Hua Chongsung took it, opened the bottle, and gently sniffed it. His pupils immediately constricted, and he quickly sealed the bottle. Indeed, it is a longevity-type pill. If I am not mistaken, it should have been refined several decades ago. Hua Chongsung stared intensely at the auctioneer and asked, "Do you have the formula for this pill?" The auctioneer shook his head and replied, "This pill is not exclusively from our Su family business. It was consigned by someone else. I apologize for my presumption." Hua Chongsung returned to his seat. With his confirmation, the crowd naturally harbored no more doubts. The Qinghua pill is a consignment item, and the consignor has specific conditions. This pill must be exchanged for a spirit-nourishing pill and its formula. If no one trades, it will be unsold. However, this pill will remain in our auction house. If someone obtains both this pill and the formula later, they can come to our business for a transaction. As soon as the words left his mouth, the auction house was abuzz with discussion. A spirit-nourishing pill and its formula. Those are also extremely precious pills. While a spirit-nourishing pill can enhance foundation establishment spiritual sense, it still pales in comparison to the longevity pill, but combined with the formula, it truly holds considerable value. What a pity this pill is said to be collected only by the Qingmu sect, and the Tiansong sect rumored to have been brought out by a disciple of the Qingmu sect from the Tiansong secret realm back in the day. Must it be a spirit-nourishing pill and its formula? I am willing to offer a complete talisman and a broken magical artifact in exchange. Can your esteemed business inquire with the person behind the Qinghua pill? I'm sorry, senior. The auctioneer shook his head. We have already inquired multiple times, but the other party insists on trading only those 2 items. It seems this pill is destined to remain unsold today, but your esteemed business must not fear being sought after by many old monsters facing their lifespan limits. An old man in a black robe with a hood suddenly spoke, his face obscured, but his voice sounded ominous. Extending life by 30 years is already quite a remarkable longevity pill, and its allure is self-evident. It is only natural for dozens of foundation establishment cultivators to come for it. This is not something any foundation establishment family can withstand. At that moment, a sudden pressure enveloped the entire auction venue. The Su family is protected by my Fire Cloud Valley. Oh, let's see if they dare to come. The fire cloud real person snorted coldly. Do not let it end with your demise bringing your family to ruin. It's the fire cloud real person. The Su family actually invited him today. Rumor has it that the fire cloud real person cares deeply for the Su family's female disciple, and it seems true. No one in the crowd dared to threaten anymore, fearing they might be slapped to death by the fire cloud real person. The auction for the Qinghua pill begins. Is there anyone who wishes to trade? Many sighed, lightly showing expressions of helplessness. The Yuan Hua and Fong families of Yunxi town were in the most awkward positions, relying only on Hua Qingshue's relationship with the Grand Elder of the Qingmu sect. The Yuan and Fong families seem to have beneficial ties with the Jiaocang sect and Qingcang sect, with disciples apprenticed under their Golden Core elders. As long as that Golden Core elder remains stable, the Yuan and Fong families can likely remain in Yunxi town without issues. How annoying, they also demand the exchange of the pill formula. The head of the Hua family secretly gritted his teeth, knowing that Hua Qingxue had a cherished spirit-nourishing pill gifted by the Grand Elder of the Qingmu sect. As for the pill formula, while it cannot be considered a treasure, it belongs to the Qingmu sect, and how could a foundation establishment family like theirs manage to trade for it? It is rumored that both Jiaocang and Qingcang have attempted to trade with them, but were rejected. There may be competitive relations among the three sects, but there is no doubt that the value of this pill formula is indeed. After several breaths, the last 10 breaths, is there anyone willing to trade for the Qinghua pill? 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2. I want this. Suddenly a gentle breeze wafted in, and a figure in gray robes appeared at the entrance of the auction venue wearing a mask. The aura around the mask obscured his true appearance and cultivation. Then he added, I wish to negotiate with the person behind your business regarding this matter. The auctioneer hesitated slightly. Suddenly Su Chuan's voice echoed in his mind. Agree to him, let him come to the Tian level private room. We have received approval from our owner. Please come to the Tian level private room for discussion. As for this auction, it will conclude here. Welcome everyone to return in 3 years. While the gray-robed person's realm could not be discerned, he was likely a golden core cultivator, and how could an ordinary person dare to provoke him? One by one people began to leave. The gray-robed person entered the Tian-level private room, where he met with the fire cloud real person, and Su Delian giving them a slight. Then Su Chuan walked in, smiling faintly as he clasped his hand, saying, Thank you for waiting, friend. He opened his palm to reveal the porcelain bottle containing the Qinghua pill. This is the Qinghua pill. What do you have for trade? The spirit-nourishing pill and the formula. I don't have them on me right now. Please hand over the Qinghua pill first, and I assure you I will deliver them within half a month. Su Chuan frowned. Are you trying to take the Qinghua pill without offering anything in return? Your secretive demeanor makes it hard for me to trust you. How can you prove you possess the spirit-nourishing pill and its formula? To my knowledge, only the Qingmu sect and the Tiancang sect have both. Are you from the Qingmu sect or the Tiancang sect? Only Golden Core elders are likely to have access to the spirit-nourishing pill and its formula. No, you seem to have guessed wrong, Su friend. Do you know the Chun family of the Qingmu sect? The gray-robed person responded. Su Chuan shook his head. The fire cloud real person suddenly interjected. I have heard that the formula for the spirit-nourishing pill was brought out by a disciple of the Chun family over 200 years ago. That person later became a golden core, but perished during travels. Am I wrong in saying so? What the senior said is correct. Oh, I am indeed from the Chun family. A relative of mine requires a longevity pill, and upon hearing that your Su family business has this pill, in that case, Chun friend, you can return home to fetch it, and come back for the trade right. My relative's lifespan is in danger in just a few days. Do I implore Su friend to agree? My Chun family will certainly remember this. As Su Chuan hesitated, the fire cloud real person transmitted a sound. It's fine to agree to him. The Chun family is relatively upright, and unlikely to go back on their word. Besides, that relative of his is likely Chunchanga. This person was once renowned alongside the Grand Elder of the Qingmu sect, and is rumored to have a heavenly root. It's a pity that in his youth he insisted on pursuing divine powers to form a core, wasting time, but it seems he has now come to his senses. If Chunchanga were to obtain your Qinghua pill, he could successfully form a core within 30 years, creating a significant debt of gratitude to you. Having another friendly golden core family can only benefit your Su family. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Su Chuan replied. In that case, I will preemptively provide this pill to Chun friend, and within half a month your Chun family will deliver the spirit-nourishing pill and its formula. Thank you, Su friend. My Chun family will certainly remember this favor. The Chun cultivator took the porcelain bottle and was about to leave, but Su Chuan raised his hand, saying, Wait, Chun friend, if you leave now it may be difficult to safely return this pill to your family. Some cultivators nearing their foundation establishment limit can be quite reckless. Even if they cannot see through your true realm, they may take the risk and gamble once. He turned to the fire cloud real person, saying, I trouble you, senior, to send him a distance. The fire cloud real person was taken aback, realizing Su Chuan was indeed quite straightforward to ask him to assist. With a slight sigh he said, All right, for my disciple Sake, I will see you off. Disciple, you wait here for your master to return. Yes, master. Then the fire cloud real person and the Chun cultivator departed. Su Delying informed Su Chuan about the Tiansong secret realm spot she obtained from the Grand Elder of the Qinsong sect. This is indeed good news. Su Chuan smiled slightly, then flipped his hand to reveal another porcelain bottle. Inside is a top-grade Qi Transcendence pill. Now that you have reached the late stage of foundation establishment focusing on cultivation in the abundant spiritual energy environment of Firecloud Valley, it shouldn't be difficult to touch upon the final bottleneck within 3 to 4 months. This pill can help you reach the complete foundation establishment smoothly, saving you a lot of time. Thank you, grandfather. After a moment, Su Delying suddenly sighed, saying, I wonder how things are at home. Xiao Yao's cultivation speed has always been slightly faster than mine. He should have reached complete foundation establishment by now. Grandfather, how many new members do you think our Su family has added in these years? With our Su family's current status in the Great Way, unless the Chao family or Sima family tears apart their facade, we can develop freely without much concern. Our Su family has already developed to the 6th generation. Does Wenjing also have offspring now? Not only him, but the other older members of the Wen family also have descendants. They married and had children when they were 17 or 18, with Wenjing being a year earlier than them. Many have 2 or 3 wives. Don't be surprised grandfather has methods to roughly grasp the situation within the clan. Su Delying quickly regained her composure and asked with a smile, Then grandfather, what is Wenjing's child named? Is it a boy or a girl, and what is their talent like? They are twins. The firstborn is a boy named Su Jingwu and the girl is named Su Jingyan. Su Chuan smiled, gently saying, Jingyan's spiritual root talent is slightly higher than yours. As for Jingwu, he is an ordinary body. Ordinary body. Su Delying was quite surprised. I remember you said that Wenjing's talent was on par with 6th uncle, just a bit short of being a terrestrial spiritual root. His descendants should have a very high chance of possessing spiritual root talent. Moreover, given our Su family status, Wenjing's wife is likely to be a true spiritual root cultivator, right? Su Chuan nodded slightly. You guessed correctly. Not only does he possess a body of martial bones and a heart of a martial ancestor, but there is also an unformed heavenly eye of martial Tao on his forehead. Martial ancestor, a non-absolute martial talent unable to bear this fate. The bearer shall open a new realm in martial Tao and become the ancestor of martial. A body of martial bones, a heart of a martial ancestor, and a heavenly eye of martial Tao. Your father is born with divine strength and eagle-like eyes, possessing incredible martial talent. Now fortune gathers, and it all manifests in Wu Air. Our land is a prison. Whenever a great calamity approaches, a person of great fortune will be born. Wu Air may be born carrying the heavenly mandate of martial Tao, and he could very well be the ancestor who opens the path of martial Tao. Not only him, but Yi Fan likely carries fortune as well. In the next decade or two, many similar individuals are likely to be born. The ancestor of martial Tao. Could it be that Wu Air truly has such a destiny? Su Deling's face was filled with shock. After a millennium, I have not heard of anyone truly walking this path. Neither have I heard of it from the southern region. The opening of martial Tao can change the heavens and the earth, and even provoke a conflict between immortals and martial artists in the future. Grandfather, what do you plan to do? Let Wu Air leave the Su family and grow outside until he opens the path of martial Tao, spreading the doctrine to the world. Then I will find a way to make him fake his death and return to the clan. This way, even if a person who breaks through the martial Tao appears in our Su family, it won't attract attention. Thus we can protect Wu Air to the greatest extent. Otherwise, when the great calamity arrives, even if he can continuously break through 2 realms rivaling Golden Core stage cultivators, he will merely become prey for the demon clan. Regarding this matter, I have already sent MOU back secretly. Su Deling sighed slightly. Grandfather has thought this through. Perhaps this truly is the best for Wu Air and for our Su family. Let's not discuss this matter anymore. Do we still have high-grade Hechi pills? Besides what you gave me, grandfather, my master also sent me some, but most of them are middle-grade Hechi pills. He'll send you another bottle. You can give the surplus to your senior brothers. I see they have not reached foundation establishment yet. Thank you, grandfather. Before long, the Fire Cloud real person returned, taking Su Deling with him. Su Deling also mentioned that Su Chuan had sent him high-grade Chongshu pills and a bottle of high-grade Hechi pills. Your grandfather is indeed generous toward you. Even among Golden Core families, they wouldn't bestow an entire bottle like this. He then looked at Su Deling and chuckled. These pills must have been refined by your grandfather himself, right? Su Deling did not hide it, replying, grandfather is low-key, but he is indeed a master of alchemy. If my master wishes to refine any pills, he can bring the materials to my grandfather. Grandfather will surely help you refine them out of respect for his disciples. He has 2 or 3 third-grade pill formulas seemingly for improving cultivation, restoring mana, and healing. If my master needs anything, he can also seek my grandfather for discussion. A master of alchemy. Third-grade pill formulas. That's quite unexpected. Could the Qinghua pill also be refined by him? I dare not hide this from my master indeed, but please keep it confidential, or our Su family will inevitably face disaster. Rest assured, I am not a small-minded person. However, hearing you say this makes me reconsider my relationship with your grandfather. A foundation establishment master of alchemy is enough for me to befriend him as an equal. If he steps into golden core, perhaps even I will have to seek him for pill refining. Su Deling smiled slightly. When our Su family becomes a golden core family, my master might as well become an elder guest of our Su family. Then grandfather will surely not. The core members of our Su family cultivate with high-grade pills, rarely using inferior ones. An elder guest. The Fire Cloud real person stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, then smiled. Let's discuss it. The Fire Cloud real person thought this matter warranted consideration. If Su Chuan's alchemy is indeed so formidable, coupled with Su Deling's future weapon mastery, their potential is truly not to be underestimated. They might very well attract golden core stage cultivators. Yet this is merely the tip of the iceberg for the Su family. Su Deling naturally cannot reveal everything. The fates of martial ancestor and longevity seed have been bestowed upon Su Jingwu. He did not know the specific situation on the Dewei side, but through observing the progress of many individuals, it was generally stable. The Chun family of the Qingwu sect. Chen Chang'e took the Qinghua pill brought back, and his lifespan increased by 30 years. His originally muddy eyes burst forth with 2 golden beams. Grandfather, this time I have reached an agreement with the Su family. First I need this Qinghua pill, and within half a month I must present a spirit-nourishing pill and its formula. I understand. In half a month I will accompany you to pay a visit. As for the spirit-nourishing pill, I will see if there are any high-grade ones left in the clan to present. Fortunately, there is one left. I might need to make some adjustments to recover my condition. Come back in half a month. Also make a list of the families that have previously bullied my Chen family. Grandfather, after I exit the seclusion and visit the Su family, I will visit them one by one. Yes, grandfather. Chen Tianfang's face was filled with joy as he then took his leave. Half a month later. Su family. Main hall. Su family head. I am Chun Tianfang, the head of the Chen family. This is my grandfather Chen Chang'e. Thank you for your generous assistance last time. Su Chuan clasped his fists, saying Su has met the 2 fellow Taoists. The matters of last time were also thanks to the mediation of the Fire Cloud Senior. After speaking, Chun Tianfang presented a Zeton wooden box. This is for the transaction of the Qinghua pill. Su Chuan opened it. Inside was a porcelain vial and a sheet of pale yellow paper. He examined each item, revealing a look of surprise. High-grade pills. The Chun family is quite thoughtful. Su Daoist can discern just by smell. It seems you are a deeply skilled alchemist. Chang'e Daoist's praise is too much. Then this transaction is concluded, and our Su family will hand it over to the auctioneer. Chun Chang'e nodded slightly. From the perspective of the transaction, it is indeed concluded, but I Chun Chang'e have remembered this favor from your Su family. If there are matters, you may seek me at the Chun family. Or if anyone from your Su family wishes to join the Qingmu sect, my Chun family can also assist. I still have some connections in the Qingmu sect. Su Chuan smiled lightly. In half a month, it will be the time for the 3 sects to recruit disciples once every 10 years, and there will be a trial. Those who stand out will be accepted into the 3 sects. Chun Chang'e said, indeed, but if the Su family does not wish to participate in the trial, my Chun family has a quota for an intersect disciple that can be gifted to the Su family. Grandfather, the Su family only moved to Yunshi town in recent years, and the population is sparse. Currently, there are no qi refining stage disciples. Chen Tianfang said. So it is. Su Chuan clasped his fists and smiled. What the Chun family had said is indeed correct. Thus our Su family does not plan to participate in this trial. Thank you for Chang'e Daoist's goodwill. However, there is one matter I indeed want to inquire about. It is regarding the Tiangshan fruit on this formula. I have never heard of it. Shin Chang'e laughed. I do not know whether the Tiangshan fruit exists elsewhere, but if Su Daoist wishes to find it within the influence of the Tiangsang sect, you must enter the Tiangsang secret realm. The Tiangsang secret realm can only be entered by those below golden core stage, and a person can only enter 3 times in their lifetime. One of the goals for disciples of the Tiangsang sect and Qingmu sect each time they enter is that Tiangshan fruit, and the competition is quite fierce. The most recent time will be in half a year. Disciples from each sect will compete for entry into the secret realm, and Tiangsang sect will also release 21 quotas for the 7 cities of Tiangsang, with 3 quotas for each city. Open competition. So soon another cycle of 60 years has passed. Yes, grandfather. Open competition. The quotas for the secret realm are precious. Why doesn't the Tiangsang sect directly appoint them? Su Chuan asked. Shin Chang'e chuckled. This matter is related to the opportunities within the secret realm. Opportunities within the secret realm are obtained by the fated. Initially, they naturally belong to the disciples of the Tiangsang sect, but as time goes on the rewards decrease, and at one instance they were given to the other 3 sects. As a result, disciples from the 3 sects each obtained opportunities within the secret realm. The concept of fate is quite mysterious. Even if a disciple from a foundation establishment family can obtain a quota to enter, they may receive greater opportunities than those from golden core families, the 3 sects, or even the Tiangsang sect. Su Daoist, you seem to have an interest in the Tiangsang secret realm. A strange smile appeared on Shin Change's lips. Who wouldn't want to enter a secret realm? Unfortunately, it depends on luck. After all, the competition among the 7 cities is bound to be fierce. I am not skilled in combat, and with my meager abilities it would be very difficult to obtain a quota. Shin Chang'e did not speak further. Before long the 2 took their leave. Grandfather, what do you think of the Su family? Is there value in forming connections? Shin Tianfang asked. For now you are the family head, share your views. Chen Chang'e replied calmly. Putting aside the favor from the Qinghua pill, the Su family is developing rapidly and has the backing of the Fire Cloud real person. Based on my investigations over this period, Yunshi Town will likely belong to the Su family in the future. Of course, if they wish to solidify their position, they will need a golden core stage cultivator to settle in. Otherwise, it will only be a few hundred years of glory. It seems you agree with forming a good relationship with the Su family. Indeed. Chen Chang'e smiled slightly. Then let's go ahead. Su Chuan is not an ordinary person. I have an innate perception that allows me to sense hidden crises. The pressure Su Chuan brings me is even greater than that of Feng Juechen back in the day. How is this possible? Chen Tianfang exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Chen Chang'e's face. Grandfather, you are a prodigy who has comprehended a trace of divine power. Prodigy? If he were truly a prodigy, how could he sit idle for 60 years without making any progress? Chen Chang'e self-deprecatingly smiled. Comprehending divine power to the point of condensing the seed of divine power is a chasm. Su Chuan appears affable, but in reality he is deeply scheming and astute. He has certainly comprehended divine power as well. A person of this type either does not act or acts with great assurance. Does he have hope of condensing divine power? Those who comprehend divine power at the foundation establishment stage all have hopes, but how many can truly accomplish it? You should keep this in mind and do not speak of it to others. If one day the Su family learns that others have discovered Su Chuan is on the path of condensing divine power from our Chen family, we will not only fail to befriend him, but will instead offend him. I understand, grandfather. This world is one of mutual scheming. Back in the day, many families sought to befriend our Chun family for the sake of marriage when our ancestor However, when he suddenly perished, my Chun family faced envy and suppression. Chun Change's brow revealed a murderous aura as he spoke. Which family shall we visit? The Mo family. They have the lives of several of my Chun family's members on their hands. Chun Tianfang's eyes glinted with anger. Then let us go to the Mo family. What a coincidence! With my resources, a single high-grade spirit nourishing pill will suffice. However, if Deling wants to break through the limit of foundation establishment spiritual sense, he may need to consume multiple high-grade spirit nourishing pills simultaneously to have a chance. As for whether this method will succeed, Su Chuan cannot be sure. But regardless, this pill is greatly beneficial for the Su family. On that day, after Su Chuan instructed the merchant to gather materials for the spirit nourishing pill, he entered the cultivation quiet room for seclusion. He sat cross-legged on a mat holding a green jade high-grade spirit nourishing pill in his palm, the pill's surface shimmering with fine light patterns emitting strands of mist-like spiritual energy. Su Chuan took a deep breath and placed the spirit nourishing pill into his mouth. As the pill entered his throat, it dissolved into a warm current that surged directly to his forehead. The moment it entered his sea of consciousness, the formerly calm sea of consciousness suddenly boiled. Wherever the warm current flowed, the stagnant spiritual sense began to flourish like dry wood nourished by spring rain. Its volume expanded by 30% in a moment, no longer being a loose mist, but gradually condensing into semi-transparent droplets. It's coming. Su Chuan suddenly closed his eyes as the droplets of spiritual sense driven by the pill's power surged like a tide, crashing against the barrier at the edge of the sea of consciousness. At the first impact, the barrier shimmered with a faint white halo, and the droplets shattered into countless small beads, causing a tearing pain deep within the sea of consciousness. Su Chuan's temples bulged, his knuckles turning white from clenching, yet he gritted his teeth and did not stop. He could clearly sense that the barrier was sturdier than he had anticipated, yet a barely perceptible crack appeared during the impact. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, even at the peak of foundation establishment, could not touch the limit of foundation establishment spiritual sense. As for breaking through, it requires great fortune. For example, the rare spiritual sense secret techniques, or sacred grade pills, like the spirit nourishing pill that nourish and enhance spiritual sense. Su Chuan repeatedly struck against the bottleneck of his spiritual sense. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Break. Finally, with a deafening boom, the barrier of the sea of consciousness shattered completely. The shattered barrier transformed into countless light points absorbed by the spiritual sense, causing Su Chuan's spiritual sense to rapidly expand and transform. Half a day later, Su Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of golden brilliance flashed at his brow. He attempted to extend his spiritual sense outward. The golden spiritual sense, like an invisible thread, instantly penetrated the formation of the quiet room, perceiving images dozens of miles away. He could even extend his spiritual sense to nearly 100 meters underground. One must know that probing into the ground with spiritual sense encounters great resistance. The deeper one goes, the greater the resistance. Previously, at the peak of foundation establishment, he could only extend it to about 20 or 30 meters underground. A smile of joy appeared on Su Chuan's face. The breakthrough in spiritual sense is beneficial for alchemy, comprehending the withering and flourishing of divine powers, as well as combat. After exiting seclusion, he heard of the happenings concerning the Qin family. The Mo family, the Mu family, and several other families were provoked by the Chuan family's ancestor. Members of their clan at the peak of foundation establishment were all defeated by Chen Chang'e, and the Mo family even lost a peak foundation establishment elder. Half a month later at Jiaosu City, the three sects are holding a trial here where participants must enter the Tiansong mountain range for 7 days, hunt specified demon beasts, and bring back proof to earn points. All participants are disciples in the Qi refinement stage. This is a grand event for the 7 cities of Tiansong, with foundation establishment families from the 7 cities, surrounding towns, and loose cultivators, all participating. Even Golden Core families will send some disciples to participate. If disciples from the 3 sects can grow and become high-ranking members, it will benefit the Golden Core families significantly. In terms of deep heritage, ordinary Golden Core families cannot compare to these Golden Core sects. After all, Golden Core sects typically have 2 or 3 Golden Core cultivators, and even possess the foundation of latest-stage Golden Core. Although the Su family did not send anyone to participate, they were invited to observe, likely due to the favor of the real person Huiyun. At the recruitment venue of the 3 sects, someone used a special artifact called the Xianguang Mirror to project the situation of many participants. This artifact consists of a mother and child mirror. The scene reflected by the child mirror can be investigated on the mother mirror, and it can even project a magical image into the air, forming a light screen. This intrigued Su Chuan greatly. After inquiring, he learned that the method of refining the Xianguang mirror was also brought out from the Tiansong secret realm and is rarely. Of course, other ancient secret realms might also contain such artifacts. Through the light screen projected by the Xianguang mirror, everyone admired the performances of the trial participants. This trial is not just for recruiting disciples for the 3 sects. Some families will also invite those who performed well, but were not selected to join their families. After all, participants are all cultivators in the later stages of Qi refinement to completion, and those who perform exceptionally are all likely to step into foundation establishment. If a family does not absorb outstanding external cultivators and relies solely on its own kin for development, it will be difficult to grow rapidly. Not every family produces geniuses. Once a situation of succession failure arises, it could lead to the rapid decline of the family. Naturally, absorbing outsiders must come with various precautions to prevent being taken advantage of. Family development differs from sect development. In a sect, it does not matter who the leader is as long as they are a disciple of the sect. But if a family changes its surname for the leader, can it still be considered the same family? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The trial of the 3 sects concluded, and the participants returned to the venue. Based on their performance and spiritual root qualifications, the elders recruiting disciples from the 3 sects began to invite their favored disciples to join their sects. Those with high qualifications were even fought over. Su Chuan did not speak to recruit. He merely remained as an invisible person until the trial ended. In addition to not wanting to draw attention, there was also a small omen from the divination that suggested an undercover member of a demon sect had infiltrated among these trial participants. Though it was said to be an undercover agent, it was completely undetectable from their techniques and spells. Su Chuan naturally would not take risks. However, as he was bidding farewell to others and preparing to leave, the head of the Hua family approached and said, "Master Su, our ancestor wishes to see you." Qing Shui Fairy. Su Chuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, the ancestor is waiting for you in the Tian room on the 2nd floor of the Qing Feng Pavilion." Su Chuan bowed his head and pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, I shall go meet Fairy Qing Shui." With that, he took his leave from the head of the Hua family. At Qing Feng Pavilion on the 2nd floor in the Tian room. "Fairy Qing Shui, I have arrived." Su Chuan stood at the door of the Tian room, sending his voice inside. After a while, the barrier dissipated and the door of the room opened automatically with a voice coming out, "Friend Su, please come in." Su Chuan entered. Inside, besides Hua Qing Shui, there was also a refined middle-aged man in a blue robe, tall and slender with a short beard, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, holding a jade cup and drinking wine. After finishing his drink, Hua Qing Shui smiled and poured him more. Su Chuan had some guesses in his heart, but did not rashly release his divine sense to investigate. "I have met Fairy Qing Shui. May I ask why you have asked the head of the Hua family to find me?" Hua Qing Shui turned to look at him upon hearing this, smiling lightly. "I heard that the Su family did not send anyone to participate in the trial of the 3 sects this time. Fairy Qing Shui knows the situation of our Su family well. We do not have any outstanding Qi refinement juniors. If I were to offer you a quota to enter the inner sect of the Qing Mu sect, would you be willing to accept? One should not accept rewards without merit. Oh, let's wait until our Su family has suitable juniors to discuss this matter. You are indeed cautious, but I actually have a favor to ask. It's a pity you do not give me the opportunity." Hua Qing Shui sighed softly. Su Chuan smiled upon hearing this. "The Hua family has been friendly with our Su family and has assisted us multiple times. As long as it is not too difficult, I will certainly help. So Fairy Qing Shui, please speak freely if you have something to say. Then I will speak plainly." Hua Qing Shui said, "Not long ago the longevity pill Qing Hua Dan that your establishment auctioned, is it still available? I won't speak on this matter, but Fairy Qing Shui should already know where that pill went. It went to the Chun family, to Chenggo. As for client confidentiality, my establishment will not disclose anything. It is all just your own conjectures, Fairy Qing Shui." Su Chuan smiled. "So it is I was indeed a step behind." Hua Qing Shui sighed again. "The Qing Hua Dan can extend the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator by 30 years. Is this news true?" The refined middle-aged man suddenly spoke. In response to your question, the auctioneer mentioned so. This time to gain 30 years of life, I imagine Shinchang Gu will no longer be entangled in magical powers to form a golden core. With his heavenly spiritual root qualification, the chances of stepping into the golden core in a decade or two are not low. Heavenly spiritual root qualification. Chuan was slightly surprised. He had only heard that Shinchang Gu's qualification was not bad, but unexpectedly, it was of such caliber no wonder he dared to boast about forming a golden core through magical power. What a pity though it is also a case of failure at the last moment. It seems you have already guessed who I am indeed, as Shui Air said. You are meticulous and perceptive. Chuan clasped his fists and bowed. Junior, Su has met Elder Feng. This person was indeed Feng Juchen, the Grand Elder of the Qingmu sect. Feng Juchen nodded slightly. There is no need for excessive courtesy. You are only one step away from the golden core. Perhaps in the future we can be peers. One step away is like a chasm. How many people are stuck at this golden core stage? Chuan sighed. This time I have come quietly to obtain the Qing Hua Dan. Oh, I wonder if your Su family still has some available. Feng Juchen turned to Chuan and stated directly. This. Do not worry, I will not force you, given the favor that the real person Hui Yun has for your granddaughter. If I did such a thing it would likely prompt him to come to me for an explanation. Feng Juchen said with a slight smile, continuing, if your Su family still has the Qing Hua, then you can propose conditions. As long as I can do it, I will certainly agree. Chuan secretly weighed the value of a golden core real person's friendship and a Tiansong secret realm quota in exchange for a Qing Hua Dan. At the time the auctioneer prepared to auction 2 Qing Hua Dan, our Su family secretly bought one from him precisely for future use. Since Elder Feng wishes for it, I naturally can trade it with you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared in Hua Qingshue's eyes as she asked, what are the conditions? A favor from Elder Feng, either to assist once when my Su family is in trouble or for some other matter. Additionally, I want a quota to enter the Tiansong secret realm. Feng Juchen pondered. The first condition is easy to say, as long as it is within my capabilities I can help. But if your Su family asks me to deal with someone I cannot handle, I reserve the right to refuse. That is naturally acceptable. Chuan nodded. As for the second condition. Feng Juchen raised his gaze to Chuan. As far as I know, the real person Hui Yin recently exchanged for a secret realm quota from the Grand Elder of the Qingsong sect. This is presumably for your granddaughter, right? Exactly. Chuan spoke frankly. However, I have been stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for some time. I have heard that there may be innate spiritual objects born in the Tiansong secret realm, and I wish to take a chance. As for competing for the secret realm quota, I am not skilled in combat, so I likely have no hope of obtaining it. As long as Elder Feng agrees, I am willing to give up this Qing. Hua Qingshui turned to look at Feng Juchen. If he had not come today, Chuan would not have mentioned that the Su family still had the Qing Hua Dan. Feng Juchen slightly nodded to Hua Qingshui, then looked at Chuan, and said, I indeed have one secret realm quota in hand. Since that is the case, I will give it to you, friends. As he spoke, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and took out a token, handing it to Chuan. This is the qualification certificate for entering the secret realm, forged by the Tian. Before entering the secret realm, the Tiansong sect will conduct checks to prevent anyone from slipping through the cracks. Chuan immediately clasped his fists, and said, thank you, Elder Feng. The pill is in my Su family, I will send it over when I return. No need, just bring it to the Hua family in 3 days. Feng Juchen said. Alright then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Feng Juchen nodded slightly. Chuan immediately left. The friendship of a golden core real person and a quota to the Tiansong secret realm in exchange for a Qing Hua Dan was undoubtedly worth. After Chuan left, Hua Qingshui nestled into Feng Juchen's embrace, her smile radiant, as she looked up at his face, and softly said, Chungu, you have gone to great lengths for Qingshui. Feng Juchen's lips curled slightly. Longevity pills are different from other pills. They are extremely rare, and it is only normal for their value to be high. Moreover, for you, how could it be considered a great expense? As he spoke, he gently pinched her nose, and continued, although the competition for secret realm quotas among the 7 cities is fierce, the dangers within the Tiansong secret realm are even greater, not lacking in third-tier demon beasts. To find golden core opportunities apart from relying on personal luck, only dangerous places are likely to yield results. Recently, less than half of those who returned from the secret realm have made it back. It must all be due to greed. What do you think of Chuan? My Hua family is currently cooperating with him to oppose the Yuan family and the Feng family. Is it worth it? Your judgment is naturally sound, Qingshui. Although the Su family is young, their potential is not low. Once Su Deling matures, and if he can step into the golden core, then the Su family will have 2 golden core real persons backing them. They will leap to become the youngest golden core family in the 7 cities of Tiansong. At that time, the families opposing them will undoubtedly face reckoning. A golden core family occupying a small town is naturally qualified, and other forces will tacitly allow it. Unless it is a hostile force, golden core families seldom target each other. But I feel that the Su family's ambition seems to extend beyond this. Then it is a matter for the Su family. If you believe that getting entangled in this whirlpool is detrimental to the Hua family, there is no need to be too close, but do not offend them either. In any case, with the emergence of a new golden core family, there are both benefits and drawbacks, all depending on the choices of your Hua family. According to the news I have received, the real person Hui Yun values this disciple of his greatly, and will surely do everything to assist her in forming a golden core. With a golden core real person assisting wholeheartedly, the Su family's fortunes are truly good. Hua Qing Shui couldn't help but sigh slightly, then asked, by the way, Qin Gu, when will you let the children of our lineage recognize their ancestors? There is no rush. Feng Juqin gently stroked her hair. The head of the Yin family is already nearing his end, with only a lifespan of 1 or 2 decades left. Once he passes away, there will be no one to suppress me and the Yin family. With my talents, there is a great chance I will be elected as the next sect leader of the Qingmu sect. At that time, it would be even better to let our children recognize their ancestors. I will listen to you, Qinggu. In the Great Way at the Dong, Shi Su family Mou's return was naturally a major event for the Su family. All the second-generation members of the Su family outside hurried back to the main lineage. At Bai Hanpan, Su Ming Wei, Su Ming Yuan, Su Ming Xian, and others gathered here. In addition to the second generation, there were also some important figures from the third and fourth generations, such as Su Dezhao, Su Deheng, and Su Chongwei. Uncle Mo, how are my father Ming Xian and Ling Er doing in the Tiannan region? Have they settled down? Su Ming Wei, as the eldest brother, spoke first. At this moment, Mou's body was only about a foot long, floating in midair, his dark golden dragon eyes scanning all around, and he grinned. You guys should also take a look at who is accompanying Su Chuan. Mou first boasted a bit before slowly continuing. 3 years ago, I settled in a place called Yunxi Town. Recently, a family from Jiaosu City with the surname Wu harbored ill intentions towards them, but the result was that I took action and completely wiped them out, and all their assets became the foundation for the Su family's development. This saved quite a bit of time. Jiaosu City. Su Ming Yuan asked Uncle Mou, what could you introduce us to the basic situation over there? No problem. Then Mou began to narrate the situation of the 7 cities of Tiansong, the Tiansong sect, and the Qingmu sect, followed by the events in Yunxi Town. By the way, that little girl Su Deling has now become a disciple of a golden core stage for artifact refining master who values her highly. He is likely to assist her wholeheartedly in forming a golden core. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei and the others all revealed smiles. In the Tiannan region, as long as one golden core real person emerges from the family, their situation will improve significantly. As long as they do not provoke those top golden core forces or nascent soul forces, they are sure to have several decades to 100 years of stable development time. Given my father's way of handling matters, he will certainly plan well. By the way, Uncle Mou, have you returned for any important matters? Su Ming Yuan suddenly said. He felt that Mou had traveled all the way from the Tiannan region and should not just be here to discuss Su Chuan's situation. Or perhaps this was just a side matter. Mou looked at Su Ming Yuan and grinned. Among the descendants of Su Chuan, it seems one named Su Jing Wu has been born. How did you know? Su Mingwei was taken aback and laughed. It must have been calculated by my father, right? This child possesses Tian. Endowed with extraordinary talent, his physical constitution and innate foundation far surpass even Wen Jing's. Go fetch him at once, and my return is directly tied to this child. Shortly thereafter, Su Wenjing arrived, cradling Su Jingwu. At 2 years old, the boy possessed delicate rosy skin and large lustrous eyes that darted about with unbridled curiosity. Especially upon spotting Moyue hovering midair, his eyes lit up instantly. He pointed eagerly and babbled long. Moyue studied him intently. Though he could not perceive fate or karmic threads, gazing upon Su Jingwu stirred within him an overwhelming primal urge to devour. It seemed consuming him would bring immense benefit. Restoring his peak third-rank cultivation would be trivial, and ascending further appeared attainable. Moyue swiftly reined in his thoughts. Truly exceptional. What makes Jingwu so extraordinary? Su Mingwei asked. Moyue replied. I cannot say precisely, but according to Su Chuan's speculation, whenever a great calamity looms over this land, a person imbued with celestial fortune inevitably emerges. The more intense the tribulation, the more extraordinary such a chosen one becomes. That young fellow Yi Fan is one, and so is this child. Other clans may likewise produce such prodigies. Why is this child the most exceptional of all? Su Mingwei demanded, voice low and grave. Su Chuan says he embodies the martial aptitude of your entire lineage. His bones are pure martial bone, his heart the heart of a martial ancestor, and the faint mark upon his brow heralds the nascent form of the martial Tao Celestial Eye. He bears the destiny of a martial ancestor, capable of forging an entirely new path for martial cultivation, becoming the progenitor of the martial Tao itself. The progenitor of the martial Tao. The words thundered through every mind present, leaving them stunned into silence. In the next moment, all eyes converged upon the infant blinking innocently in Su Wenjing's arms. Surely this is auspicious news. Su Chonghui's expression brightened, but Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan wore no joy upon their faces. Moyue said gravely, those bearing celestial fortune invariably stand at the vortex of calamity. Misstep in handling them invites endless tribulations, perhaps even annihilation for the Su clan. Father summoned you back. Surely he has already devised a plan, Su Mingyuan observed, turning to Moyue. Moyue gave a slight nod. As he instructed those bound by heavenly mandate rarely escape their fate. Thus let this child fulfill his destined role, spreading the martial Tao across the realm. Then stage his death and vanish until this great calamity passes. Does father intend for Jingwu to leave the Su clan and grow up elsewhere? All memories of him must be sealed. Only 1 or 2 individuals may retain awareness to manage arrangements discreetly. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged a glance before bowing respectfully to Moyue. We entrust the memory sealing to you, Uncle Moyue. Rest assured, I shall remain here for some time. Moyue had come precisely for this purpose. Su Wenjing hesitated, gazing tenderly at Jingwu. He's still so young. Could we delay his departure by a few years? Moyue watched silently, intervening no further. Yet he trusted deeply that Su Mingwei and the others would make the right choice. 7 or 8 days later, Su Jingwu was delivered to Fushan Village, a remote hamlet in Guangling Prefecture, and adopted by a peasant family. The Su clan had conducted thorough investigations into them. The couple, unable to bear children, remained devoted and harmonious, well into middle age, diligently tending their fields. Bearing the surname Jiang, they named the child Jiang Wu, after the character Wu engraved upon the talisman he carried. Every memory of him, within the Su clan and beyond, was sealed away by Moyue. Only Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan retained awareness. Soon after, Moyue departed once more from the Qinghai forest. A martial ancestor's destiny. Brother, never imagined such a fate would grace our Su clan. Over the coming decades, perhaps more prodigies will emerge among us. Su Mingyuan gazed at Su Mingwei and sighed softly. Regarding discipline among our juniors, we have always surpassed other clans. I shall also instruct Chonghui repeatedly. Moreover, our shadow division monitors all closely. No major issues are anticipated. Pausing, Su Mingwei looked toward the distant horizon and murmured, "Yet what concerns me most is father's situation. Here our clan stands atop the aristocratic hierarchy, but within the southern heaven realm, even golden core cultivation is merely the threshold for noble houses. You know father's nature better than anyone. Do you truly doubt him?" Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. "You worry needlessly. Given his temperament, he'd never reveal himself in Yunshi town unless he attains golden core cultivation. At most he'll engage in minor skirmishes. Besides, De Ling has become a disciple of Fire Cloud Elder, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, whose influence shields us. Unless provoked severely, even Foundation establishment clans dare not act rashly against us." Su Mingwei turned to him and smiled wryly. "Perhaps I overthink things. Let us brothers safeguard our ancestral foundations here. Before the great calamity arrives, father will surely return." Su Mingyuan nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. Over 3 or 4 years, the Su clan's fortune continued its steady ascent. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators rapidly closing the gap, with veteran golden core clans like the Chao Sima and Lu families. Martial grandmasters and Qi refinement cultivators kept emerging. The shadow division expanded steadily. Having learned Jingwu would pioneer a new frontier for martial cultivation, the Su clan placed unprecedented emphasis on martial arts, especially since martial practitioners vastly outnumbered cultivators within the clan. Having mastered travel techniques, Moyue returned to Yunshi town in under a month. Su Chuan sensed his arrival immediately. "How did it go?" he asked the foot-long dragon before him. When this sovereign takes charge, success is inevitable. The Su clan complied without hesitation. Su Chuan did not press further, only smiling gently. "Then I may breathe easier. In several months, accompany me into the Tiansung's secret realm." "The secret realm?" Moyue recoiled in surprise, swishing his tail. "How much has transpired in the brief time I've been gone? Tell me everything, quickly." Moyue's interest was piqued. Su Chuan withheld nothing, succinctly recounting De Ling's path towards spirit formation via divine abilities, her acquisition of a Tiansung secret realm quota, the Su clan auction, the alliance forged with the Chun clan, and the transaction with Feng Juechen. "De Ling possesses such rare fortune?" Moyue exclaimed, astonished. Ordinary golden core cultivation manuals omit divine ability techniques entirely. Yet that Fire Cloud Elder truly bestowed generosity. Extending the lifespan of Chun clan's elder patriarch, a spirit root cultivator, exchanged for favors and a secret realm quota with Greenwood sect's senior elder. Su Chuan, you've accomplished much while remaining quietly unseen. Though securing a golden core elder's favor alone holds immense value, why seek an additional secret realm quota when De Ling already possesses one? Moyue asked, puzzled. The primary ingredient for soul-nourishing pills, the divine god fruit, is known to exist solely within the Tiansung secret realm. Though my divine sense has transcended Foundation establishment limits, De Ling, Mingwei, and Xiaoyao could all benefit from it. With an ancestor like you scheming on their behalf, they're truly blessed. Moyue mused, a touch wistful. Hearing Moyue's tones, Su Chuan chuckled softly. Naturally, your share is included. Word has it the realm harbors third-rank demonic beasts. Huh, you're truly loyal. Moyue wagged his tail again, eyes blazing with sharp light. A complete third-rank aquatic demonic spirit pill would restore me to peak strength within months. The Tiansung secret realm belongs to the ancient Songlong sect. Its legacy abounds with inheritances and primordial spiritual treasures. Though few have claimed them, none are utterly inaccessible. A single expedition may yield rewards. And even if fortune eludes us, lesser spiritual herbs and demonic beasts still hold considerable worth. Moyue grew increasingly eager, then declared he needed rest, and slipped back into his spirit beast pouch for slumber. Chuan shook his head amused. With Chun Changa's reemergence, the once declining Qin clan revived vigorously. Numerous fallen aristocratic families now sought audience with the venerable Chun elder. Chun Changa had sheathed his brilliance, not as overt as before, yet his aura deepened, rendering him ever more enigmatic. Many speculated he would soon ascend. Moreover, Chun Changa would enter the Tiansong secret realm for the third time, though his two prior attempts had yielded no significant fortune. Young Foundation establishment cultivators, hearing of his renown, hoped to confront him within the realm, using his name as stepping stone to forge their own legendary Chuan could only sigh inwardly. Cultivation was not mere combat. Fame and power were ephemeral illusions. Eternal life and enduring vision remained the ultimate pursuit. Then just half a month later, Huang Tianba staggered back into Yunxi town from the Tiansong mountains, dragging his grievously wounded brother Huang Tianxiong and his near-lifeless sibling Huang Tianhu. He rushed to Su Merchants Guild seeking medicine. "Master Yi, please save my second and third brothers." His voice cracked with grief, immediately drawing Yi Fan and Su Diue. Without hesitation, Yi Fan tapped his storage pouch and produced a superior-grade 100-herb pill for Huang Tianxiong. Su Diue likewise administered one to Huang Tianhu. They habitually carried 1 or 2 superior-grade healing and toxin-neutralizing pills for emergencies. After swallowing the pill, Huang Tianxiong's pallor softens, yet Huang Tianhu remained barely breathing. Su Diue examined him and sighed softly. "His meridians are shattered, his 5 vital organs ruptured. Even a superior-grade 100-herb pill cannot save him." Huang Tianba's face drained of color. Yi Fan likewise probed Huang Tianxiong's condition. "His internal injuries are mild, but he remains unconscious. Likely his divine sense has sustained trauma." Huang Tianba replied, "My second brother intercepted an assassin's projectile meant for me, launched by a guest elder of the Yuan clan." "A Yuan clan guest elder?" Yi Fan's expression darkened. He exchanged a swift glance with Su Diue. They instantly grasped this assault targeted the Su clan. It was a deliberate provocation, an indirect challenge. Unable to strike the Su clan openly, the Yuan clan chose to crush their allied freelance cultivator squad. Within Yunxi town, the Huang brothers maintained the closest ties to the Su clan. "I still possess a jade sprout pill." Judging by Tianxiong's condition, his divine sense wasn't struck by an excessively high-tier soul-damaging artifact. Otherwise, he'd have perished instantly. "Many thanks, Brother Yi." Huang Tianba bowed deeply. He knew well the jade sprout pill's rarity, a peerless healing treasure among second-rank elixirs. He accepted the pill and administered it to Huang Tianxiong. "As for Brother Tianhu, ordinary pills won't suffice. Bring him with me to the Su residence, or I'll ask my master to examine him. If even he cannot heal him, the Su clan has no recourse." "Thank you." Huang Tianba bowed again and departed with his brothers for the Su residence. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, "It seems the Yuan clan can no longer tolerate the Su clan. Were I the Yuan clan, I'd feel the same. The Su clan advances too swiftly. Especially after the auction, their reputation soared dramatically. Rumors circulate that numerous clans across the 7 cities seek long-term partnerships with the Su clan. Should they cement such alliances, the Yuan and Fang clans risk being driven from Yunxi town entirely. A century-old Foundation establishment clan must ascend to golden core status to break free from this curse," mused an elder, sighing. At the Su residence, in the main hall, Yi Fan accompanied the Huang brothers while Su Diue fetched Su Chuan. Upon hearing the news, Su Chuan joined them in the hall to assess Huang Tianxiong and Huang. He flicked 2 slender emerald filaments into their bodies. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Huang Tianxiong, having ingested both a superior-grade 100-herb pill and a jade sprout pill, is now stable. He should awaken within half an hour. "And Huang Tianhu?" Huang Tianba's voice trembled. "Clan Lord Su, can my third brother be saved? If possible, I'll offer every coin I possess." Su Chuan turned to Huang Tianba, his gaze subtly rippling. He knew the Huang family well. Their integrity had been proven through years of collaboration. After a pause, he said, "I can save your third brother, but the cost is substantial. As for your savings, I require none. Instead, I wish to invite you 3 brothers to join." Relief nearly brought Huang Tianba to tears, yet he blinked bewildered. "Join the Su clan. Secretly. Publicly, you remain freelance cultivators of Yunxi town, accepting commissions from various clans or hunting within the Tiansong mountains for spiritual herbs and materials." "Agreed. I speak for all 3 of us." Huang Tianba pledged instantly. "Brother Huang, consider it carefully. You may consult your brothers once they awaken. I'll impose no pressure." Su Chuan smiled faintly. "After all, your brothers were injured due to our affairs. I cannot stand idly by. We 3 brothers move as one. This life-saving grace demands repayment." Huang Tianba added, "As freelancers, each entry into the Tiansong mountains walks the razor's edge between life and death, sometimes targeted by other Foundation establishment clans' expeditions, sometimes hunted by rival freelancers. Even demonic beasts pose mortal peril. This misfortune falls upon no one's shoulders, not even the Su clans. We were engaged with full compensation in spirit stones and resources. Glancing at Huang Tianxiong and Huang Tianhu, he bowed deeply to Su Chuan, Clan Lord Su. I entrust my third brother entirely to you. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Yi Fan, carry Huang Tianhu to my meditation chamber. All others await here. Yes, master. Yi Fan carried Huang Tianhu to Su Chuan's meditation chamber, laid him upon the bed, then bowed, and withdrew, standing guard outside the door. Still clinging to brute force to crush rivals. How utterly stale. Su Chuan murmured to himself, then gathered vitality essence, and dripped it from his fingertip into Huang Tianhu's mouth. The vitality liquid instantly transformed into an incomparably immense force of life, surging into Huang Tianhu's limbs and bones, as well as his dantian. A faint green glow began to flicker on the surface of his body. His shattered internal organs and meridians were healing at an unimaginable speed. In terms of healing, Su Chuan's vitality liquid was comparable to a third-tier healing elixir. However, it only had miraculous effects on physical injuries if it were injuries to the divine, since the vitality liquid would be ineffective. Su Chuan's head, full of black hair, turned white again. Not having a medicinal garden is troublesome. Relying solely on self-recovery, it will take at least 10 days to have. After a couple of hours estimating that Huang Tianhu was about to wake up, he allowed Yi Fan to enter and brought him to the main hall. Upon seeing Su Chuan, Huang Tianba was taken aback. Su family master, what has happened to you? Just some cost. Su Chuan raised his hand and smiled. I will recover in due time. Su Diyue, and Yi Fan naturally found nothing strange and remained silent. At this moment, Huang Tianxiong had also woken up. He got up and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Su family master, for saving my life. From now on, you three brothers shall be considered guest elders of our Su family. As long as you remain loyal to our Su family, we will certainly not treat you poorly. Saying this, Su Chuan looked at Yi Fan. You handle the subsequent matters. I need to rest for a while. Yes, master. Not long after, Huang Tianhu awoke and learned that Huang Tianba had promised him and his second brother to join the Su family, and he said nothing more. Yi Fan also began to go through the procedure. The first step was to take an oath of the soul, ensuring that even if they withdrew from the Su family in the future, they would not disclose any secrets of the Su family. The second step was to distribute benefits. The Huang family's three brothers were considered guest elders of the Su family, with benefits not as high as those of vassal families. Brother Tianba, Brother Tianxiong, Brother Tianhu, each of you will receive your own benefits, such as cultivation elixirs, but our Su family also has some precious elixirs. Yi Fan suggested that the three brothers exchange for a high-grade foundation establishment pill, which could increase Brother Tianhu's chances of breaking through to foundation establishment. Additionally, there was the Yuji pill. Although its efficacy was not as strong as that of the foundation establishment pill, a high-grade Yuji pill could also enhance the foundation establishment rate by 20%, and could be taken together with the foundation establishment pill. If you contribute to our Su family in the future, you can exchange for these two types of pills. With these two pills, Brother Tianhu should be able to enter the foundation establishment stage. Huang Tianba was taken aback upon hearing this. A high-grade foundation establishment pill. A Yuji pill that increases the foundation establishment rate by 20%. Rest assured, since I've mentioned it, I can naturally provide them. Some pills of our Su family are not sold publicly as we fear drawing too much attention. They are primarily traded to. Saying this, Yi Fan took out a small porcelain vial containing the high-grade foundation establishment pill. You can exchange for it now or later along with the Yuji pill. Huang Tianba and the three communicated silently, eventually deciding to exchange for the high-grade foundation establishment pill first. Huang Tianhu said, My sister-in-law is currently at complete chi refinement. We want her to break through first. She has true spiritual root quality. Although her spiritual root purity is lower with the high-grade foundation establishment pill and the cultivation rooms of the Yuan Fang and Hua families, she will surely break through. I can take my time. That works, Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. In that case, take this token of mine to the Hua family. Using their cultivation quiet room built on the spiritual vein should give you a 50% discount. Thank you, the three bowed in unison. Although the Su family was developing rapidly, the second-tier spiritual vein was jointly occupied by the Yuan Hua and Fang families. Even if the Hua family intended to ally with the Su family, unless they persuaded another family, the Su family would not gain usage rights to the spiritual vein. The remaining option would be to forcefully occupy it. However, this method would require completely overpowering the strength of the three families. In matters regarding the spiritual vein, the three families would advance and retreat together. More than 10 days later, Su Chuan emerged from his seclusion, fully restored. Master, regarding the matter with the Yuan family, shall we take revenge? Yi Fan asked, a glint of red light flashing in his eyes. Not yet. In a little over a month, the Tiansong secret realm will open. Both De Ling and I must enter the secret realm, and we have no time to deal with them. What you say makes sense, Yi Fan said, cupping his hands. Of course, we should remind our Su family members and the cooperating demon hunting teams to be cautious and not fall into any traps again. We will discuss everything once we come out of the secret realm. At this moment, the 7 cities were engaged in a fierce competition for secret realm quotas. Some foundation-building families and scattered cultivators from various towns also participated. However, those daring enough to go were all at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. If one lacked this level of strength, they could probably be severely injured upon entering the earth. With similar realms, the competition lay in the depth of Foundation. This included the cultivation techniques practiced, whether powerful moves, secret methods, magical artifacts, or talismans were mastered. Though Chuan did not go to watch, he sent people to investigate who from the 7 cities had entered. The majority entering the secret realm were still from the Tiansong sect, with a total of 36 people. Following them were the Qingmu sect, and 2 others, each with 9 members. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the Tiansong secret realm. Master Huiyun arrived with Su Delying. "Senior, you have come," Chuan greeted with a faint smile. "Friend Su, your capabilities are indeed remarkable," Master Huiyun said, stroking his beard as he looked at Chuan. "Obtaining a quota from the 3 sects must have cost you significantly more than competing in the Tiansong 7 cities." "It's merely luck," Chuan said casually. However, Master Huiyun knew that the cost involved must have been substantial, and needed to be something the Golden Core Masters would find. "Let me see your Tiansong token." Chuan nodded, and took it out from his storage bag. Master Huiyun inspected the token in his palm, then said, "Indeed, this is the Secret Realm token. These tokens are uniformly issued by the Tiansong sect, and bear the ancient character Tsang on the back." He handed the token back, doing this out of concern that Chuan might be deceived. "Let's go, follow me to the Tiansong sect." "Who goes there?" a disciple guarding the mountain inquired. Master Huiyun replied, "I am Master Huiyun, here with my apprentice and friend for the Tiansong Secret Realm. You 2 take out the Secret Realm tokens on you." Chuan and Su Delying complied. The 2 guarding disciples, upon seeing this, did not dare be arrogant, and cupped their hands, saying, "So it is, Master Huiyun, forgive our oversight. We will open the entrance for you, senior." Both of them were merely at the Qi refinement stage, likely just outer disciples. Below the Qi refinement late stage, the Tiansong sect's members were all servant disciples. Only those at the Qi refinement late stage became outer disciples, while those at Foundation establishment were inner disciples. Among them, those with decent talents would be taken in by the Golden Core elders of each peak, making them true disciples with prospects of reaching the Golden Core stage in the future. Those with ordinary qualifications could serve as stewards at each peak once they reached the Foundation establishment mid to late stage, wielding significant authority. Thus the competition would not be small. Entering the Great Formation, they stood on the cloud and looked down below. The entire Tiansong sect occupied an area of about hundreds of miles, with the most prominent being the 7 peaks. Master Huiyun said, "Within the Tiansong sect there are 7 peaks corresponding to the 7 cities of Tian, Song, Jiao Mu Peak, Kongjin Peak, D, 2 Peak, Fang Ri Peak, Xianyu Peak, Weihua Peak, and Jishui Peak. It is said that the Great Formation we entered is based on these 7 peaks, a powerful mid-tier, 4th grade formation." Chuan looked towards the 7 peaks, feeling that although they were shrouded in spiritual mist, each had its own characteristics. For instance, Jiao Mu Peak was most rich and would attribute energy. Kongjin Peak contained sharp spiritual energy, and Fang Ri Peak was surrounded by fire energy. Suddenly a celestial crane spread its wings with crimson-topped, white feathers soaring through the mist, its cry resonating clearly through the clouds. White clouds circled around the waist of the peaks, sometimes gathering, and sometimes dispersing, with cultivators seen riding swords weaving through, leaving trails of azure rainbows, and purple lightning, their robes fluttering like celestial beings. Between the peaks were many secluded lakes, and on their sides were spiritual fields. However, most of those busy within were servant disciples. Master Huiyun led the 2 to a massive square spanning 1,000 meters, its mountain height not even half that of the 7 peaks. Surrounding the square stood stone pillars, each carved with various patterns depicting flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, as well as ancient demonic beasts. "Huiyun, I heard you secured a quota for your little apprentice, so I knew you would come," someone greeted as they arrived, smiling at Master Huiyun. Master Huiyun introduced, "This is Elder Qi Hua of the Fang Ri Peak of the Tiansong sect, also a master of artifact refinement. We meet Elder Qi." Chuan and Su Delying both bowed deeply. "Oh, why are there 2 of you? This girl must be your disciple, but who is this boy?" "He is the grandfather of my apprentice, and he managed to secure a secret realm quota himself, so I brought him along to avoid him getting lost." "I see." Elder Qi Hua sized up. Chuan, a Foundation establishment family, can actually have 2 quotas. Even some of the Golden Core families in the Tiansong 7 cities cannot manage that. His exposed skin was rugged, reminiscent of ancient pine, gleaming with a bronze sheen in the sunlight. A faint mark of flames appeared on his chest, winding from below. "This is my apprentice, named Yin Yue, from the Yin family of the Fangsu city. Apprentice, come and greet Master Huiyun." Yin Yue was tall and sturdy, with red-brown hair, short and strong, his left shoulder bare, and his right shoulder covered with a deep blue short coat. His exposed skin was rugged, reminiscent of ancient pine, gleaming with a bronze sheen in the sunlight. A faint mark of flames appeared on his chest, winding from below his collarbone to above his navel, intricately detailed, as if flowing. "I greet Master Huiyun." Yin Yue cupped his hands and said, "I've heard that the people of the Yin family have a yang fire spiritual body appearing every few generations." Master Huiyun stroked his beard, gazing intently at Yin Yue, his red pupils shimmering. Indeed, my apprentice possesses the yang fire body, a top-tier spiritual root quality, and has considerable talent in the art of refining. Elder Chi Hua smiled proudly. This time I came to bet with you. A bet. After your apprentice comes out of the secret realm, let him compete in artifact refinement with my apprentice. If my apprentice wins, you will teach him your unique artifact refinement techniques. If your apprentice wins, I will give you the Qi Yang crystal. Aren't you looking for it lately? Hearing the mention of the Qi Yang crystal, Master Hui Yun's pupils contracted. This material was not for him, but for Su Delying. To cultivate the Fire Emperor's true divine ability, the assistance of the Qi Yang crystal could slightly increase the probability of success. You old fellow, since you cannot compare an artifact refinement, you want to reclaim your face through my disciple. Just say whether you agree or not. I am not afraid. Once my little Delying comes out, I will compete with your disciple. Alright, it's a deal. Elder Chi Hua laughed heartily, appearing as if he had successfully set a trap. As time passed, the number of people in the square gradually increased. Families from the Tiansong 7 cities, disciples from the 3 sects, and disciples of the Tiansong sect all arrived. The person was a disciple who had just joined the Qingmu sect a few months ago, yet now he was already at the foundation establishment stage and had obtained a quota to enter the Tian. The person was a disciple who had just joined the Qingmu sect a few months ago, yet now he was already at the foundation establishment stage and had obtained a quota to enter the Tiansong secret realm. For many disciples of the Tiansong sect and the 3 sects, a secret realm quota was not considered particularly precious. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, entering the golden core stage is not something that can be achieved quickly, and one person can enter 3 times, hence some people intentionally trade this quota away. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, entering the golden core stage is not something that can be achieved quickly, and one person can enter 3 times. In the early foundation establishment stage, eager to enter the Tiansong secret realm. Could he possibly be a spy for the demonic sect? In the southern regions, some sects originated from demonic paths, but the mainstream still consisted of righteous sects, unlike the Blackwater region, where most were demonic sects. This phenomenon seemed related to the dominant forces in the region. The dominant family in the southern region did not care about the righteous or demonic paths, thus both existed. However, the dominant family in the Blackwater region was firmly a demonic sect, causing the demonic path to flourish. However, Su Chuan did not know which sect that demonic sect belonged to. If Dongzhuo was indeed a spy, then he was entering. Entering the Tiansong secret realm must have its purpose. How restless it is. Just as he sighed inwardly, Chun Changa walked towards him, his hair streaked with gray, his sharp demeanor concealed, as if hidden within a sword sheath. It gave one the impression that once drawn it would surely shatter the heavens. Shu Dao friend. Chun Dao friend. The two greeted each other. Shu Chuan said, I heard that Chun Dao friend is also entering. I didn't expect it to be true. Chun has entered twice before, but gained nothing. This time, having successfully extended my lifespan and coincidentally encountering this opportunity, I wish to give it another try and test my luck. Shu also feels the same. By the way, since Chun Dao friend has entered twice, could you possibly share some insights about the inner workings? Chun Changa smiled. Of course I can. The entrance to the Tiansong secret realm is a random teleportation. Inside, it resembles the Tiansong mountain range with continuous mountains and many complex terrains. Marshes, areas riddled with poison lakes, stone forests, and deep valleys abound. Within there are numerous demon beasts, many of which carry the bloodlines of ancient demon creatures and possess formidable strength. In addition, there are opportunities for inheritance. Sometimes an ancient tree, a stone, or a lake may contain these inheritances, but acquiring them usually involves trials. Inheritance trials? Shu Chuan inquired, somewhat puzzled. This information comes from a journal left by my ancestor who obtained the formula for the spirit-nourishing pill and other opportunities through trials which allowed him to successfully reach the golden core stage. I see. Shu Chuan clasped his fists and said, thank you for the information. However, I still have a question. If someone has tamed a demon beast, can it be brought in? If the beast's strength greatly exceeds the tamer's, will it be rejected by the secret realm? Regarding that, as long as it has a spirit beast contract with you, even a 3rd grade demon beast can enter. Otherwise, any above 3rd grade will be expelled upon entry. After all, being followed by a 3rd grade demon beast is your own fortune, indicating you possess great luck or the foundation of a powerful family. That's good to hear. I truly fear that some people might manage to acquire a 3rd grade demon beast and wreak havoc once inside. That would be dangerous. In the spirit beast pouch, Mo sneezed and woke up. 3rd grade demon beasts are not easy to tame. Those who manage to do so are mostly cultivators at the late golden core stage or above. Demon beasts are proud and typically will not submit to those weaker than themselves. That seems to be the case. Mo remarked, regretting that the very person standing in front of him had used sheer words to make this peak 3rd grade flood dragon his spirit. What a fatal misstep. Shu Chuan heard the voice of Mo in his mind, responding. Mos, since you are so unwilling, you can take your time to recover. I suppose 20 to 30 years should be enough for you to return to your peak. Shu Chuan, I was just joking. Forming a spirit beast contract with you is the best decision I have made in this lifetime. A strong desire to survive. After decades of interaction with the Shu family, Mo had entirely lost his dragon pride. He had become as cunning as a human. Xu Chuan said. Once we enter the secret realm, you should treat yourself as a demon beast within the realm. Quickly search for a third-grade water-type demon beast, and notify me once you find it, so we can hunt it together. Then we will obtain the heavenly divine fruit, and seek other opportunities within the secret realm. I will follow your arrangements. Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as this mission succeeded, he could recover his peak strength within a few months. With over 100 years left, there may indeed be a chance to reach the 4th grade, and become a shape-shifting great demon. I pay my respects to the Fire Cloud real person. Xinchanga then greeted the Fire Cloud real person. Thank you for your timely words last time. I merely spoke the truth. The relationship between the Shu family and your Chuan family indeed benefits them. The Fire Cloud real person responded indifferently. Half a stick of incense later, a voice suddenly rang out. Those holding the secret realm tokens gather at the center of the square. All others step aside for verification, and our sect will open the Tiansong secret realm. Xu Chuan, Xu Dai Lin, and Xinchanga all proceeded to the center of the square. 6 elderly figures dressed in dan-colored robes adorned with azure dragon patterns appeared, though it was unclear when they had arrived. Everyone present your tokens, the elder in the center spoke coolly. All complied. The elder scanned the crowd and verified each token before stroking his beard and declaring, Elders, let us open the Tiansong secret realm together. With a wave of his sleeve, a dark iron token flew out measuring 3 inches wide and 5 inches long, engraved with the characters Tsong Long on one side, and the image of the 7 celestial dragons on the other, emanating warmth, as if infused with. The other 5 elders nodded, and stepped back 3 paces. Instantly 6 streams of late golden core spiritual power converged like a silver rainbow, infusing into the token from their fingertips. The token trembled slightly in midair, and the azure dragon patterns began to appear. Suddenly spiritual light burst forth, and red azure and yellow halos circled the token, making the robes of the 6 elders shine. After a moment, spatial ripples appeared above the square. It seemed to resonate with the token. Guide the location of the secret realm. Another elder shouted, and all 6 elders focused their energy, channeling their powers. Break. The 6 elders shouted in unison, their powers converging, like rivers flowing into the sea, pouring entirely into the token. The token hummed loudly, and spiritual light transformed into a 10-foot azure dragon illusion, raising its head and tail, crashing into the southeastern void. With a crack, the space shimmered like ripples on water, gradually revealing spiderweb-like cracks. From within the cracks emanated purple-gold spiritual light, expanding into a 10-foot light cavity as the spiritual power poured in. The 6 elders halted their actions, standing with slight beads of sweat on their foreheads, gazing solemnly at the light cavity. The elder in the center retrieved the token, saying, The entrance to the secret realm is now open. Those who enter will be automatically transported back here in 1 month. I must reiterate, within the secret realm dangers abound. You do not force any opportunities, or you will bear the consequences yourself. Now go. After speaking, the disciples of the Tiansong sect were the first to fly into the light cavity, followed by the 3 sects, with Xu Chuan and the others going last. Xu Dao, friend, may we meet again in the secret realm. After clasping fists, Xinchanga also flew into the light cavity. Xu Chuan returned the gesture, and then said to Xu Dai, lean beside him, let's go in as well. Once inside, use the bloodline attraction secret technique to meet up with me. If it's too far, grandfather will come looking for you, but until then be careful. Yes, grandfather. The 2 then flew into the secret realm. A whirlwind of chaos ensued. Xu Chuan reappeared in a forest filled with ancient towering trees, the spiritual energy rich and not inferior to that of the Tiansong sect. He immediately extended his divine sense to explore the surrounding area for several dozen miles. Then, using the bloodline attraction secret technique, he felt that Xu Dai Lin was at least 1,000 miles away. If there were no dangers, it wouldn't take long to cover that distance by flying at full speed. However, the secret realm is filled with demon beasts, many possessing ancient bloodlines, so being too conspicuous could lead to unexpected deaths. 1,000 miles, Mou, carry me for a stretch. Aren't you afraid of being discovered, eh? Just hide in your mane. You can emit pressure while flying, and those who enter shouldn't dare to pry. If they do, I'll deal with them. Perfectly agreeable. Mou transformed into a several dozen-foot-long flood dragon, his flowing azure mane completely concealing Xu Chuan's figure. Then he soared into the sky, emitting a thunderous dragon roar as he swiftly flew according to Xu Chuan's guidance. Meanwhile, many who had entered the secret realm heard the flood dragon's roar. What an astonishing flood dragon's roar! It must be at least mid-3rd grade. No wonder this Tiansong secret realm is fraught with danger. The flood dragon is heading that way. I should change direction. What bad luck to encounter a flood dragon right away. I hope it hasn't noticed me. Aside from these cultivators, many demon beasts also looked up. Among them were several 3rd grade demon beasts. A flood dragon at the late 3rd grade. What a pity to be trapped here as a prisoner. Unhindered, Xu Chuan soon arrived near Xu Dai Lin. She sensed the pressure of the 3rd grade demon beast, and was suddenly startled, then felt the pressure was somewhat familiar, wondering if it was Mou. Shortly after, Xu Chuan appeared above her. Grandfather. Xu Dai Lin joyfully flew over. Xu Chuan smiled faintly, saying to Mou, Go find the target, and inform us when you do. Mou slightly nodded then turned and left. Chuan also shared his plan with Xu Lin, who naturally followed his instructions. However, before Mou found a target to hunt, the two began searching for rare spirit herbs nearby. Chuan also took out a pot to water the seedlings with vitality liquid. Entering the secret realm is not easy. Fighting demon beasts and competing with other well-connected cultivators is a waste of effort, not to mention attracting disaster. With Chuan's golden core divine sense probing, the two avoided numerous troubles. Entering the secret realm is not easy. Fighting demon beasts and competing with other well-connected cultivators is a waste of effort, not to mention attracting disaster. In just 2 days they acquired several rare 1000-year spirit herbs in this area. Soon Mou found Chuan through divine sense. Found the target? Chuan asked with a smile. There should be many golden core demon beasts in the secret realm, but finding a water-type one at early 3rd grade would take some. It's quite the stroke of luck. I encountered a 3rd grade fire bull with flood dragon bloodline, and from it, I learned the location of a 3rd grade early water-type demon. It seems they are in a hostile relationship. Be careful not to be used as a pawn. Mou laughed. Not likely. Demon beasts aren't that cunning, and they've lived in this isolated secret realm for too long. Let's go, I'll take you there. The demon beast lives in a lake 3,000 miles from here. Chuan shook his head, and then mounted Xu Lin on his back, concealing their figures. Then they rushed off. Why is that flood dragon here again? When did the 3rd grade demon beasts in the secret realm become so active? No matter which direction I go, it seems to follow. Is it targeting me? Many cultivators felt resentful, but were also afraid of being discovered by Mou, hurriedly hiding and changing their direction. It seems no one who entered the secret realm has ever been as carefree as Chuan and his companions. After a short while they arrived above the lake. The area was surrounded by many exotic flowers and herbs with red petals glistening with dew and green stems holding the mist. As the wind blew, the petals trembled lightly and fallen blossoms floated on the lake's surface resembling drifting clouds. The lake's water was as clear as crystal without a trace of impurities, sunlight filtering through the waves. Fish swam like silver arrows, their tails creating ripples and the movement of their gills visible in the shimmering water. Chuan scanned the surroundings. In the water, my and Daylin's help will be limited, so I will first set up the formation on the northwest shore, while you suppress your strength and lure it into the formation. Then we'll catch it in a barrel. This tactic is one I am well familiar with. Chuan smiled lightly, his storage ring flashing with white light, and 6 formation flags quickly shot out, spreading out to hide in the 4 directions. After setting up the 6 harmonies absolute sealing formation, Chuan and Xu Lin concealed their realms and breath, blending into the surrounding grass and trees. Then Mou directly dove into the lake. The lake bed was vast, much broader than it appeared from above, with a notably complex terrain, including jagged rock forests, waterweed gross coral forests, and deep trenches over 1/2 meter wide. Schools of spirit fish swam through the area. Mou emitted pressure characteristic of a 3rd grade early demon beast as he roamed the lake bed. Moments later, a giant toad opened its eyes in a cavity in the lake bed. Its form was like a disc approximately 10 feet across, covered in blue-white frost scales with intricate ice patterns shimmering between the scales as it breathed. The toad had 3 jade-like eyes positioned atop its head and on its cheeks. Between its eyes was a vertical pupil long as a finger joint and as blue as cold jade, with faint white cold air swirling within. Each side of its cheeks had a horizontal eye round like bronze bells, slightly lighter in color, yet appearing as if containing shattered ice, radiating cold light when it glanced around. As all 3 eyes opened, the surrounding water patterns froze into thin ice, and with each breath, faint white vapor emerged from beneath the frost scales, contrasting with the ice patterns. Its back bore 3 legs as thick as water barrels, each foot ending in 5 claws, the tips glimmering icy blue, capable of shattering stone and ice. Its belly was covered with soft snow-white armor, revealing hexagonal ice patterns. Demon beasts take their territory very seriously. This lake is the toad's domain. If someone intrudes, it will not be polite and will immediately fly out of its cave. Soon it spotted the 20-foot-long flood dragon. The flood dragon's bloodline was powerful, and although it considered itself a different species of demon beast, it still felt a strong sense of dread towards this formidable species, its 3 jade eyes slightly narrowing. Flood dragon, what are you doing in my territory? The jade-eyed cold toad has even developed a vertical pupil. No wonder that firebull at the peak of early 3rd grade, possessing part flood dragon bloodline and ancient bull bloodline, doesn't dare to challenge him. Mou pondered for a moment and arrogantly declared, "This lake is now under my command. If you know what's good for you, vacate it quickly, or I will swallow your demon core. So what if you're a flood dragon? Do you think I fear you?" Just as the words left its mouth, the jade-eyed cold toad's vertical pupil suddenly shot forth a beam of cold light toward Mou. Mou felt the chilling power in that light, which was incredibly terrifying, causing him to instinctively feel a strong sense of crisis. He immediately opened his mouth, shooting forth a beam of cold light while swiftly dodging. This jade-eyed cold toad must have obtained considerable fortune, otherwise such a strong attack from its vertical pupil wouldn't instill this much of a crisis in me. Where do you think you're going? The jade-eyed cold toad chased after him. Splashing sounds erupted as thousands of waves surged in the lake. Mou fled towards the northwest, and the jade-eyed cold toad formation. The green-eyed cold toad, being knowledgeable, immediately recognized this as a formation used by human cultivators. Mou halted midair, turned to the green-eyed cold toad, and grinned widely. Little frog, today, you cannot escape your doom. You will become the sustenance for my return to the pinnacle. Mou then unleashed all his strength, having already reached the late stage of the third tier, comparable to a 7th level golden core cultivator. However, recovering the last 2 minor realms would be exceedingly difficult. Relying solely on himself, Mou would indeed need at least 2 to 3 decades to return to the peak of the third tier. Late stage of the third tier, Jiao Long, you betrayed me. The green-eyed cold toad immediately flew into a rage. At the same time, Chuan and Su Deling charged in from the nearby woods, entering the grand formation. However, the two of them only stayed at the edge of the formation, not daring to get too close. Previously, Mou had communicated to him that this green-eyed cold toad was not simple, it seemed mutated, and likely had gained opportunities from a secret realm. The vertical pupils were comparable to a peak mid-tier demon beast. Even if Mou accidentally got hit by them, all he would suffer severe injuries. Upon seeing a human, the fury in the green-eyed cold toad's eyes was about to erupt as he scolded harshly. You actually colluded with human cultivators. Do you have any dignity as a demon beast? What collusion? Why speak so harshly? Besides, I am not a demon beast from the secret realm. It's better than you being raised here by humans all the time. An outsider demon beast. You, a dignified latest-stage third-tier great demon, actually recognize a foundation establishment cultivator as your master? What I do is none of your business, little frog. Today, you will surely die. With that, Mou opened his mouth, condensing thousands of ice spikes. The tips of the spikes were as sharp as bird tongues, their bodies shimmering with frost and exuding a bone-chilling cold. They shot towards the green-eyed cold toad like a torrential downpour, the sound of them cutting through the air as dense as a swarm of bees, causing the surrounding spiritual light to tremble slightly. Seeing this, the 6-pointed ice patterns on the green-eyed cold toad's abdomen suddenly lit up, a soft glow spilling forth, like flowing water, forming a layer of milky white light curtain in the air above. The light curtain was as thin as a cicada's wing, but seemed incredibly solid. When the ice spikes struck the curtain, a series of crisp sounds rang out. The spikes shattered upon contact, dissipating into wisps of cold air, with not a single shard penetrating the light curtain. Seeing this, Mou swung his dragon body, the azure scales gleaming fiercely, charging straight towards the cold toad. When he was about 10 zhong away from the green-eyed cold toad, Mou suddenly whipped his dragon tail. The tail struck like a steel whip, the cold gleam of the scales flashing as it created a howling wind slamming into its side. The green-eyed cold toad, caught off guard, hurriedly raised its 3 legs to block, but with a loud bang, the dragon tail collided with its claws, causing the cold toad to stagger back 2 steps, the soft glow of the ice patterns on its abdomen dimming. Attack! Chuan exclaimed, forming a sword gesture with his hand, urging the 100 herb needles, which merged into a green sharp spike, maximizing the power of this set of magical artifacts. Then he fiercely stabbed at the light curtain. Su Deling took out 3 small mountain-shaped seals, throwing them out, while rapidly forming hand seals. The 3 small seals instantly expanded in size to 3 or 4 zhong, each inscribed with patterns embodying the essence of mountains, their power comparable to the green sharp spike gathered by Chuan noticed that the milky white light curtain had excellent defenses against magical attacks, thus he and Su Deling attacked together to assist Mou. Such defensive means, like magical artifacts, could not be continuously released multiple times in a short period. The green sharp spike and the 3 small mountains charged in, causing the milky white light curtain to shake violently. Seeing this, the green-eyed cold toad opened its mouth to condense dozens of spikes, launching them towards Chuan and Su Deling. The two retreated, stepping out of the grand formation. The spikes struck the azure light curtain, only causing faint ripples. After all, this was a top-tier 2nd-level formation. Even if the green-eyed cold toad attacked with all its might, it would take over 10 attempts to break through. If it were its vertical pupils, perhaps 1 or 2 attempts would suffice. Chuan and Su Deling re-entered the grand formation, urging their magical artifacts to attack the milky white light curtain again, but this time Su Deling changed his position. If they stayed together, they could easily be targeted for concentrated attacks. Mou, having received Chuan's hint, also engaged in close combat, continuously attacking with dragon claws, until only occasionally deploying spells. The green-eyed cold toad was skilled in spells, but water-based spells were less damaging to Mou. Chuan and Su Deling were also cunning, ensuring that it wouldn't get a chance to deliver a heavy blow. He was extremely enraged in his heart. After a short while, the defensive light curtain formed by his innate ability finally shattered. You forced me to this. The green-eyed cold toad bellowed, its crystal blue pupils flashing with fierce light. Although it was a 3rd-tier demon beast, its body was only slightly tougher than that of a peak 2nd-tier demon beast. If it engaged in close combat, it would likely find itself at a disadvantage. If it were a unknown fight, it had innate defensive abilities and excelled in water and ice spells, with its vertical pupils able to unleash moves far beyond its own capability. Even mid-tier, third-tier demon beasts would not dare to provoke it easily. As if the cooldown time had ended, the vertical pupils of the greenied cold toad released a terrifying power once again. Block it. The formation might not be able to withstand its vertical pupil divine abilities. Chuan immediately summoned the wood shield, while Su Ling combined the three mountains to create a large black mountain over 10 zhang tall. Cold light of the azure sky. Go. The black mountain was the first to meet the cold toad's cold light, but after just a moment, it was sent flying, its surface covered in frost. Next was the wood shield. The wood shield's defensive capability was far inferior to Su Ling's magical artifacts, and was directly cracked, and if not repaired it would not even match that of a premium defensive magical artifact. Finally you made a stand. With the previous consumption, he unleashed all his spiritual energy to condense his dragon tail, and astonishingly, he shattered the cold light of the azure sky. No, this cold light of the azure sky is strong, but according to what the cold toad said earlier, it shouldn't be its trump card. Chuan spread his divine sense, and immediately noticed a cold light appearing from the toad's mouth, exclaiming, be careful, it has another move. Saying this, he hurriedly controlled the wood shield to fly forward. Too late. A beam of cold light shot out from the greenied cold toad's mouth. It was actually the frigid power carried by the flying sword caused the temperature in the formation space to plummet the moment it appeared. Even Su Ling and Chuan, who were at the edge of the formation, felt a chilling aura. Bang! Chuan was timely in his control, allowing the wood shield to block a bit of the attack. However, the wood shield was completely pierced, splitting into two halves and falling to the ground. You dodged like a flash of lightning, but still got grazed by the dragon horn, which left a deep scratch on its horn. Ling, that magical treasure cannot be completely refined by the greenied cold toad. Let's work together and use the control artifact technique to influence it. Chuan transmitted this message. Yes, grandfather. Su Ling also realized the danger of the situation. That flying sword was surely an ancient magical treasure, and quite remarkable, otherwise it wouldn't have nearly severed You's dragon horn with just a grace. One must know that the dragon horn of a Jiao dragon is tougher than dragon bones. You, being a peak third-tier Jiao dragon, had a dragon horn that could be chosen as material for a nascent soul cultivator's life-saving magical treasure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moon-white flying sword was about to return to the greenied cold toad's mouth, but suddenly started humming as if affected by something. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators' magical artifacts were hard to influence, but that was under the condition that the opponent had completely refined them. In this case, it indicated that the greenied cold toad had not fully refined it, yet it was only able to use it. The wood shield was shattered and Chuan was also affected, but he immediately used the control artifact technique to influence the moon-white flying sword. At this moment Yu was completely enraged. He raised his head and roared, shaking the trees along the shore, causing frost-covered leaves to fall. His body grew larger, quickly reaching over 30 zhang, the dark blue scales resembling black iron, each scale shimmering with a ghostly blue cold light. Yu fully unleashed the power of his demon core, his aura suddenly surging the pressure of a peak third-tier Jiao dragon, spreading like a tidal wave. The azure light curtain of the Six Harmonies absolute seal formation trembled slightly, as if it might collapse. You seek death. As the words left his mouth, the spiritual light of Yu's demon core surged, a faint blue halo emanating from under his scales, all gathering at his right claw. The dragon claw suddenly expanded by a foot, ice spikes sprouting from its tips accompanied by a tearing sound as it struck fiercely at the greenied cold toad. Upon seeing this fierce momentum, the cold toad was instantly filled with dread. However, having just released the cold light of the azure sky, it could not move for a short while, and its trump card, the flying sword, was also affected, unable to be retracted in time. It could only activate the six-pointed ice patterns in its abdomen, which suddenly lit up, and the milky white defensive light curtain once again formed in front of it. Unfortunately, each time this defensive light curtain shattered, its defensive power would diminish. With a loud bang, the dragon claw struck the light curtain, which shattered into countless ice mist. The residual force was not yet dissipated, and the dragon claw directly struck the cold toad's back armor. A crisp sound echoed, and the blue-white frost scales shattered, blood mixed with cold air spraying out as it let out a shrill cry, its body staggering towards the formation's light curtain. Yu would not relent. His dragon tail swept out like a steel whip, creating a whistling sound as it struck fiercely at the cold toad's side. The cold toad spat out blood again, the ice patterns on its abdomen completely dimming its three blue eyes, half closing, its body slumping to the ground, its breath weak like a dying candle in the wind. The moon-white flying sword lost the control of the greenied cold toad and flew in front of Chuan. Yu showed no mercy, and with one last claw he grasped its demon core, ending its life. In the next moment, Yu's aura weakened, and he suddenly appeared aged. We must leave this place first. Chuan worried that the fire barbarian bull Yu mentioned would come immediately, clean the battlefield, collecting the corpse of the greenied cold toad into his storage ring and only left after eliminating the energy fluctuations in this area. Then just a short while later, a giant barbarian bull 2 to 3 zhang tall emerged from the southern forest. Its massive frame resembled a small mountain with limbs as thick as water barrels, and its hooves covered in thick red, iron-like skin, which sparked as it stomped the ground. Its back was covered in dark red scales from neck to tail, with scales the size of palms, the edges glinting with molten gold. 3 sharp horns protruded from its forehead, the middle horn being the longest at about 3 feet sharp as a blade and shining with a reddish-golden luster, its horn body wrapped in spiraling flames, as if tempered by fierce fire. The 2 shorter side horns were slightly curved, their tips also radiating fiery glimmers. The area around its forehead was devoid of fur, covered in a light red skin membrane, with a pair of red golden vertical pupils set in its eye sockets, the pupils slender like lines, and when it glanced around it exuded a coldness reminiscent of a Jiao dragon, while also possessing the ferocity of a barbarian bull, instilling fear with just a glance. Its neck was adorned with messy reddish-brown mane with strands of fire interwoven, and when the wind blew the mane swayed, sending sparks flying. The fire barbarian bull had a robust body like a drum, its shoulder muscles bulging, a long red tail swayed, constantly slapping against its own hindquarters. Why is there no movement? A hint of doubt flashed in the fire barbarian bull's eyes. Could it be that the Jiao dragon has not yet arrived? Should we wait nearby for a bit? It had battled the greenied cold toad over 100 times, deeply aware of the latter's terrifying trump cards. Even though MOU was at the late stage of the 3rd tier, he could still heavily injure him with negligence. Naturally, 3rd tier latest stage demon beasts were also quite difficult to deal with. It thought there might be an opportunity for profit, so it informed MOU while waiting for the right moment to quietly approach during their battle to reap the benefits. However, it never expected that a formation capable of blocking battle fluctuations existed. Coupled with Su Chuan's caution, it was destined to be fruitless. After Su Chuan, MOU and Su Deling distanced themselves by over 100 li, they finally found a cave to recuperate. That dead bull definitely has ill intentions. That toad has such a trump card, and didn't inform us, almost falling into its trap. You should return to the spirit beast bag to recuperate. Once I recover, I will help you reverse your vitality. Understood. MOU obediently returned to the spirit beast bag. Su Chuan first sealed the essence, blood, and demon core of the greenied cold toad to prevent the loss of its spiritual essence, and only after finishing did he sit down to recuperate. Fortunately, it was not serious. He and Su Deling ingested pills and recovered fully within half a day. Following this, Su Chuan helped MOU reverse his vitality to return to his peak, while he himself consumed 70 to 80% of his vitality, causing him to appear aged. Fortunately, within the secret realm, the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. It was also relatively easy to find dense wood spirit areas. MOU and Su Deling provided protection for him. He sat cross-legged on the grass, forming hand seals, causing green light to appear on the plants within several miles. As if attracted, they flew towards Su Chuan. Countless plant essences entered Su Chuan's body, being refined into his own source of vitality. However, within half a stick of incense, the plants within several miles turned yellow. Su Chuan did not push it to the extreme. This degree of withering, given the levels of spiritual energy in the secret realm, would recover in half a year. However, these plant essences were insufficient, so he could only find another place. After 3 consecutive attempts, 2 to 3 days later, Su Chuan fully recovered. MOU, and next I will help you completely return to your peak. Su Chuan looked at MOU and said the demon spirit pill is difficult to refine, will the time be a bit tight? There are many opportunities in the secret realm. MOU was excited but still asked with concern, rest assured, I have refined the true demon spirit pill twice. I am quite familiar with it, and I can succeed in 2 to 3 days. This is something you must refine yourself, not something I am requesting of you. MOU immediately reverted to his proud nature. Su Chuan shook his head and smiled, then began his closed-door retreat. MOU guarded Su Chuan, while Su Deling explored nearby, checking for rare spiritual herbs and materials to gather. In a mysterious space within the secret realm, there were many light curtains in midair, each displaying images of certain cultivators who had entered the secret realm. One particular light curtain showed Su Chuan's alchemy process, his movements fluid and graceful. Before the light curtain stood a woman, her dark hair cascading to her shoulders, a hint of a jade horn visible on her forehead, seemingly a daughter of the dragon clan. The dragon girl was elegantly dressed, wearing a light blue long gown made of fish scale fabric with dark silver scale patterns embroidered on the gown. Under the reflection of light, the pearl glimmers like stars falling onto clothing, radiating a luminous glow. A dark jade belt is tied around her waist, adorned with a buckle shaped like a dragon's head grasping a pearl, which is an illuminating night pearl. The skirt flows to the ground, embroidered with 3 layers of wave patterns, and upon closer inspection, there are subtle dragon motifs hidden within the waves. The twin horns on her forehead are as white as sheep fat jade, each about half a foot long, slanting towards her temples. Her brows resemble distant mountains cloaked in indigo. They are delicate yet distinct, with the tips slightly raised, carrying a hint of ethereal charm. Her eyes are like a clear pond reflecting stars. The iris is a light jade with the outer corners gently curved, fixated on the scene of alchemy unfolding in the light, curtain eyes glimmering with abundant interest, as if watching an intriguing play. Her nose is like a suspended gallbladder, small and upright, and her lips resemble cherry petals, lightly tinted pink corners slightly upturned, hinting at a smile. Her complexion is as smooth as snow, and the strands of dark hair cascading down her neck brush against her skin, enhancing her radiant appearance. The Dragon Maiden possesses a slender, yet resilient figure leaning against a side jade pillar, one hand lightly supporting her fragrant cheek, occasionally tapping the air with her fingertips, surrounded by a faint scent of dragon musk, refreshing, yet not overwhelming. The Demon Spirit Pill. I didn't expect that there are still people who know how to refine this pill. It must be for that water-type flood dragon. MOU's silhouette appears within the frame, seemingly revealing no secrets before the Dragon Maiden. As the end approaches, the cultivation level has inexplicably dropped by 2 tiers. His peak strength should be at tier 3 peak. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he adds, "Yet even so, for this person to successfully forge a contract with a spirit beast is quite rare. A tier 3 peak flood dragon is extraordinarily high-ranking. Even at the brink of death, it would never bow down to what it once considered ants." How did he manage? The Dragon Maiden's eyes brim with curiosity. He cultivates the golden core chapter of the Qingdi Wood Emperor Sutra. Though this is not the true core inheritance of my Songlong sect, it is one of the few techniques within the sect that can directly lead to the Great Ascension. He mainly practices wood-type techniques, is proficient in alchemy, and contracted a tier 3 peak old flood dragon during the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he has comprehended the profundities of the withering and flourishing divine powers. He seems to possess great karma, making it impossible to discern the changes in his fate. Perhaps he could be tested for the true disciple assessment. As her gaze flickers, she looks towards Su Deliang's image. Born with a spiritual eye, comprehending the divine abilities of the Fire Emperor Sutra, seemingly adept. The inheritance regarding the Red Emperor Fire Sutra within the Songlong sect is merely fragmented and only reaches the divine transformation stage. However, she also possesses considerable fortune. Connected by bloodline to that previous individual, she too is entangled in karma, unable to see through her fate. If she can pass the assessment, she could receive the weaponry inheritance and the Zhuke Secret Realm token. With some luck, she may obtain the complete inheritance of the Red Emperor Fire Sutra from the Zhuke Secret Realm. Afterward, she gently sweeps her sleeve, and a light curtain appears before her. The figure within the light curtain is none other than Dongzhua. He actually knows about the sealing of the true demon within my Songlong cave heaven, trying to borrow the true demon's aura to break through to the golden core. The Dragon Maiden's lips curl into a cold smile. No matter the era, there are always those who are unaware of their own limitations. In the Dragon Maiden's eyes, Dongzhua is not merely at the early foundation establishment stage, but rather at the complete foundation establishment stage. This is only because he possesses an ancient high-tier concealment artifact, which can only be seen through by those with divine senses comparable to nascent soul stage cultivators. Dongzhua at this moment holds a special artifact, and seems to be searching for the location of the true demon's seal. In her view, Dongzhua's journey is merely in vain, becoming the clothing of others. The Dragon Maiden's gaze sweeps over numerous other individuals on the screen, and most possess strands of fortune, but none merit her excessive attention, merely receiving a fleeting glance. If someone can pique her interest, she may bestow some opportunities. This person's fate seems to have changed. It should have ended in desolation, yet now it carries the momentum of soaring to great heights. The Dragon Maiden's lips lift slightly. The person she speaks of is none other than Xinchanga. Then I will assist you in your golden core opportunity. In the Dragon Maiden's view, among those entering the secret realm, this time only 2 or 3 could receive opportunities, yet only 2 qualify for the inheritance. Since the founding ancestor of the Tiansong sect received the inheritance, there has only been 1 individual to do so, yet unfortunately, they still failed. And now 2 individuals have suddenly emerged. It seems that the changes in this realm are indeed approaching rapidly. The Dragon Maiden's dragon eyes flicker uncertainly. 3 days later, Chuan successfully refines 4 demon spirit pills. 1 high-grade, 2 mid-grade, and 1 low-grade. Naturally, the high-grade demon spirit pill is consumed by MOU while the others are kept. If MOU is still lacking, he will be allowed to consume another low-grade demon spirit pill. This pill is precious. It is best to keep it, as it may prove useful in the future. After MOU swallows the pill, he returns to Su Chuan's spirit beast pouch to fully refine it, while Su Chuan and Su Deliang head towards the direction of the Tianshan fruit tree. After more than 2 days, the 2 finally arrive nearby. There are actually over 20 people here, including those from 7 cities, 3 sects, and the Tiansong sect. Su Chuan also spots Xinchanga. The Qin family has both pill formulas and top-tier alchemists. The previous spirit-nourishing pill has already been consumed, and Xinchanga has come this time to refine a few more and produce several batches of spirit-nourishing pills as a foundation for the family. Whether for the family's prodigies or for trading other rare resources, it is a good choice. Xinchanga notices Su Chuan and Deliang and immediately flies over, cupping his fists and smiling. I knew you would come, Su brother. Su Chuan returns the gesture and asks, "What's the situation now?" Chunchanga smirks and replies, "What else? Naturally, it's about distributing the benefits. Have the beasts around been dealt with?" Chunchanga nods slightly, sighing, "Su brother, you've come a bit late. The Tian Shin fruit can only be refined if it is over 60 years old. I observe that the Tian Shun tree seems to have produced quite a few. There are 36 fruits that can be refined." Chunchanga continues, "It's fortunate that this tree seems to be nearly 10,000 years old, otherwise it wouldn't yield so many Tian Shin fruits." Su brother, look beside it, there's a young tree sprouting. I estimate that in another 20 years or so it will begin to bear fruit. Perhaps in the initial years it will only have one or two, but this is potential. Unfortunately, it will most likely fall into the hands of the Shi family from the Tiansong sect. The Shi family. Su Chuan, surprised by Chunchanga's certainty, asks, "Currently the supreme elder of the Tiansong sect has the surname Shi Yu. Su brother should be aware that only those at the nascent soul stage can become supreme elders. Speaking of which, this is a disciple of the Shi family named Shinantian. I've heard that the Shi family does not distinguish their direct line based on bloodline, but rather on aptitude. Only those with spiritual roots of earth grade or above who have the potential for golden core are considered direct descendants. Otherwise, even the offspring of the clan leader will be classified as collateral." That's quite novel. Su Chuan murmurs, "So, is the Shi family a descendant of the founding ancestor of the Tiansong sect?" "Not at all." Chunchanga explains, "The founding ancestor of the Tiansong sect is the Tsong family. Although the Tsong family has declined somewhat compared to its peak, there are still generations of golden core cultivators, often 4 or 5 at a time. They frequently maintain good relations with potential prodigies within the sect, and their network is quite intricate. Even if the Shi family wants to deal with them, it would risk fracturing the Tiansong sect. The Tsong family indeed possesses great wisdom. By the way, does Dao Friendshin have any gains?" Su Chuan inquires. Chunchanga assumes Su Chuan means to obtain Tianshin fruits through him and hesitates for a moment before gritting his teeth, saying, "If I can get more than 3, I will certainly give one to Su brother." Su Chuan waves his hand, saying, "Dao Friendshin thinks too much. That's not my intention. Since I want to have a share in the Tianshin fruit opportunity, I will go look elsewhere first." Chunchanga is slightly taken aback, then smiles and cups his fists, saying, "Then I wish Su brother fruitful gains." "Thank you." Su Chuan and Delian quickly depart. After several miles, Su Chuan awakens Mo Yue, intending to have him drive off those from the sects and prominent families. Mo Yue agrees at once. Before setting off, Su Chuan gives him a die disguising him as a blue flood dragon in case Mo Yue is exposed in the future, preventing him from being recognized and causing. "Su Chuan, you really are cautious." Mo Yue replies, somewhat speechless. "I estimate that they will first distribute the fruits among individuals and then by sect. After the Chen family obtains the Tianshin fruit, you can wait for the right moment to make an appearance. If anyone tries to sneakily take the Tianshin fruit, just handle it as you see fit." He understood. The one distributing the Tianshin fruit is Shi Tian Nan. Chunchanga is fighting for the Tianshin fruit for his family, so it belongs to him. He killed a peak second-tier demon beast and contributed significantly, thus obtaining 2 fruits. The other 6 descendants of prominent families also contributed, but their performance was average, thus they only received 1 fruit. The remaining 28 fruits belong to the Tiansong sect and the Qingmu sect. Among them, the Tiansong sect has 14 fruits, the Qingmu sect has 6, and the Jiaotsong sect and Qingtsong sect each have 4. Unfortunately, before they can distribute, a thunderous dragon roar erupts, followed by the pressure of a peak third-tier demon beast spreading for dozens of miles. Everyone turns pale. It's that flood dragon. Oh, it's come out to patrol again. Run. Everyone scatters like birds and beasts. Shi Tian Nan and the others want to take the opportunity to grab the Tianshin fruit, but then countless ice shards shoot towards them. Their expressions change, and they hurriedly release their top-tier defensive artifacts to fend off the attack. However, under this assault, their top-tier defensive artifacts cannot withstand even a breath before shattering, and everyone suffers serious injuries. They dare not linger any longer, each activating their 100-mile talismans and vanishing. Only after a radius of 50 to 60 miles has no cultivators does Mo Yue realize Su Chuan. Su Chuan and Su Delian stroll leisurely to the Tianshin fruit tree. He raises the corner of his mouth, saying, "All of this belongs to my Su family." Su Delian giggles at his words. Su Chuan collects the ripe Tianshin fruits, and his gaze falls upon the young Tianshin fruit tree, which stands only 3 to 4 meters tall. The concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient. It seems only spiritual soil will do. Su Chuan takes out a dark-colored pot and addresses the sapling of the locust tree within, saying, "Little sapling, may I borrow your territory? You won't need so much spiritual soil anyway. This pot is a special artifact that can compress space. Although the sapling is only 6 or 7 inches tall, if moved outside it might actually be taller than this young Tianshin fruit tree. This artifact has already been refined by Su Chuan, which is how he knows these details. He immediately begins to transplant it. After finishing, he quietly departs. The dragon maiden, seeing this scene in the light curtain, cannot help but chuckle. So cautious, yet so greedy. Oh, I wonder what kind of environment has fostered such a character. However, with Su Chuan bringing MOU in, it is destined that he will become the biggest winner in this secret realm, that is for sure. The two main objectives for entering have been completed, and with more than half a month remaining, the two of them can relax. They can just wander around. With Su Chuan's golden core divine, since they can easily avoid powerful demon beasts and cultivators. If there are any desired spiritual herbs or materials, they will naturally compete for them. As for innate spiritual objects and inheritance from the secret realm, Su Chuan believes it will purely depend on luck. After Chinchongo escapes from the Tianshan fruit tree, he soon discovers an innate spiritual object in a cave on a mountain peak. Although it is only low-grade, Chinchonga is no longer the same as before. Without much hesitation, he sets up a formation at the cave entrance and enters seclusion. With his earth's spiritual root aptitude comprehending a trace of divine ability, and having an innate spiritual object, his chances of forming the golden core rise to 50 to 60%. The innate spiritual object of the metal type is still the most compatible with me. This time I am sure I can step into the golden core. Chinchonga sits cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine the innate spiritual object, striving to form the golden core. Meanwhile, Su Chuan and Su Delying weave through the trees, suddenly sensing a faint spatial fluctuation on an ancient tree. What is this? Su Chuan muses. Spatial ripples cannot appear without reason. Oh, could there be a special space within the secret realm? He exchanges a glance with Su Delying. Su Delying says, "Grandfather, let me go in first and take a look." "Am I your grandfather? Why would I hide behind you? Let's enter together. Perhaps both of us can be fortunate enough to gain opportunities and inheritance within the Tianshan." Su Delying nods slightly, walking alongside Su Chuan towards the location of the spatial ripples. The moment they touch it, their figures vanish without a trace. When they reappear, they are in a spacious, brightly lit hall with an overall grayish-blue tone, surrounded by 6 stone doors. Above the stone doors are ancient characters. Su Chuan has specifically studied ancient characters in his spare time. These characters read alchemy, weaponry formation, talismans, techniques, and deduction. It is evident that this is a form of assessment. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonates from the void above the hall, devoid of emotion, sounding like metal striking stone, without distinction between genders or age. This is the disciple assessment of the Tsanglong sect. The 6 doors correspond to the inheritances of alchemy, weaponry formation, talismans, techniques, and deduction. Choose one to enter. Those who pass may become true transmission candidates of the Tsanglong sect. The ancient disciple assessment of the Tsanglong sect, true transmission candidates. Su Chuan raises his eyebrows in shock, then cups his fists towards the void, asking, "May I inquire what constitutes a true transmission candidate? How does one become a true transmission, and what benefits are there?" Foundation establishment stage cultivators who pass the corresponding assessment can become true transmission candidates and receive the corresponding inheritance from the Tsanglong sect. Only upon successfully forming the golden core can they be considered true transmissions. The true transmission of the Tsanglong sect spans from golden core to nascent soul. Upon becoming a true transmission, one can obtain a complete inheritance and a true transmission disciple token. When the secret realm opens, this token allows direct entry into the Tsanglong secret realm. A true transmission token can carry 8 attendants or followers with it. Can one become a true transmission through these assessments? Only by passing the assessments and successfully forming the golden core can one do so. Can one attempt multiple assessments? At most 3 doors. Su Chuan no longer inquires, exchanging a glance with Su Delying. Su Delying understands and immediately walks towards the door for the weaponry assessment, gathering a strand of magical energy at her fingertip and injecting it into the stone door. The word weaponry above the door immediately glows with a faint red light. Subsequently, the weaponry stone door slowly opens, and Su Delying steps in without hesitation. The stone door slowly closes behind her. Su Chuan takes a deep breath, approaches the alchemy stone door, and upon its opening steps inside, without a second thought.